"Brother, you should eat me." The girl's face was ashen, drained of all color as she lay weak and limp in Lu Wei's arms. Her chest rose and fell ever so slightly, each breath exhausting the last of her strength. In eyes that ought to have been bright with childish innocence, tears now welled, filled with utter despair and a faint plea, as though she were quietly yearning for release. Hearing the girl's words, Lu Wei felt as if his heart had been seized in a vicious grip, stifled and aching. The word "eat" from her lips sent a chill of horror lancing through his pain. Forcing himself to endure the torment in his heart, Lu Wei's eyes reddened as he raised his hand and gently stroked the girl's dry, yellowed hair, his gaze resting on her emaciated cheeks. Lu Wei managed to pull out a strained smile. "Silly girl, don't let your mind wander. Get a good sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, your brother will catch a fish for you to eat." Though the girl was only 7 or 8, the light and innocence that should have belonged to her age had long vanished from her eyes. Clearly, she did not believe a single word her brother said. Along the way, the land had been frozen for 1,000 li. Tree bark had been stripped clean, and not even a grass root could be dug up. How could there possibly be any fish to catch? "Brother, if you eat me, it's better than being eaten by someone else. That way I can stay with you forever." The girl's voice was feeble, growing softer and softer until it faded to almost nothing. Lu Wei felt his heart violently tremble, as though pierced by a sharp blade. Looking at the girl who was so weak that even opening her eyes was a struggle, his gaze brimmed with aching tenderness. Inwardly, he swore to himself, "Rest easy, your brother will definitely find something for you to eat." Never had he imagined that as a transmigrator he would one day fall so low as to be on the verge of starving to death. Yet this could hardly be blamed on him. Originally, life for the pair of siblings had been barely passable, but still manageable. In the more than half a year since he had transmigrated, relying on the advanced ideas and methods from his previous life, he had managed to turn a once destitute little household into something decent. They no longer worried about food or clothing, and even had some surplus grain. Life had seemed on the verge of entering a small measure of prosperity. Who would have thought that 2 months ago a sudden catastrophe would shatter his family overnight? It was also this disaster that made Lu Wei realize that in this world there were not only ordinary people like him, but also powerful martial experts who could soar through the skies and shatter mountains and rivers. It turned out the so-called monsters in the villagers' tales truly existed. They were not the product of ignorance. Rumor had it that this very catastrophe had been wrought by clashes between those martial experts and demonic beasts. As for the exact cause, an insignificant ant-like commoner, such as himself, could never hope to know. All he understood was that he had to keep running without pause, or he would end up as a snack in some beast's maw. In times of peace with his abilities, he could still have carved out a decent life. But when faced with calamities of heaven and man, not to mention commoners like him, even those once lofty landlords now lived with no guarantee of seeing tomorrow. Gazing at his sister, whose breathing was now barely perceptible in his arms, he knew it was time to make a decision. No matter how helpless or conflicted he felt having come to this point, he had no choice but to go through with it. He drew a breath, gently laid his sister onto a pile of dry straw, then stood and used a chipped clay pot to boil a pot of water. He tore a strip of cloth and tossed it into the boiling water to scald and disinfect it. Then he took his sister back into his arms, picked up the hatchet stuck in the ground beside him, and held it briefly over the flames. That hatchet was the most valuable item left in their tiny household. No matter how hard things became, he had never considered selling it. Not only could it be used for chopping wood or hunting, but with that blade in hand, anyone wanting to cause them trouble would have to think twice. In this chaotic age where corpses starved by the roadside were everywhere, and not even a rooster crowed for 1,000 li, 2 helpless siblings without that hatchet might long ago have become grease in someone else's stomach. Lu Wei drew a deep breath, his lips trembling with tension. As someone shaped by the values of a modern civilized society, he had only ever seen such things in films or novels. Never had he thought that one day he would be forced into this corner. After steeling his mind, he raised the hatchet and pressed its quivering edge against his own wrist. The next instant, Lu Wei clenched his teeth, and the hatchet made a light slash. At once, blood poured forth, bright red droplets falling onto Lu Xiaoxiao's lips. Lu Xiaoxiao began to dream. She dreamed she had returned to infancy, lying in her mother's arms and greedily drinking milk. The sweet liquid was like nectar to her starved body, and she wished she could use every ounce of strength to suck it in. Only after a long while, when no more would come, no matter how she sucked, did she once again sink into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, when Lu Wei saw the wound on his hand finally stop bleeding, he hurriedly wrung the boiled cloth strip dry and wrapped it tightly around the cut to prevent infection. Only after finishing all this did Lu Wei feel his head grow faint. He quickly leaned against the earthen pit wall and closed his eyes to rest. Days of unrelenting hunger had already hollowed his body out. Losing another 200 or 300 milliliters of blood had only made his broken, battered frame even worse. Yet he had no choice. If his sister went on starving, she might not even survive the night. In a daze, Lu Wei seemed to see his great-grandmother, who was saying something to him. Ding, the host has sacrificed himself for another, meeting the conditions for system activation. Ding, refund system binding in progress. Third brother. Third brother. I'm over here, stop shouting. Are you calling souls back from the dead? You want everyone to know what we're about to do. Startled, Erli quickly glanced around, then tucked his hands into his sleeves and edged over with a fawning grin. Third brother, we can move now. I just saw that brat cut his own hand and feed that girl with his blood. I'd say the two of them, even if they're not dead, won't be able to move anymore. At his words, Ma San narrowed his mung bean-like eyes, slowly running his gaze up and down Erli's snow-dusted figure. His look was like that of a starving wolf staring at prey, a greasy green glint that made one's skin crawl. You're sure you saw clearly? That brat's got a knife in his hand. Even if there are three of us, one slip, and one of us might end up planted there for good. Erli hurried to answer. Third brother, how would I dare trick you? If I'm lying, may my father die badly. Chin-Chi, standing to the side, spat. Your old man's bones have rotted to dust. Swearing on him is worth shit. At that, Ma San's eyes bulged. So you dare play me, do you? Believe it, or not I'll skin you alive. Erli's heart fluttered with fear under Ma San's glare, and he rushed to explain. Third brother, I really wouldn't dare fool you. If you don't believe me, I'll go in front later. Ma San and Chin-Chi had been waiting for exactly those words. That brat had a blade in his hand, and they had no wish to take risks. Fine, you said it yourself. Let's go, hurry up before someone else beats us to it. In the darkness, the three hunched over, skulking through the wild refugee camp. Along the way, many people saw them and immediately grew wary. These three had committed every imaginable evil, starting with petty theft and extortion, and now descending to killing for meat and cracking bones to suck out the marrow. They had utterly lost all trace of humanity. Watching the three skulking figures vanish into the night, some people could only shake their heads in helpless pity. No one knew which unlucky soul had drawn the attention of these three beasts. Ding. Host consciousness is detected to be unclear. The return target Lu Xiaoxiao has been automatically bound. Ding. The host has gifted 321 milliliters of blood to the return target Lu Xiaoxiao. First time return reward triggered. You have obtained the permission to choose one of the following three rewards. Reward 1, 3,210 milliliters of blood. Reward 2, 21 cards of chi and blood. Reward 3, 605 cards of chi and blood, and 1605 milliliters of blood. The moment this notification tone rang out, the haze in Lu Wei's mind instantly cleared. A system? This thing was far too familiar to him. In his past life, he had read countless novels, and thus could not be more acquainted with systems. With the aid of a system, even a pig could become Zhu Beiji. As his muttered words fell, a system interface instantly unfolded before his eyes. Host Lu Wei, age 18, bone constitution, 51 comprehension, 55 physique 2, 65, chi and blood 2, 75. Spirit 4, 11 cultivation, arts, none skills, none talents, none divine abilities, none cultivation, none free attribute points, 0 system, level 115. Note, each level gained grants 5 free attribute points. At level 1, one target can be bound, and each target can trigger 1 return per day. The return multiplier is related to the target's rating. The first bound target must be of the opposite sex, subsequent targets must also be of the host's opposite sex, and same-sex targets cannot be bound for now. The same item gifted to the same target can only trigger 1 return. Our repeated gifts are ineffective. Items obtained through return cannot be gifted to other bound targets for repeated returns. Bound target Lu Xiaoxiao. Staring at the system interface that had suddenly appeared before him, Lu Wei felt his blood surge with excitement, his heart pounding wildly. His originally weak body seemed to flare with a final burst of strength, and in that instant, he actually felt a bit of power return. Lu Wei knew this was merely an illusion caused by his agitation, accelerating his blood flow. In a while, he might very well faint again. In this environment, with wolves lurking on all sides, even though he had done his best to choose a remote place far from the crowd to hide, if he were to pass out, the chances of both him and his younger sister being harmed were exceedingly high. One must never underestimate how low the bottom line of the extremely starving can sink. When tragedies of parents eating their own children can occur, how much easier would it be to eat 2 strangers like them? Previously, he had no way out, but now that he had a system, he had to think of a way to preserve his own life before he blacked out. Write the rewards. Lu Wei fixed his gaze on the 3 reward options beside the interface. He had to choose quickly. The first was 3,200 milliliters of blood. Without the slightest hesitation, he discarded this option. Although 3,200 milliliters of blood was a lot and enough for him and his sister to eat for 2 full meals. Nothing would be left after those 2 meals. The second option was 2 cards of chi and blood. Although Lu Wei was not entirely sure what effect chi and blood had, the fact that it appeared on his attribute panel proved that it was extremely important. Yet no matter how important it was for him at this moment, it could not compare to filling his stomach. Therefore, in order to balance both needs, Lu Wei decided to choose the third option. This way he could both increase his chi and blood to nearly normal levels and use the remaining blood to fill their stomachs. I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 605 cards of chi and blood and 1605 milliliters of blood. Chi and blood have been automatically allocated. The blood has been stored in the system space and can be extracted at any time. As the system's voice faded, Lu Wei felt a wave of heat surge through his entire body. His heart pounded like an engine with the accelerator slammed to the floor, thundering in his chest. His previously frail body was suddenly filled with strength. As the saying goes, when chi and blood are abundant, 100 illnesses cannot take root. Chi and blood are the foundation, the source driving the whole body and nourishing the 5 viscera and 6 organs. If the human body is compared to a machine, then chi and blood are one of the fuels that keep that machine running. This is only a simple metaphor. In reality, the role of chi and blood in the human body is far more complex. For a martial artist, the most crucial step in tempering the body is to move and expand the chi and blood, using it to refine every inch of flesh. When chi and blood are strong, the body becomes like a blazing furnace forged 100 times over into unbreakable steel, a golden body that does not shatter. Of course, all of this was still rather distant for Lu Wei. For now, the 605 cards of chi and blood he had obtained merely nudged his chi and blood slightly above that of an ordinary person. Even so, for him, it was already extremely precious. On this road of fleeing from famine, possessing chi and blood surpassing that of ordinary people was of utmost importance, something hardly anyone could achieve except martial artists. Now that his chi and blood were replenished, he only needed enough food to restore his physique to normal. As for food, Lu Wei turned his gaze toward the clay pot at his side. Without another word, he set the clay pot back over the fire and began to boil water again. As for the fact that it had just been used to boil cloth strips, that hardly mattered. For someone in extreme hunger, never mind cloth strips. Even if the pot had just been used to boil something filthy, it would not stop them from putting food into their mouth. The water quickly came to a boil. Lu Wei directly took the blood out from the system space and poured it into the boiling water. The fresh blood, upon touching the boiling water, was instantly scalded and cooked. Like egg whites, it turned into irregular shreds and sheets drifting in the pot. Lu Wei cooked all of the blood. After he finished eating, he could leave some for his little sister. Seeing that the blood was done, he gently lifted the clay pot off the fire. He sniffed it and caught no particular smell. Since it was a reward from the system, it should not contain bacteria or viruses, so Lu Wei was not worried about any problem from eating it. Unable to wait any longer, he snapped a twig in half to use as chopsticks and began to shovel the food into his mouth in big bites. Blood is rich in nutrients, containing large amounts of iron and protein, dozens of times more than beef. Ignoring the scalding heat, Lu Wei gulped down mouthful after mouthful. With food sliding into his stomach, the burning emptiness gnawing at his insides finally eased a little. Gradually, strength returned to his limbs. After eating a bit, Lu Wei did not dare continue after going without food for so long. If he suddenly ate too much at once, his stomach would not be able to handle it. He planned to let the rest cool and then wake his younger sister so she could eat some as well. After resting for a while and recovering a bit, Lu Wei was just about to open the system again for a proper study, when a series of light crunching footsteps on snow suddenly reached his ears. Heart tightening, Lu Wei snatched up the firewood knife, then quietly raised his head over the edge of the earthen pit to peer toward the source of the sound. Although this world seems similar to ancient Earth, it lacks the concepts of nations or dynasties. It resembles the feudal fragmentation of ancient times, where a lord governs each city-state across this vast land. Each power holds one or several cities, ruling over thousands of miles of territory. The place where Lu Wei originally resided is near the endless forest to the northeast and Yongzhou to the north. This area is under the control of a certain family, and it is quite expansive, stretching nearly 100 miles wide from east to west and close to 200 miles long from north to south. However, within such a vast region, there are only 3 large cities, a dozen small towns, and a few hundred villages with a population of less than 3 million. Clearly, this is a desolate and bitter frontier land, resulting in sparse human habitation. In this disaster, those who could escape have fled, while those who couldn't have likely been devoured by the beasts. Most villagers of Lu Wei followed a merchant convoy, although this convoy would not protect them. Yet if they encountered wild beasts or bandits, the convoy would usually intervene for their own safety, providing the refugees with a form of free shelter. Thus, there were not just Lu Wei's village following the convoy, but at least tens of thousands of people at the beginning. While their behavior may seem shameless, the merchants did not drive them away. After all, should they encounter an insurmountable danger, these tens of thousands would serve as excellent bait. However, the originally tens of thousands strong group had dwindled to only a few thousand after nearly 2 months, with almost 80% eliminated. Some had fallen by the wayside, becoming the prey of beasts or others, while some could only find a place to hide, hoping the beast tide would not find them. Lu Wei once considered hiding in the deep mountains like them, but upon thinking of those powerful beasts he abandoned such naive thoughts. For an ordinary person to survive in a forest full of beasts is akin to dreaming in vain. Thus, no matter how difficult or bitter it became, he gritted his teeth and persevered. As time passed, most people had long exhausted their food supplies. From then on, the darker aspects of humanity were laid bare. Rice, meat, vegetables, two-legged sheep, and rotten bones. These words presented themselves vividly and bloodily before him. As Mr. Zhou said, history reveals only two words: cannibalism. At first, those people merely scavenged corpses to eat, but gradually it evolved into killing others for sustenance. Lu Wei knew that he and his sister belonged to a vulnerable group and could very well become targets. Therefore, he remained vigilant throughout the journey, never parting from his sister. When camping at night, he would seek a secluded spot to hide. Just like tonight, he found a small ditch with his sister that could shield them from the wind and avoid the gaze of the malicious. However, he did not expect that they would still be found by those people. It seemed they had already set their sights on him and his sister. Seeing three figures approaching slowly, Lu Wei hurriedly turned around to extinguish the fire, lifting his sister and placing her a bit farther away to prevent her from getting hurt. He then grabbed two wooden sticks, one large and one small, placing them at the spot where he and his sister were. Most people nowadays suffer from night blindness, unable to see clearly at night. Even those with better eyesight could only vaguely discern a dark mass, unable to distinguish between a person and wood. Finally, he found a concealed spot for himself, covering himself with snow, while secretly observing the three figures. Watching the three people stealthily approaching, Lu Wei tightened his grip on the firewood knife, suppressing the fear and anxiety within, pondering a strategy. Begging for mercy. That would be akin to placing oneself on the chopping block for slaughter. Thus, the only path left was to fight to the death. With this thought, Lu Wei took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, striving to remain calm. At this moment, panic and fear were the most useless emotions, only hastening one's demise. He fixed his gaze tightly on the approaching figures. Due to the darkness, Lu Wei could not clearly see who the three people were, only noticing that one among them was carrying a stout wooden stick. Seeing they were unarmed, Lu Wei's tense heart relaxed slightly. He had a firewood knife in hand, and his body had recovered to a near-normal state, so against three unarmed, hungry, and weak ordinary people, he was not without fighting power. As for why Lu Wei was sure these three were just ordinary people, it was simple. If they were warriors, there would be no need for them to resort to cannibalism. They would have plenty of ways to obtain food, even if it meant acting as guards for a merchant convoy. Moreover, if warriors wanted to kill him, they wouldn't need to sneak around. Thus, these three were undoubtedly ordinary people like him. As the three drew nearer, Lu Wei's gaze grew increasingly fierce, his killing intent intensifying. In this environment of cannibalism, if one does not kill, one will be killed. There is no choice. Suddenly, the three halted, and after a moment, one moved ahead, while the other two trailed behind. Lu Wei furrowed his brows, not expecting them to be so cautious. Ma San poked Li with the stick, gesturing for him to go first. Li hesitated to comply, but if he refused, he might find himself boiled in a pot while sleeping. Tightening his grip on the stick to avoid slipping when striking the opponent's skull, Li approached the ditch where Lu Wei had just been. He had lost the nervousness and fear he had experienced the first time. After killing many, he became desensitized and even felt a sense of mastery. Li stealthily approached the edge of the pit, peering in to take a closer look. As Lu Wei had guessed, he saw two elongated black figures and assumed they were two people. Without hesitation, he raised the stick and struck down fiercely at the longer piece of wood. If this blow struck a person, even if it didn't kill them, it would incapacitate them. However, in the instant his stick descended, a figure suddenly sprang out from the side, rushing towards him. Before Li could react, he felt a chill at his neck, as if something had burst from his body. Then he experienced a whirlwind of sensation before falling headfirst into the pit. The stick in his hand veered off course, striking the ground nearby with a muffled thud. Watching blood spray several meters away and seeing a head nearly severed, Lu Wei felt his heart race violently, as if it might leap out of his chest. The first time killing someone left him in an unusual state of panic, yet exhilaration. Thankfully, it was night and he could not clearly see the horrifying scene of the head being mostly severed, otherwise he might have fainted from fear. Secretly pinching his thigh to force himself to calm down, Lu Wei turned his gaze toward the remaining two individuals not far away. On this pitch-black night, Ma San and Chen Shi, who were following behind, could not see clearly what was happening ahead. They could only vaguely see that Li seemed to have jumped into the pit. After a while, there was still no sound from Li, and both of them had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Ma San grabbed Chen Shi, who wanted to move forward, and shouted into the pit, "Huzi, are you done?" "Yes, done." A muffled voice came from the pit. Ma San and Chen Shi exchanged glances, their faces changing drastically, and they decisively turned to leave. Lu Wei watched the two flee, knowing that he had been exposed. This was inevitable. Given the opponent's caution, whether he answered or remained silent, they would discover him. Huff Lu Wei leaned against the edge of the pit, exhaling deeply. It was better for them to run away. Alone against the two, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get hurt. If he were severely injured in this place, it would be tantamount to waiting for death. Now that he had the system given time, he would surely turn things around. The future was bright. There was no need to sacrifice himself out of a moment of anger. Thus, he had no intention of pursuing those two. There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. Meanwhile, several miles away at the center of the merchant convoy, there was a luxurious carriage drawn by 12 magnificent horses. The carriage looked like a moving palace of luxury, crafted from fragrant wood and exquisitely carved with a beautiful gold thread canopy and gemstones adorning the jade belt. Inside the carriage there were jade tables, soft couches, and a warm stove with incense. Everything was complete. On the soft couch sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman, seriously flipping through the account books. Her figure was graceful, her posture enchanting, and the fiery, seductive form beneath the thin veil made one's blood race. The woman's complexion was as smooth as jade, her skin whiter than snow, and her slightly heroic fox-like features were captivating. With her delicate hands turning page after page of the account book, her brows furrowed slightly, indicating her dissatisfaction. "Miss, it's late, you should rest." A pretty maid approached softly, reminding her. The woman slowly raised her head, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, and her starry eyes seemed to sparkle. "What time is it?" The woman's voice carried a hint of youthful elegance that made one's imagination run wild. "Just past the hour of the pig." The maid Bai He quickly replied. The woman nodded, closed the account book, and handed it to Bai He. "Did you ask about what I instructed you to?" The woman's red lips moved slightly. Bai He nodded. "I asked already. Captain Lin said that we will reach Yunzhou in less than a month." The woman nodded at this. Although Yunzhou was also considered in the north, it was relatively warmer than the current Yongzhou, so the refugees should fare a bit better. What did Captain Lin say about the other matter? Captain Lin said that the refugees resort to cannibalism out of desperation to survive. Our merchant convoy is short-staffed and unable to investigate. We cannot intervene. Upon hearing this, a flicker of cold light passed through the woman's eyes, but she soon calmed her expression and nodded as if nothing had happened. "Yes, the escort team has indeed worked hard. Tell everyone that once we reach Yunzhou, everyone will receive a 50% bonus." Bai He eagerly nodded, praising Miss is kind-hearted and cares for her subordinates. "I'm sure the guards will be immensely grateful to you." "All right, you can go now. I need to rest." "Yes," Bai He responded and turned to leave. The woman watched her retreating figure, her eyes filled with a complex expression. Finally, she sighed softly and murmured to herself, "You reap what you sow, one cannot live." Meanwhile, Lu Wei took a moment to rest, stripped the clothes off Liza's body, dragged the corpse to the side, and covered it with some snow, leaving it unattended. He didn't have the energy to dig a grave for him. Whether he was eaten by wild beasts or by those who came later was no longer his concern. For a brief moment, Lu Wei hesitated about whether to taste human flesh. In the end, he thought better of it. Before he had the system, he might have had to resort to cannibalism to survive for himself and his sister. However, now that he had the system and his body had recovered a bit, wanting to survive would no longer be so difficult. Naturally, he wouldn't think about eating human flesh anymore. Returning to the pit, Lu Wei rekindled the fire, brought his sister over, and began to feed her the boiled blood from the clay pot. The little girl was too weak, she didn't even open her eyes while eating, just instinctively chewing with her eyes closed. Worried that the little girl might eat too much at once and not be able to handle it, Lu Wei stopped after feeding her a bit. The remaining food was enough for her to have a meal in the morning. With these two hearty meals, the little girl was out of danger. Lu Wei, on the other hand, began to ponder how to obtain food tomorrow. Outside, it was a world of ice and snow, and the tree bark and roots along the road had been dug clean by those ahead. Venturing further into the forest could lead to encounters with wild beasts or even demonic beasts. Lu Wei did not believe he could contend with those beasts. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to take the risk of going in. As for fishing, the ice layer on the river was at least half a meter thick. Without ice-breaking tools, trying to drill an ice hole would be exhausting. Moreover, even if he managed to make an ice hole, it wouldn't guarantee that he could catch any fish. After much contemplation, Lu Wei finally focused his attention on a slightly bulging snow pile nearby. The next morning, Lu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, waking up from Lu Wei's embrace. Instinctively rubbing her belly, she suddenly felt something was off. In the past, every morning her stomach felt as if it was burning with a fire. But this morning she found it was not as uncomfortable. Although still a bit hungry, she no longer felt so weak and powerless. The little girl blinked her big, adorable eyes and climbed up from Lu Wei. The movement startled Lu Wei, who had not been sleeping deeply. "You're awake. Still feeling unwell?" Lu Wei smiled and tousled the little girl's messy hair. The little girl shook her head, then looked at Lu Wei with a confused expression. "Brother, what's going on? Could it be that I dreamt of eating something and was able to fill my stomach? But that doesn't make sense. I often dream of eating things, yet it never worked before." Feeling the long-lost sense of fullness, the little girl excitedly babbled nonstop. Lu Wei smiled, and said this time perhaps a very handsome guy fed you delicious food in your dream. Just as the little girl was about to say something, she suddenly caught sight of a pile of glaring blood red not far away. The vast expanse of fresh blood stood out starkly against the snow. Brother, what is that? The little girl gasped in shock and immediately dove into Lu Wei's embrace. Lu Wei patted her back and without omitting any details told her everything that had happened the night before. Lu Wei did not conceal the truth, wanting her to recognize the cruelty and danger of this world. Such a world was unsuitable for nurturing gentle flowers. Only fierce wolves could survive. Brother, are you hurt? Hearing Lu Wei's description and seeing the bandage wrapped around his hand, the little girl looked at Lu Wei with concern in her eyes. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Come on, get the pottery jar. Lu Wei smiled and patted the little girl's head as he instructed her. Lu Xiaoxiao obediently brought the jar over, looking curiously at what was inside. Brother, what is this? Is it food? The little girl had never seen boiled blood before, so she did not recognize it. Yes, it's food. Hurry and eat it, then we can go out and see if we can find something to eat. It's quite tasty. Brother, you should eat too. I've already eaten, you go ahead. No, you eat too. The siblings insisted on sharing the majority of the jar of boiled blood, finishing it all along with the soup. In this freezing weather, being able to eat something warm was truly a rare blessing, making them feel comfortable and warm from head to toe. Lu Wei noticed that the people in this world had much stronger physical constitutions compared to those from Earth. Otherwise, in this dreadful weather, even if they had enough to eat and drink, they would still freeze to death. After finishing their meal, Lu Wei found that the merchant caravan had started to move again. He quickly packed their things to keep up. They didn't have much: a pottery jar, a firewood knife, 2 blankets, a pile of hay, a few pieces of clothing, and some miscellaneous items. These items fit perfectly into a sled. After packing everything, Lu Wei lifted Lu Xiaoxiao onto it and covered her with a blanket, ready to set off. However, while others used oxen or dogs to pull their sleds, Lu Wei had to pull his own. After a moment's thought, he pulled out the corpse of Air Lizy, which had been frozen in the snow overnight. Lu Xiaoxiao's little face turned pale upon seeing Air Lizy's horrific state. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lu Wei asked with a smile, noticing his sister's expression. No, I'm not scared. Why would I be scared of someone who's already dead? Lu Xiaoxiao forced herself to say. If you're scared, just keep staring at him. Once you get used to it, you won't be scared anymore. Think about it, if I hadn't killed him, we might have ended up in a pot being cooked ourselves. Though Lu Wei's method of education seemed a bit cruel, even perverse, it was indeed the best way to educate in this brutal world. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and fell silent, her big eyes fixed on Air Lizy's corpse. She believed her brother's words. As long as she kept looking, she wouldn't be scared anymore. Yet she didn't know why, but after a while of staring, she found it rather amusing and even touched it when Lu Wei wasn't paying attention. In that moment of touching the pale corpse, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually lit up, seemingly a bit excited. On the other side, Ma San and Chen Qi, who had fled back nervously the previous night, kept a vigilant watch until dawn. Seeing that Lu Wei did not chase after them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Third brother Air Lizy is dead. Should we take revenge for him? Chen Qi said fiercely. Slap. Just as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head by Ma San. Air Lizy is your father. Do you still want to take revenge for him? If you want to go on your own. If that kid kills you with a knife, you deserve it. Don't drag me into it. Chen Qi scratched the spot where he was hit and mumbled, but what if that kid comes back to take revenge on us? Ma San squinted his pea-sized eyes, a fierce glint flashing in them. If he dares come, the clubs in our hands aren't for show. Yes, let's take him down. Chen Qi was eager to try. Slap. Before he finished speaking, he received another hard slap on the head. Damn you. All you know is to fight, fight, fight. The world of rivers and lakes is about human feelings and connections, not just killing. Do you understand, you fool? Ma San spat, splattering Chen Qi's face with saliva. Then what should we do? Chen Qi was a bit confused by the scolding. Ma San thought for a moment and said somewhat painfully, bring the half a pound of millet we stole and come with me. Chen Qi listened and obediently complied, not daring to ask more questions for fear of getting beaten again. The group fleeing from the disaster consisted of thousands of people stretching out for several miles. Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao were in the middle towards the back of the group. The people on the road, seeing a corpse with its head nearly chopped off on their sled, looked at them with wary eyes. Ignoring the wary gazes of the crowd, Lu Wei picked up the clothes he had stripped from Air Lizy and shook them. Does anyone recognize this person? If you tell me about him, this piece of clothing will belong to you. For them, these refugees' clothing was not as precious as food, but it was still essential. Especially in such icy weather, the value of clothing became even more pronounced. The reason Lu Wei brought it out to exchange for information was that he didn't lack clothing, otherwise he wouldn't have been willing to part with it. Therefore, as soon as he spoke, many people stepped forward. I know him, I recognize him. I know him too. I'm his neighbor, I know him best. I'm his relative, I'm the closest to him, choose me. Choose me, choose me. A crowd of people rushed forward, wanting the clothing regardless of whether they knew him or not. Lu Wei could tell that there were quite a few people trying to take advantage of the situation. So he shouted, "Everyone shut up." The scene immediately fell silent. "Let me tell you, if anyone tries to take advantage of the situation and deceive me with false information, don't blame me if I find out," he said, drawing the firewood knife in his hand, his gaze cold and ruthless as he looked at the crowd. This action instantly frightened off a group of people who intended to take advantage of the situation. However, a few remained clearly unafraid, indicating they genuinely knew this person. Just as Lu Wei was about to choose someone from those few to inquire further, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side, sharp and dry, making one feel uncomfortable to hear. "Brother, could I have a word with you?" Lu Wei turned to look, only to see two men holding wooden clubs watching him not far away. Seeing the wooden clubs in their hands, Lu Wei's pupils contracted. Coupled with that familiar voice, he already guessed who they were. After staring at the two for a moment, Lu Wei narrowed his eyes and walked forward with the firewood knife in hand. With each step, his expression grew colder, and the killing intent around him intensified. Lu Wei still remembered a saying from his elementary school textbook, "In a narrow path, the brave prevail." Since he couldn't avoid it, he needed to be harsher and more ruthless than his enemies. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he needed to at least knock out a tooth. Ma San and Qin Shi were startled by Lu Wei's fierce expression that seemed ready to fight. They were not there to confront Lu Wei and didn't have the guts to do so. "Brother, we came to find you to clarify a misunderstanding," Ma San hurriedly explained, fearing that Lu Wei would swing the firewood knife at them in the next moment. Although the two of them might not necessarily lose, this kid had a firewood knife, and it was possible that one of them could get taken away. What if that person was himself? Misunderstanding. Do we have a misunderstanding? Lu Wei said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, gazing at the two. His eyes scanned their necks back and forth, causing the two to feel a chill run down their spines. "Yes, definitely. It was about what happened last night. Both of us were deceived by that scoundrel Lizzie, led astray by his temptations, which led to a misunderstanding and disrespect toward my brother. Now that bastard is dead, and he got what he deserved. Thankfully, he didn't cause any harm to you, brother, otherwise we would feel guilty. However, disturbing your rest at this late hour is also our fault. We came early this morning to apologize to you, brother. Let's present a small token of goodwill, and we can put this matter behind us. What do you think?" After finishing, Ma San took the bag containing half a jean of millet from Qin Shi's hands and showed the golden grains to Lu Wei. Upon hearing Ma San's words, Lu Wei thought they were nonsense. Not a word of it was true. However, when he saw the millet, they brought his eyes involuntarily lit up. In the north, water is scarce, and the staple food is generally wheat or millet, with millet being the primary grain. In ancient times, millet held a significant status, being one of the grains that supported the nation. Although its taste is far inferior to that of white flour and rice in this era of famine, it is a life-saving food. Taste. Is that even important? Just when he was worried about where to find something to eat today, this was like someone bringing a pillow when he was sleepy. If he could get this half a jean of millet combined with the return system, it could multiply tenfold in his hands. Moreover, given the current situation, if he could avoid fighting, he would. There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. Now that the other party is willing to make amends and offer gifts, it's not a bad idea to accept. First, let's get the millet in hand, and then see what happens later. Thus Lu Wei nodded. "So it's like this. I misunderstood you too. Since this matter is not your fault, let's do as you suggest, and let the past be the past. No one should hold it against their hearts. Speaking lies with open eyes is something anyone can do." With that, Lu Wei returned the hatchet to his waist, and the murderous aura around him instantly dissipated. Seeing Lu Wei put away the hatchet, the two also breathed a sigh of relief. Ma San stepped forward and handed the half a jean of millet to Lu Wei. "A small token of goodwill. Oh, please don't think it's too little, brother." Lu Wei accepted it without hesitation and fake smiled. "Ha, not at all. Oh, we are now acquaintances through conflict. Let's keep in touch more in the future." Ma San's small eyes were almost smiling shut. "Of course we should. We'll head back now. Oh, let's chat again later." "All right." Lu Wei nodded with a smile, watching the two leave, his gaze pensive. These two are suspicious. Could they have poisoned the millet? "Third brother, we just gave him half a jean of millet like that?" Qin Shi asked with a pained expression. Ma San scoffed. "What else should we do? If we don't deal with him, do you want to lose sleep every night? There's a saying, 1,000 days of being a thief, but who can guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Damn, it's a pity to waste that half a jean of millet. It would be delicious in a stew with some meat." After wasting some time, Lu Wei hurriedly pulled the sled to catch up with the merchant convoy ahead. At noon, the convoy stopped to rest, and the refugees following behind didn't dare to go ahead alone, so they could only stop as well. At this time, every day some refugees would pull out items for trade. Some sold clothes, some sold gold and silver, some sold their children, and some even sold themselves, with some brazenly offering human flesh for sale. Almost all trades sought to exchange for food. Yet at this time, food equated to life, regardless of who held food, they wouldn't part with it. Even if someone offered 10 taels of silver for a jean, they still couldn't get a single grain of food. Therefore, most people were fortunate to trade for some wild vegetables. Lu Wei had that half a jean of millet in hand, needing to reserve it for future offspring, and he certainly wouldn't trade it for useless items. Although he couldn't help but feel tempted by the round bottom of Wu Lao's wife from his village. On both sides of the road, there were people who looked lifeless and on the brink of death, with women and children sporting grass tags for sale at low prices. Lu Wei sighed inwardly after looking around. In chaotic times, lives are as worthless as grass. After resting for a while, Lu Wei took his sister and continued on, trying to stay close to the merchant convoy. This way they could find a place to camp earlier at night. Looking at the fully armed escort team ahead and the carts of supplies, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel envious. Had he known there were martial artists in this world, he would have sought to learn martial arts long ago, so he wouldn't be in such dire straits now. When he first arrived, he thought it was some ancient period on Earth, as the written language and everything were similar. The villagers had limited exposure, lacking knowledge. Some had never even left the village in their entire lives. Asking them for information yielded no results. Moreover, the village was far from the city, with 100 li of mountain roads and various ferocious beasts roaming, making it impossible to enter the city except by following the village's team. The village organized a trip to the city for supplies only once a year. Lu Wei had been here for half a year and had missed the chance to enter the city. It was only during this escape that he realized this world was not simple. Fortunately, their village was on the road south, and the news was relatively timely. Otherwise, they might not even know to escape, and would have become food for the beasts, clueless and ignorant. There are countless villages like this. What are you looking at? Get lost. Just as Lu Wei's thoughts drifted, a scornful shout brought him back to reality. Looking up, he saw a guard with a knife at his waist, dressed in thin and agile clothing, looking at him with disdain, as if he were a stray dog. Lu Wei remained silent, calmly turning away and walking aside. Although he was displeased, he could only endure. Such guards were martial artists, not ordinary people like him could provoke. Otherwise, with so much food in the merchant convoy, and only over 100 people, wouldn't there be someone wanting to rob this convoy among so many refugees? Yes, how could that not happen? At the start of the escape, someone incited the crowd to try to rob the convoy. The result was thousands rushing in together, and within a quarter of an hour there were corpses everywhere. Of those thousands, more than half didn't make it back. Even so, the convoy owner didn't let them off. Under pursuit, none of those who participated in the robbery escaped. Many innocent bystanders who didn't participate also died. Lu Wei had witnessed the terror of martial artists. Their speed was beyond what ordinary people could react to. A sword swept through, and over a dozen people were cleaved in half, their entrails spilling everywhere, making his face turn pale at the sight. Therefore, he dared not provoke these martial artists who existed in a completely different realm from ordinary people. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young when they're poor, and don't bully the middle-aged when they're poor. Wait until I become prosperous in the future and see how I'll deal with you. After the merchant convoy moved far away, Lu Wei continued forward. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. The merchant convoy stopped in place, beginning to prepare for camping. Lu Wei also took Lu Xiaoxiao, finding a secluded and wind-sheltered spot to stop and prepare to start a fire for camping. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! The host consumed 1 point of stamina for the return target gift, triggering a return reward, 10 points of stamina. This actually works. The sudden system notification left Lu Wei both surprised and delighted. He never expected that simply walking with the little girl would be considered a gift. If he had known, he would have kept walking all night with the little girl. Just as he was filled with regret, he suddenly felt a warm current emerging within his body, beginning to circulate throughout. Moreover, the warm current started to circulate faster throughout his body, and his heart began to beat more powerfully, to the point where Lu Wei could hear the thumping sound resembling a drum. Next, his skin began to redden and heat up, resembling a steamed crab emanating heat. This scene startled the nearby Lu Xiaoxiao. She exclaimed, "Brother, what's wrong? Did someone cook you? Why are you smoking?" Lu Wei's face instantly turned a shade of dark red as he shot her a glare. "Keep your voice down, don't shout like that. Such matters must not be seen by others." But you're... Lu Xiaoxiao looked at her brother, who was starting to emit white smoke from his head, frightened and at a loss. "It's nothing, don't worry. I'm just a bit tired. I'll be fine in a moment." Indeed, after a while, Lu Wei felt the temperature start to drop. Though he still felt somewhat warm, it no longer felt like he was being cooked. He clenched his fist, feeling an endless surge of strength. Lu Wei quickly opened the system to check the changes. Host Lu Wei, age 18, root bone, 51 comprehension, 55 physique, 15 vitality, 66. 6 spirit, 11 free attributes, 0 system level 115, bound target Lu Xiaoxiao, click to expand, omitted. His physique had reached 15 points, 3 times the original. No wonder the reaction was so intense. Moreover, Lu Wei discovered that the increase in physique not only made his body stronger, but also resulted in a noticeable enhancement in strength, speed, and various other aspects. It seems that physique affects the overall physical quality, making it the most crucial attribute. Lu Wei tried lifting the sled and found it extremely easy. Even his punches whooshed through the air with force, becoming more powerful and swift. He felt that with his current speed and strength, even barehanded, he could defeat those two guys. He had a nagging feeling that those two had ulterior motives for bringing the rice. Moreover, their various actions raised many suspicions. However, with his current strength, he should find an opportunity to deal with them. Leaving them be only left him feeling uneasy. After all, there's no such thing as a thief who can steal for 1,000 days without being caught. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, the other party shared the same thought as him. Continuing to check the system interface, Lu Wei realized that not only had his stamina doubled, but all his various statuses had also been fully restored, as if his character in a game had leveled up. This feeling of being fully charged was invigorating and extremely pleasant. Next, Lu Wei carefully reviewed the rules regarding returns. These rules had many restrictions. Firstly, at level 1, only one target could be bound. Moreover, this one target only had one opportunity for return per day. The items gifted could not far exceed the target's strength, nor could they be of high value, and there were limits on quantity as well. As for the return multiplier, it was calculated based on the target's score. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei opened Lu Xiaoxiao's information interface. Name Lu Xiaoxiao. Age 7 years old, root bone 80, comprehension 76, physique 34, cultivation none, appearance too young to be calculated. Figure too young to be calculated. Talent none, affinity 100, too young to be calculated, comprehensive score 77. 5. Meeting the binding requirements, already bound, return multiplier 10. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao's comprehension and root bone, Lu Wei felt quite uncomfortable comparing it to his own. He had thought he was doing well, but unexpectedly this little girl surpassed him by so much. With her frail body resembling a bean sprout, how could she have such high root bone and comprehension? However, the 100 affinity made him feel very gratified. It seemed he hadn't doted on the girl for nothing. The little girl's comprehensive score was 77. 5. Hence the return multiplier is 10. Lu Wei glanced at the return rules. A comprehensive score of 50 grants a return multiplier of 2, a score of 60 grants 5 times, a score of 70 grants 10 times, a score of 80 grants 20 times, a score of 90 grants 50 times, a score of 100 grants 100 times. The calculation for the score is quite simple based on root bone, comprehension, appearance, figure, and affinity. Items obtained from returns cannot be gifted to others for further returns. Moreover, an item can only be given to a target once that will not return if given a second time. This means that after Lu Wei gifted Lu Xiaoxiao his blood, any further gifts of blood to her would not yield a return. However, he could gift it to others, but it could not be a reward obtained from a return. He must use his own blood. Though there are quite a few restrictions, they mainly serve to prevent infinite bugs from repeating. Therefore, even with these limitations, the help to Lu Wei is immense. Now at level 1, he only needs to return 4 more times, which is 4 days, to upgrade to level 2. He wondered what changes would occur then. After closing the system, Lu Wei routinely surveyed his surroundings for any potential dangers. After all, safety is paramount while camping in the wilderness. If there are often ferocious beasts lurking around, he would need to change locations. However, what Lu Wei did not expect was that instead of spotting a beast, he discovered a person lurking on a nearby hillside, secretly watching him. Had it not been for the enhancement of his physique, which improved his overall physical quality, he might not have noticed that person. Lu Wei glanced over, and to avoid alerting the other party, he did not continue to look, pretending not to see, and circled around before returning to his campsite. Then Lu Wei took out the wooden boards from the sled and built a simple wooden bed on it. He then used a large piece of patched fabric as a tent, covering the sled with it. He laid a layer of straw on the wooden board, followed by a layer of old clothes, and finally a blanket, completing the bed for sleeping at night. At night, he could place a charcoal stove under the sled to heat the wooden board, warming the bedding. However, he had to be careful that the charcoal fire was not too fierce, otherwise it could lead to a roasting situation. Having sorted everything, the temperature inside the tent gradually rose. "Brother, what are we having for dinner tonight?" the little girl asked, her eyes instinctively glancing at the bag of millet beside them. "What? Are you hungry?" Lu Wei smiled as he hugged the little girl, rubbing her small face. Feeling her thin little cheeks, Lu Wei felt a pang of sorrow. "I'm okay, not very hungry." Just as the little girl finished speaking, her stomach let out a loud growl. "Don't worry, just wait a bit longer, we can eat after midnight." Although the little girl did not understand why they had to wait until midnight to eat, she sensibly did not make a fuss and simply lay quietly in her bed. Staying still was the only way to conserve energy and avoid hunger. Although Lu Wei felt a pang of heartache, he had no choice. That half a caddy of millet was meant as a seed to return the reward. Not a single grain could be wasted before the return. Losing even 1 grain equated to losing 10. Time passed unknowingly, and in the darkness, apart from the occasional chirping of birds, it was eerily quiet. Despite thousands of people camping nearby, hardly anyone spoke. When a person is truly hungry, they do not wish to talk. Everyone wore a look of numbness, lying silently in the snow as if waiting for death to arrive. Some had lain down and would never get up again. As time ticked by, Lu Wei glanced at the countdown on the system interface. Midnight had passed, and the new return opportunity had refreshed. Lu Wei immediately took out the millet and stuffed it into Lu Xiaoxiao's arms. Xiao Xiao, this half a caddy of millet is a gift from your brother. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was about to fall asleep in her bed, was momentarily stunned by Lu Wei's sudden gesture and did not react for a while. Seeing the girl in a daze, Lu Wei hurriedly urged her, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and take it. Don't you want to eat?" Lu Xiaoxiao instinctively took it, thinking her brother wanted her to cook. To her surprise, as soon as she accepted the millet, her brother snatched it back. "All right, just lie there. He'll go make you some porridge." Looking at her empty hands in confusion, Lu Xiaoxiao stared at her brother's retreating figure and slowly muttered, "Is he out of his mind?" Ding. The host has gifted Lu Xiaoxiao half a caddy of millet soaked in mind-confusing herb juice, triggering a 10x return reward, earning 5 caddies of millet and 1 caddy of mind-confusing herb juice. Upon seeing this return reward, Lu Wei couldn't help but sneer. It was just as he expected. These two had ulterior motives, and he naturally knew what that mind-confusing herb juice was. The mind-confusing herb is a type of drug with very significant effects, typically used for hunting or by some nefarious individuals during their misdeeds. This substance only requires a small amount to incapacitate a wild boar. If there was even an ounce mixed in that half a caddy of millet, if he and Lu Xiaoxiao consumed it, they would sleep for 3 days and nights without waking. In fact, from the moment that guy delivered the millet and left, despite his respectful demeanor, one could notice many flaws if they paid attention. Firstly, if he was here to make amends, how could he not even ask for their names? Moreover, Lu Wei would not believe that a shameless rogue who would even eat human flesh would be willing to part with half a caddy of grain to curry favor with an ordinary person like him, unless they could gain something of greater value from him. And the only thing of greater value than that half a caddy of millet was the two siblings themselves. As he suspected, there was indeed an issue with the millet. Fortunately, the system returned these 2 items separately. Although that half a caddy was inedible, the 5 caddies returned were perfectly fine, and they even received an extra caddy of mind-confusing herb juice, which was not cheap. 5 caddies of millet, if rationed, could last the 2 of them for 5 days. However, after those 5 days, they would have to face hunger again, so he needed to think of a way to secure a stable food source within that time. Looking at the half a caddy of spiced millet, Lu Wei revealed a thoughtful expression. This could be useful in some way. He lit a fire and started cooking the millet porridge. After finishing this, Lu Wei went to the edge of the nearby forest with a bit of the spiced millet, clearing a patch of ground and scattering some millet on the ground. Having done all this, Lu Wei returned to the fire to continue cooking the porridge about 100 meters away from him on a small mound. 2 sneaky figures lay hidden in the snow, watching intently. Seeing Lu Wei finally start to cook porridge, Ma San and Qin Shi let out a sigh of relief. This kid really has some perseverance, managing to hold out until now to cook. Qin Shi muttered, feeling as if he would freeze solid after lying in the snow all night. Ma San sneered, "It seems this kid isn't stupid. He must suspect that the millet is problematic. However, suspicion is useless. I don't believe he can resist once he gets desperate. When a person is hungry, they won't just suspect. Even if they know the millet is problematic, they will still be unable to resist eating it." Qin Shi gave Ma San a thumbs up, saying, "Brother San, I have to say your strategy is truly brilliant." Ma San, feeling a bit proud, lectured, "Remember, when you're out in the world, being ruthless and tough isn't enough. You need to be smart too. Brother San, look. That kid has finished cooking and seems to be bringing it inside to eat. Don't rush, just wait a bit longer. He won't escape. With that much mind-confusing herb juice, even 10 wild boars could be taken down. As long as he eats it, he won't wake up for a while." On Lu Wei's side, he finished cooking the porridge and called for Lu Xiaoxiao to start eating. Wow, half a caddy of millet made this much porridge. Seeing the pot filled with golden millet porridge, Lu Xiaoxiao could hardly contain her saliva. She could hardly remember the last time she had eaten millet. You can't eat too much late at night. Just have 1 bowl and go back to sleep. The rest we'll save for breakfast tomorrow. With their food supply limited, they had to ration. It was enough not to be hungry. Wanting to fill up was too indulgent. Soon Lu Xiaoxiao finished a bowl of porridge, reluctantly returned to her bed, and lay down to sleep. Lu Wei also drank a bowl, but did not take any more. He was now filled with energy, his blood and qi abundant at the peak of his physical condition. Eating a bit was just to barely sustain his energy. After finishing his meal, Lu Wei tidied up a bit and quietly exited the tent. With the fire extinguished, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint starlight reflecting off the white snow. Avoiding the gaze of the 2 people on the mountainside, Lu Wei hid in a snowdrift not far from the tent entrance, covering himself entirely with snow. In this darkness, a regular person's vision was extremely limited. However, for Lu Wei, it didn't affect him much. Although he couldn't see as clearly as during the day, he was still far superior to ordinary people. Lu Wei lay in the snow for over an hour before spotting 2 figures walking towards him from a distance. The 2 were moving slowly, making almost no sound underfoot. Seeing the approaching figures, a cold smile appeared on Lu Wei's face. Just as expected, it was the two of them. These two acted quickly. He hadn't even sought them out yet, they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. The two arrived at the tent entrance, exchanged glances, and one cautiously used a stick to lift the tent flap. The other raised the stick in his hand, preparing to strike down. At that moment, Lu Wei moved. Miss Captain Lin just delivered a golden pheasant. Would you prefer it braised or in soup? The young lady frowned slightly. Let's go with the soup. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Xiao Baihe replied with a smile as she stepped back. Wait a moment. Xiao Baihe paused, slightly taken aback. The young lady looked at her, her tone calm. Next time, without my permission, you must not casually accept other people's things. After all, in this environment, the guard team has it hard too. But Captain Lin, Xiao Baihe attempted to protest. The young lady interrupted directly. Do as I say. Her stunningly beautiful face turned cold. Understood. Xiao Baihe did not dare to say more and quickly agreed. You can go now. At your command. Xiao Baihe exited the carriage, her expression fluctuating. Ultimately, she shot a resentful glance at the carriage before turning to prepare the chicken soup. However, just as she approached a tent near the kitchen, the tent's flap suddenly opened, and a hand swift as lightning grabbed her, pulling her directly into the tent. Just as Xiao Baihe was about to scream, her mouth was covered. When she saw the face so close to her, her struggling body instantly softened. You little vixen, your reaction is a bit too exaggerated, don't you think? Xiao Baihe shyly leaned into the person's embrace, playfully tapping their shoulder. You scoundrel, you scare me to death. I thought I was facing a villain. I think you were just hoping to meet someone, weren't you? Ha. The person laughed, their hands playfully squeezing. If you don't come find me soon, I'll really go get you a hat. The man suddenly grabbed Xiao Baihe's hair and scolded fiercely. Good, you little slut, kneel down for me. His scoundrel, always belittling me. A moment later. What did your young lady say? The man asked while tidying his clothes. This time she accepted it, but warned me to inform her next time. Xiao Baihe replied weakly as she slumped on the ground. This woman is really hard to deal with. Not hard to deal with, but she can't manage such a large estate. Soon enough, in 10 days at most, she and that estate will belong to us both. The man's eyes revealed unmasked greed. Xiao Lin, will you abandon me after you get the young lady? Xiao Baihe looked at him with a pitiful expression. How could that be? I will love you for a lifetime. Now hurry and prepare the chicken soup. I have things to attend to, so I'll leave first. Saying this, he exited the tent and vanished into the night. Once the man named Xiao Lin left, the originally weak Xiao Baihe suddenly sat up from the blanket. Then she muttered disdainfully, silver plating on a rusty gun barrel, making me act so hard. Meanwhile, outside the young lattice carriage, a one-armed man stood quietly in the shadows. Uncle Luo, has the matter been investigated clearly? Replying to the young lady, it has been clarified. It is the second young master colluding with mountain bandits, intending to keep you forever in Yongzhou, and Lin Xiaolin has also been bribed by the second young master. However, he seems to have greater ambitions, wanting to control the entire Yang family through you, young lady. Inside the carriage, silence lingered for a long time. Then let's keep him for now. After reaching Yunzhou, we will deal with him, and at that time we will replace this batch of guards. Additionally, select some talented individuals from the refugees behind us for training. The family needs a continuous stream of fresh blood. Understood. Chen Shi cautiously lifted the tent flap with a stick while Ma San hid aside, raising his stick high, ready to strike if that kid woke up. However, until the tent flap was completely opened, there was no movement. Seeing this, both men breathed a sigh of relief and lowered their wooden sticks, realizing that the kid must have drunk too much porridge and fallen into a deep sleep. However, just as they were about to enter the tent, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from behind them. Lu Wei's face twisted with rage as he swung his machete fiercely towards Ma San's neck. The reason he chose Ma San rather than the more robust Chen Shi was that he recognized Chen Shi as a simpleton, all brawn and no brains. While Ma San was cunning and full of mischief, such a person was the most dangerous. Neither of them noticed someone approaching from behind, and by the time they heard the noise and turned around, it was already too late. PFF. Chen Shi felt a warm and sticky substance splatter across his face, carrying a strong metallic smell. He witnessed Ma San's head slowly sliding off his neck and falling to the ground. In an instant, an extreme fear spread from his heart, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. And it was this very moment that cost him his life. Chen Shi only saw a slender shadow flash before him, and after a dizzying spin, he fell into eternal darkness. Huff, huff, huff. Lu Wei panted heavily, his heart pounding violently. He too felt tense just then, though he had killed before. Such matters were still difficult to adapt to in a short time. However, this time his response was much stronger than before. After resting for a while, Lu Wei dragged the two bodies outside, stripped them of their clothes, and found plenty of items on them. Surprisingly, there was a good amount of silver and gold jewelry. After rummaging through, Lu Wei covered the two corpses with snow and left them alone. He rekindled the fire, boiled some snow water, washed up briefly, and then returned to the tent to sleep. Perhaps due to the excitement earlier, his mental energy was somewhat depleted, and Lu Wei fell asleep shortly after lying down. However, his strong physique allowed for a rapid recovery in all aspects. After sleeping for a few hours, as dawn broke, Lu Wei got up. He rekindled the fire and took out the leftover millet porridge from last night to heat it up for breakfast. Soon the porridge was ready, and Lu Wei called Lu Xiaoxiao to wake up and eat. "Brother, did someone come last night again?" Seeing the large bloodstains at the entrance, Lu Xiaoxiao blinked and asked. Lu Wei nodded, responding with an affirmative grunt. "Was it those two people from yesterday afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei looked up in surprise at the girl. "How did you know?" "Just a guess. Those two clearly weren't good people, and since we're not officials, how could anyone be delivering food to us at this time?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Even this girl noticed, yet those two thought he wouldn't pick up on it. After finishing breakfast, Lu Wei instructed Lu Xiaoxiao to tidy up while he went to the spot where he scattered the millet yesterday. Yesterday, he had heard birds chirping nearby and planned to use the millet soaked in the sedative juice to see if he could catch a few birds. To Lu Wei's delight, he saw something lying on the cleared ground from a distance. As he approached, he realized it wasn't a bird, but two large field mice. Lu Wei hurriedly picked up the two field mice, instantly beaming with joy. These two field mice were exceptionally large and plump, each weighing at least 2 pounds. Now this was great, they actually had meat to eat. Lu Wei quickly glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then snapped the necks of the two field mice and tucked them into his coat before returning to the camp. "Brother, where have you been?" Seeing Lu Wei's sneaky demeanor, Lu Xiaoxiao felt that her brother's condition might have worsened again. Lu Wei chuckled, not saying a word. He had already hidden two field mice, ensuring that the little girl did not see them lest she start worrying again. He was just waiting for the opportunity to refresh and take them out, giving her a surprise. "I went to relieve myself," Lu Wei casually said. "Brother, you can't do that. We've just had 2 hearty meals, how can you dare to relieve yourself? That's too extravagant." Lu Wei. Well, it seemed that relieving oneself was indeed a luxury for them. Alright, I got it. I just couldn't hold it anymore. Let's go, it's time to set off." Picking up the sled again, Lu Wei felt much lighter. In the past, he would have to take a break after pulling for about half an hour. Now he could pull straight until noon without breaking a sweat. The enhancement of his physique meant an overall improvement in his physical quality, with all aspects of his body strengthened. At this moment, Lu Wei's combat power was not much inferior, even compared to an average novice warrior. It was as if that guard from yesterday who told him to scram was not much stronger than Lu Wei in terms of physical quality. What he lacked might just be combat experience and specialized skills of a warrior. Of course, Lu Wei certainly did not dare to confront the guard team. He could only think about it in his heart and curse a few times. However, even if he really dared, he wouldn't have the chance today. Because today the person responsible for bringing up the rear of the guard team had changed. It was a somewhat weathered uncle. This uncle had only one hand with several scars on his face, and one scar even crossed over his eye. He held a long knife in his hand, and his single eye had a piercing gaze, seemingly radiating a killing intent. Unlike the killing intent Lu Wei exhibited when he was desperate, the uncle's killing intent seemed to seep from his bones, making anyone he looked at feel chilled to the bone. Sensing that this uncle was not to be trifled with, Lu Wei did not dare to approach the merchant caravan too closely, merely following from a distance. However, to his surprise, as he tried to hide, that uncle approached him. Lu Wei was pulling the sled, lost in thought, when suddenly a shadow blocked his path, startling him. Looking up, he saw the one-eyed, one-armed uncle scrutinizing him, making him feel a chill. "Excuse me, uncle, do you need something?" Lu Wei looked at the suddenly appeared uncle with some wariness. Although the people in this merchant caravan had never actively troubled them refugees. However, just because they didn't does not mean they wouldn't. One must remain vigilant. The uncle glanced at Lu Wei and then asked, "A warrior?" His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against stone. Lu Wei looked blankly at the uncle before pointing at his own nose. "A warrior? Me? I've never practiced martial arts." The uncle furrowed his brows at these words, seemingly puzzled. With such robust vitality, even reaching the level of blood energy surging, how could he not be a warrior? However, to say he was a warrior judging by his footsteps, it did not seem so. Clearly strong yet lacking in order, he indeed did not resemble a warrior. However, the uncle's frown quickly relaxed. Whether or not he was a warrior wouldn't a test reveal it. Whoosh. The one-eyed uncle directly drew his long knife and swung it at Lu Wei. Lu Wei's expression changed when he saw the knife being drawn. Now that the knife was out, he surely wasn't intending to invite him to dinner. Damn, was this guy crazy? He hadn't provoked him and was quite far from the merchant caravan. Oh, why was he attacking him? However, there was no time for him to think further. Lu Wei quickly took 2 steps back to create distance while drawing out the firewood knife he always carried. Although he did not know why the other party was attacking him, since it had come to blows, he could not just stand there and surrender. What, just a warrior? Did he really think he was afraid of him? Well, honestly, he was a bit scared inside. Just a moment ago, he had been fantasizing about beating up that warrior who had insulted him yesterday. But when it came to actually fighting a warrior, he still felt uncertain. The one-armed warrior's strike came incredibly fast, like a silver flash of light, carrying a chilling, killing intent swiftly coming down upon Lu Wei. Lu Wei had never felt death so close to him. At this moment, he truly regretting why he had to stay so close to the merchant caravan. Camping a little later wouldn't have killed him. He regretted not realizing sooner that this world was a cultivation world. If he had some cultivation, he wouldn't be in this situation today. However, it was too late to regret now. He could only fight with all his might, even knowing it might mean death. Instinctively, he raised the firewood knife to block. Clang, clang, clang. Although he was struck by a single blow, there were 3 consecutive impacts. Lu Wei only felt his arm go numb, instantly unable to grip the firewood knife, which fell to the ground. However, the middle-aged warrior did not let up just because he had dropped his weapon. The knife light shifted, heading straight for his neck. If this strike hit, Lu Wei would definitely join the ranks of the fallen. In a moment of desperation, Lu Wei performed a clumsy roll, dodging to the side just in time. However, as he attempted to get back up and escape, he felt a heavy kick to his backside, sending him face down in the snow. The cold snowflakes touched his face, and Lu Wei's heart turned to ice. Damn it, in the next life, he would definitely cultivate hard until he reached the peak, never to be bullied again, never to die in such a pathetic manner. Just when Lu Wei thought he was doomed, a childish voice suddenly rang out behind him. Don't hurt my brother. Hearing this, Lu Wei quickly turned around and shouted, Xiao Xiao, run. Saying this, he lunged forward and grabbed the middle-aged man's leg, trying to stop him from chasing after Xiao Xiao. He knew he had no way out, but he had to buy Xiao Xiao a slim chance of survival. Although he knew in his heart that for a little girl like Xiao Xiao to escape from a warrior was nearly impossible. But there was nothing more he could do. Lu Wei had never felt so much hatred for his own powerlessness, so much resentment for his low abilities as he did today. He finally understood that in the world of warriors, strength was everything. With strength, one could kill and dominate others at will. Without strength, one was like fish on a chopping block waiting to be slaughtered. Bastard, let go of my brother. Lu Xiao Xiao did not run away, as she directly picked up the firewood knife Lu Wei had dropped and rushed at the middle-aged warrior like a madwoman. However, how could such a small child possibly harm an adult warrior? The one-eyed warrior effortlessly snatched the hatchet from Lu Xiaoxiao's hand, pressing it against her little head to prevent her from advancing. Trapped, Lu Xiao Xiao did not give up, clawing and biting like a mad creature. Oh! The one-armed warrior paused slightly, as if he had discovered something. His expression betrayed a hint of surprise. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lu Wei opened his mouth wide and bit down on the calf of the one-armed warrior. The one-armed warrior winced in pain. He was a warrior, not a deity, and being bitten hurt. At this moment, he could no longer pay attention to Lu Xiao Xiao and turned to seize Lu Wei's mouth, forcing him to let go. Then he directly grabbed Lu Wei by the back of his shirt and tossed him into the nearby snow. Brother! Lu Xiao Xiao shouted in alarm and quickly ran towards Lu Wei. Though covered in snow, Lu Wei didn't have time to think much. He hurriedly stood up, protecting Lu Xiao Xiao behind him, his face filled with vigilance as he watched the one-armed warrior not far away. He was constantly pondering escape strategies. However, the next words from the one-armed warrior left him dumbfounded. Do you want to worship me as your master? To learn martial arts? Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback. What does that mean? Wasn't he trying to kill me? Could it be that the earlier confrontation was a test for accepting disciples? That seemed plausible. Although it felt dangerous earlier, neither he nor Xiao Xiao was injured. Given this warrior's strength, if he truly intended to kill them, they would have been long gone. Master, please allow your disciple to bow to you. After understanding, Lu Wei wasted no time and knelt on the ground, starting to knock his head on the ground. Although it was just a test, the feeling of helpless despair was real. He never wanted to experience that again in his life. Therefore, as long as he could bring me to cultivate, it wouldn't matter if I kneeled to worship you, I'd even be willing to call you my godfather. They say a man's knees hold gold. Well, what's wrong with spending a little of my own? However, the next words from the one-eyed warrior embarrassed him. He glanced at Lu Wei and said flatly, I wasn't talking about you, I was asking about the little girl. Lu Wei, damn it, did I just bow for nothing? No, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Master, look, Xiao Xiao is still too young and needs someone to take care of her. I'm her only family, so she can't leave me. Why don't you just take me in as well? Rest assured, I will diligently practice martial arts and not embarrass you. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and said, Your aptitude is average. Even if you work hard, your future achievements will be limited. Master, I have no lofty aspirations of becoming the world's greatest expert. I just hope that if I encounter a situation like today again, I won't be completely defenseless. Lu Wei spoke with conviction, his expression earnest. Today's events had a profound impact on him. At this point, it was already the noon break, and there were many onlookers gathered around. The middle-aged man glanced at the crowd and finally nodded. Follow me, he said, turning to walk towards the nearby woods. Lu Wei's expression was filled with joy as he hurriedly pulled Lu Xiao Xiao along to follow. The onlooking refugees, seeing the siblings taken in as disciples by the warrior, were filled with envy and jealousy. To become a disciple of a warrior, at the very least they wouldn't have to suffer hunger every day like the others. Some watched Lu Wei and Xiaoxiao's retreating figures, their eyes swirling with thoughts, as if plotting something. The one-armed warrior brought Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao to the edge of the forest. He then took out a delicate dagger from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xiaoxiao. I didn't prepare anything for you, so this can serve as a token of our first meeting. Lu Xiaoxiao reached out to accept it, saying, "Thank you, master." Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao received a token, Lu Wei quickly followed suit and said, "Thank you, master," looking at him expectantly. However, it seemed the one-armed warrior didn't hear him and continued speaking to himself. "Before teaching you martial arts, there are some things I need to clarify. After you listen, then consider whether to worship me as your master. You all know that I am the guard of this merchant convoy, and this convoy belongs to the Yang family. I am also a member of the Yang family. The Yang family has been very kind to me, so unless something unexpected happens, I will always be with the Yang family. If you choose to worship me as your master, although you won't have to be loyal to the Yang family for life like I am, I hope you can lend a hand when the Yang family is in need. Of course, if you want to join the Yang family, that would be even better. The Yang family can not only provide you with cultivation resources, but also access to various martial arts from their treasury. Since ancient times, practicing martial arts has always been an extremely costly endeavor. Without resources, let alone martial arts techniques, you can't even afford pills for body tempering or replenishing your energy, so how can you cultivate? I suggest you join the Yang family, so you can focus solely on your cultivation. Of course, how you ultimately choose is up to you. There is no rush." After hearing this, Lu Wei understood what was going on. He nodded and said, "Master, rest assured we will consider it carefully." Consider? Who would want to be someone else's lifelong servant? Although the status of warriors is not comparable to that of servants. But ultimately one is still bound by others. Anyone with a bit of ambition wouldn't choose this path. Of course, before obtaining the system, Lu Wei might have considered it, as a lifetime of job security isn't bad. But now with the system, the future holds limitless potential. As long as he keeps a low profile and develops steadily, one day he will dominate the world. At that time, he could eat whatever he wanted, be it raw or cooked. He could sleep with whomever he pleased regardless of gender. Why would he want to be a guard? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for a transmigrator? My name is Luo Yin. I am not a martial arts master, just a veteran who survived the battlefield. So all I can teach you are some basic body tempering methods and combat techniques from the battlefield. If you want to learn more advanced martial arts and cultivation techniques in the future, you'll need to find your own way. And these techniques are generally held by great families or city lords. Whether you can learn them depends on your own abilities. Lu Wei nodded, indicating he understood. He discerned that this bargain of a master was subtly trying to persuade them to join the Yang family. Joining was out of the question. First, he needed to grasp the techniques. However, the grace of imparting skills today would surely be repaid if the opportunity arose in the future. Alright, next I will teach you the basic body tempering method. This is a foundational technique that utilizes your own energy to refine your body and step into the martial way. Lu Wei watched seriously as Luo Yin demonstrated the body tempering method. The method consisted of stance training, fist techniques, and body techniques. It was a hodgepodge of body training techniques similar to gymnastics, yoga, and martial arts from his past life, combined with a unique breathing method. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Yin completed the demonstration of the body tempering method. How is it? Did you learn it? Lu Wei felt a bit lost upon hearing this. Learn it. It takes me several classes just to learn a set of morning exercises. You have only demonstrated it once, and you expect me to learn it. However, to his surprise, Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and said cheerfully, I got it. What? Is there really such a big difference between a comprehension of 76 and 55? Lu Wei was somewhat dumbfounded. Luo Yin nodded in approval at Lu Xiaoxiao, then turned to look at Lu Wei. Now you understand why I didn't want to take you as my disciple earlier, right? Your root bone is average and your comprehension isn't much better. For a martial artist, both root bone and comprehension are indispensable. Xiaoxiao, come demonstrate it for a bit while you watch from the side. The latter part was directed at Lu Wei. Lu Xiaoxiao began to demonstrate seriously, and although there were some mistakes, she managed to complete all the movements. Luo Yin occasionally pointed out a few things from the side, his expression growing increasingly satisfied. As for Lu Wei, he had long been forgotten. After teaching for an hour, the merchant team had already moved quite far, and the three finally stopped. Alright, let's call it a day for now. After returning, Xiaoxiao doesn't need to work too hard. You are still young, just practice once a day. Otherwise your body will set, and you won't grow taller in the future. After instructing Lu Xiaoxiao, Luo Yin turned his gaze back to Lu Wei. The gentle expression he had just shown vanished, replaced with undisguised disdain. As for you, take good care of Xiaoxiao, and put in some effort, you can learn from her more. Once you master this set of body strengthening techniques, I will teach you the art of combat. Let's go, we need to catch up with the main group. Although they were delayed by an hour, Lu Wei had great stamina, and pulling Lu Xiaoxiao along was no trouble at all. Luo Yin, being a martial artist, quickly caught up with the main group. Luo Yin instructed the two of them and promised to check on them again during the evening camp. Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao leisurely followed the merchant team, continuing forward. 2 hours later the sky darkened, marking the end of the day's journey. The merchant team stopped and began to set up camp and defenses. Lu Wei took Lu Xiaoxiao and found a spot away from the refugee camp to set up their tent. While this posed a danger of encountering wild beasts, they wouldn't be discovered while eating. A common man is innocent but carries the guilt of wealth. If those refugees found out they still had food, they might scheme against them. Although Lu Wei wasn't afraid now, he also didn't want to draw attention. It's better to avoid trouble. Moreover, he wasn't necessarily scared of wild beasts. Perhaps it would be a good thing, as he wouldn't have to worry about meat in the future. Of course, if they encountered a demon beast, there would be nowhere to hide. Not to mention him, even an average martial artist would face peril in the presence of a demon beast. After setting up the tent, Lu Wei took some millet and went into the woods. He found a patch of empty ground and cleared it up, sprinkling a bit of the mind-confusing grass juice over the millet. Today he had caught 2 giant field mice, and he was full of anticipation for what he might find tomorrow. After setting up the traps, Lu Wei returned to the camp to begin preparing dinner. Since he hadn't eaten lunch today, Lu Wei boiled more porridge than usual. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at the pot filled with millet, her big adorable eyes wide with questions. "Brother, where did you get so much rice?" She remembered that the two people had only given them half a jean of millet, which they finished that night. She had thought she would go hungry tonight, but unexpectedly her brother had brought back so much rice that it left her stunned. Naturally, Lu Wei wouldn't tell her about the system, instead using a common phrase to comfort a child. "What are you asking so much for? Just eat your food. Come on, while the porridge isn't ready yet, you teach me the body strengthening technique first." Lu Wei fully embraced the admirable tradition of asking questions without shame. He began to ask Lu Xiaoxiao about the body strengthening technique. This set of movements, while complex, wasn't too difficult if one was determined to remember it. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoxiao wouldn't have remembered most of it after just one demonstration. With Lu Xiaoxiao's guidance, Lu Wei spent half an hour and memorized half of it. He figured that after eating and practicing for a bit more, he would almost have it fully memorized. "The porridge is ready, let's eat first." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy. "Yay, time to eat, time to eat." Lu Wei shot her a glare, saying, "Lower your voice, do you want everyone to know we have food?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately covered her mouth and looked around warily. Children from poor families mature early. In this era, children like Lu Xiaoxiao, age 7 or 8, understood many things. This disaster has made her realize many truths. "All right, let's eat. After dinner, continue teaching me to practice." In this icy and snowy world, having a bowl of steaming millet porridge to eat is an incredibly happy thing. Despite her small stature, Lu Xiaoxiao quickly finished her bowl of porridge, licking it clean, even better than if it had been washed. "Brother, I'm full." Although she said this, her eyes were still fixated on the porridge pot, revealing everything. Seeing this, Lu Wei directly took her bowl, filled it up again, and said, "Eat up. Today's training consumed a lot of energy, so you need to eat well." There were still a few jean of rice at home, and they hadn't yet returned the 2 large field mice. They didn't have to worry about food for a short while, so Lu Wei certainly wouldn't let his sister go hungry. As the siblings were enjoying their meal, a figure approached from a distance. "Are you eating? I was going to bring you something to eat, but I didn't expect you two to have already eaten." Luo Yin looked at the porridge in the pot, surprised. He knew all too well what the situation was with the refugees. If they were fortunate enough to eat grass roots and tree bark, that was already considered good. He hadn't expected these 2 siblings to be able to cook porridge. Lu Wei reached out and took the cloth bag Luo Yin was holding, grinning as he said, "It's great to have a master. Thanks to you for still thinking of us, otherwise we would have gone without food tomorrow. Rest assured, Master Xiao Xiao, and I will definitely be good to you in the future." Saying this, Lu Wei opened the bag and was instantly delighted. The bag was filled with steamed buns, about 10 or so. With this many buns plus the return of the field mice, they would have enough to eat for over 10 days. Luo Yin shot Lu Wei a displeased glance. "All right, stop with the sweet talk. A martial artist can't go hungry. In a couple of days, if there's an opportunity, I'll get some meat for you. For now, just manage with this. After all, these things belong to the Yang family. Given the current harsh conditions, I can't take too much. However, ensuring that you 2 siblings are fed is no problem. Just hold on for less than a month. Once we reach Yunzhou City, everything will get better." "Master, do we have less than a month to reach Yunzhou?" After traveling for over 2 months, Lu Wei felt it was too tough. Hearing that they would be in Yunzhou in a month made him feel much more relaxed. As the command was issued, Lu Wei immediately felt his blood circulating rapidly within him, akin to a roaring river rushing forth. His body began to heat up under the accelerated flow of blood. Lu Wei's skin started to redden at a visible rate. Before long, it appeared as if he had been doused with boiling water. The snow around where he sat began to melt rapidly, as if it had encountered a fire. The melted snow soaked Lu Wei's clothes, only to be quickly evaporated, releasing large plumes of steam. Once the 5 points of vitality were fully replenished, everything returned to calm, leaving behind a patch of melted snow that revealed the dark earth. Lu Wei opened his eyes and surveyed himself. His first sensation was that he was no longer cold. In this icy world, he surprisingly felt little chill, just a slight coolness. Clenching his fist, his muscles bulged, and he faintly sensed the flow of his vitality. This sensation would gradually dissipate as his body adapted. Lu Wei got up and examined the traces he had made around him, hurriedly gathering some snow to smooth over the marks. After finishing this, he turned his attention to the second reward. The second reward was a chance to return something once more, but with a time limit. At first glance, this reward seemed of little value, merely allowing one item to be returned once. For example, if Lu Wei gave Lu Xiaoxiao 1 pound of meat, he would receive back 10 pounds. Previously, this returned 10 pounds of meat could not be given away again. Now with this chance to return, he could give away 1 pound of the 10 pounds of meat and still receive it back. Thus, returning it twice would turn 1 pound of meat into 20 pounds. It seemed not particularly useful. However, if this reward was utilized well, it could undoubtedly present a significant opportunity. What if he didn't use it for returning pork, but for something else? For instance, returning the body refining technique taught by his master, and then teaching this technique to Lu Rian. What would be returned? Lu Wei pondered for a moment, gradually forming an idea in his mind. However, there was no rush. He would discuss it later when he returned to the camp. As for the third reward, binding another person was expected. Lu Wei brought Lu Rian back precisely for this purpose. Without hesitation, Lu Wei first bound Lu Rian. The final detail was the refresh of the returning opportunity. Lu Wei thought for a moment that there was enough food for now, so he wasn't in a hurry to return anything. However, having too much food might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Thus, what he needed now was a weapon for self-defense. This thought reminded Lu Wei of his master's horse-slaying knife. If he could return that knife, he would surely obtain a precious blade. He hoped for an opportunity to ask his master if he could acquire one. Having organized everything, Lu Wei turned and entered the nearby woods. After relieving himself, he arrived at the spot where he had set the trap yesterday. From a distance, he seemed to see something at the trap, prompting him to hurry over for a closer look. He discovered it was a mouse, and a small one at that, weighing no more than 2 taels. The millet on the ground had all been consumed by the tiny mouse, leaving not a grain behind. Lu Wei helplessly picked up the little mouse. Such a small creature had devoured 1 tael of his millet, a considerable loss. He scrutinized the little mouse closely. The little mouse was pure white without a hint of color, its fur glossy and shining. Unfortunately, it was just a bit too small to constitute a full meal. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and it must not go to waste. Moreover, it had consumed a handful of his millet, so it definitely could not be spared. Seeing the little mouse was very dazed, Lu Wei simply picked it up and returned to the camp. When he arrived back, Lu Xiaoxiao had already awakened while Wu Xiaoyao was still asleep. Lu Rian, fearing that Lu Wei would be upset, attempted to wake the child, but was stopped by Lu Wei. She is still too young and has long been lacking in nutrition. She needs her sleep to recover her health. No one has ever cared for us like you do, Lu Rian thought, her eyes reddening with emotion. Wu La only knew how to hit them. No one had ever been as gentle and considerate as Lu Wei. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lu Rian did not speak, but turned to prepare washing water for Lu Wei, intending to repay this kindness with action. Ding, Lu Rian is very moved by your actions. Affection level 5. Brother, you caught a little mouse. It's white, so pretty, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight as she looked at the mouse in Lu Wei's hand. If you like it, it's yours. Lu Wei did not think much of it, and directly handed the little mouse to Lu Xiaoxiao. As soon as Lu Xiaoxiao reached out to take it, a system notification rang in Lu Wei's ear. Ding, the host has gifted the return target Lu Xiaoxiao a level 2 demon beast snow spirit mouse, gaining a return opportunity. Would you like to return it? Ding, the host and the gift target are at too low a level to return. Ding. 2 consecutive system notifications left Lu Wei stunned. This little mouse was actually a level 2 demon beast. Realizing this, Lu Wei immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Good lord, a level 2 demon beast. That's equivalent to a level 2 chi gathering realm warrior. With his small frame, 1 claw could crush him right. Watching Lu Xiaoxiao still fiddling with the little mouse, even attempting to wake it up, Lu Wei's cold sweat instantly poured down. Instinctively, he snatched the unconscious little mouse back from Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao felt emptiness in her hands and looked bewildered. When she looked up to see Lu Wei had taken it, her little face was filled with grievance as she glared at him with wide eyes, feeling quite upset. Not again. Looking at his sister's aggrieved face, Lu Wei said sternly, I just remembered that I need this little mouse for something. Later, brother will give you something even better, okay? As he spoke, Lu Wei patted Lu Xiaoxiao's little head and turned to run away with the little mouse. Outside, he cautiously examined the sleeping little mouse in his hand, his brow furrowed deeply. Such a tiny thing is actually a level 2 demon beast. This is outrageous. If it wakes up, my life will definitely be in danger. No, not just mine, probably the entire merchant convoy wouldn't have many who could handle it. Holding the little mouse carefully, Lu Wei dared not move at all, fearing it would awaken. He only hoped this little ancestral spirit would sleep a little longer and not wake up at this moment. However, holding it like this for long wasn't a solution. He needed to think of a way to deal with it. Kill it for meat. Demon beast meat is definitely a great tonic. The key is, can he kill it? What if he fails to kill it with one strike and ends up waking it up? That would mean his own death. Don't think such things are impossible. Demon beasts specialize in physical strength, making their bodies incredibly powerful. A level 2 demon beast is hardly harmed by ordinary swords and blades. Or rather, it would be very difficult for a novice like Lu Wei to inflict harm. Not to kill it, so should he let it go. But he can't bear to. A level 2 demon beast. Even though Lu Wei didn't know its exact value, he understood it was certainly worth a significant amount. Letting it go would be too regrettable. After much contemplation, Lu Wei gritted his teeth and stood up. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. A bird in the nest may die, but one that does not die lives forever. Let's do it. The two siblings laughed and played for a while before Lu Wei remembered the main issue. Girl, do you want to eat meat? Lu Xiaoxiao tilted her head in response. Meat. Human meat. I can give it a try. Lu Wei was speechless, not expecting that the girl had such a heavy taste. Not human meat, it's this, Lu Wei said as he pulled out 2 large field mice from beside the sled. Speaking of which, the field mice in this world were not ordinary. It was common to find ones weighing a pound or 2. Wow. Field mice. Brother, where did you find these? Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened at the sight of the 2 large field mice. She had eaten these before her brother had caught them for her, and the taste was still fresh in her memory. Thinking of this, tears involuntarily streamed down Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks. Do you want to eat? MHM, MHM, MHM. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded her small head repeatedly, nearly leaving a blur. Alright, it's a gift for you, Lu Wei said, directly placing the 2 large mice into Lu Xiaoxiao's arms. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Wei in confusion. Her mind only had one thought: why did this scene feel so familiar? Before she could react, the 2 mice were snatched back by Lu Wei. Okay, I'll go stew these for you. You get up and tidy up, we'll set off after eating. Lu Wei finished speaking and went outside with the 2 mice. Once outside, he shook his head helplessly. This system left no loopholes. Only one can be sent at a time, the other would have no effect and wouldn't be returned. Since Lu Wei had sent one, he could not send the other to Lu Xiaoxiao, and if he wanted to return it, it would have to be given to the next bound target. Lu Wei placed 1 unreturned field mouse behind the sled, hoping to see if there would be an opportunity to return it to someone else later. He then took out the 10 field mice that could be returned, hiding 9 of them, leaving 2 for breakfast. This trash system space, once taken out, cannot be stored back in, and it cannot be retrieved in batches. Luckily, it was midwinter now, though otherwise the meat would spoil. Stewing 2 large field mice at once was quite a luxury. However, they both needed to practice martial arts, consuming a lot. They had to eat well. Especially for the recovery of vitality, it was difficult without meat. Moreover, Lu Wei now had the means to indulge. With 10 large field mice stored plus the steamed buns not yet returned, they could hold out for a month without issue. Most importantly, the master had also said that in the future ensuring they were well fed would not be a problem, and with his critical hit ability, he could even support a few more people. Soon Lu Wei brought the water to a boil and tossed the entire field mice in. First he scalded them with boiling water, then began plucking their fur bit by bit. Normally skinning would be the easiest method, but removing the skin meant losing a lot of protein, collagen, and fat. These were of utmost importance for Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao, so they naturally could not be discarded. If it weren't for the fur and excrement being inedible, Lu Wei would not hesitate to keep everything. Only those who have truly experienced hunger understand the value of food. By the time Lu Wei finished cooking, the large group had already set off. However, he wasn't in a hurry. With his current physical strength, it wouldn't take long to catch up to the group. While the meat was stewing, Lu Wei practiced the body refinement fist again. After finishing a round, he felt unusually hungry. Having just fully recovered his strength overnight, he had already lost 2 points. Just as the meat was ready, Lu Wei quickly called Lu Xiaoxiao to eat. Each took a large steamed bun, and there was a full earthen pot of stewed meat. The siblings devoured it ravenously. The meat was simply boiled in plain water without even salt, and had a strong earthy taste. If this were in his past life, it wouldn't even be fit for dogs. But now Lu Wei found it exceptionally delicious, wishing he could eat the pot as well. After finishing the meal feeling a bit stuffed, Lu Wei did not rush to continue on his journey. Instead, he first took Lu Xiaoxiao back to the spot where they had set the traps yesterday. Unfortunately, there was nothing today. The millet was still neatly laid on the ground. Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao picked up the millet again, wasting not a single grain. Once everything was tidied up, the two set off again. As Lu Wei traveled, he pondered that tonight would be just the right time to return the steamed buns. The master sent 12 steamed buns. That should be just enough for their daily consumption. They had eaten 2 in the morning, 2 at noon, and would eat 2 more in the evening. This would leave 6 buns remaining, and if they returned them tomorrow morning, they'd still have 16. If things continued this way, they could have some reserves. What if What if they went to the market at noon and sold a few buns? Currently, each bun could be sold for 1 tael of silver. This was a superb opportunity to make money. After a month, when they reached Yunzhou, such a good opportunity might not come again. With this in mind, Lu Wei decided to take a stroll at noon. Taking the chance to earn more now would be wise, since once they went to the city, it would all be spending places. Both he and his sister would need money for their martial arts training. Being broke was absolutely not an option. Unknowingly, Lu Wei caught up with a large group of people fleeing just before noon. Looking across the mountains and fields, he saw countless refugees with pallid faces. After 2 months of fleeing, the food everyone had brought was basically exhausted. The remaining people had likely come from decent backgrounds. Poor families couldn't have traveled this far. They either died on the way or stopped moving altogether. Now everyone was digging for wild vegetables and grasses in the snow as they walked. But in this freezing weather, how much could they possibly dig? Many people collapsed in the snow as they walked, never to rise again. Such people would mysteriously disappear after a while. As for where they went, it was evident. Lu Wei stayed at the back of the group, not chasing after the merchant convoy. At noon, the group slowly came to a stop. Those digging for wild vegetables began to scrape the snow, while others peeled bark from trees, removing the hard outer layer and slowly crushing the soft inner layer. If they stumbled upon a patch of moss, it would be a bonus meal. Everyone's face was expressionless, their eyes glazed over, silent and unresponsive, as if they were walking corpses. Their only thought now was likely just to survive. Some people lay by the roadside, daring not to move during the rest period for fear of wasting extra energy. Those with wives and children would keep them clothes, although most had a dry straw or twig stuck in their hair. This marked them as goods available for trade. In these chaotic times, women and children were the least valuable and the first to be discarded. Young master, come take a look at the courtesan from Engchun Tower. Such a stunning beauty can be yours for just 10 pounds of rice. Young master Lu, come take a look at my wife. Look how beautiful she is, able to bear children. Just 3 pounds of food and she can be yours. Lord Lu, come take a look at my daughter, just coming of age. It's a perfect time. If you want her, just give 5 pounds of food. As Lu Wei walked into the market, many people began to actively promote their goods. This enthusiastic attitude momentarily left Lu Wei a bit bewildered. Lu Wei was momentarily stunned, but soon came to his senses. It must be that the news of him becoming a disciple spread yesterday, so they all assumed he had resources. This was not surprising. After all, being taken as a disciple by a martial artist meant one would be free from worries about food and drink. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious garments approached Lu Wei with a smile. Lu Wei, dear nephew, I am Zhou Yuanshan. I was an old friend of your father and saw you when you were young. I wonder if you remember me. Seeing the visitor, Lu Wei was slightly surprised. Zhou Yuanshan. Zhou Ba Pai. He was a local landlord in their area with thousands of acres of fertile land, and it was set a shop in the city with dozens of servants. He was definitely a top-tier wealthy gentry. However, he was most famous for his stingy character. He would even taste the saltiness if a dung cart passed by his doorstep. As for the claim of being an old friend of his father, that was pure nonsense. Lu Wei's cheap father had left when he was just born, and he barely had any memories of him, only hearing that he went out to do business and never returned even after his mother passed away. So Lu Wei simply thought he was dead. However, it was not surprising that such a heartless father knew Zhou Ba Pai, after all, like attracts like. So it's Lord Zhou. I've long admired your name. May I ask what brings you here? Lu Wei was too lazy to beat around the bush and directly asked for the purpose of his visit. Zhou Yuanshan glanced around and said with a smile, there are too many people here, it's inconvenient. May I borrow a moment to speak? Seeing him grin like a flower, Lu Wei understood that this man likely had something to ask of him. As thoughts raced through his mind, he vaguely grasped what was happening. However, he did want to befriend such a wealthy man, especially since he was currently short on money. If benefits were presented at his doorstep, it would be foolish to refuse. Lu Wei nodded, follow me. He took Lu Xiaoxiao with him, while Zhou Yuanshan and several servants followed, heading to a side area. All right, Lord Zhou can speak now. Zhou Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling the servants to step back, and then began to speak. Just call me uncle. Our families must not become distant. I remember when your father was still around, our two families often interacted and shared a deep bond. This was something Lu Wei didn't believe at all. If there was such a good relationship, he hadn't seen Zhou Yuanshan visit in all these years. Then I shall comply. May I ask what you need from me, Uncle Zhou? Zhou Yuanshan realized this young man was unwilling to engage in idle chatter. The original plan to build a rapport had failed. He could only state his intent. May I ask how old you are this year? 18. Are you already married? Lu Wei blinked, understanding in his heart. He had heard that the Zhou family had a young lady beautiful and in the prime of her life. It seemed they wanted to arrange a marriage. As for why such a dignified man would be interested in a penniless youth like him, it was not hard to understand. Zhou Yuanshan had built a large family business. He was not incompetent. Although Lu Wei was currently broke, he had become a disciple of a martial artist, and he also had his sister. This pair of siblings would surely become martial artists in the future. In this world, the status of martial artists was exceptionally high. Despite Zhou Yuanshan's considerable wealth, his status could not match that of a martial artist. Thus, their family might be rich, but they couldn't even afford a martial artist. At most, they could hire some strong men who knew how to fight to guard their home. Moreover, living in chaotic times, the role of martial artists became even more significant. If Lu Wei were to marry into their family, it would essentially mean they had a martial artist backing them. This was extremely important for a family that only had money. Not to mention some refugees were already eyeing their food supply. If thousands of refugees set their sights on them, their dozens of servants would surely not withstand it. But with a martial artist, things would be different. Who would dare to rob what a martial artist owned? They hadn't forgotten about the thousands of corpses from a few days ago. As for Lu Wei, this marriage proposal was somewhat inconsequential. Although Zhou Yuanshan was wealthy, Lu Wei was not far from wealth himself. With the system in place, making money was not difficult. It was almost as easy as picking it up off the ground. Besides, when it came to marrying a wife, it had to be beneficial to him. Otherwise, what was the point, no matter how beautiful she was? After considering this, Lu Wei smiled and said, "My parents passed away early, and I am yet to marry." Hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan's smile brightened even more. "Then I will be straightforward. I have come to propose a marriage with you, dear nephew. Coincidentally, I have a daughter of similar age to you, who is also not yet promised to anyone. While I cannot say she is as beautiful as a celestial being, she is indeed charming and graceful. Moreover, she is gentle, generous, and well-mannered, making her a good match. I wonder how you feel about this." Generally, such matters should not be initiated by the girl's family. However, given the special circumstances, they had to handle it differently. Adhering to the traditional formalities might leave them with nothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei pretended to think for a moment before replying. "Uncle Zhou, this proposal comes a bit unexpectedly. I need to go home and ponder it. Moreover, although my parents are no longer here, I still have my master. This matter requires his opinion as well." Zhou Yuanshan was also taken aback, not expecting to be declined so subtly. He looked Lu Wei up and down again, and noticed that although he had a smile, it seemed somewhat forced. It seemed this young man was not interested in his family. However, he could find no fault in Lu Wei's excuse. Despite feeling quite displeased, he could not show it. He continued to greet him with a smile. "I must apologize for my abruptness. Indeed, it is necessary to inquire about your master's opinion. I shall take my leave now and await your message, dear nephew." "Take care, sir." After seeing Zhou Yuanshan off, Lu Wei shook his head with a smile, realizing that when one is poor, no one in the bustling market cares, but when one is rich, distant relatives come to visit. He continued to stroll through the market with Lu Xiaoxiao. The entire market seemed to offer only one commodity, people. The rest were treasures like jade and gold. As Lu Wei scanned around, just as he was about to exchange some gold and silver, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. "Ding, a potential binding target has been discovered. Would you like to view it?" Lu Wei's heart stirred, but he remained outwardly calm as he glanced around. He silently thought, "View target." Instantly, a screen appeared before him that only he could see. Name: Wu Lushi. Age: 21. Talent: 71. Comprehension: 68. Physique: 25. Cultivation: none. Appearance: 79. Figure: 85. Talent: none. Affinity: 10. Overall score: 62. This met the binding requirements, unbound, returning a multiplier of 5. Wu Lushi. Seeing this name, Lu Wei was slightly stunned. Wasn't she the wife of the Wu family from their village? She was already a mother, yet she could still meet the binding requirements. System: are you surname Chao? Following the target, one could see a woman dressed in coarse linen, her complexion pale, standing numbly to one side, while holding the hand of a 4- or 5-year-old girl. Judging by the grass tags stuck in their hair, it was evident that they were also for sale. Although the woman was in tattered clothes and looked pale and disheveled, she could not hide the charm that lingered in her brows. Her graceful figure, somewhat thin from prolonged hunger, accentuated her curves even more. Lu Wei heard that this Wu Lushi was originally the daughter of a tavern owner in a small town. Later, she was deceived by Wu Lair from their village, which forced her to marry down. Wu Lair was usually idle in the village, engaging in petty thefts, peeping at widows, bathing, and stealing snacks from children. There was nothing he wouldn't do. He was devoid of any moral standards. However, this scoundrel had one redeeming quality: he was handsome. Because of this, he even changed his name to Wu Shui. This guy relied on his looks to swindle in the city, ultimately managing to trick the tavern owner's daughter into his clutches. At that moment, Wu Shui was lazily lying on the hay by the roadside. Upon seeing Lu Wei staring at his wife, his eyes lit up. "Xiaowei, what do you think? Are you interested in your sister-in-law? Come take a good look. She has fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. Just look at that pert backside. She looks like she would bear children well. Look at this big white rabbit. I guarantee you won't have to worry about hunger for your child and you. Look at this. We're from the same village. How could I deceive you? Come, if you don't believe me, feel for yourself. Don't be shy. If it doesn't work out, you can take her home for a night. She's quite accommodating. Saying this, he pulled the confused Wu Lushi over to give her to Lu Wei. Wu Liaxi's face flushed with shame and anger, but she dared not speak. In these times women held the least power. If she dared to resist, she would only invite brutal beatings. Lu Wei was astonished by Wu Liaxi's audacity. This guy was so bold. To be honest, he was tempted. Of course, his temptation was primarily because Wu Liaxi could provide him with a rebate, definitely not, because he was lusting after her body. So Lu Wei directly asked, "How much do you want for her?" Upon hearing Lu Wei inquire about the price, Wu Liaxi's eyes instantly lit up. "Brother, to speak frankly, your sister-in-law not only looks good, but is also virtuous and obedient. She doesn't eat much, though I truly don't want to sell her. But in this world there's no choice. If I don't sell her, we'll both perish. I don't trust selling her to others. If you buy her, then I won't have these concerns. We're from the same village. Everyone in the village praises your character. How about this? Give me 10 pounds of grain, and I'll give you your sister-in-law." Upon hearing this price, Lu Wei turned to leave without a second thought. "So your wife is on par with a courtesan. Do you think I'm a fool with plenty of grain? If I really had 10 pounds of grain, I'd rather go see a courtesan. Someone who can become a courtesan should be worth it, right?" However, before Lu Wei could take 2 steps, he was stopped by another person. Looking up, he saw someone from his village, surnamed Zhang, who had no given name. Everyone called him Zhang Laosan. "Xiao Wei, don't let Wu Liaxi deceive you. Buying a wife for 10 pounds of grain is a ripoff. Come look at my wife. She's as strong as an ox. Bringing her home, she'll be handy inside and outside, in the fields and on the land. Just 5 pounds of grain will do." Lu Wei was stunned by Zhang Laosan's boldness, his eyes wide as he looked at Zhang Laosan, stuttering. Zhang, uncle, I just turned 18 this year. Could you be more outrageous? Your wife is almost 40, much older than me. Am I supposed to take her home as my mother?" Wu Liaxi, seeing someone interrupting his business, became anxious. Zhang Laosan, get aside and stop causing trouble. Your wife is so old she can hardly move. Are you buying her to take care of her final days? Xiao Wei, don't go. Let's negotiate further. If you don't have that much grain, 8 pounds will do. However, Lu Wei walked away without looking back. Not to mention, he didn't have 8 pounds of grain. Even if he did, he wouldn't be that foolish. Although the system was about to upgrade, and if all went well, the upgraded system should allow for more binding. Wu Liaxi was indeed what he urgently needed, but he simply didn't have that much grain. Unless he could trade for it with field mouse meat, but Lu Wei was a bit reluctant. He planned to come back tomorrow to see if Wu Liaxi would lower the price, otherwise he would have to buy her with a stiff upper lip. Right now, upgrading was the most important thing. As long as he could bind one more person, he could easily make back the lost resources. Next, Lu Wei exchanged a few steamed buns for some silver, and took Lu Xiaoxiao to find a place to rest. At noon, they didn't cook, they just took out the buns, and each had one with hot water. After eating those 2 buns, 3 remained for dinner, and 1 was reserved for the rebate. As for the few that he had just sold, they exchanged for a total of 5 taels of silver. After resting for a while, they continued on their journey until it grew dark, at which point they found a place to rest. After setting up the tent, Lu Wei typically found a spot to scatter a handful of millet to wait for prey. He then returned to start preparing dinner. This time, Lu Wei took out all the field mice except for the one reserved for the rebate. Tonight, he planned to process all the field mice so that he could just take out a bit when he needed to eat in the future without having to deal with them every day. It was too troublesome. Besides, in this icy weather, he wasn't worried about them spoiling. "Brother, where did you get so many field mice?" Lu Xiaoxiao was astonished at the sight of so many field mice. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "You little kid, why are you asking so much? Hurry up and help me skin them." This trick worked wonders on children. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted. Though dissatisfied, she obediently began to help skin the field mice. After working for an hour, as it was getting dark, the 2 finally finished cleaning all the field mice and put 2 into the pot to stew. While the field mice were stewing, Lu Wei pulled Lu Xiaoxiao to start practicing the body refinement technique. Currently, they could only practice the body refinement technique 3 times a day, once in the morning and twice in the evening. There was no choice. They still had to continue their journey. 1, they lacked time. 2, their nutrition was insufficient. Practicing 3 times was already the limit. After completing 1 round of body refinement, both siblings were drenched in sweat, their physical strength and vitality greatly depleted, so they could only pause for now and continue practicing after dinner. Not bad, not bad. It seems you both have already entered the threshold. As long as you practice diligently, in the future success will come naturally. Just as the 2 finished their punches and prepared to rest, Luo Yin appeared out of nowhere holding a bag in his hand. Upon seeing the bag, Lu Wei's eyes brightened immediately, and he smiled as he stepped forward to take it. "Master, you've come. Please have a seat." Luo Yin shot him a sidelong glance, ignored him, turned to Lu Xiaoxiao, and asked with a smile, "Xiaoxiao, is practicing exhausting?" Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Not too exhausting, just a bit too much to eat." Luo Yin chuckled and patted Lu Xiaoxiao's little head. "Don't worry about eating too much. This time Master has brought you 10 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of meat, and some salt. That should last you a few days. When you finish, I'll bring you more." Lu Xiaoxiao's big eyes instantly lit up, and she grinned at Luo Yin, showing her teeth. "Thank you, Master." Luo Yin felt quite complex about this. This girl didn't say thank you when he taught her to practice, yet she was so grateful for a few pounds of grain. Master, when can I learn some deadly techniques? Lu Wei seized the opportunity and ran to Luo Yin to inquire. He knew that cultivation was divided into two types: techniques for enhancing one's cultivation and martial skills for combat. As the saying goes, practicing punches without training techniques leads to emptiness, while training techniques without practicing punches is like a rudderless ship. Both techniques and cultivation are indispensable. Now that Lu Wei had begun his cultivation, he naturally wanted to learn martial skills. Luo Yin looked Lu Wei up and down, thought for a moment, then handed him his personal knife. Go take this knife and chop at that big tree with all your might. Don't stop until I say so. Lu Wei was confused but took the knife, examining it and weighing it in his hands. This was a long knife somewhat similar to a saber, with a handle over 10 inches long and a blade exceeding 3 feet, weighing at least 20 pounds. Holding the long knife, Lu Wei approached the big tree and struck it. The sharp blade sliced through the air with a buzzing sound. With a thud, the blade sank deep into the trunk. Lu Wei pulled it out and swung again. Just like that, he struck dozens of times in succession. With each chop, he silently counted 80, 80, 80. The big tree was soon showered with wood chips, its branches trembling. After chopping several hundred times, he had carved a deep groove into the tree. However, as his master did not allow him to stop, Lu Wei kept swinging his arms and chopping continuously. In the past, after a few dozen chops, Lu Wei would have been unable to continue. But now his stamina was several times that of an ordinary person, and this level of exertion was nothing to him. After nearly half an hour of relentless chopping, with a loud crash, the tree thick enough for a person to hug was finally felled. Lu Wei turned to Luo Yin and asked, "Master, should I continue chopping?" Luo Yin was filled with astonishment. What kind of beast is this? A reincarnation of an ox or horse? This stamina is astonishing. Could an ordinary person wield a 20-pound knife and fell a tree? Even a novice warrior in the easy muscle realm couldn't achieve that. Though he was surprised, Luo Yin maintained a calm exterior. No need to chop anymore. Come here, I will teach you a set of boxing techniques. Originally, he thought this kid had just begun his body tempering cultivation and lacked the stamina to learn martial skills. He didn't expect this kid's stamina to be so freakish, making it more than enough to practice some low-level martial skills. Cultivating techniques involves continuously refining the body with blood and qi. In contrast, practicing martial skills consumes stamina and requires repetition until muscle memory is formed. With strong stamina, one naturally possesses enough strength and speed, resulting in powerful techniques. Lu Wei, upon hearing that his master was willing to teach him martial skills, immediately beamed with joy and scampered back to return the knife. "Master, what martial skills will you teach me?" Luo Yin replied sternly. "All martial skills are based on fist and foot techniques. Thus today, I will teach you a boxing technique called killing fist." The killing fist was originally a military combat technique emphasizing decisive strikes to defeat the enemy with fierce and targeted attacks. Although it is a boxing technique, it is actually a comprehensive fighting art. It includes grappling, kicking techniques, finger techniques, ground fighting, and more. Pay close attention. After saying this, Luo Yin began to demonstrate the killing fist, explaining each move as he went. This set of boxing techniques was quite simple, containing only 26 moves, but each move was extremely lethal. Lu Wei listened in awe, realizing that this was indeed a military combat art, relentless and all-encompassing. Due to the simplicity of the techniques, after Luo Yin explained them once, Lu Wei had already memorized most of them. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao was already performing them quite well. Seeing the girl's comprehension, Lu Wei could not help but feel envious. However, he was not in a hurry. He had a system that could allocate points, and he could directly fill up his comprehension later. It seems that I need to prioritize upgrading the system. With Master bringing so much rice today, I can consider buying Wu Lusher back tomorrow. With a sharp sound, Lu Wei felt a pain on his head, and stars danced in his vision. What are you daydreaming about? Focus and watch closely. Luo Yin scolded Lu Wei, who had zoned out. Lu Wei immediately focused, seriously observing his master's instruction on the boxing technique. After Master finished demonstrating, he had Lu Wei practice it again while providing pointers. After practicing it twice, Lu Wei had grasped the basics of the boxing technique. Of course, this only meant he had learned the moves. Truly acquiring combat effectiveness was still a long way off. Alright, that's enough for today. Martial skills require extensive practice and real combat for deeper comprehension. As long as you have stamina, keep practicing and don't slack off. After saying this, Luo Yin turned to Lu Xiaoxiao, his tone softening considerably. "Xiaoxiao, you are still young, so there's no need to rush into practicing martial skills. Practicing once or twice a day is sufficient. Don't exhaust your body." Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao both nodded, indicating their understanding. With the lesson concluded, Luo Yin left, and Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Wei could finally start their dinner. During dinner, Lu Wei handed the little girl a steamed bun and filled her bowl with meat. Just as he picked up a bun to eat, he suddenly seemed to remember something and put it away. Xiao Xiao, what do you think about bringing Wu's sister-in-law over? Even though he had already decided to buy Wu Liushi, he still wanted to gauge the little girl's opinion. The little girl looked up at Lu Wei with her big blinking eyes. Brother, are you thinking of getting married? Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. No, it's about bringing her back for practical reasons. What practical reasons? Lu Xiaoxiao blinked her innocent eyes and asked. Lu Wei shot her a look, responding impatiently. Why do you need to know so much? I'm just asking if you have any thoughts on it. How else would it be useful? What can a woman do? You wouldn't understand if I told you. Do we have enough food? Will it be enough for 3 people? The little girl continued to ask. Having experienced hunger, she was most concerned about being well fed. Lu Wei assured her, don't worry, we have enough food now. I will never let you go hungry again. With the food and meat brought by Master plus the opportunity to redeem Wu Liushi food would no longer be a problem. Lu Xiaoxiao seemed to ponder for a moment and suddenly said, Brother, what if we don't buy her? We are already warriors and Wu Liushi can't beat us. We could just kill him and take Wu's sister-in-law away, right? Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat. What the heck? Is this child going to be led astray by me? Thinking of killing someone at such a young age? Who taught you this? Well, Xiaoxiao, although we are warriors, we cannot do whatever we want, especially not kill people indiscriminately. This world has its order. Killing people casually will make us known as demons, and we could end up being hunted down. Lu Wei thought that his adorable little sister should not become a heartless killer. While the tree was still young, he needed to correct her path. Oh, then let's just make sure no one knows about it. Lu Wei, feeling helpless, continued. That won't work either. If you want to keep it a secret, you must not do it in the first place. Besides, did Wu Liushi do anything wrong? Why should we kill him? We aren't unable to afford that little bit of food. After hearing her brother's words, Lu Xiaoxiao fell silent and lowered her head to continue eating. As for what she was truly thinking, only she knew. Uncle Luo, how is it? Did you find anything? A hoarse yet slightly childish voice with a hint of sweetness came from the cart. Luo Yin stood respectfully outside the cart and replied softly, I discovered a pair of siblings that can be nurtured. The younger sister has astonishing bones and exceptional talent, but she is too young. Although the elder brother's talent is average, his character is resilient and his nature is quite good, making him worthy of cultivation. Moreover, there's something. At this point, Luo Yin hesitated. He always felt that the boy was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was off. Oh, is there a problem? The voice from the cart said lightly. It's not that, it's just that the boy, despite being of average talent and lacking resources for cultivation, practices at an unusually fast pace. In that case, let's observe him more closely. Understood. The next morning, after having breakfast, Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao went to check the traps as usual to see if there were any gains. Today their luck was still average. They found nothing. After finishing their exercises, Lu Wei had breakfast and casually returned to day's supplies. At this point, Lu Wei was only one return away from upgrading the system. He looked forward to the system upgrade, as it would not only increase the number of returned individuals, but also grant him 5 points of free attributes which could be allocated to any attribute. This included roots, comprehension, vitality, and even skills and cultivation level. However, Lu Wei had already planned how to allocate these 5 attributes. Now he just needed to wait until after tonight, then return once more for the system upgrade. After finishing breakfast, the two set off. Today the weather was clear and sunny, a rare good day, and Lu Wei was in a good mood. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao looking bored, he began to tell her a story. Lu Wei didn't know many stories, most were familiar tales. To match the current environment, he told her the story of the little match girl. After hearing the story, although Lu Xiaoxiao sympathized with the little girl, she mostly thought the girl was too foolish. How was the little girl foolish? Lu Wei, curious about his sister's perspective, asked, since she had matches in hand, why didn't she find a house to light them? A single match surely isn't enough to keep warm. Moreover, if it were me, I would burn all those who treated me poorly while they were asleep. Lu Wei was momentarily stunned by his sister's words. This little girl wouldn't happen to be a supervillain, would she? That line of thinking was rather outrageous. No, if this child continued this way, she would surely grow up twisted. He needed to correct her while she was still young. Thus Lu Wei thought for a moment and warned, if you did that, the enforcers would catch you, and then the little girl would be in danger too. However, Lu Xiaoxiao scoffed, so what if I get caught? Everyone dies eventually. Even criminals have a last meal before death. Eating well before dying is surely better than freezing to death, right? Lu Wei was momentarily speechless. He wanted to educate his sister that such thoughts were wrong. However, he felt that there was a certain logic in her reasoning. Thus the two siblings chatted as they walked forward. Lu Wei noticed that the weather had warmed slightly today, not as cold as the previous days. He guessed it was due to gradually approaching the south, causing a few degrees increase in temperature. Unknowingly, a whole day had passed. In the evening, the two prepared the food they had gathered and planned to find Wu Liushi to buy his wife. However, upon arriving near the refugee camp, they found a crowd gathered watching the commotion. Curious, Lu Wei approached. He saw Zhang San, who had wanted to sell his wife yesterday, leaning against her, looking dazed, as if he had lost his mind. His wife lay on the ground, her face covered in blood, completely lifeless. Beside them was a child of a few years crying loudly. That was Zhang San's grandson Zhang Xiao. At that moment, Lu Wei suddenly heard someone nearby sigh. Sigh, this is a world that devours people. After speaking, the person turned and left. As he departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Such events seemed to unfold daily, and everyone had long since become accustomed to them. Lu Wei learned from the bystanders what had happened. The situation was simple, survival was paramount, and someone in the family had to make the ultimate sacrifice. Zhang San was the man responsible for supporting the family, while the child was the future and hope. Their son and daughter-in-law had long since perished on the road. Zhang San's wife had also had enough of living in this desperate world, so she chose to end her life, allowing the remaining grandfather and grandson to survive. Such matters were profoundly shocking to Lu Wei, who was born in modern times. In an era where everyone could have enough to eat, such occurrences were only heard about online. He had never witnessed such shocking realities firsthand. Even though Lu Wei had seen many similar examples recently, the disparity of seeing a living person from the previous day suddenly dead was deeply impactful. Xiao, tell me, if I had bought Zhang San's wife yesterday, would she have had to die? As a soul from the modern world, Lu Wei belonged to that type of person who, despite not having a satisfactory life, could not bear to see the suffering of others. Clearly feeling compassion, yet having to stand by and watch. Whether one called him a saint or a hypocrite, most ordinary people were just like that, weren't they? But more people will die tomorrow. We don't have enough food. Lu Xiao said expressionlessly. Lu Wei silently nodded and sighed. Yes, we can't save everyone. It's already good that we can save ourselves. Lu Xiao continued. Moreover, even if I gave them all the food for free, they wouldn't appreciate us. They might even say we are foolish behind our backs. When we need help, they won't come to our aid either. Lu Wei nodded. Yes, that's exactly it. After leaving the crowd watching the commotion, the two arrived at Wu Lanner's place, just in time to see them eating something. What they were eating was crushed tree bark. Although this would fill one's stomach, it was hard to digest. Overeating could lead to death from overfullness. Therefore, during famines, many people clearly starved to death, but walked around with distended bellies. As soon as Wu Lanner saw Lu Wei approach, his eyes lit up. Oh brother, you're here. Come sit. Have you eaten yet? Oh, look at me being foolish. How could you eat something like this? Lu Wei raised his hand to interrupt Wu Lanner's pleasantries and directly took out the 5 pounds of rice he had prepared, showing it to Wu Lanner. In a flat tone, he said, Here is 5 pounds of rice. If you agree, I'll take the person away. If you disagree, I'll turn and leave. Wu Lanner's eyes widened at the sight of the 5 pounds of white rice, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Brother, please just pity me a little and add some more. Not lifting his head, Lu Wei ignored him and started putting the rice away, turning to leave. Wu Lanner, seeing the rice disappear, grew anxious and grabbed Lu Wei. Brother, don't go yet. Let's discuss this some more. The allure of that clean white rice had him completely enticed. Having seen it, how could he possibly let it go? There's nothing to discuss. It's a matter of whether you're trading or not. Just one sentence. Wu Lanner closed his eyes, stomped his foot. Final trade. Is that all right? After saying that, he no longer hesitated, pulling over Wu Lushi and shoving her toward Lu Wei, while he himself held on to the rice bag tightly. Lu Wei didn't continue to wrestle with him, directly handing over the rice and preparing to leave with Wu Lushi and Lu Xiao. He didn't want to deepen his ties with someone like Wu Lanner, nor did he want to go through formalities with him. Normally, when buying and selling people, contracts would need to be established with a notary. However, at this time, that was clearly impossible. Without paper and pen, how could they establish a contract? Brother, wait a moment. Just as Lu Wei was about to leave, Wu Lanner called him back again. What else is there? Lu Wei asked with a frown. Wu Lanner grinned. Look, we're from the same village. If you buy my wife, it's like giving her away in marriage. You can't just give a dowry, right? I don't have anything to give you. How about this? I'll give you this little girl, a buy one get one free deal. You're getting a great bargain. As he spoke, he directly pushed his 4-year-old daughter to Lu Wei's feet. Lu Wei looked down at the little girl, whose hair was a dull yellow, weak and skinny, with snot hanging from her nose, feeling at a loss. Wu Lanner truly knew how to calculate. Before Lu Wei could speak, Wu Lushi, who had been silent until now, even when sold, suddenly knelt down with a thud. She directly bowed to Lu Wei. Master Lu, please take this little girl. I will work more and eat less in the future as long as I can support her. Please take her in. Lu Wei looked at the naive little girl, and then at Wu Lushi, who was kneeling and pleading, finally letting out a helpless sigh. All right, you may rise. This child will follow us from now on. He agreed to take in Wu Xiaoya because Lu Wei knew that if he didn't, this little girl might not live much longer. She could easily be exchanged by Wu Lanner any day now, and for such a small child to be exchanged, the only outcome would be to be eaten. Moreover, taking in Wu Xiaoya wasn't solely for the sake of her, it would also enhance Wu Lushi's favorability, which was worth it. This favorability was related to the return multiplier, and he couldn't miss the opportunity to increase it. Upon hearing Lu Wei agree, Wu Lushi immediately knelt on the ground, banging her head against the ground. Thank you for your great kindness. I will repay you by being your servant. Being a servant. Wouldn't that mean she would need to be fed too? This woman, I kindly accepted you, and you still want compensation. Slurp. Ding. Target Wu Lushur detected. Would you like to bind? This is exactly why I'm here. How could I not bind? Just as Lu Wei was about to agree to bind, he heard the system issue another prompt. Ding. Target Wu Xiaoya detected. Would you like to bind? Lu Wei was stunned. Who? Wu Xiaoya. This little one. System, you've gone too far. Lu Wei looked down at the little one resembling a bean sprout and silently chanted to check. Instantly Wu Xiaoya's system interface appeared. Name Wu Xiaoya. Age 4 years. Root bone 65. Comprehension 70. Physique 13. Cultivation none. Appearance too young to assess. Build too young to assess. Talent heart perception. Favorability 10. Too young to assess. Overall score 67. It meets the binding requirements, not bound, with a return multiplier of 5. That's acceptable. Although I can't raise the return multiplier in the short term, cultivating her later should yield good results. This girl has a talent for perceiving hearts. Lu Wei was surprised and clicked on that talent, instantly revealing its description. Heart perception can sense a person's goodness and badness and their nature. While this talent is quite impressive, being able to discern a person's character is a very useful skill. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise from a bonus. However, this child's physique is too weak. I need to think of ways to save her, or she might perish at any moment. So Lu Wei took the mother and daughter back to his camp. You two find a place to sit first, he'll make some porridge for you. Your bodies are too weak to eat anything else. As Lu Wei spoke, he took out some millet to prepare porridge. Millet porridge is better for those with weak bodies. Wu Lushur quickly stood up a bit flustered and said, Young Master Lu, let me do it. At this moment, she felt both nervous and relieved. Relieved to be following Lu Wei, she shouldn't go hungry and her daughter would have a chance to survive. Nervous because she didn't know what fate awaited them next or what kind of temperament Lu Wei had. She was merely bought, treated like goods or livestock, and could be disposed of at her owner's whim. Even if Lu Wei killed her, no one would stand up for her. Lu Wei knew she would be anxious, so he smiled and said, Don't be nervous. Once you're in this family, we'll be one family from now on. We were all from the same village, and as long as you do your part, I won't make things difficult for you. As for Xiaoya, feeding her and raising her won't be a problem. Although Lu Wei's words were gentle, they also carried a warning: as long as you do your part, don't expect to bully the master. Wu Lushur hurriedly knelt down, saying, Young master, rest assured, I will work hard to repay your kindness and ensure my survival. Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. All right, get up. There's no need to kneel all the time if our family doesn't have so many rules. You have to admit a beautiful woman kneeling before you. How delightful is that? By the way, what was your name before? After all, she would be his from now on, as she couldn't keep being called Wu Lushur. My maiden name is Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan said shyly in a soft voice. Upon hearing this name, Lu Wei thought, Lu Ruyan, the Empress of Smoke. Can I handle this? Then all right, I'll call you Ruyan from now on. It's all up to you, young master, Lu Ruyan replied softly. You can't deny this woman is truly the daughter of a wealthy family. She has a good foundation, although her skin shows some signs of hardship. Looking down from her neck reveals a snowy whiteness. Watching her, Lu Wei inexplicably felt a bit hungry. He quickly shifted his focus to Lu Ruyan's attribute interface. Name Lu Ruyan. Age 21 years. Root bone 71. Comprehension 68. Physique 25. Cultivation none. Appearance 79. Build 85. Talent holy body of a slut. Favorability 60. Overall score 72. It meets the binding requirements, not bound, with a return multiplier of 10. This favorability jumped from 10 to 60, and the score increased from the 60s to the 70s. Thus, the return multiplier also increased, rising to 10 times. It seems accepting Wu Xiaoya not only wasn't a loss, but actually a gain. Wait, when did she gain a talent? When I last checked, she didn't have one. Could it be because of the name change? Is Lu Ruyan's name that powerful? Holy body of a slut. What kind of talent is that? Holy body. Since it can be called a holy body, it must be very strong, right? Lu Wei hurriedly opened it to check. Holy body of a slut. Those who have been seduced or rejected by her will gain fortuitous opportunities or significantly increase their strength, potentially becoming sons of destiny. Note, the deeper the injury caused to the other party during rejection, the greater the opportunity gained. Lu Wei was taken aback by this. What the hell is this talent? Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Let's feed them first, or they might starve to death at any moment. Lu Wei didn't know that Lu Ruyan's special talent would bring him great surprises in the future. Come on, let's eat first. Just then the porridge was ready, so Lu Wei added some snow to cool it down and let the mother and daughter eat. The mother and daughter, who hadn't eaten grains for a long time, pounced on the steaming millet porridge like crazy. What modesty, what shyness. None mattered in the face of hunger. Those who have never gone hungry will never know how terrifying that experience is. Fortunately, Lu Wei had anticipated this scene, and after the porridge was cooked, he added some snow to cool it down. Otherwise, even if they weren't burned to death, they would be screaming in pain. Slow down, don't eat too fast, or your bodies won't handle it. Soon both of them finished their bowls of porridge and looked at Lu Wei eagerly. Lu Wei shook his head. You can't eat too much at once. Wait an hour before eating again. Saying this, he set the porridge pot aside and didn't let them eat anymore. Thank you, young master, Lu Ruyan said, holding Wu Xiaoya with gratitude. She naturally understood that Lu Wei was doing this for their own good, so even though she was still very hungry and wanted to eat, she forced herself to hold back. Ding, Lu Ruyan is deeply grateful to you. Favorability 5. Lu Wei. This favorability came quite easily, but this slutty body should be avoided. Who knows, she might sell you out one day. Ding, talent does not equal character. Talent is merely her ability and does not mean she is a promiscuous woman. System, you can speak on your own. The system remained silent. System. Damn it, stop talking again. Alright, you two move around a bit. Helps with digestion and tidy up the tent. Lu Wei spoke in a stiff tone. However, Lu Ruyan didn't mind. Previously, Wu Lair would beat her up at every turn, so Lu Wei was already much better. Alright, I'll get to it right away. Lu Wei shook his head helplessly and turned to practice his punches. He first practiced the killing fist twice, then performed the body refining fist technique once. The killing fist consumed physical strength. Lu Wei's stamina was several times that of an ordinary person, reaching a total of 16 points. Consuming 2 points at a time was enough to practice 5 or 6 times. However, the body refining fist technique primarily consumed qi and blood, and excessive consumption could affect physical strength. He only had a little over 6 points of qi and blood, and he needed to reserve at least 4 points to maintain basic bodily functions, so he could only practice once. Today, after chopping wood and practicing punches, his physical strength was nearly depleted. Just as Lu Wei finished his training, Lu Ruyan's soft voice came through. Young master, the bed is ready, you can rest now. Lu Wei felt a bit troubled. The tent he shared with Lu Xiaoxiao did not feel cramped initially, but with the addition of 2 more people, it was undoubtedly very crowded. However, he could not possibly drive Wu Xiaoya and Lu Ruyan away in this freezing weather. Squeezing a bit was better than the alternative. For now, they would manage and endure for a few more days until they reached the city. You and Xiaoya will sleep over here. The conditions are what they are, so just make do for now. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly responded in a gentle voice. It is already a great fortune to have the young master's favor. Lu Ruyan will forever remember your great kindness. Lu Wei nodded and lay down directly on the bed. Lu Xiaoxiao squeezed into Lu Wei's arms, first wanting her brother to hold her. It seemed as though she was afraid that this embrace would be taken away by someone else. Despite appearing mature for her age, she was merely a 7 or 8-year-old child. Lu Wei understood the little girl's thoughts and smiled as he patted her head, holding her close. He knew that while she hadn't expressed it, it was evident that she was still not entirely comfortable with Lu Ruyan and her daughter. In her heart, she felt that these 2 newcomers were there to share her brother with her, and instinctively she would reject them. Lu Ruyan, blushing, held Wu Xiaoya in her arms and lay down not far from Lu Wei. There was barely a meter between them, and they could even hear each other's breathing. As a lifelong bachelor, it was Lu Wei's first time lying so close to a woman. It would be impossible to say that he had no thoughts about it. However, actually doing something was quite unlikely, for there were 2 children between them. No matter how beastly Lu Wei was, he couldn't engage in such acts in front of his sister. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoxiao's presence, Lu Wei wouldn't have minded being a scoundrel. Lost in his thoughts, he gradually drifted off to sleep. As the night deepened, a pair of faint red eyes suddenly appeared in the snow. The eyes, the size of green beans, rolled around, scanning the direction of the merchant caravan before quietly burrowing back into the snow, heading towards the caravan. It was a mouse considerably smaller than an ordinary mouse. The mouse was completely snow-white without a hint of color, making it nearly invisible in the snow, and no one could spot it. Soon the mouse reached the center of the refugee camp, sniffed slightly, and quickly found a tent to burrow into. The person inside the tent frowned upon seeing the little mouse, saying, "Why are you here?" The little mouse approached the person and opened its mouth, spitting out a piece of paper. The person picked it up, glanced at it, and then burned it to ashes on the candle. "Alright, I understand. Don't worry, it won't delay the master's business." The little mouse nodded and turned to scurry out of the tent, disappearing into the snow. After a short while, just outside the camp's perimeter, the little mouse spotted some millet on the ground. Sniffing it, a hint of disdain flashed in its eyes, and it lowered its head to start eating. After finishing, the little mouse seemed unaffected by the charm grass and turned to dash into the depths of the forest. However, before it could take a single step, a streak of light shot toward it like lightning. With a loud bang, it struck the little mouse on the head. The little mouse's body stiffened and it collapsed to the ground. The next morning, Lu Wei got up early to prepare breakfast. Today the system could be upgraded, something he had been pondering for a while. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoxiao sleeping so soundly last night, Lu Wei would have wanted to wake her up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he noticed that the space beside him was already empty. After getting dressed and stepping outside, he saw Lu Ruyan starting a fire to boil water. Seeing Lu Wei come out, she hurriedly bowed and said, "Good morning, young master. I have prepared hot water for you to wash up." Lu Wei nodded, saying, You continue preparing, I have something to do. After saying this, Lu Wei turned back into the tent and looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was still sleeping. He pinched her little nose to wake her up. Lu Xiaoxiao, just waking up, had a confused look in her big eyes. Turning to see the culprit, she was about to ask Lu Wei why he called her when a large piece of meat hit her. Xiaoxiao, this piece of meat is for you. How do you want to eat it? Lu Xiaoxiao was a bit dazed for a moment. Was he calling her up just to give her meat so early in the morning? Lu Xiaoxiao wanted to say that she wanted to stew the meat. However, before she could finish, Lu Wei interrupted her. Forget it, you wouldn't be able to explain it anyway. They'll take it back, and we can discuss it tonight. After saying this, Lu Wei rushed out of the tent, without giving Lu Xiaoxiao any time to react, leaving her fuming at the thought of wanting to give this brother a good beating. The reason Lu Wei was in such a hurry was that his system had upgraded. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao grabbed the meat, the system notification sound went off. Ding, the system meets upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Lu Wei found a quiet spot, quickly opened the system, and commanded, upgrade. Ding, congratulations, host. The system has upgraded to level 2. This upgrade rewards 5 free attribute points, 1 chance for repeat rewards, increases the number of bound individuals by 1, and today's reward count has refreshed. Lu Wei hurriedly opened the system to check the rewards. Host Lu Wei, age 18, root bone, 51 comprehension, 55 physique, 15 chi, and blood 66. Spirit 11 cultivation method, body refinement method, beginner 12100, martial skill, killing fist, beginner 60-100, cultivation level, foundation establishment 60-100, free attributes 5, system level 2, zone 0, bound, target Lu Xiaoxiao. Click to expand item, repeat reward chance, 1 time, valid for 3 days. 3 rewards. No, to be precise 4, because the repeat reward chance used on Lu Xiaoxiao just now had refreshed. This meant that Lu Xiaoxiao could receive 2 repeat rewards today. Lu Wei carefully examined these rewards. The one he wanted most was the first. 5 free attribute points. Lu Wei thought about it and directly allocated them all to Qi and Blood, as Qi and Blood were the only obstacles hindering his cultivation progress. Allocating it to Qi and Blood would raise it to 11 points. Besides leaving 5 points to maintain normal bodily function, he would have 6 points available for cultivation. Originally, he could only practice the body refinement fist 3 times a day, but after allocating the points, he could practice 6 times. The progress speed had doubled. How could Lu Wei not choose Qi and Blood? As for why he didn't choose to release Blood to refund Qi and Blood, it was because releasing Blood might not necessarily replenish Qi and Blood. There was a high chance it would just be Blood. The first time was due to a special reward which had 3 options. Now there were none. System allocate points to Qi and Blood. After making his decision, Lu Wei no longer hesitated and began allocating points. As the command was issued, Lu Wei immediately felt his blood circulating rapidly within him, akin to a roaring river rushing forth. His body began to heat up under the accelerated flow of blood. Lu Wei's skin started to redden at a visible rate. Before long, it appeared as if he had been doused with boiling water. The snow around where he sat began to melt rapidly, as if it had encountered a fire. The melted snow soaked Lu Wei's clothes, only to be quickly evaporated, releasing large plumes of steam. Once the 5 points of vitality were fully replenished, everything returned to calm, leaving behind a patch of melted snow that revealed the dark earth. Lu Wei opened his eyes and surveyed himself. His first sensation was that he was no longer cold. In this icy world, he surprisingly felt little chill, just a slight coolness. Clenching his fist, his muscles bulged, and he faintly sensed the flow of his vitality. This sensation would gradually dissipate as his body adapted. Lu Wei got up and examined the traces he had made around him, hurriedly gathering some snow to smooth over the marks. After finishing this, he turned his attention to the second reward. The second reward was a chance to return something once more, but with a time limit. At first glance, this reward seemed of little value, merely allowing 1 item to be returned once. For example, if Lu Wei gave Lu Xiaoxiao 1 pound of meat, he would receive back 10 pounds. Previously, this returned 10 pounds of meat could not be given away again. Now, with this chance to return, he could give away 1 pound of the 10 pounds of meat and still receive it back. Thus, returning it twice would turn 1 pound of meat into 20 pounds. It seemed not particularly useful. However, if this reward was utilized well, it could undoubtedly present a significant opportunity. What if he didn't use it for returning pork, but for something else? For instance, returning the body refining technique taught by his master, and then teaching this technique to Lu Rian. What would be returned? Lu Wei pondered for a moment, gradually forming an idea in his mind. However, there was no rush. He would discuss it later when he returned to the camp. As for the third reward, binding another person, was expected. Lu Wei brought Lu Rian back precisely for this purpose. Without hesitation, Lu Wei first bound Lu Rian. The final detail was the refresh of the returning opportunity. Lu Wei thought for a moment that there was enough food for now, so he wasn't in a hurry to return anything. However, having too much food might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Thus what he needed now was a weapon for self-defense. This thought reminded Lu Wei of his master's horse-slaying knife. If he could return that knife, he would surely obtain a precious blade. He hoped for an opportunity to ask his master if he could acquire one. Having organized everything, Lu Wei turned and entered the nearby woods. After relieving himself, he arrived at the spot where he had set the trap yesterday. From a distance, he seemed to see something at the trap, prompting him to hurry over for a closer look. He discovered it was a mouse, and a small one at that, weighing no more than 2 tails. The millet on the ground had all been consumed by the tiny mouse, leaving not a grain behind. Lu Wei helplessly picked up the little mouse. Such a small creature had devoured 1 tail of his millet, a considerable loss. He scrutinized the little mouse closely. The little mouse was pure white without a hint of color, its fur glossy and shining. Unfortunately, it was just a bit too small to constitute a full meal. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and it must not go to waste. Moreover, it had consumed a handful of his millet, so it definitely could not be spared. Seeing the little mouse was very dazed, Lu Wei simply picked it up and returned to the camp. When he arrived back, Lu Xiaoxiao had already awakened while Wu Xiaoyao was still asleep. Lu Rian, fearing that Lu Wei would be upset, attempted to wake the child, but was stopped by Lu Wei. She is still too young and has long been lacking in nutrition. She needs her sleep to recover her health. No one has ever cared for us like you do, Lu Rian thought, her eyes reddening with emotion. Wu La only knew how to hit them. No one had ever been as gentle and considerate as Lu Wei. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lu Rian did not speak, but turned to prepare washing water for Lu Wei, intending to repay this kindness with action. Ding, Lu Rian is very moved by your actions. Affection level 5. Brother, you caught a little mouse. It's white, so pretty, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight as she looked at the mouse in Lu Wei's hand. If you like it, it's yours. Lu Wei did not think much of it, and directly handed the little mouse to Lu Xiaoxiao. As soon as Lu Xiaoxiao reached out to take it, a system notification rang in Lu Wei's ear. Ding, the host has gifted the return target Lu Xiaoxiao a level 2 demon beast snow spirit mouse, gaining a return opportunity. Would you like to return it? Ding, the host and the gift target are at too low a level to return. Ding. 2 consecutive system notifications left Lu Wei stunned. This little mouse was actually a level 2 demon beast. Realizing this, Lu Wei immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Good lord, a level 2 demon beast. That's equivalent to a level 2 Qi gathering realm warrior. With his small frame, 1 claw could crush him right. Watching Lu Xiaoxiao still fiddling with the little mouse, even attempting to wake it up, Lu Wei's cold sweat instantly poured down. Instinctively, he snatched the unconscious little mouse back from Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao felt emptiness in her hands and looked bewildered. When she looked up to see Lu Wei had taken it, her little face was filled with grievance as she glared at him with wide eyes, feeling quite upset. Not again. Looking at his sister's aggrieved face, Lu Wei said sternly, I just remembered that I need this little mouse for something. Later, brother will give you something even better, okay? As he spoke, Lu Wei patted Lu Xiaoxiao's little head and turned to run away with the little mouse. Outside, he cautiously examined the sleeping little mouse in his hand, his brow furrowed deeply. Such a tiny thing is actually a level 2 demon beast. This is outrageous. If it wakes up, my life will definitely be in danger. No, not just mine, probably the entire merchant convoy wouldn't have many who could handle it. Holding the little mouse carefully, Lu Wei dared not move at all, fearing it would awaken. He only hoped this little ancestral spirit would sleep a little longer and not wake up at this moment. However, holding it like this for long wasn't a solution. He needed to think of a way to deal with it. Kill it for meat. Demon beast meat is definitely a great tonic. The key is, can he kill it? What if he fails to kill it with 1 strike and ends up waking it up? That would mean his own death. Don't think such things are impossible. Demon beasts specialize in physical strength, making their bodies incredibly powerful. A level 2 demon beast is hardly harmed by ordinary swords and blades. Or rather, it would be very difficult for a novice like Lu Wei to inflict harm. Not to kill it, so should he let it go. But he can't bear to. A level 2 demon beast. Even though Lu Wei didn't know its exact value, he understood it was certainly worth a significant amount. Letting it go would be too regrettable. After much contemplation, Lu Wei gritted his teeth and stood up. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. A bird in the nest may die, but one that does not die lives forever. Let's do it. Returning to the camp, Lu Wei didn't even have time to practice or eat. He immediately had several women follow him. There was no time to waste now. If that little rat wakes up, they would be in danger. Lu Wei brought the women directly to the vicinity of the merchant convoy. Upon seeing someone approach the convoy's guards immediately stepped forward to drive them away. Get lost. If you come any closer, I will kill you. The guard looked at Lu Wei, who was accompanied by a woman and 2 children, his eyes filled with disdain as he coldly drew his blade, watching them intently. Lu Wei felt speechless. How did he run into this fool again? The person before him was the same guard who had driven him away last time. I'm here to find someone named Luo Yan. Do you know Luo Yan? The guard looked at Lu Wei suspiciously. However, his tone was not as aggressive as before. He clearly held great caution towards Luo Yan. I do, Lu Wei replied calmly. Seeing Lu Wei's unwavering confidence, the guard scrutinized him deeply and tossed out a warning. You better not be lying to me. After saying that, he turned and left. Soon Luo Yan arrived, and upon seeing Lu Wei, he hurried over. What happened? He knew that if Lu Wei had no issues, he would definitely not come looking for him. The guard following behind saw that the lowly refugee indeed knew Luo Yan, and his face changed color rapidly. Lu Wei had no time to deal with him. The level 2 demon beast, the snow spirit mouse, was like a ticking time bomb in his hands and needed to be dealt with swiftly. The only one who could help him was this thrifty master. Although he had just become a disciple, he was unsure whether this master could be relied upon. But he had no choice unless he planned to release the demon beast, which was clearly impossible. Handing it over to his master would at least yield some benefits. Even if he gained nothing, he would at least see human nature clearly. Master, do you recognize this? Lu Wei pulled Luo Yan aside and took out a cloth bag containing the mouse, opening it to show Luo Yan. Luo Yan curiously peered into the bag, and upon seeing the white mouse, didn't think much of it before grabbing it by the tail. It wasn't that he was careless or lacked experience. The key was that he never expected Lu Wei, a novice martial artist, could capture a level 2 demon beast. When he lifted the small mouse and intended to ask Lu Wei what this meant, he suddenly realized that the small mouse in his hand seemed to be quite extraordinary. Comparing it to his memories, Luo Yan's expression changed instantly. He trembled and nearly dropped the mouse he was holding. What is this? Luo Yan stared at Lu Wei, his face filled with horror and disbelief. He was completely bewildered. How could this kid have a level 2 demon beast? If it woke up, half of these people would die right on the spot. At this moment, he felt the small mouse in his hand was exceptionally hot. He couldn't throw it away nor hold on to it. Lu Wei nodded and quietly said, Master, this little thing has eaten the millet soaked in dream grass I prepared, and it's currently asleep. I see this little creature looks quite extraordinary. I assume you know about it. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan felt like crying. Oh, he definitely knew too well. Luo Yan gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Wei. You little brat, you really know how to get me into trouble. This could very well be a level 2 demon beast. If it wakes up, we are all finished. Lu Wei pretended to be greatly shocked. What? This is a level 2 demon beast. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Luo Yan shook his head. I shouldn't be wrong. If it wakes up, there's no time to waste chatting with you. You should head back and wait for my news. After saying that, he gently placed the snow spirit mouse into the bag and hurried back to the center of the merchant convoy. Though this scene unfolded while backing the guard, he could tell that the relationship between Lu Wei and Luo Yan was quite significant. Who is Luo Yan? He is the trusted guard of the young lady. In the entire convoy, no one could compare to him in terms of his relationship with the young lady, not even the captain of the guard. Brother, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. I didn't expect you to know Brother Luo Yan. No need to say more. As long as you are Brother Luo Yan's friend, you are my friend too. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face, and although Lu Wei knew this person's attitude changed because of Luo Yan, he didn't mind too much. Isn't this world like that? No matter where you are, without money or connections, don't expect anyone to treat you kindly. Thus Lu Wei smiled and said, What are you talking about, brother? Since we are all friends, there's no misunderstanding to speak of. It would be too distant to say that. From now on, we brothers should keep in touch more often. Well said. My name is Xiao Ren. May I ask how to address you, brother? Shrimp Ren. Lu Wei was taken aback by this name. Was the person who named him also a fan of silly animations? However, he kept this thought to himself. My name is Lu Wei. After they introduced themselves, perhaps feeling a bit closer, Xiao Ren asked Lu Wei quietly, Brother Lu, what is your relationship with Brother Luo Yan? You seem quite close to him. Lu Wei smiled mysteriously and said, You might want to ask him about that. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ren felt a bit disappointed, but from Lu Wei's tone, he could tell that Luo Yan probably didn't allow him to say. This implies that their relationship must not be that close, otherwise Luo Yan wouldn't have stopped him from speaking. Thinking of this, Xiao Ren's enthusiasm cooled a bit. All right, Brother Lu, you get busy, then I'll continue patrolling. Sure, Brother Xiao, please go ahead. Lu Wei noticed the change in this guy's attitude, but didn't mind. There was no need to please a small character as long as he didn't offend him. However, he didn't see that as Xiao Ren left, his gaze lingered on Lu Rian for a moment. All right, let's cook and eat. They hadn't had a chance to eat in the morning due to the incident with the small mouse. Hearing it was time to eat, the 3 women, 1 big and 2 small, all smiled. In this world, what could be more blissful than eating? Meanwhile, Luo Yan was nervously holding the snow spirit mouse as he approached the young lattice carriage. Young lady, I have an important matter to report. What is it? A captivating voice came from inside the carriage. Luo Yan looked around to ensure there was no one else before leaning closer to the carriage and whispering, Back to the young lady, my disciple has knocked out a snow spirit mouse and doesn't know how to handle it. He just handed it over to me, and I asked for the young lattice decision. Hearing this, the young lady in the carriage sounded somewhat surprised. Your disciple? You mean the refugee siblings you just took in 2 days ago? That's him. How peculiar. Let me see that snow spirit mouse. As she spoke, the curtain of the carriage opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Luo Yin hurriedly handed over the snow spirit mouse, feeling uneasy as he cautioned, "Young lady, please be careful." The young lady nodded, remaining silent as she took the snow spirit mouse inside the carriage. After a while, the young lattice voice came from inside the carriage. "Since he is your disciple, he must not be treated unfairly. Ask him what he wants." "Thank you, young lady. I will take my leave now. Go ahead." Once Luo Yin had walked far away, a musing voice echoed inside the carriage, "A knocked-out snow spirit mouse." Interesting, increasingly interesting. When Luo Yin arrived, Lu Wei and the others were just getting ready to eat. Upon seeing Luo Yin, Lu Wei's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him warmly. "Master, have you eaten yet? Shall we eat together?" Luo Yin waved his hand and turned to look at Lu Ru Yin and Wu Xiaoyu beside him. "Who are these?" Lu Wei quickly explained, "They are from our village. They couldn't survive, so I bought them. Saving one is better than none." As he spoke, Lu Wei sighed with a tone of pity. Luo Yin glanced at him sideways and coldly laughed. "Is that really saving someone? I couldn't care less to expose you. All right, I don't have time to waste on useless talk. The snow spirit mouse you have, the merchant team left it behind. Of course, the owner of the merchant team won't take it for free. Let me ask you, what do you want?" After hearing this, Lu Wei's eyes rolled around before he cheerfully said, "Master, you see, I'm not very knowledgeable about these matters, and I still need to rely on your guidance." "What do I want? How would I know? I don't even know how much a level 2 monster is worth. What if I asked for too little? That would be a huge loss." Luo Yin seemed to have anticipated that Lu Wei would say this, as he was aware of the situation of Lu Wei and his sister. "Since you trust me, I'll share my thoughts, but whether you agree or not is entirely up to you." Lu Wei chuckled. "Master, aren't you being too polite? I would be grateful for your guidance." Luo Yin heard this, and although still maintaining a stern face, felt quite relieved inside. "My suggestion is that you first obtain a technique for the Qi gathering realm. What I taught you is just the most basic body refining technique. After passing the body refining stage, techniques for the Qi gathering realm are extremely rare. This is an opportunity." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei nodded. A technique for the Qi gathering realm was indeed the most important for him. Even if he could leverage something to his advantage, he still needed the right resources. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I will follow your advice." Luo Yin nodded in response. The price of a level 2 monster is not just for a technique of the Qi gathering realm. You can also exchange the rest for some pills or elixirs to speed up the cultivation progress for you and Xiao Xiao. When Lu Wei heard that he could also exchange for pills, he felt even happier. He initially thought that obtaining a technique was a good deal, as it was practically free. He didn't expect the level 2 monster to be so valuable, so Lu Wei cheerfully said, "I'll leave it all to Master's discretion." Luo Yin noticed that Lu Wei had no doubts or dissatisfaction. Inside, he silently nodded. This kid's character is still decent. If it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to resist doubting whether the merchant group was undervaluing the price or if they were taking a cut. He continued, "I see you have 4 people now. Using that small sled is not convenient. How about this? I'll see if I can get you a cart to borrow, and I'll also help you get some daily necessities." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was even more delighted. "That's enough, Master. Having this much is already satisfying for me. How any more would be too much of a burden." Lu Wei was genuinely worried that the owner of the merchant team would find the price too high, get angry, and decide not to buy it, returning the snow spirit mouse to him, which would be a disaster. Luo Yin nodded, saying, "All right, that's it then. Don't worry, a level 2 monster is worth this price." Lu Wei expressed his gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, Master. Without you, I might not have gotten anything at all." His statement was sincere regardless of how much the level 2 monster was worth. Even if it was priceless, without Luo Yin, he wouldn't have gotten it. "No need for flattery, just wait here. I'll report back to the owner of the merchant team. Ultimately, it will depend on the owner's decision." After finishing his words, Luo Yin turned and left. Lu Wei and the others continued their meal. This breakfast had its ups and downs, but they finally managed to eat. In the morning, Lu Wei simply made some porridge and heated up some of the field mouse meat from yesterday. When Xiaoyu saw the meat, her eyes widened, and she almost drooled. This little girl was already thin as a stick with a big head and a small body. Coupled with her wide-open eyes, she looked just like an alien. Lu Wei placed a piece of meat in a Xiaoya's bowl and gently said, "Xiaoyu can't eat too much meat yet. Wait until your stomach gets used to it. For now, have a small piece to satisfy your cravings. Don't worry, there's plenty of meat left." Although Xiaoyu was only 4 years old, she knew whom to listen to at home, so she naturally didn't dare to defy Lu Wei. So she silently lowered her head, eating her porridge and that small piece of meat bit by bit. However, her big eyes would occasionally sneak peeks at the meat bowl. Lu Wei smiled and was just about to eat when suddenly a bowl was pushed over to him and placed directly in front of him. "I want some too," Lu Xiao said with a blank expression, but her tone was filled with grievance. Lu Wei chuckled. "Of course I can't forget my dear sister. Here, this bowl of meat is all for my sister, no one else can eat it. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Xiao's expressionless face couldn't help but break into a smile. Seeing this, Lu Wei grinned and looked up to meet Lu Ruyan's gaze. They exchanged smiles, realizing that children would always be children. Ding! Lu Ruyan felt the warmth of home, increasing her affection for the host by 5 points, current affection level 70. Not long after Lu Wei and the others finished their breakfast, the team set off. A sparse crowd of refugees formed a long line trailing behind. Lu Wei was pulling the sled, leisurely following behind the merchant team. On the sled, Lu Xiao and Wu Xiaoya were huddled under the blankets, whispering about something. Lu Ruyan tied a rope next to the sled, helping Lu Wei pull it along. However, her frail body could only provide limited assistance, and it wasn't long before she was sweating profusely. Even so, Lu Wei didn't stop her, mainly because treating her a bit better would increase her affection level, and Lu Wei couldn't afford to be overly kind. What troubled him now was that Lu Ruyan and Lu Xiao hadn't used their chance for a return today. If he were to give her something later, would her affection level increase again? As for the opportunity for a second return, Lu Wei had already decided what to give. He would give the body refinement technique. With Lu Ruyan's talent, she should be able to learn it by tonight. He wondered what the body refinement technique would become after the return. Surely a tenfold enhancement would make it extremely powerful, right? If he then gifted the enhanced body refinement technique to Lu Xiao, what changes would arise? Thinking of this, Lu Wei felt exhilarated and filled with anticipation, hoping for night to come soon. Thus, as Lu Wei was lost in thought, they walked for nearly half an hour. A cart came out from the center of the merchant team, moving against the crowd towards the back. Nearby, the refugees noticed the cart moving against the flow and curiously looked over. It was a flatbed cart, presumably used for carrying goods, not the kind specifically designed for passengers. Though it was called a cart, it actually had no wheels. Underneath the cartboard were 2 sliding rails similar to a sled. In this icy weather, such sliding rails were much smoother and faster than wooden-wheeled carts. Soon the cart stopped right in front of Lu Wei. Luo Yin got down from the cart and handed it over to Lu Wei. So how about it? Can you drive a cart? Lu Wei shook his head. No, but I can learn. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? All right, then I'll teach you for a bit. First, let's put all the things on the cart. Lu Wei and Luo Yin directly tied the tent to the carriage, while the miscellaneous items remained in the sled, trailing behind the carriage. Now Lu Wei no longer had to pull the cart and could take a good rest. Besides the carriage, Luo Yin also brought a pot, some oil, salt, and grains. Although the quantities were small, the variety was quite comprehensive. Luo Yin also mentioned that after they finished eating, they could ask him for more. The caravan master instructed that until they reached the city, the caravan would cover their food and drink. Hearing that someone was taking care of their meals, Lu Wei felt a sense of relief in his heart. Coupled with the supplies he was returning, he might even seize this opportunity to earn some profit. Saving more money would provide him with a foundation for survival once they entered the city. Moreover, Lu Wei felt that Yunzhou might not be entirely safe. He planned to rest in Yunzhou for a while before continuing south to the central plains, where the population was dense and powerful warriors were plentiful, making it significantly safer. Eventually, Luo Yin took out 2 small bottles. In addition to these living supplies, there are also 10 body refining pills and 10 chi blood pills here. These 2 types of pills are highly beneficial for someone like you who is just starting in martial arts. Use them sparingly. Lu Wei reached out to take the 2 bottles of pills and nodded solemnly. Thank you, master. These 2 bottles of pills are indeed very important to him. He could possibly turn the 2 bottles into 4. He wondered how much these pills could sell for. Finally, it was time for the main event, which was the cultivation method for the Qi gathering realm. As for the cultivation method for the Qi gathering realm, the caravan master has 2 available, both acquired during their time in Yongzhou. If you want, you can take one and choose whichever you prefer. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait until you reach Yunzhou City, where the Yang family treasury has a variety of cultivation methods for you to choose from. Lu Wei thought for a moment and felt that he didn't need the Qi gathering realm method at the moment. It would be better to wait until he arrived in Yunzhou. Furthermore, given his current strength, carrying a Qi gathering realm method wouldn't be safe. Master, I think I'll wait until we get to Yunzhou to decide. Luo Yin nodded in satisfaction, pleased that the boy wasn't blinded by greed and had a good character. That's best. All right, I'll teach you how to drive the carriage now. Nearby, the refugees saw Lu Wei with a carriage, and their eyes turned red with envy. If they had a horse, they would immediately take it to use. They wouldn't even dare to think about something as luxurious as a carriage. Naturally, envy was accompanied by jealousy, leading to some ill thoughts. Among these people was Wu Lao Er. Watching his wife and children on Lu Wei's carriage, Wu Lao Er didn't seem to mind too much. What bothered him most was that Lu Wei actually owned a carriage while he had only spent 5 jin of rice to buy his wife and child, making him feel very imbalanced. He thought Lu Wei was too stingy, taking advantage of the situation. He had already consumed 1 jin of that 5 jin of rice, and at this rate, he would run out of food in a few days. Meanwhile, Lu Wei and his group could eat their fill every day and had a carriage to ride in, which made him contemplate some other thoughts. By the end of the morning, Lu Wei had also learned how to drive the carriage. When noon came, Luo Yin left. Lu Wei and the others began preparing lunch. Originally, they only ate twice a day. Although they wouldn't starve, they also wouldn't be full. Now that someone was taking care of their meals, they certainly wouldn't shortchange themselves. Due to a minor incident in the morning, he hadn't had the chance to practice his punches, so now was a good time to make up for it. When it came to martial arts, one would feel sluggish after a day, without practice lose half their skills after 2 days, and become a novice after 3. Thus, since he had chosen the path of martial arts, he couldn't stop. He had to persevere to achieve anything. After practicing the body refining method twice, and the killing fist twice, half an hour passed unnoticed. Now Lu Wei's chi blood reached 11 points, allowing him to practice the body refining method at least 8 times a day, 3 times in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening. His cultivation level and proficiency in the body refining method grew rapidly. As for the killing fist, due to his ample stamina, his proficiency increased even faster. Essentially, he could increase his proficiency by 2 points each time, totaling at least 10 points of proficiency gained in a day. Looking at his chi blood, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. According to his current training pace, he would only need about 10 days for his cultivation level to improve. Moreover, this was without using the body refining or chi blood pills. If he used these 2 types of pills, it would be even faster. The chi blood pills' effect is to offset the consumption of chi blood during training or to replenish the chi blood used. It cannot increase the upper limit of chi blood. It can only be used temporarily, and after a while the effect wears off. In other words, consuming a chi blood pill means the training won't deplete his own chi blood, but rather the energy from the pill. Once the chi blood pill's energy is exhausted and no further supplements are taken, he would have to rely on his own chi blood. However, the duration of the chi blood pill's effect is quite long, generally enough for 3 sessions of training. As for the body refining pill, its effect is to accelerate the cultivation method's effectiveness. For instance, if Lu Wei practices the body refining method once, he gains 1 point of cultivation progress. After taking the body refining pill, he could potentially gain around 3 points of cultivation progress. If his talent is higher, the gain could be even more. However, Lu Wei was not in a hurry to use the body refining or chi blood pills. Such foundational pills are treasures. They can yield offspring in the future. Therefore, he intended to save them for later, either to give to others or to use for the returns he would get, as he would only need to consume those returns. As for the method of increasing chi blood, Lu Wei also considered feeding a bit of blood to Lu Ruyin. However, he was concerned that if he fed her blood, the return might not be chi blood, but actual blood. That would be a loss of both wife and troops, and he currently had no use for blood. After finishing their meal, the group set off again, and in about 20 days, they would enter Yunzhou territory, where they would finally see a city. With a city, they would undoubtedly be much safer and wouldn't have to rush every day. They could rest well and focus on martial arts. Just as Lu Wei was about to drive the carriage off, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Brother, brother. Lu Wei, brother. Lu Wei turned to see that the one calling him was Wu Lao Er, frowning slightly. What's the matter, Wu Er? Wu Lao Er approached with a smirk. Lu Wei, brother, you see we're all good brothers. Could you let me hitch a ride? If not, I can sit on the sled at the back. Hearing this, Lu Wei frowned. The sled was filled with their food and supplies. If Wu Lao Er sat on it, wouldn't that be like letting a rat into a grain store? Sorry, Wu Er, but there are only women in the family. It's not appropriate for a man to get too close. You should head back instead. Wu Lao Er felt displeased upon hearing this. This brat had taken such a huge advantage buying his wife with just 5 gene of rice, and now he wouldn't even let him ride in a carriage. It was truly outrageous. What's the big deal? I'm not getting too close to them. Besides, she used to be my wife. Oh, what's inappropriate about it? Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt even more annoyed. However, even though he was angry inside, he maintained a smile on his face. Who she used to be doesn't concern me, but she is my maid now, and what I say goes. In the carriage, Wu Xiaoya saw Wu Lao tugging at Lu Ruoyan's clothing hem. Mother, it's father. Lu Ruoyan lowered her head and embraced Wu Xiaoya softly, saying, Xiaoya, remember, he is no longer your father. He has sold us out. Lu Ruoyan felt no attachment to Wu Lao at all. Marrying him was a choice made out of desperation. After marrying him, she had not experienced a single good day, being treated like a slave and frequently beaten by Wu Lao, while even her father refused to acknowledge her as his daughter. If it weren't for Xiaoya, Lu Ruoyan might not have survived until today. Comparing her treatment here with Lu Wei to that of her past was like comparing heaven and hell. Wu Xiaoya, hearing this, looked confused and asked her mother, Then who is my father? Lu Ruoyan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. She couldn't just say you have no father. Just as she was uncertain about how to respond, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. From now on, Lu Wei will be your father. Since Lu Wei's physique had improved, he was now several times stronger than an average person, so he naturally overheard the conversation in the carriage. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao say this, Wu Lauer nearly fell into the snow. This troublesome girl just adds to the chaos. Even if he were to be a father, he should at least be Lu Ruoyan's father. Cough, cough. Lu Ruoyan was also startled and quickly said, "Miss, please don't say that. I'm just a servant. How could I dare to have such thoughts?" As for what was happening in the carriage, Lu Wei was no longer concerned, for he had already developed murderous intent towards Wu Lauer. After Wu Lauer heard Lu Wei's clear rejection, he realized he wouldn't gain any benefits here and no longer spoke politely. "Brother Lu Wei, don't forget our transaction has no witnesses and no evidence. You see, if I were to..." Lu Wei was almost laughing with anger upon hearing this. "What do you mean? Are you trying to back out? Does Wu Lauer really think he is still that honest villager?" Wu Lauer, looking smug, shook his head and said, "Back out? How could that be? But I heard that forcefully taking a maiden is a crime, and the city lord will not allow it. Fine, this guy won't survive 3 days. I stand by what I said. Even Jesus couldn't save him. Have you finished? If you're done, then get lost," Lu Wei said with a smile, appearing utterly unfazed. Onlookers in the distance thought they were having a pleasant conversation. Wu Lauer snorted coldly at Lu Wei before turning to leave. Although Lu Wei was a martial artist's apprentice, the martial artist in the merchant convoy would never take the initiative to attack common folks like them. Thus, he was not worried about retaliation. As for Lu Wei, he was merely an apprentice who had just started learning martial arts, and it was uncertain whether he could even defeat Wu Lauer. Moreover, there were many others eyeing Lu Wei's family fortune. Those who were nearly starving would seize any opportunity to charge forward recklessly. By then, his wife would still be his, just borrowed for a few days. Watching Wu Lauer leave, Lu Wei's eyes gradually narrowed, and the killing intent grew stronger. The carriage continued onward, and before they knew it, night had fallen. The convoy stopped to prepare for the night. The merchants surrounded the entire convoy with a circle of iron devices resembling horse barricades and set up some traps outside. This was all to guard against ambushes from people or wild beasts. Some key positions would also have warning devices to prevent attacks from demonic beasts. Watching the merchants busily set up, Lu Wei frowned and thought he should also devise some defensive measures. In the past, they were poor and few people had designs on them. But now that they had food, there would inevitably be those willing to take risks. Don't expect those people to fear the identity of a martial artist's apprentice. In a safe environment, this identity might carry some deterrent power, but for those on the brink of starvation, what could be scarier than hunger? If someone were to attack at night, Lu Wei himself wouldn't be afraid, but if any harm came to women or children, that would be a disaster. As he contemplated strategies, he set up a small tent for the camp with Lu Ruoyan's help. With Lu Ruoyan around, he could delegate some trivial tasks to her, which made things much easier. After the tent was set up, he handed over the food to Lu Ruoyan and asked her to cook. With salt and meat and enough grain, this meal was unprecedentedly sumptuous. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoyao played in the tent. Lu Wei called Lu Ruoyan out and led her to the edge of a small forest. "Young master, are you looking for me for something?" Lu Ruoyan approached Lu Wei, asking softly, somewhat nervously. The surrounding environment made her think too much. Could it be? Lu Wei glanced at her sideways and saw 2 giant rabbits. A thought arose in his mind. Would this affect martial training? Shaking his head, Lu Wei said seriously, "From today on, I will teach you martial arts. Although you are older and unlikely to achieve much, it is still possible to strengthen your body and protect yourself." Upon hearing that Lu Wei wanted to teach her martial arts, Lu Ruoyan was exceptionally surprised. "Me? Can I do it?" Lu Wei impatiently reprimanded. "Stop talking nonsense. If I say learn, you must learn seriously. If you can't learn, you won't get to eat. Do you understand?" This woman always had a way of provoking a desire to discipline her. Moreover, she couldn't be shown any kindness, a little sunshine, and she would bloom brightly. Upon hearing that she wouldn't get to eat, Lu Ruoyan instinctively trembled. She quickly promised, "I understand. I will definitely learn seriously." "Watch closely," Lu Wei said before beginning to demonstrate the body refining technique to Lu Ruoyan. As he practiced, he explained it to her. This woman, though appearing honest and clumsy, actually had good comprehension. Lu Wei's half-baked teaching allowed her to master it after 3 demonstrations. "All right, show me what you've learned." Seeing that Lu Ruoyan had nearly memorized it, Lu Wei let her begin to perform. He occasionally offered pointers from the side. As Lu Ruoyan began to practice the body refining technique, especially those poses akin to yoga, Lu Wei couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Why did it seem that her practice of this technique was somewhat improper? Just as Lu Wei's mouth was nearly watering from watching, a system notification sound jolted him awake. Ding, host rewards returning target Lu Ruoyan with the yellow grade low-level technique basic body refining technique triggering return reward. Ding detected that binding target Lu Ruoyan possesses a special constitution. The first trigger reward can choose 1. Yellow grade low-level technique body refining method 10 parts. 2. Earth grade medium technique dragon elephant suppression technique. Lu Wei was delighted upon seeing this reward, not expecting that Lu Ruoyan's unfortunate constitution had this benefit. Looking at the two rewards, Lu Wei chose the second one without hesitation. Who would choose the inferior option when the better one is available? Is there something wrong with their brain? System select the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. As Lu Wei issued his command, a massive stream of information suddenly surged into his mind. Lu Wei felt his head swell with pressure, making him dizzy. It took him quite a while to recover. At the same time, he also received all the information regarding the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. As long as he gradually practiced and became familiar with it, he could quickly get started with this technique. However, after seeing the difficulty of cultivating the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, Lu Wei's expression changed drastically. This dragon elephant suppressing prison technique seems a bit tricky. Lu Wei hurriedly opened the system to check. Host Lu Wei, age 18, bone structure 51, comprehension 55, physique 1515, vitality 11, 611, 6, mentality 1111, technique body refinement method beginner 12100, yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant suppressing prison technique beginner 11,000, earth level intermediate. Martial skills killing fist beginner 6,100. Cultivation yellow level skin building realm 60,100 earth level iron skin realm 11,000. Free attributes 0. System level 2010. Bound targets. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Rian click to expand. Item return opportunity 2 times valid for 1 day. Looking at the proficiency level behind the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, Lu Wei felt a bit of a toothache. Not only the technique's proficiency, but even the cultivation progress had changed. From the original 100, it directly changed to 1000. The level of the technique's power has increased, but the difficulty has also multiplied by 10 times. How long will it take to cultivate to that level? Lu Wei felt as if his head had suddenly expanded 3 sizes. Moreover, this was the first return. If he used the repeated return opportunity again, wouldn't that mean it would increase by another 10 times? 10,000 proficiency. What level of technique is that? Heavenly level. If he calculated based on progressing a little each day, wouldn't that mean he would need to cultivate for decades just to reach the first layer? To be honest, Lu Wei felt a bit hesitant. This is simply not something a human can practice. With his own qualifications and comprehension, even if he obtained such a technique now, the progress would definitely be painfully slow. It would be better to cultivate a yellow level technique to quickly enhance his cultivation and combat abilities. However, Lu Wei also felt a reluctance. If he gave up this opportunity, would he have another chance for a repeated return in the future? If not, then he would have missed a chance to obtain a heavenly level technique. A heavenly level technique is something countless people dream of. In this world, techniques are also categorized by levels. From low to high, they are yellow level techniques, which include basic techniques like the foundational body refinement technique taught by Luo Yin, as well as the killing fist. Next comes the Xian level techniques, followed by the earth level techniques, and finally the heavenly level techniques. Each level of technique is further divided into 4 sublevels: low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. Each time a technique increases in level, its effectiveness and power sees a significant improvement, especially body refinement techniques, as they are the foundation of cultivation, influencing the strength of future qi cultivation. Moreover, even without qi cultivation, a purely powerful body cultivator is an invincible existence. However, the stronger the technique, the harsher the cultivation conditions. Additionally, the difficulty of cultivation is proportional to its power. For an ordinary quality warrior, even if they obtained a heavenly level technique, it would still be extremely difficult to cultivate successfully. Only those extraordinarily gifted prodigies can cultivate at this level of technique. Thus, for ordinary people, trying to overtake prodigies is truly a fool's dream. Furthermore, there is a crucial point that cannot be overlooked. Practicing a yellow level technique consumes 2 points of vitality, and earth level techniques are even more powerful, so wouldn't the vitality consumption for practicing them be even greater? After all, the better the cultivation effect, the more energy consumed. This is a law. So what about heavenly level techniques? Lu Wei was quite skeptical. With his current vitality count, let alone heavenly level, just practicing an earth level technique might leave him completely drained. To verify his thoughts, Lu Wei decided to give it a try. He turned his head to glance at Lu Ruyan, who was currently practicing the body refinement method. At this moment, she was performing the dragon spine technique, aiming to relax her body by starting from the spine and shaking her entire body to facilitate the more flexible control of each muscle. This movement involved supporting herself with both hands, resembling a push-up posture, while simultaneously shaking her body from head to toe. Originally, this movement wasn't much, but the problem lay in Lu Ruyan's figure. As she shook, her curves swayed, captivating the onlookers. Lu Wei felt a warm rush to his nose and hurriedly covered it with his hand. He left a remark: "You should rest after finishing this round of practice," before turning and entering the tent. Just as he reached the entrance, Lu Wei heard Lu Xiaoxiao speaking to Wu Xiaoya. If you call me Andy, you'll give you an extra piece of meat tomorrow. Upon hearing that she could have an extra piece of meat, Wu Xiaoyan nearly drooled. However, remembering her mother's stern teachings, she shook her head. My mother won't allow it. She says you're a young lady and the master and can't call others by different names. Lu Xiaoxiao continued to coax. It's fine, there's no one else here. I won't tell your mother if you call me that. Lu Wei, listening from the side, felt a headache coming on. What? Am I not considered a person? The two little girls were startled by Lu Wei's sudden appearance. Oh, brother, you're back. Lu Wei flicked her forehead impatiently, saying, stop finding trouble every day. Teach the little girl something proper. Here, take this. As he spoke, Lu Wei took out a vitality pill from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xiaoxiao. It was clear that one bottle wouldn't return everything, at most just one pill. The system stipulated that the level and quantity of returned items were determined by the cultivation level of the target. Currently, Lu Xiaoxiao had just begun her cultivation and still belonged to the category of ordinary people, so she could only return one pill. Once she made some breakthroughs in her cultivation, the quantity of such cultivation resources returned would increase. After all, the value of a vitality pill is vastly different from that of millet. Ding Host has gifted one vitality pill to the return target Lu Xiaoxiao. Do you wish to proceed with the return? Oh, after the upgrade, it even asks for confirmation. It seems the system's service quality has improved quite a bit. Return. Ding, you have received a return of 10 vitality pills which have been placed in the system warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. Seeing the return completed, Lu Wei took advantage of Lu Xiaoxiao's moment of confusion to snatch the vitality pill back. Never mind, you don't need to cultivate too quickly now. Oh, it could affect your physical development. There's no need for you to take this, you'll have it instead. After saying that, Lu Wei put the body refinement pill back into the bottle and turned around without looking back as he exited. Lu Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Lu Wei's disappearing figure, then anxiously said, it used to be once a day, why is it twice today? Could it be that his condition has worsened? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Come on, little girl, call me mother, and he'll give you 2 pieces of meat. Meanwhile, in the camp, others were also scheming, hoping to gain some advantage from him. This person was none other than Wu Lauer from earlier. Chenbo, this matter is up to you. If you can accomplish it, we will never lack food again in the future, Wu Lauer coaxed mysteriously. Facing him was an old man in his 50s or 60s. Surviving to this age on the road of fleeing this elderly man was certainly not simple. All right, I understand. This matter cannot be rushed. Wait for my news, Chunbo said, glancing at the half a gene of rice on the table, agreeing without hesitation. Although Wu Lauer was skilled in coaxing at his age, he had seen it all. It was too naive for Wu Lauer to think he could fool him. The only reason he agreed to this matter was entirely for the sake of the half a gene of rice. Then I will take my leave for now, awaiting your news. Good, Chunbo nodded, not standing to see him off as he preferred to conserve his energy. Once Wu Lauer left, the old man let out a disdainful snort, his tone laced with sarcasm. You think you can use me as a pawn? Wu Lauer, you are clearly deluding yourself. However, when he turned to see the half a gene of rice, he fell into deep thought. On the other side, at the wealthy Zhou family's camp, in a large tent, the 3 members of the Zhou family gathered with furrowed brows, as if facing a difficult problem. Master, we need to think of a solution quickly. If this continues, our guards will not be able to hold back even before anyone else takes action. Mrs. Zhou appeared to be in her 30s, at an age full of mature charm. Moreover, she was originally beautiful with fair skin and a gentle demeanor resembling a ripe peach, looking sweet and juicy. If it really comes to it, just give them more money, a crisp, cold voice spoke. It was Zhou Mushui, the young lady of the Zhou family. With a stunning appearance and long black hair cascading down her shoulders like a smooth waterfall, her demeanor was dignified and graceful, her eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, radiating an undeniable elegance in her every gesture. However, her gaze was unusually cold, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Hearing his daughter's words, Zhou Yuanshan shook his head vigorously. No, that is my hard-earned family fortune. How can I easily give it to them? Those ungrateful wretches have forgotten who provided for their food and drink, who trained them in martial arts. Now they dare to bite the hand that feeds them. Their hearts are as treacherous as wolves and snakes. If they want my money, they can forget it. Mrs. Zhou looked helpless. This man was good in every way except for his stingy nature, which was truly exasperating. He was a typical miser, valuing money more than life itself. If he weren't so stingy and treated the servants harshly, often shortchanging them, those people wouldn't even think of rebellion. Master, we can't afford not to give this money. Do you really want to put me and Shuer in danger? Mrs. Zhou was also anxious, and for once her usually gentle nature expressed strong words. Zhou Yuanshan waved his hand. You don't need to worry about this. I already have a plan and I can resolve it by tomorrow. Seeing him say this, Mrs. Zhou stopped persuading, though she was curious about what his plan was. As for Zhou Mushui, she had only spoken that one sentence and remained silent, appearing detached from it all. Lu Wei stepped outside, carefully wrapping the returned blood recovery pill and tucking it into his bosom. Looking up at Lu Ru Yin, who was practicing, he felt dry in his throat, his blood boiling, and couldn't help but swallow hard. A thought arose in his mind: this woman is very useful for stimulating blood flow. Watching her practice, the vitality of her blood seemed to double in an instant. Alas, he wondered if his long-abandoned skills had grown rusty. Could it be that he really had to pick up the old trade again? "Young master, I'm done practicing," Lu Ru Yin said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her long hair stuck to her face due to the sweat adding to her charm. Lu Wei nodded coldly. "You can go back to rest now. I will practice a bit longer. Then, young master, I will take my leave. Please rest early too." Lu Ru Yin slightly bowed and performed a courtesy. After seeing Lu Ru Yin leave, Lu Wei took a deep breath, pulled out a blood recovery pill, and swallowed it whole. In an instant, blood surged, and Lu Wei's body began to heat up. If he were practicing a basic body refining technique, one blood recovery pill could support him for 3 rounds of cultivation. However, now practicing an earth-level technique, Lu Wei felt somewhat uncertain and didn't know how much blood would be consumed in 1 round. He was prepared that if one was not enough, he would quickly take another to avoid being drained. Taking advantage of the surge in blood flow, Lu Wei focused his mind and began to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique is a formidable body cultivation technique. Among all cultivation systems, body cultivation, while not the absolute strongest, ranks among the top. Compared to other cultivation methods, body cultivation is exceptionally arduous. What they seek is a transformation of every inch of flesh and blood through sweat and pain. It is both a remolding of the body and a tempering of the will, ultimately achieving an indestructible body using the strength of the flesh to withstand all techniques without being harmed. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique is an intermediate earth-level technique. When cultivated successfully, one can gain the power of the dragon and elephant with immeasurable might. The difficulty of intermediate earth-level techniques is theoretically 10 times higher than that of lower-grade yellow-level techniques. This technique has very high talent requirements for practitioners. The cultivation method involves visualizing the might of the dragon and elephant through spiritual power. It requires exquisite control over oneself, manipulating every muscle in the body. It also demands a high level of comprehension to gain more insights from visualization practices. Fortunately, Lu Wei, having lived 2 lives, possesses naturally strong spiritual power. Coupled with a physique far superior to ordinary people, he has decent control over his body, allowing him to practice it with difficulty. Booming. As Lu Wei continuously practiced, his blood surged like a mountain tsunami, vigorously tempering his body. Lu Wei's body began to gradually heat up, and in this icy cold weather he exuded a steam of warmth. His heart thumped like a drum, blood flowed like a torrent, and his skin felt hot. A sense of inexplicable pressure began to emanate from him. This pressure felt alarming, as if facing an ancient beast. However, this feeling was very faint and nearly imperceptible. This was the inherent effect of the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. When cultivated to a high level, it exudes the might of the dragon and elephant. Those with weaker spiritual power or unsteady will would be frightened to the point of losing control under such pressure. Lu Wei could clearly feel his skin as if it were being forged by fire, gradually growing stronger. However, this feeling didn't last long, as Lu Wei suddenly sensed that his blood supply was running low and the effect of the technique was gradually weakening. Fortunately, at this time the round of cultivation was nearing its end. After a while, he completed a full cycle and let out a breath. Squeezing his skin, Lu Wei felt as if there had been some changes, though they were not very noticeable. Opening the system, he saw that the blood recovery bar only showed 611. 6. Adding in the 1 blood recovery pill he consumed, he had expended 10 points of blood in 1 round of cultivation. No wonder it's an intermediate earth-level technique. The consumption fits its reputation. Fortunately, this consumption was not 10 times that of the technique's power, otherwise Lu Wei would truly be unable to practice even once. However, even so, the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique cannot be cultivated frequently at this point. It can only be practiced occasionally, as the consumption is simply too great. Those talented practitioners have access to top-tier pills and spiritual herbs, allowing them to achieve twice the result with half the effort in their cultivation. But he doesn't have that, so it's better to focus on improving his strength first to avoid being powerless in the face of danger. Wiping the sweat from his forehead and glancing at the time, it was already quite late. After surveying the surroundings to ensure there were no dangers or malicious gazes, Lu Wei returned to the tent to rest. As soon as he entered the tent, Lu Ru Yin hurriedly brought over the prepared foot wash and placed it by Lu Wei's feet. "Young master, let me wash your feet." Lu Wei instinctively wanted to refuse, thinking he wasn't some wealthy landlord who needed someone to wash his feet. But before he could voice his objection, he hesitated, thought it over, and nodded in agreement. Then, like a lord, he lay back on the bed and allowed Lu Ru Yin to wash his feet. Feeling her small hands rubbing his smelly feet, Lu Wei sighed inwardly. Alas, he had fallen so low. Despite the warmth and softness coming from his feet, even though those hands weren't as delicate and smooth due to long labor, the thought that they belonged to a woman made Lu Wei's mind wander. To Lu Ru Yin, washing his feet was not a difficult task at all. On the contrary, it relieved her, because in the past 2 days she had done far less than she did at home. This didn't resemble a servant girl, but rather a lady. Such treatment made her feel uneasy, always fearing that Lu Wei might one day abandon her, selling her off, or returning her. Then she would have to return to the days of starvation, and just thinking about it terrified her. Thus, she was always trying to find something to do to be needed by Lu Wei. She wouldn't refuse, even washing with her mouth, let alone his feet. After washing his feet, Lu Wei lay down to sleep. Lu Ru Yin poured out the water, hesitated for a moment, and then lay down on the other side. Though separated by 2 children, they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Lu Wei pondered quietly, needing to find a chance to separate. Sleeping together all day would inevitably lead to trouble. Lost in thought, Lu Wei fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Wei opened his eyes again, awakened by the sound of Lu Ru Yin getting up. Since he was awake, Lu Wei simply decided not to sleep anymore, got up, and prepared to practice his boxing. He took out some rice to give to Lu Ru Yin, instructing her to cook, while Lu Wei busied himself with his own matters. The first thing he did was to check on the millet trap he had set yesterday to see if there were any catches. Today luck was good. He had caught a golden pheasant weighing about 3 to 4 pounds. With this chicken along with the field mouse he hadn't returned, yet he wouldn't lack meat for a while. Returning to the camp, Lu Wei practiced boxing while waiting for Lu Xiaoxiao to wake up. There were only 3 days left for the second chance to return. Last night had been too late, so today he had to teach Lu Xiaoxiao the dragon elephant suppressing prison art. He was curious to see what level of skill he could return. However, the cultivation difficulty of the dragon elephant suppressing prison art was extremely high. Even Lu Xiaoxiao probably wouldn't be able to learn it in a day. He could only hope she could learn it within 3 days, otherwise he would have to return something else. After waiting for a while, and seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao was still fast asleep, Lu Wei couldn't help but walk into the tent and pull her up. Lu Xiaoxiao, get up, it's time to practice. Let me sleep a little longer, I'll practice at noon. Lu Xiaoxiao curled up in the blankets, refusing to come out. Lu Wei pulled back her blanket, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Hurry up, I'm going to teach you a new skill. You? Teach me. Lu Xiaoxiao felt she wasn't fully awake. Just based on your talent, you want to teach me? Although she didn't say it, her small eyes had already revealed her thoughts. Lu Wei naturally noticed her expression. Hurry up, I'm waiting outside for you. With a pout, Lu Xiaoxiao climbed out of bed, pondering to herself that her brother's condition seemed to be getting worse. With messy hair, unbrushed teeth, and unwashed face, Lu Xiaoxiao followed Lu Wei to the edge of the small forest. Watch carefully, this skill is much harder than what master taught you, so pay close attention to my explanation. Next, Lu Wei began to explain the cultivation method of the dragon elephant suppressing prison art to Lu Xiaoxiao in detail. After listening, Lu Xiaoxiao was left confused in most areas. Most importantly, she was worried about the origins of her brother's skill. If it had any issues, would it cause problems? She had heard that practicing recklessly could result in going astray. Children have a hard time hiding their thoughts, so she directly asked, "Brother, where did this skill come from?" Lu Wei, hearing this, replied irritably, "Why does it matter to you? Just practice if I tell you to." "I want. If you don't tell me, I won't practice." Lu Wei was taken aback, thinking, wow, she is defiant now. Frowning, he threatened, "Do you believe I'll spank you? Even if you spank me, I won't practice." The little girl stubbornly turned her head, her eyes reddening with tears brimming in them. Lu Wei naturally couldn't hit the little girl, but he was also a bit troubled. Why was she suddenly so rebellious today? He didn't realize that the little girl's behavior stemmed from the presence of Lu Ru Yin and her daughter, which made her feel a bit uneasy, fearing that her brother would be taken away. Thus, she had become sensitive and rebellious. At this moment, she longed for her brother's attention. Although Lu Wei didn't understand the little girl's thoughts, seeing her on the verge of tears, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to continue being harsh. Helpless, he knelt down in front of her and comforted. All right, how could I bear to hit Xiaoxiao? I've never hit you before. The reason I didn't tell you is that the old man who passed on the skill to me didn't allow me to tell anyone. However, since you want to know, I'll tell you." "Old man? What old man?" Lu Xiaoxiao, hearing Lu Wei's comfort, felt a lot better in her heart. "The old man in my dream. Last night, I had a dream." Lu Wei began to tell Lu Xiaoxiao a story following the narrative style of a fantasy novel. Lu Xiaoxiao listened with wide eyes, her little face filled with curiosity and surprise. After she finished listening to Lu Wei's story, she asked a question that almost made Lu Wei lose his temper. "Your talent is so poor, why would that old man look for you? Why not look for me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt a surge of anger in his heart, wanting to slap her little bottom. He silently reminded himself several times that she was his little sister, and he had to hold back, so he didn't act on it. "All right, now that you know the origin of the skill, can you learn it?" "I'll learn it." Lu Xiaoxiao's big eyes were full of anticipation. Oh, such a magical old man meant his skills must be powerful. Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to convince the little girl. Truly, this child was getting harder to deceive. She was so much easier to handle when she was younger, believing everything he said. Next, Lu Wei began to explain the dragon elephant suppressing prison art to Lu Xiaoxiao. And Lu Xiaoxiao, being naturally clever, remembered most of it after Lu Wei explained it once. After explaining it to her 2 more times until she completely remembered it without any omissions, he finally stopped. Lu Wei initially thought that to teach Lu Xiaoxiao the basics would be similar to Lu Ruyin, she would have to learn the body refining technique before considering it a completed gift. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Xiaoxiao fully memorized it, he immediately received a notification from the system. Ding, the host has gifted the target Lu Xiaoxiao the low-level intermediate skill Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Art and received a 10-fold return obtaining. Ding, the host grants the returning target Lu Xiaoxiao a low-level intermediate skill Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Art, receiving a 10-fold return obtaining the heavenly grade supreme skill Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Cannon, which can be stored in the system space and claimed at any time. Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Cannon. Heavenly grade supreme skill. Lu Wei's heart raced with excitement. A heavenly grade supreme skill, does that not mean this is the top tier skill? Skills of this caliber only exist in legends. In reality, no one has ever seen anyone practice them. If I have obtained this skill, does that mean I will be invincible in the future? Thinking of this, Lu Wei wished to start practicing immediately. However, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and his excited expression froze. He recalled a problem: the more top tier the skill, the higher the difficulty in cultivation, and the greater the resources consumed. The Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison art was already difficult enough. How much harder could the Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Cannon be? Lu Wei could hardly imagine. This skill is simply beyond what I can currently cultivate. However, no matter how difficult it is, I must give it a try. Giving up is not an option. Such a powerful skill, only a fool would give it up. It's just that the cultivation difficulty is high, but I have the system. If it comes down to it, I can max out my comprehension and root attributes. I refuse to believe I can't cultivate this heavenly grade skill. Having made up his mind, Lu Wei was no longer in a hurry to look at this skill. Checking the time, it was already late. Lu Wei called out to Lu Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, stop practicing, let's go back for dinner." Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. But I haven't learned it yet. No worries, we won't practice anymore. In a few days, brother will teach you something even more powerful. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao unreservedly chose to believe him, responding cheerfully, okay. The two of them walked towards the camp together. Brother, I'm tired, carry me. Lu Xiaoxiao clung to Lu Wei's arm and acted cute. All right. Lu Wei smiled and squatted down. Lu Xiaoxiao jumped up laughing joyfully and shouted, giddy up. Okay. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed gleefully on Lu Wei's back, her smile bright and pure. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiao's smile faded as she pressed her face against Lu Wei's back and softly asked, brother, will you abandon me? Lu Wei paused, slightly smiling, as he replied, silly girl, you are the most important person to me in this world. Even if I were to abandon myself, I would never abandon you. Winking cutely, she cheerfully said, then I won't abandon you either. Lu Wei pretended to be displeased. Oh, if you don't want me, I wouldn't mind at all. The two siblings joked and laughed as they returned to the camp. Lu Rian had already prepared the meal, waiting for Lu Wei and the others to come back to eat. Wu Xiaoya licked her lips in envy, but since her master Lu Wei hadn't returned, her mother naturally wouldn't let her eat first. After breakfast, everyone continued on their journey. Due to Lu Wei teaching Lu Xiaoxiao the skill, they delayed some time, and by the time they set off, the entire team had already gone some distance. Lu Wei did not hurry, leisurely following behind the cart. At this moment, he was pondering something. In fact, there was another high-cost item yet to be returned, the physique attribute. When he took Lu Xiaoxiao with him, he had returned 10 points of physique. If he expended 1 point of strength on Lu Rian, he would surely receive a return. However, there was now a problem. With a horse pulling the sled, he wouldn't need to pull it himself. He couldn't very well ride in the cart while carrying Lu Rian, could he? What would others think? They would definitely consider him insane. So Lu Wei had been pondering how to handle this matter. That was 10 points of strength he didn't want to give up. Just as Lu Wei was thinking about what to do, a group of people suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his path. Lu Wei quickly halted the cart, squinting his eyes as he coldly scanned the group, slowly pulling out a hatchet and gripping it in his hand. You all stay here and don't run around. Lu Wei turned to admonish the few people in the cart, then jumped down and walked towards the group. Creak, creak. Lu Wei's steps were steady, showing no signs of panic as his feet crunched on the snow, producing crisp sounds. Although the opposing group appeared to have 30 or 40 people, most of them were frail refugees, including women and children. If it really came down to it, Lu Wei was confident he could leave them all behind. In the cart, Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Rian watched Lu Wei's back with concern in their eyes. Wu Xiaoya, on the other hand, wore a curious expression, still naive at her age. As Lu Wei approached, a person stepped out from the front of the crowd. When that person came closer, Lu Wei couldn't help but frown upon recognizing his face. What do you mean by this? Lu Wei looked at the newcomer with a somewhat cold tone. The The person was none other than Chunzhong, the village chief from Lu Wei's original village. Lu Wei had little interaction with this village chief and didn't know him well. He had only heard that the chief was quite slick. Seeing Lu Wei's cold expression, Chunzhong didn't seem to mind at all. With a slightly obsequious smile, he said, "Little Wei, you are now the pride of our village. I heard you have become a martial artist. Everyone wanted to come see and share in your glory. I should have brought some gifts, but given the current situation, you know how it is, I really couldn't bring anything, so I could only come empty-handed. Please don't take it to heart. I will definitely make it up to you later when I get the chance." Upon hearing these words, Lu Wei's cold expression showed no signs of changing. After crossing over, he had very little interaction with the people in this village. Their home was at the edge of the village, quite far from it, and the families he interacted with were just a few. He had little contact with most villagers. Therefore, Lu Wei felt neither goodwill nor animosity towards them. "Well, I've seen you all, so you can disperse now. We need to continue on our journey." Without any hesitation, Lu Wei began to shoo them away. He wasn't foolish. He understood very well what these people were after. They simply wanted to see him as a martial artist now that his circumstances had improved, hoping he could spare them something. However, Lu Wei considered himself not a bad person, but he wasn't a saint either. Although he had some food in hand, he also had Lu Ruyan as a strong bargaining chip. But he couldn't sustain so many people. Moreover, since they were not related to him, he naturally wouldn't give them anything for free. Chunzhong was clearly an old hand at this. Even though Lu Wei showed him no face, he still maintained a beaming smile. "Little Wei, actually, I came here with something I wanted to tell you in secret." At this point, Chunzhong glanced around, as if afraid of being overheard. Lu Wei's eyes flickered, and he casually asked, "What is it?" Chunzhong whispered mysteriously, "Yesterday, Wu Lao came to find me, asking me to incite the villagers to deal with you. I superficially agreed with him, and that fool believed me. He doesn't even consider that I am the village chief. How could I collude with a local thug to deal with the village's hope? So I hurried over today to inform you to be careful of that bastard. Although I didn't help him, he has a bunch of cronies and might secretly plot against you, so you need to be cautious." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't expect Wu Lao to act so quickly. It seemed he needed to deal with him tonight to avoid further trouble. Looking at the enthusiastic village chief before him, Lu Wei nodded. This village chief was indeed a clever man, knowing to seize this opportunity to do him a favor. "I understand. Now tell me, what do you all want from me?" Lu Wei was not verbose. He accepted this favor as long as the other party did not go overboard. He could help with a small favor. If they went too far, he wouldn't be blamed for not giving face. Chunzhong awkwardly smiled. "Little Wei, you see, you are a martial artist, and your perspective and intellect are certainly far superior to us simple farmers. Could you point us towards a way to survive? Here are 3 large chapters, and everyone doesn't need to spend money on gifts. Yezi feels unworthy of it. If convenient, just watching a small ad and sending a message is the greatest support. If it's inconvenient, that's fine too. Just coming daily to chase updates is enough for Yezi to be very grateful." Lu Wei glanced at the ragged, emaciated people, pondering for a moment. To be honest, watching the struggles of these refugees over the past few days weighed heavily on his heart. The kind of scene that one who has not witnessed with their own eyes could never comprehend just how shocking and heart-wrenching it is. Lu Wei once witnessed a family of 3 where the husband secretly sold their almost starving child. When the wife found out, she chased after him only to see her son being killed and cooked. That kind of despair was unbearable for her, leading to her immediate collapse and suicide by throwing herself against a rock. In the end, the man, having lost both his child and wife, lost all will to live and took his own life as well. There were also parents who, for the sake of their children, bled themselves and ended up freezing to death in the snow. Countless heart-shattering tragedies left Lu Wei's modern soul deeply shaken. He had even fantasized about unifying the world, ensuring that all common people would never have to endure such horrific scenes again. But he was well aware of his own limitations. Let alone unifying the world, just not starving to death was already a stroke of luck. Looking at those nearby whose faces were filled with expectation and pleading, Lu Wei contemplated a method that he could try. He may not be a good person, but he is human. "Wait here," Lu Wei said before turning back to the carriage. Those left behind, upon hearing his words, suddenly had their eyes lit up. Lu Wei's words became their hope for survival. On the road of fleeing from disaster, the most fearful thing is seeing no hope. As long as there is hope, one can persevere. Chunzhong also breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this time he had made the right bet. However, even if Lu Wei did not help them, Chunzhong had never considered teaming up with Wu Laojiu against Lu Wei. He wasn't foolish. Lu Wei was a disciple of a martial artist and would surely become one himself. What was Wu Laojiu? At most, he was just a local ruffian. Even a fool would know how to choose. Moreover, even if we set aside strength and potential, Lu Wei's character was not something that a rogue like Wu Laojiu could compare to. Even if they really robbed Lu Wei and obtained food, whether they would survive to eat it was another matter. Lu Wei returned to the carriage and took out a bottle, directly handing it to Lu Ruyan. "This is for you." Lu Ruyan was taken aback, unsure why Lu Wei was giving her a bottle. However, she instinctively refused, saying, "Young master, I can't." Before she could finish, Lu Wei interrupted. "From now on, anything I give you, you must accept without hesitation, no refusals allowed. If you can't do that, go back and follow Wu Laojiu, do you understand?" Lu Wei spoke with great seriousness, making it clear that there was no room for refusal. Upon hearing that she might be sent away, Lu Ruyan immediately knelt on the ground, pleading, "Young master, please don't send me away. I will eat less, work harder, and I can still warm your bed. Please don't send me away." However, Lu Ruyan's pleas did not earn Lu Wei's sympathy, only a colder question in return. "I ask you, can you do what I just said?" Lu Ruyan, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, nodded vigorously. I definitely can." "Good, as long as you remember to accept anything I give you immediately, I won't send you away." Yes, I will accept it." Although Lu Ruyan found Lu Wei's request a bit strange, even somewhat perverse, she dared not question it further. Seeing that Lu Ruyan had remembered his words, Lu Wei no longer made things difficult for her. He turned and took out half a jean of millet, pouring it into a jar, then took the bottle from Lu Ruyan's hand and poured some of the liquid inside. He had wanted to see if the 1 jean of separated hypnotic grass juice could be returned, but it turned out it could not be. With no other option, Lu Wei had to take it back and use it to soak the rice. 1 jean of hypnotic grass juice only required about 1 or 2 taels to soak 1 jean of rice. After mixing it well, Lu Wei took the jar and got off the carriage, heading towards the crowd. Watching Lu Wei's retreating figure, Lu Ruyan let out a sigh of relief. She had just been so frightened, thinking that Lu Wei really intended to send her away. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly said, "My brother has a peculiar habit of giving people things and then taking them back, so just get used to it. He gives it to you, you keep it, and if he wants it back, you just give it to him, understand?" Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's words, Lu Ruyan suddenly understood. She hadn't expected anyone to have such a peculiar habit. "Yes, the servant will obey." Lu Xiaoxiao nodded with satisfaction. This feeling of commanding others was truly delightful, making her somewhat addicted. "Little girl, next time we play rock, paper, scissors, you can only choose rock, understand?" "Understood." The refugees looked at Lu Wei approaching with a jar, their bright eyes showing a hint of disappointment. With only 1 jar, even if it were filled with rice, it would only be enough for these people to have a bowl of thin porridge. It wouldn't be of much use. However, being able to eat even 1 meal was better than starving. Lu Wei reached Zhong and handed him the jar. Then he said, "Here is some medicinal rice that's not for eating, but for hunting. As long as prey eats this rice, it will be hypnotized. Even the demonic beasts cannot resist it. You should distribute the medicinal rice properly, or arrange for people to set some traps for hunting. I want 3 pieces of prey. The rest is up to you how to distribute it. Just ensure that my share is not less. If it is, I will not provide you with medicinal rice again. If you can bring me 3 pieces of prey, I will continue to give you medicinal rice tomorrow, understand?" Zhong was not foolish and quickly reached out to take the jar. He understood the importance of this medicinal rice and the principle that teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. So he held the jar and directly knelt down, saying, "Thank you for giving everyone a chance to survive. On behalf of the remaining 36 people in the village, I bow to you." As he spoke, he knocked his head heavily on the ground. Lu Wei did not stop him. After he finished, he said, "All right, get up. Whether you can survive depends on yourselves. I can only help with this much." Zhong nodded with tears in his eyes. This great kindness needs no thanks. This gratitude will be remembered by the 46 people of Niu family village for a lifetime. "All right, you can go now. Don't delay your journey." After the crowd left, Lu Wei also returned to the carriage to continue on his way. This was the only way he could think of to save the villagers without putting himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, he could even gain some small benefits. Not only would he not have to waste time setting traps and could continue his cultivation, but he would also have meat to eat, conveniently solving the villagers' livelihood issues. As for whether they could catch prey, that would depend on their luck. Even if they couldn't catch anything, they could still retrieve the millet and set traps in a different location tomorrow. What he could do was provide this medicinal rice. The only thing lacking might be the hypnotic grass juice. He wasn't sure if there was any in the caravan and could ask his master about it later. Before the carriage set off again, Lu Wei glanced at a snow pile in the distance, his face revealing a cold smile. "If you weren't of some use, I would let you lie there forever." As Lu Wei drove the carriage away, the person in the snow pile finally crawled up, looking gloomily at the carriage disappearing in the distance. "Damn it, coward, I thought you were something, but in the end you obediently handed over the rice." He couldn't see clearly what had happened from afar. He only saw Lu Wei giving the village head a jar of something, and he instinctively thought that the village head had successfully extorted it. Since the first plan didn't work, he could only resort to the second one. Thinking of this, Wu Laojia's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Many people say helping the villagers is being overly sympathetic. I think mutual cooperation is quite good. The protagonist saves time and effort, can use the time for hunting to cultivate, and can save some people. Isn't that great? Jizhou, located in the southeastern part of Yunzhou, is one of the important northern barriers in the chaotic region of the Tianxian continent. To the east lies the Ink Sea, to the north Yunzhou, and to the south the central plains, making it a crucial passage in the north-south throat of the chaotic land. Inside the bustling and grand Jizhou city, in a luxurious mansion, a handsome young man with fair skin and a sunny disposition is carefully combing a woman's hair. He is focused and cautious, treating the woman's hair as if it were a precious treasure. Not far behind him, a martial artist dressed in a fitted outfit stands respectfully by. The man's voice is full of magnetism, gentle in tone, and the unintentional smile at the corner of his mouth can make many women's hearts flutter. Where has my beloved elder sister gone now? In response to the young master, the young lady and her party have already reached the edge of Yongzhou. In about 5 days they will pass through Shuangfeng Ridge and enter Yunzhou. Alas, my kind elder sister is bringing along many refugees. I've heard that the journey has been quite arduous, which truly pains me as her younger brother. Since my sister is fond of having those refugees accompany her, it is their honor, let them stay with her forever in Shuangfeng Ridge. Understood, as you command. The handsome young man waved his hand, and the martial artist respectfully exited. The young man continued to focus on combing the hair, but accidentally broke a strand. He sighed, his handsome face filled with regret. What a pity, he said, casually tossing aside the hair he held. That was unexpectedly the head of a beautiful young girl, her eyes still filled with terror. There were over 100 such heads on a nearby shelf, each one treated with a special potion, appearing lifelike even after being stored for a long time. At noon, the merchant caravan took a usual break, and Lu Wei and the others also stopped. Lu Rian was responsible for cooking, while Lu Wei seized the opportunity to cultivate. With his vitality on the rise, he no longer had to be overly cautious during cultivation, fearing excessive consumption of his qi. After practicing the body refinement technique 3 times and the killing fist 3 times, he felt invigorated looking at the increasing proficiency on the system interface. By the time he completed this set of training, the noon break was nearly over. He quickly finished his meal and continued with the caravan. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. The merchant caravan began to set up camp, and Lu Wei entrusted all matters to Lu Rian, continuing to focus on his cultivation. He practiced both techniques and martial arts 3 times each. Just as he was preparing to rest, he noticed a few people approaching him. Lu Wei had already noticed those people who had been standing there for a while. Perhaps they didn't come over to interrupt because they saw him cultivating. Ha ha ha, Lu Wei, my nephew, we meet again. Zhou Yuanshan called out cheerfully from a distance before approaching. Uncle Zhou, Lu Wei replied with a faint smile, but he was pondering Zhou Yuanshan's intentions. Could he still be thinking of marrying his daughter to me? Nephew, our last meeting was hurried, and I didn't prepare a gift. This time I wish to make it up to you with a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Zhou Yuanshan said as he took a box from a servant and presented it. Lu Wei looked at the box handed to him, somewhat surprised. It was said that Zhou Yuanshan was notoriously stingy, so he was quite curious about what gift he would offer. Uncle, you are too polite. I cannot accept rewards without merit. I appreciate your intentions, but please take the gift back. Zhou Yuanshan's possessions were not easy to accept, and he didn't lack anything at the moment, so it was unnecessary to owe a favor. Oh, my nephew, why be so polite? Our families have been friends for generations. Come on, please accept it. Lu Wei still did not accept it, and replied directly, Uncle, let's skip the gift. It's getting late. If you have something to discuss, please just say it. I should be heading back. Seeing that Lu Wei truly wouldn't accept, Zhou Yuanshan had no choice but to reluctantly take the gift back. Nephew, I didn't come here for anything serious. I merely wanted to invite you to my place for a simple meal tomorrow evening. After all, our families have such a good relationship. Since we've met, we should interact more. Lu Wei was taken aback at the mention of dinner. At this time, a meal was not a trivial matter. It wasn't going to be anything special, especially not Zhou Yuanshan's meal. Uncle, you are too polite. There's no need for a meal. If you truly have something to discuss, just tell me directly. Zhou Yuanshan felt helpless seeing Lu Wei's refusal. However, given the current situation for the safety of the family, he had to be straightforward. Nephew, regarding the matter I asked you about last time, I wonder what your master thinks. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei understood and replied with a smile. My master advised me that now is the time to focus on cultivation and not to be distracted by other matters, especially not to get involved with women. Therefore, matters of marriage should be discussed a few years later. Zhou Yuanshan felt anxious upon hearing this. Gritting his teeth, he directly said, Nephew, to be honest, I have no sons, only this one daughter. The family business will be hers in the future. Whoever marries her will naturally inherit it. I see that you, nephew, are a person of outstanding character and talent. I hope you won't miss this opportunity. Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Zhou Yuanshan was truly anxious, or else he wouldn't be using his family's wealth to entice him. However, to be fair, these conditions were indeed quite tempting. Zhou Yuanshan's family business was not small. If it fell into his hands, it would certainly provide substantial support for his cultivation. Moreover, in this world, as long as one has strength, no one cares how many wives one marries. Perhaps for the sake of wealth, it wouldn't hurt to compromise a little. Uncle, I believe that marriage is ultimately about mutual affection between two people, After all, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Zhou Yuanshan's eyes brightened at this response. It seemed the young man was finally softening. He quickly replied, "What you say makes sense, so how about this tomorrow evening you come to my house for a meal, and you can meet my daughter as well. What do you think? Since you honor me with such an invitation, if I refuse again, it would be ungrateful. I will visit tomorrow without hesitation." A 14 or 15-year-old maid rushed into Zhou Muxu's tent, her steps hurried. Miss, something bad has happened." "What is it? Why are you in such a panic?" Zhou Muxu's cold voice came out. "Miss, I heard that the master has found a husband for you." The maid panted as she spoke, anxious. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxu's previously calm and graceful face slightly changed color. What on earth is going on? The maid recounted the news she had overheard. Zhou Muxu sighed inwardly. It seemed she would have to disobey her master's orders and reveal some of her cultivation. She could only hope that her master would not blame her when he found out. When Lu Wei returned to the camp, Lu Ruyan had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him to eat. After some thought, he decided not to say anything. Some rules indeed needed to be established, or it would easily cultivate a sense of entitlement among those below. However, with his own sister, there was no need for such formalities, especially seeing her drooling while holding her stomach. Lu Wei smiled and patted her little head. "From now on, if you're hungry, you can eat first without waiting for me." "No, I want to wait for brother to eat together." "All right, then I'll eat and practice after." "Okay, let's eat." As soon as they heard they could eat, the two children immediately began to gobble up their food. Lu Wei watched with a smile, occasionally adding dishes for them. "How much food do we have left at home?" he casually asked while eating. Lu Ruyan hurriedly replied, "We still have 3 jin of white flour, 2 jin of rice, 2 jin of beans, 2 jin of millet, 5 field mice, 1 pheasant, and 10 jin of pork." Lu Wei nodded. "Later, you take a jin of pork and come with me." "Yes." Lu Ruyan didn't dare to ask more and subconsciously agreed. After finishing dinner, Lu Ruyan went to prepare the pork. Just as Lu Wei was about to take her out, he ran into his cheap master, thus having to temporarily set aside his plans. "Master, you've finally come," Lu Wei exclaimed upon seeing Luo Yin, his eyes lighting up. "What's up? Do you need something from me?" Luo Yin glanced at Lu Wei and asked. Lu Wei chuckled, a hint of flattery in his smile. "Master, do you still have that knife? Could you get me one too?" "That's simple, we can talk about it later. First come with me, I need to discuss something with you." As Luo Yin spoke, he walked to the side. Lu Wei followed him, and after they had left the tent a short distance, Luo Yin stopped. With a somewhat serious expression, he said to Lu Wei, "What plans do you have for the future?" Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback by the question, but noticing the seriousness in his master's demeanor, he thought carefully. "Currently, I have no plans. I just intend to find a place to settle down after we arrive in Yunzhou and make decisions once things stabilize." In truth, Lu Wei had some ideas in mind, but they were a bit outrageous, and he feared that if he expressed them, his master would think he was crazy. Luo Yin nodded after hearing this, hesitating for a moment, as if he had made a certain resolution. "Recently, it might not be very safe for the merchant convoy. You should make plans early." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's heart jolted. What did this mean? Was someone planning to attack the merchant convoy? This was certainly not good news. They depended on the merchant convoy for survival, and if something were to happen, they would undoubtedly be in trouble. What should he do? This news was too sudden, and he had no mental preparation, leaving Lu Wei somewhat anxious. Run. Where to run? There was a tide of monsters behind, and the mountains on both sides were steep and dense with forests. Who knew what lay within? Run forward. If he guessed correctly, the attackers were waiting ahead. Lu Wei's mind raced as he pondered countermeasures. Master, since the merchant convoy is aware of the danger, do they have any plans to deal with it? Lu Wei didn't believe the merchant convoy would be without a solution. Knowing that an attack was imminent, they would surely devise a strategy. Luo Yin nodded in approval. That Lu Wei could think of this in such a short time, indicating that the boy was not foolish. The merchant convoy should be able to handle it. The young lady is exceptionally perceptive and will definitely have a countermeasure. However, those following behind might not be so lucky. When the fighting starts, casualties are inevitable, so you need to prepare yourself mentally. Hearing this, Lu Wei felt a sinking feeling. If it were only him, even if there were dangers he could hide, and his chances of survival would be greater. But with Xiao Xiao and the others protecting them would be difficult. After thinking it over, the only solution now was his cheap master. Master, I'm not overly concerned about my own safety, but what measures can you take to ensure Xiao Xiao and the others are safe? At this moment, Lu Wei could no longer be reserved. It would be foolish to insist on handling everything himself without utilizing relationships. Luo Yin frowned and thought, sighed, and said, right now there are only 2 options. One is for you to join the Yang family as a guard. The Yang family will invest resources to train you and will naturally protect your family, but you would have to sign a contract for at least 20 years. Lu Wei felt somewhat helpless after hearing this. He did not want to lose decades of freedom unless absolutely necessary. So he quickly asked, what's the second option? The second option is for you to cultivate to the second level of the body refinement realm before danger arrives, allowing you to work as a temporary guard for the Yang family. Temporary guards have more freedom and can leave at any time with fewer resources, but their families would receive protection from the merchant convoy. However, given your aptitude, it's basically impossible to reach the second level in a short time, Luo Yin concluded, observing Lu Wei and waiting for his choice. Naturally, he hoped Lu Wei would become a member of the Yang family. This way, not only would Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao have a stable environment, but the Yang family would also gain a loyal guard, and he would have a devoted subordinate. The second level, huh? Lu Wei silently calculated. Now he had 11 points of vitality, 19 vitality pills, and 10 body refinement pills. After a complete refund, he would have 30 body refinement pills and 29 vitality pills. With these pills, reaching the second level in a short time didn't seem too difficult. Master, how many days do we have until danger arrives? Luo Yin observed Lu Wei for a moment before saying the team will reach Shuangfeng Ridge in no more than 5 days. Beyond Shuangfeng Ridge is Yunzhou. Though he didn't say it outright, his words were almost equivalent to a clear hint. Thank you, Master. I understand. Luo Yin felt a bit disappointed upon hearing Lu Wei's response, but he didn't say much more. He only cautioned, all right, be careful. I'll go back and think of some solutions. Remember, don't let this information leak out. Lu Wei nodded, rest assured I understand. Luo Yin nodded, turned and left. Lu Wei stood alone in place for a while, contemplating something that no one knew. After turning back to the camp, Lu Wei called Lu Ru Yin out, gave her a body refinement pill, then took it back and sent her back to the tent. Originally, he intended to deal with Wu Lao Air tonight and test Lu Ru Yan's talent, but now it seemed there was no time. He needed to hurry with his cultivation. Outdoors, Lu Wei consumed a body refinement pill and a vitality pill, then began his cultivation. Using both types of pills together yielded even more pronounced effects. His vitality surged, and the flow speed of his blood was astonishing, enhancing the refining effect. Without the system, even with the pills, it would be difficult for him to reach the second level in 5 days, given his aptitude. However, the system had a very broken feature. As long as he cultivated, progress would increase and effort would not be in vain. This ability was simply against the heavens. That night, Lu Wei cultivated until midnight, consuming a total of 5 vitality pills and 15 body refinement pills. Only when his mental energy was excessively drained did he have to stop and rest. Of course, the effects of such cultivation were also very notable. System opened the attribute interface. Host Lu Wei, age 18, root bone 51, comprehension 55, physique 1717, vitality 1414, spirit 411. Cultivation method, body refinement method, entry level 60100, yellow grade primary. Dragon elephant town prison technique, entry level 11,000, earth grade intermediate. Martial skill, killing fist, entry level 15100. Cultivation level, yellow grade foundation establishment, 60100, earth grade 1, elephant realm, 11,000. Free attributes 0. System level 2, 410. Bound targets. Lu Xiaoxiao, click to expand. Lu Ru Yin, click to expand. Lu Wei first noticed the changes in his physique and vitality. The physique originally was 15 points, now it is 17 points, which means that during this training period his physique has increased by 2 points. This increase in physique is not just due to this training effect, there must have been increases before as well. Although the system did not display it, Lu Wei could sense the changes. However, this time the increase is significant, so the system has displayed it. Also, his vitality has increased by more than 2 points, reaching 14 points, which means he can train more times without worrying about being drained easily. Next is the proficiency of the body refinement method, which increased by 30 points, meaning he practiced the body refinement technique a total of 15 times. The effect of each vitality pill combined with the original vitality value allowed him to practice the body refinement technique nearly 3 times, and the effect is still very good. Finally, the urgently needed cultivation progress. He practiced the body refinement technique 15 times, but Lu Wei used 15 vitality pills. Each vitality pill's effect triples, resulting in 45 points of cultivation progress, plus the original 15 points, exactly 60 points. At this rate, when his spirit recovers tomorrow, breaking through to the flesh refinement realm will be a piece of cake. It's just a pity that the vitality pills are almost used up. After completing the training tomorrow, there won't be many left. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible to break through to the 3rd grade muscle transformation realm within 5 days. Rubbing his throbbing head, Lu Wei went straight back to the tent. To his surprise, Lu Ru Yin was still awake. Upon seeing him enter, she quickly brought over a basin of warm water. In a gentle tone, she said, "Young master, would you like to soak your feet before sleeping?" Lu Wei nodded and softly replied, "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Ru Yin hurriedly said, "Not at all. Being able to wash the young master's feet is the happiest thing in my life." Lu Wei looked at her sincere smile, and something stirred in his heart inexplicably. This woman is quite capable. Under the gentle massage of her soft little hands, Lu Wei unknowingly fell asleep. Meanwhile, within a luxurious mansion in the original Yongzhou city, a creature with a snake's head and a human body sat in the hall, savoring delicious chunks of meat from a plate. If one looked closely, they would find that the meat was clearly from certain parts of a human body. The quivering nerves on the meat proved that it was freshly cut from a living person. The creature was completely naked, covered in scales, standing 10 feet tall, with a robust build and each arm as thick as an adult's waist. On its massive head was a large blood-soaked mouth filled with sharp teeth, and its light yellow eyes were as big as copper bells, gleaming with a cold, cruel light. With every bite, the snakehead creature squinted its eyes, appearing to enjoy itself, allowing the blood to drip everywhere. Delicious, truly exquisite. To eat humans, one must have the freshest for the best flavor. Next to it was a giant fox 2 meters long with fur as red as flames. Hearing the snake demon's words, the fox smiled obsequiously, saying, "If you like, I have prepared infants not yet 3 days old for you, which are even more tender and flavorful." The snake demon nodded in satisfaction. Let's eat that next time. By the way, the snow spirit mouse has been out for 3 days. Is there any news? The fox quickly replied, "Not yet, but it should be soon." The snake demon nodded. "If we can capture Yunzhou this time, your Fire Fox clan will take the lead. In that case, I will reward you well." The fox hurriedly knelt down and respectfully said, "Thank you, my lord. The Fire Fox clan will always be the most loyal subordinates of the Taipan clan. Go bring me 10 pounds of hearts and livers." "Understood, my lord." The Fire Fox responded and turned to leave. Outside, the cold wind howled, snowflakes danced, and the once flourishing Yongzhou city had become a desolate wasteland covered in red-brown blood and countless white bones. Some primitive beasts were gnawing on the corpses on the ground, and a foul smell permeated the entire city. In the night, no human sounds could be heard, only the howls and roars of wild beasts. The beautiful love between humans and demons depicted in the storybook now seemed so ridiculous against this hellish backdrop. At this moment, a small fox hurriedly ran back, coming to the Fire Fox's side, and squeaked a few times. After hearing this, the Fire Fox's expression changed, and it quickly turned back to the hall. "Your lordship, it's not good. The snow spirit mouse may be in danger." The Taipan snake demon, who was eating bloody human flesh, suddenly slammed the table. With a loud crash, the table shattered, and the entire hall trembled. "What did you say?" The low-level demon, who just went with the snow spirit mouse, returned with news, "My lord. The snow spirit mouse entered the human camp and has not returned. They waited all night, but saw no signs, so they hurriedly sent a hawk back to report." Hearing this, the snake demon was instantly furious. "The audacity of the human race to harm my snow spirit mouse. They are simply seeking death. I will grind them into meat paste and make them into meatballs. Come relay my command. The entire army must march faster and reach Yunzhou within a month." Hearing this, the fox demon immediately became anxious, its fur standing on end, and hurriedly advised, "My lord, calm your anger. There are people from the Qingling sect guarding Yunzhou. You must not act impulsively." Upon hearing this, the snake demon became even more enraged, roaring with its mouth wide open, "My Taipan clan has numerous powerhouses. Am I to fear a mere disciple of the Qingling sect?" The fox, upon hearing this, immediately began to advise earnestly, "My lord, think twice. While it may be simple to deal with that disciple of the Qingling sect, the large formation within Yunzhou city is not so easy to resolve. We have only just found the solution this time, so we must not ruin the plan due to momentary anger." Moreover, the snow spirit mouse may not have encountered any trouble. After all, it is a level 2 demon beast with agile movement and stealth. Perhaps it has encountered some accident and is trapped. Let me send out some subordinates to investigate further before making a decision. After hearing the Fire Fox's words, the snake demon gradually calmed down, pondering for a long time before sitting down again. "All right, I will listen to you. Go bring me 10 human eyeballs for drinking. I need to vent this anger. Also, the person we were instructed to keep an eye on. If there are any clues, report immediately without error." "Understood, my lord." The next morning, Lu Wei was enjoying a deep sleep when he was roused by Lu Xiaoxiao's call. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya were curiously leaning over him from both sides. Seeing Lu Wei awake, Lu Xiaoxiao looked at him with suspicion. "Tell me, what mischief did you get up to last night? Why are you still sleeping at this hour?" Wu Xiaoya instinctively nodded along, but accidentally let out a sniffle. Lu Wei, too lazy to pay them any mind, pushed their little heads away with one hand each and sat up on the bed. He opened the system to check that his mental strength had returned to normal, glanced at the time, and hurriedly put on his shoes and got out of bed. At this hour, the merchant caravan was almost ready to depart. Lu Rian heard the commotion and walked in from outside. Seeing Lu Wei up, she quickly said, "Young Master Chen, village chief, just came by bringing 2 golden pheasants and a field mouse. I told him you were still asleep and asked him to come back at noon. He left the items and went back." Lu Wei nodded upon hearing this. "Is the meal ready? The caravan must have set off by now." Lu Rian nodded in response. "The caravan has already left. I was just about to call for you." "All right, then let's hurry and catch up. We can eat on the way." Okay, I've packed everything, and we can set off at any time. Lu Wei looked at Lu Ruyan with satisfaction. Having this woman around certainly saved him a lot of trouble. He reattached the horse to the sled, cracked the whip, and followed the merchant caravan as they set off again. On the way, Lu Wei gave Lu Ruyan a qi blood pill and gave Lu Xiaoxiao a body refining pill. With this, all the qi blood pills and body refining pills had been returned. However, Lu Wei still kept 3 body refining pills and 3 qi blood pills. Including the 2 he returned today, he had already returned a total of 6. He only needed to return 2 more days, and the system would level up again. By then it was likely that the number of bound individuals would increase, allowing him to return qi blood pills and body refining pills once more. Moreover, at this rate, binding the 4th person would not take long. Therefore, he needed to save 1 more qi blood pill and 1 more body refining pill for the 4th level return. As for the 5th level, by then they should have already entered the city. Once in the city, leveraging its vast resources and the return rules, he could quickly accumulate a substantial fortune. At that time, Lu Wei was confident that his rate of advancement would accelerate even further. It would be the beginning of a fast-paced development phase. At noon, a Qinzhong came by as agreed and took half a pound of soul-capturing rice from Lu Wei. How many prey did you capture yesterday? Don't worry, I'm just curious. I don't want your things. Qinzhong, upon hearing this, looked excited and said, thanks to the soul-capturing rice you provided, we caught a total of 12 golden pheasants and 7 field mice last night, enough for the whole village to have a hearty meal. When I arrived, they wanted to come along to thank you, but I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't let them come. Everyone also asked me to convey that if you need anything in the future, feel free to command them. They will definitely comply, without question. Lu Wei nodded upon hearing this. As long as everyone can eat well, that's good. However, such good luck doesn't come every day. Save the soul-capturing rice. I don't have much left, and once it's gone, it's gone. Qinzhong quickly assured him, rest assured we wasted not a single grain. Even what the chickens ate we took out. Lu Wei was speechless upon hearing this, but it seemed reasonable to him. After all, they had experienced the despair of hunger and would naturally be frugal without him needing to remind them. After sending Qinzhong away, Lu Wei began to practice his fist techniques. He currently had 14 points of qi and blood, and even without using the qi blood pill, he could still practice the body refining technique, 5 times, relying solely on his own qi and blood. After finishing his training, the merchant caravan was just about to set off. Lunch would have to be resolved on the carriage. At this moment, not far away, Zhou Jia's caravan, Zhou Mushui found her father, Zhou Yuanshan. Father, I heard you were looking for a husband for me. Zhou Mushui's cold eyes showed no sign of emotion, as if she was inquiring about someone else's affairs. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Zhou Yuanshan immediately looked proud. Daughter, I have chosen a warrior for you among countless candidates. His character and appearance are impeccable, and I know his father. I have watched him grow up since childhood. In the past, no matter how good his character was, he would not be worthy of my daughter. But now he is a warrior. If my daughter follows him, she will never have to worry again for the rest of her life. Zhou Mushui remained unchanged in expression upon hearing this, merely saying calmly, I won't marry. If this is your way of solving the family crisis, there's no need for that. I have my own methods to protect our family. Zhou Yuanshan was about to speak, but was stopped by Zhou Madam's gaze. Then Zhou Madam held her daughter's hand and smiled, saying, Sweetheart, your father didn't say you must marry him. Today you two are just getting to know each other. If you feel it's suitable, that would be wonderful. If you don't like him, then your father and I won't force you. How does that sound? Zhou Mushui pondered for a moment before nodding. It wasn't the right time to reveal her cultivation level. Her master had instructed her not to expose it publicly unless absolutely necessary. Though she didn't understand why her master said this, she still trusted her master's words. Therefore, even her biological parents were unaware that she was actually a powerful cultivator. As night fell, before she knew it, Lu Wei also arrived near Zhou Jia's caravan as agreed, preparing to attend the banquet. The scale of Zhou Jia's caravan was considered medium among the entire refugee group. Apart from Zhou Jia, there were several other large families, each with over 100 people. Zhou Jia only had over 30 people, which wasn't significant. Thus, there had always been many eyes coveting their caravan. However, faced with the more than 20 fully armed guards, most people lacked the courage. Yet just because it hadn't happened before doesn't mean it wouldn't happen now. As more and more people became nearly desperate due to hunger, some had already discarded their inhibitions. Many had endured to their limits, and with just a spark, everything could ignite. As Lu Wei's carriage approached Zhou Jia's caravan, a few individuals stopped him. The ones blocking him were 7 or 8 strong men. With their ruddy complexions and vigorous spirits, coupled with the long knives and other weapons they held, it was evident that these people had not gone hungry. They belonged to the group with relatively ample food. Such individuals were not comparable to the refugees who had already lost their strength due to hunger. Lu Wei's expression grew serious as he pulled the carriage to a stop, looking at the several men clearly harboring ill intentions. He tightened his grip on the hatchet and stepped down from the carriage. Walking step by step toward them, he calmly asked, What do you want? Are you here to attend the banquet at the Zhou family? The foremost man, seeing Lu Wei holding a chopping knife, flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Indeed, who are you? I am Lu Hailong, the captain of the Zhou family's guard. I convey the words of the master, and miss, there are matters at home today, and we cannot receive you. Please leave. Hearing this, Lu Wei frowned, glanced at a few people, his gaze flickering slightly, and then without saying a word he urged the horse-drawn carriage and turned to leave. Watching Lu Wei leave decisively, Lu Hailong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise followed by a thoughtful expression. A younger brother beside him scoffed, "Boss, this kid is nothing special, just a softie. We scare him and he runs off without daring to make a sound." Lu Hailong frowned and waved his hand, saying, "You two follow him from a distance and keep an eye on this kid. Don't let him cause any trouble." The subordinates hearing this expressed their disbelief, saying, "Boss, is it really necessary to be so cautious? This kid doesn't look remarkable, he's just a novice in martial arts. Although we haven't practiced real martial arts, we've trained for many years. Are we really afraid of him?" As he spoke, he swaggered while swinging the steel knife, exuding an air of arrogance. Lu Hailong shot him a glare and scolded, "What do you know? Do what you're told. If you keep talking back, you won't get a thing after this is over." Looking at Lu Wei's departing figure, he felt that this kid was not so simple. Whether Lu Wei had noticed the problem was naturally unnecessary to say. Even a fool could see that these people had issues. However, Lu Wei chose not to force his way through. Although there were only 7 of them, if Lu Wei exerted himself, he could kill them on the spot. But he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't get hurt, and moreover, there would surely be reinforcements behind them. On his side, apart from himself, there were only 3 women and children, and one wrong move could injure them. The most critical point was that in a few days a greater crisis would arrive, and Lu Wei could not afford to be injured at that time. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and he had better solutions. However, it was also impossible for him to just give up. The Zhou family had such a vast enterprise, and since there was an opportunity, he had to seize it. Currently, he was only 35 points of cultivation progress away from breaking through to the 2nd rank of body refinement. If he practiced for just an hour or 2, he could return, and by then these people wouldn't even touch a hair on him. After finding a place to set up camp, Lu Wei stopped the carriage and instructed Lu Ruyin to pitch the tent and cook, while he himself went aside to cultivate. He had used 15 body refinement pills last night, leaving him with 15 remaining. After finishing cultivation last night, his cultivation progress had risen to 60 points. This noon, he cultivated 5 more times, currently at 65 points, just 35 points away from reaching the 2nd rank of body refinement. Therefore, he only needed 12 body refinement pills, which was sufficient. The remaining 3 could be kept for the next binding target for later return. As for the blood-chi pills, he could be more frugal. With his blood-chi at 14 points, he could cultivate 5 times, and eating 3 more would be enough. With a plan in place, Lu Wei began his cultivation, feeling stronger with each iteration. This sensation was particularly pronounced. After 3 rounds, Lu Wei noticed a slight increase in his physique, which motivated him even more. Currently, Lu Wei needed about 15 minutes to complete 1 round of the body refinement technique. To finish 12 rounds would take an hour and a half. Without worrying about insufficient blood chi, Lu Wei did not rest for a moment and directly completed all 12 rounds of the body refinement technique in one go. At the moment he finished the last round of cultivation, he suddenly felt as if his entire blood chi had transformed into a ferocious beast raging through his body. His skin felt hot to the touch under the rapid tempering of the blood chi. Lu Wei felt pain and itchiness all over, a tingling sensation that left him agitated, and he couldn't help but punch the nearby tree. Bang! Bark flew, leaving a clear fist mark on the trunk. The whole tree trembled slightly from his strike, and the snow accumulated on its branches fell on him, instantly melting and transforming into steam rising up. Fortunately, this sensation came quickly and left just as fast. After a few seconds, a cool, comfortable feeling spread throughout his body, and his skin trembled slightly, as if countless tiny hands were massaging him. Lu Wei hummed in comfort, wishing this feeling could last a little longer. However, regrettably, after just a few seconds, all sensations receded like a tide, and everything returned to its original calm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through in cultivation, rewarded with 5 free attribute points. A system prompt rang out, causing Lu Wei's eyes to brighten. To his surprise, the rise in cultivation actually came with attribute points. Lu Wei hurriedly opened the system to check. Host Lu Wei, age 18, root bone 51, comprehension 55, physique 4,545, blood chi 4,242, mentality 612, cultivation technique body refinement method entry 94100, yellow rank beginner, martial skills killing fist entry 15,100, cultivation yellow rank body refinement 101250, earth rank first elephant realm 11,000, free attributes 5, system level 2 610, bound targets. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Ru Yin click to expand. Lu Wei immediately noticed that both his physique and blood chi attributes had each increased by 28 points. Of these, 3 points were gained during cultivation. This means that upon breaking through to body refinement, both attributes increased by 25 points. Even his mental strength had increased by a point. At this moment, Lu Wei felt as if he had infinite strength. With a single punch, he could shatter the earth. Of course, this was merely an illusion caused by his recent breakthrough. After some time to adapt, this feeling would dissipate. Moreover, the proficiency of his technique had reached 94 points, and just 3 more rounds of cultivation would allow him to break through to the next stage. He wondered what changes the next stage would bring. But there was no rush. He could break through after cultivating a few times tomorrow morning, and then he would know. Next, his cultivation would enter the body refinement stage, which was nothing to discuss. The skin refinement stage had been completed, making his skin as tough as cowhide, increasing his defense at least several times. Although it couldn't withstand ordinary blades, it could significantly reduce damage. Lastly, there was the unexpected gain of these 5 free attribute points. Lu Wei had never known before that a breakthrough in cultivation would also reward attribute points. However, where would these 5 points be best allocated? Logically, for long-term planning, it would be best to invest in blood chi. However, given the limited time for cultivation, 42 points of blood chi were already sufficient, any excess would go unused. So it would be better to invest in mentality. However, after some consideration, Lu Wei ruled out all options, leaving only 2 still hesitating. Lu Hailong Wu Lauer Lin Xiaolin Xiaobaiha. Many characters are cameos by readers. Those interested in cameo roles can contact me. One aspect is the physique, which affects physical attributes such as strength, speed, and recovery ability, factors that influence combat power. The stronger the physique, the greater the combat power. The ultimate goal of body tempering is to continuously strengthen the body and build a solid foundation to accommodate more spiritual energy. Most importantly, a crisis will arrive in 5 days. Enhancing the physique to increase combat power is evidently more cost-effective. The other option is the cultivation progress. Throughout, both cultivation progress and skill proficiency can be improved through attribute points. However, Lu Wei does not know that adding a free attribute point would increase his cultivation progress by several points. He is currently short by 149 points of cultivation progress to advance to the 3rd grade of body tempering, the Yi Gene realm. If these 5 attribute points could yield 149 points, that would be a great gain. However, the likelihood of this happening is very low, as the system would not leave such an obvious loophole. If 5 attribute points could level up, it would directly upgrade, not only increasing attributes, but also granting an additional 5 attribute points. Wouldn't that be like stepping on both feet to ascend to the heavens? Therefore, it is definitely impossible for 5 attribute points to elevate him to the Yi Gene realm. However, even if it cannot directly upgrade, gaining 100 points would still be quite profitable. Lu Wei could manage the remaining 49 points and likely achieve it in a day. By this time tomorrow, he would be a martial artist of the Yi Gene realm. Although he wouldn't be considered a master, he would at least have some self-defense capability. With this thought in mind, Lu Wei decided to take a gamble. Adding 5 points to physical strength would not yield any significant improvement. If he could reach the 3rd grade of the Yi Gene realm, his combat power would at least double. System, please allocate 1 attribute point to my cultivation. Lu Wei decided to test it first in case the cultivation increase was minimal. He could stop the loss in time. As soon as he spoke, he felt a warm flow in his body. The warmth was not as swift and violent as before, but exceptionally gentle and soothing. Wherever it passed, he felt a warm sensation, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, bringing immense comfort. Lu Wei couldn't help but close his eyes and enjoy it. The tingling sensation in his muscles felt even more pleasant than soaking in hot water during winter. Unfortunately, before he could indulge for long, the warm flow gradually faded away. Lu Wei hurriedly opened the system to take a look. Just one glance made him smile, for his cultivation progress had increased by 20 points, now standing at 121,250. This means that adding 5 attribute points could yield a 100-point increase in proficiency. With the remaining 49 points a day of cultivation, tomorrow would allow him to break through to the Yi Gene realm. Thinking of this growth rate, Lu Wei wanted to stand up, place his hands on his hips, and shout, "Who's next?" Moreover, what made him even happier was that not only had his cultivation progress increased by 20 points, but his physique and vitality also each increased by 1 point. This is understandable, as his cultivation improved, his physique and vitality would naturally strengthen as well. In other words, this 1 point added is a triple benefit, which is quite delightful. If he had known earlier, he should have allocated all those 5 attribute points to cultivation. Lu Wei regretted wanting to slap himself. Fortunately, tomorrow he would gain 5 free attribute points from his cultivation upgrade. Moreover, the day after tomorrow, the system would upgrade again, allowing him to gain another 5 free attribute points. He wondered if these 10 points could elevate him to the 4th grade of bone tempering. Thinking of this made him a little excited. Such a speed of improvement might not even be achievable by the talents of great families. Lu Wei also knew that in the early stages when his strength was weak and cultivation low, the effect of attribute points would be very apparent. Once the cultivation level is high, the effectiveness of attribute points diminishes, making such obvious enhancements impossible. At that time, the true use of attribute points should be to improve root bone and comprehension. Thinking about it now seems a bit premature. For now, the focus should be on improving strength to ensure self-protection. Subsequently, Lu Wei allocated the remaining 4 attribute points entirely to cultivation. His physique directly increased by 5 points, reaching 50 points, which can be considered very strong. If comparing data with an average martial artist, a practitioner of the yellow-level techniques in the Yi realm would only reach this level. In other words, even though Lu Wei's cultivation is at the body refinement stage, he has actually reached the level of the Yi realm. The only thing lacking now is martial skills. He has just begun learning and would definitely be somewhat inferior in combat. This is unavoidable. After all, he has had too little time for cultivation. Martial skills can only be increased by spending time aside from using attribute points. Besides physique, his vitality has also risen by 5 points to 47. His cultivation progress has also reached 201,250, just 49 points short. With some effort tomorrow, he could easily reach the 3rd grade of the Yi realm. Satisfied with the system interface, Lu Wei stretched, and his entire body felt like firecrackers crackling and popping. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly turned to look into the distance. There were 2 people openly staring this way, showing no intent to hide, clearly not taking him seriously. Lu Wei glanced at them, revealing a hint of a cold smile, then turned and returned to the camp tent. Inside the tent, a large person and 2 smaller ones were eagerly waiting for him to return for a meal. Lu Wei shook his head in resignation. Next time you get hungry, just eat first. What if I don't come home for several days? Are you planning to starve yourselves? Got it, I won't wait for you next time. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. Lu Wei gently ruffled Lu Xiaoxiao's little head. All right, let's eat. After dinner, I have something to take care of outside, so you all stay at home and be careful. I want to go with you too, Lu Xiaoxiao said, quickly putting down her bowl and chopsticks, grabbing Lu Wei's hand and looking at him pitifully. Be good, I'll be back soon. Just think of it, as if I'm going out to take a dump. Ew, we're eating, can you not be so disgusting? Lu Xiaoxiao disdainfully released Lu Wei's hand and hurriedly moved away. Beside them, Wu Xiaoya giggled, fanning her nose with her little hand. So smelly, so smelly. Lu Wei was amused by the 2 little girls and mischievously threatened, when I come back, I'll bring each of you a lump. No way. So smelly, I don't want it either. After dinner, Lu Wei asked Lu Rian to clear the dishes while he took the axe and stepped out under the worried gazes of Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Rian. Brother, come back early. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shout from behind. Lu Wei smiled. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a dump. After finishing, Lu Wei walked out of the tent. He looked up at the 2 people who were monitoring him, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. On the hillside, the 2 looked down at Lu Wei's approach with disdain. That kid is coming. It seems he has noticed us. One of them, casually chewing on a stick of grass, sneered. So what if he comes? We never intended to hide. I say the boss is just too cautious. We could just take this kid out. No way, I heard he is a disciple of an official martial artist. We cannot provoke people like him. If we can avoid conflict, we should avoid it. While they were talking, Lu Wei had already arrived in front of them. He directly asked, Zhou family, what happened? Lu Wei was not foolish. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that those guards dared to lie under Zhou Yuanshan's name, indicating that something must have happened to the Zhou family. The principal culprit was undoubtedly these guards. In a time when humans prey upon one another, it was no surprise that the guards would betray their master. One guard, hearing Lu Wei's question, scoffed disdainfully at him, saying, Kid, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. Just go back and sleep. This has nothing to do with you. Another guard chimed in, This matter is not for you to handle, or you might find yourself in hot water. Lu Wei, hearing this, decided not to waste more words, slowly drawing his machete and glaring with murderous intent as he stepped towards them. The 2 guards, seeing Lu Wei's demeanor, were instantly enraged. This brat dared to strike at them, utterly oblivious to the danger. Since he did not know better, they would not show him mercy. Without saying another word, they drew their long knives and shouted harshly, Kid, since you seek death, don't blame us. Stop talking nonsense and teach him a lesson, or he'll never learn his place. As they spoke, they swung their knives toward Lu Wei. They did not intend to kill him, as Lu Wei had a martial artist for a master. They merely wanted to make him bleed, to make him retreat in fear. However, to Lu Wei, their blades appeared as slow as snails, completely devoid of lethality. The gap between a true martial artist and an ordinary person was like heaven and earth. At that moment, Lu Wei finally understood why he could never even touch the hem of his master's robes. He merely waved his machete lightly, and a streak of dark light flashed through the night, followed by 2 crisp sounds. Clang, clang. The arms holding the long knives suddenly fell to the ground. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain, gushing everywhere. It was only then that the two guards reacted, letting out shrill, desperate screams. "Off! My hand! My hand!" Lu Wei frowned at their cries and said in a flat tone, "It's late at night. Keep your voice down. It would be bad to disturb others' sleep." The two guards looked at Lu Wei with terror in their eyes, no longer possessing their earlier arrogance. They pressed down on their severed wrists, trying to stop the blood flow, knowing that was the only way to preserve their lives. "You're a martial artist." Lu Wei looked at them expressionlessly and said, "Now it's my turn to ask you what exactly happened to the Zhou family." One of them glared at Lu Wei with hatred, gritting his teeth and snarling, "You won't get a word from us. Even if you're a martial artist, I don't believe you can take on dozens of us. Our boss will surely avenge us, and when that time comes." Suddenly a dark flash passed, and a spray of hot blood drenched the other guard. That guard felt a chill in his neck, as if something was continuously spilling out from his body. His eyes widened in terror as he wanted to say something, but all that came out was a mouthful of blood, leaving him unable to utter another sound. Gradually, he felt his body grow colder, collapsing to the ground in despair. Lu Wei didn't even glance at him, turning to the other guard. "Do you want to end up like him, waiting for your boss to avenge you?" "No, please spare me. I'll tell you everything." The remaining guard was so frightened that he wet his pants. He then recounted everything that happened to the Zhou family in detail. In truth, the situation was quite simple. These guards intended to betray their master, annihilate the Zhou family, and seize their wealth. The operation was set for tonight. Initially, they had not planned to act so soon, but upon hearing that Zhou Yuanshan was looking for a martial artist disciple to be his son-in-law, they panicked. If they didn't act now and a martial artist got involved, it would be even more troublesome, so the leader decided to act tonight. After hearing this, Lu Wei's expression turned strange. He hadn't expected this incident to stem from himself. "A person as kind-hearted as I could never stand by and watch others suffer annihilation because of me. Besides, Uncle Zhou's family was a close family friend who, out of sentiment and reason, I couldn't just stand idly by. This matter, no matter what, I had to intervene. Yes, that's right, it was definitely not because I coveted the Zhou family's wealth." With a single stroke, he dealt with the last remaining guard. In the midst of that guard's desperate and resentful gaze, Lu Wei began to search their bodies. After rummaging for a while, he found only a handful of silver and 2 long knives. The quality of these long knives seemed decent, at least much more manageable than his machete. Lu Wei returned his machete and one of the long knives to the camp and took the other long knife as he headed straight for the Zhou family's camp. Meanwhile, Wu Lauer gathered a few friends to discuss how to sneak attack Lu Wei's camp. Someone voiced their concern. "I heard that kid has become a disciple of a martial artist. If that gets out, we brothers will be finished. What are we afraid of? If this continues, we won't survive much longer. Rather than starving to death, we might as well take a gamble. Right, let's be careful, kill them all without leaving a trace, and let's see if anyone can figure out it was us. Lauer, your wife and daughter are there. Can you really go through with it?" Someone looked at Wu Lauer. Wu Lauer hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "That wench is no concern of mine. The girl won't survive on her own anyway. Let them both go together. It's better than leaving them to suffer in this world." The others looked at Wu Lauer with contempt. A person like him, who could turn against his own wife and daughter, truly had no bottom line. Such a person was looked down upon even by scoundrels like them. The leader put on a fake smile and praised, "Good, you're a real man. Let's prepare well. There's no better day than today. Let's go now." "All right," they all replied in unison. Soon 5 figures, taking advantage of the night, avoided the gaze of others, stealthily made their way towards Lu Wei's camp. At this time, Lu Wei had already arrived near the Zhou family's camp. Before he could get close, 2 burly men wielding weapons blocked his path. "What do you want? This is private property. Get lost." One of them gestured with his steel knife to drive Lu Wei away. However, before they could react, a flash of the knife appeared, and 2 heads flew up. Without even glancing at the 2, Lu Wei continued walking directly into the Zhou family's camp. As soon as he entered the camp, he was hit by a pungent smell of blood. His heart sank. Oh no, could it be that he was too late? Looking at the corpses scattered around, Lu Wei couldn't help but let out a sigh. Oh, what a pity. Arriving too late meant he could only help the Zhou family collect the bodies and keep an eye on their estate. Just as he was about to deal with those treacherous guards and avenge the Zhou family, he suddenly heard voices coming from the large tent ahead. Lu Wei hurriedly walked over and saw a group of over 20 people surrounding the tent, their eyes fixed with malice. Inside the tent, Zhou Yuanshan's voice could be heard. "Lu Hailong, you ungrateful bastard, if you dare to come in, I won't hesitate to burn down the entire tent, taking all the gold and silver with me to the grave." A figure stepped forward from the front of the group. It was the guard leader who had blocked Lu Wei earlier in the afternoon. "Zhou Yuanshan, I give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can try to burn it down. Gold and silver won't burn easily. At most, you'll just damage some treasures." Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily from inside the tent. "Do you think I, Zhou Yuanshan, am so foolish as to carry real gold and silver on me? Everything here is in silver notes and gold tickets. Do you think I'm afraid of fire?" Lu Wei was immediately anxious upon hearing this from behind. That's all my money, how could it be burned? Absolutely not. Looking at the more than 20 people around him, Lu Wei calculated in his heart that he could deal with them directly. But he feared that if these people got scared and scattered in this pitch-black darkness, he wouldn't be able to catch any of them. In the future, having to worry about the ones who escaped would also be a hassle. He needed to think of a way to keep them all here to eliminate future troubles. That's right. Lu Wei's eyes lit up as he recalled a movie he had seen in his past life. In the Secret Service, during the dissection of an alien, the assassins killed those doctors in a particular way. Thus Lu Wei quietly crept toward the back of the crowd. He found a lone person covered their mouth and nose from behind, and with a swift slash the person shivered twice and fell completely still. Throughout the process, that person was entirely under Lu Wei's overwhelming power, unable to make a sound. Meanwhile, Lu Hailong's face grew even darker after hearing Zhou Yuanshan's words. He believed about 70 to 80% of what Zhou Yuanshan said, as he truly hadn't seen any large amounts of gold and silver treasures in the team for such a long time. He initially thought Zhou Yuanshan had hidden them away, but now it seemed very likely that they had all been exchanged for banknotes. Zhou Yuanshan, we've been master and servant for so long. As long as you hand over all your wealth, I guarantee that your family will be safe and sound, and I will provide enough food to support you to Yunzhou. If you don't recognize the situation, then don't blame me for being merciless. Pa Lu Hailong, do you think him a fool? No child would believe such words. Now immediately take your lackeys and let us leave. Then I will naturally give you the money. Lu Hailong's face darkened even further. Who doesn't know that Zhou Yuanshan is a well-known miser? If I let you go, it's a delusion to think you'll hand over the money. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Your family will accompany your wealth to the grave. Come prepare to charge in. Lu Hailong did not intend to delay any further. The longer it took, the more unexpected events could occur. Inside the tent, Zhou Muxue sighed softly, realizing that today she could not remain hidden. Seeing her parents' frightened pale faces, Zhou Muxue softly reassured them. Father, mother, you don't need to worry. I'm here. Zhou Yuanshan swallowed, nervously glancing at his wife and daughter, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. Swear, I will use banknotes as a bargaining chip to let them release you. You and your mother hurry and run to find Lu Wei. He is near the caravan. With him around, you will be safe. This gold bill is the family fortune I've accumulated in my lifetime, and now I'm handing it all to you. You can give Lu Wei some, but remember to keep an eye on yourself. Zhou Muxue looked at her father's resolute expression, feeling somewhat moved. At this critical moment, he was thinking about her survival and worrying about her future. Although this father was stingy, he had never been harsh towards her. Father, don't worry, actually who is it? Everyone be careful, there are people behind. Just as Zhou Muxue was about to reveal her identity, a sudden scream and chaotic sounds came from outside. Zhou Yuanshan's eyes brightened excitedly, saying, someone has come to rescue us. It must be Lu Wei, there is no one else. Zhou Muxue's heart stirred at his words. Could it really be that Lu Wei? She had heard her father mention that this Lu Wei had just recently started learning martial arts. Could he dare to rush in alone to rescue people? At that moment outside the tent, Lu Wei looked helplessly at the Zhou family's guards surrounding him. The calculations of mankind are inferior to those of heaven. Everything had been going smoothly, but who would have thought that a guard would suddenly turn around and ruin his plan? Naturally, everyone noticed him, the sixth one sneaking an attack from behind. Fortunately, in this short while, he had silently dealt with half of the people, leaving only about 10, which was not a big problem. Lu Hailong looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, his face darkening to the point where it seemed water could drip from it. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and said fiercely, kill him. Upon hearing this, all the guards raised their steel knives and charged at Lu Wei. Seeing this, Lu Wei didn't retreat, but advanced instead, directly rushing in front of two of them. As their knives were about to come down, a cold light flashed, and their heads flew off, blood spraying over a meter high. Immediately after, Lu Wei swung his steel knife repeatedly, and in the instant those people were still in shock, all the attackers surrounding him were decapitated. The remaining few turned pale with fear, and Lu Hailong's body trembled like sifted chaff. Why, you are a martial artist. He could hardly believe that a person who had only been training for a few days could possess such immense strength. Could it be that the chasm between ordinary people and martial artists is truly uncrossable? Lu Wei couldn't be bothered to waste words on those about to die. With swift motions, he slashed twice, and the remaining few all fell to the ground. Only then did Lu Wei, drenched in blood, finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the dismembered bodies scattered on the ground, he found it hard to believe that all this was done by him. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Lu Wei shouted towards the tent, Uncle Zhou, are you all right? The traitors outside have been dealt with, you can come out now. Hearing Lu Wei's voice, Zhou Yuanshan felt both comforted and excited. He turned to his daughter proudly and said, see, I told you the husband I picked for you has top-notch character and ability. Come, let's hurry out and take a look. Zhou Yuanshan said as he hurried out of the tent, calling, nephew, you finally made it. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. We owe you so much this time. Zhou Muxue heard the slightly flattering tone in her father's exaggerated words and felt helpless. However, she was also quite curious about what this young man so praised by her father looked like. Thinking this, Zhou Muxue followed her father's footsteps and also stepped out of the tent. As soon as she exited, a pungent smell of blood nearly made her gag. Upon seeing the ground littered with dismembered limbs, her face turned pale and her stomach churned. Although her master had taught her many skills as a young lady, she had never had the opportunity to strike, let alone kill. Now seeing so many dead, and in such a gruesome manner, she couldn't help but find it difficult to accept. She quickly averted her gaze and spotted the young man holding a long knife, exuding a murderous aura, yet with a calm and composed gaze. In the darkness, that young man appeared like the Grim Reaper, his cold gaze surveying everything before him. It seemed as though he was killing not humans, but merely chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs. Mother, I need to go to the toilet. In Lu Wei's camp, Wu Xiaoya clutched her stomach, her little face scrunched up. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan hurriedly got up, saying, "Hold it in, just don't pee in the bed." Lu Xiaoxiao, who was bored and doodling with a dagger, replied impatiently, "Go ahead. What do you need to tell me about going to the toilet?" When her brother was home, he never allowed her to play with the dagger, fearing she might hurt herself. She could only take it out to play when he wasn't around. Lu Xiaoxiao cherished the gift her master had given her immensely. Holding the dagger brought her an indescribable sense of familiarity. Pop! A shake of her hand accidentally punctured a hole in the tent. Realizing she had caused trouble, Lu Xiaoxiao quickly looked around and saw that Lu Ruyan and Xiaoya had already gone out, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one saw it. If her brother asked, she would just say it was Xiaoya's doing. Looking at the small hole she had made, Lu Xiaoxiao curiously poked at it with her finger and leaned down to peek outside. Sometimes children's mischief is so inexplicable. However, the sight she saw through the hole made Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widen in astonishment. Under the night sky, the bright moonlight illuminated the snowy ground, making the night exceptionally bright. By the tent, Lu Ruyan was helping Xiaoya to relieve herself. Not far behind them, several shadowy figures were stealthily approaching this way. Those figures were sneaky, clearly up to no good. Lu Xiaoxiao's heart trembled and her face turned pale. After all, she was just a 7 or 8-year-old child. Suddenly encountering such a situation with her brother not at home, fear instantly engulfed her. However, fear did not leave her paralyzed. Instead, it brought a hint of excitement within her. In a hurry, Lu Xiaoxiao climbed out of bed, not even having time to put on her shoes, and rushed out of the tent. Once outside, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately lay down on the ground. This was something she learned from Lu Wei, who had told her in detail about ambushing others. Lu Xiaoxiao deeply engraved this in her mind, pondering what she should do if she were in such a situation. After hiding, she noticed that the several figures had already crept close. Lu Ruyan and Xiaoya had not yet discovered them. It was too late to remind them now. To avoid being exposed, Lu Xiaoxiao quietly hid to the side. "Mother, there are people." Just when Lu Ruyan was helping Xiaoya with her pants, Xiaoya suddenly saw several people not far behind her mother and couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Ruyan turned around just in time to see those 5 shadowy figures and was instantly startled. "We're exposed, go." Seeing that their movements had been revealed, the leader of the group decided not to hide anymore. With a shout, the group lunged toward Lu Ruyan and Xiaoya like hungry wolves. Lu Ruyan screamed in fright, her mind blank as she grabbed Wu Xiaoya and turned to run. "Wang Laoqi, you go after them. The rest of you surround the tent, don't let anyone inside escape." At the leader's command, one of the 5 split off to chase after Lu Ruyan and her daughter. The remaining 4, wielding wooden sticks and kitchen knives, charged towards the tent aggressively. One of them attempted to rush inside, but was stopped by the leader. "Wait, don't rush. First surround the tent, don't let anyone escape." The group surrounded the tent anxiously, keeping their eyes on it, their expressions revealing some panic. They were not hardened criminals, at most they were just the delinquents of the village. Although they usually didn't engage in anything serious, they had never committed robbery or murder. Faced with such a situation, it was inevitable that they felt a bit nervous. After catching their breath, they gradually calmed down. Their bodies were already weak from prolonged hunger, and having run a few steps made them even more exhausted, almost unable to stand. "Lu, come out. I know you're in there." Wu Lao-er stood at the entrance, menacingly brandishing a stick. The leader pulled Wu Lao-er aside, scolding, "Get out of the way, keep your mouth shut if you can't speak properly." Wu Lao-er was a bit dazed by the scolding, looking at the leader with a face full of grievance, not understanding where he had gone wrong. The leader forced a smile, trying to keep his voice calm, as he said, "Brother Lu Wei, we have no other intentions. We are just so hungry and desperate that we came to borrow some food from you. We know you have food, and you can't eat it all. Why not lend us a little? It would be a kind deed. We will certainly be very grateful. As long as you lend us some food, we will leave immediately and will not disturb your rest. What do you think?" After finishing, the leader quietly waited for Lu Wei's response. However, what responded to him was a quiet silence with no sound coming from inside the tent. After waiting for a while, there was still no sound, and the leader frowned. "Brother Lu, isn't it too difficult to just give us a response? It's freezing outside and we can't stand it any longer. Yet silence continued to be his only reply. The leader's face darkened, and he signaled Wu Lao Air with his eyes to check inside. Wu Lao Air was startled. He wasn't stupid. What if Lu Wei was lying in wait at the entrance waiting for them to come in? If he went over, wouldn't it be walking into a trap? Therefore Wu Lao Air pretended not to see and stood still. Seeing Wu Lao Air not moving, a flash of anger crossed the leader's eyes. Wu Lao Air, go check if brother Lu Wei is asleep and didn't hear us talking. Wu Lao Air's face instantly darkened. Damn it, this bastard wants him to be the cannon fodder. Just as Wu Lao Air was contemplating whether to turn on them, a cold and sharp object slowly pressed against his waist. Wu Lao Air was startled and turned his head to meet a pair of cold eyes. Go, the leader hissed. Wu Lao Air cursed the ancestors of the others in his heart, and then reluctantly moved his legs, trudging towards the tent. The other three remained alert, ready to act, as soon as Lu Wei came out. Wu Lao Air hesitated for a while, but eventually reached the entrance of the tent. Looking at the dark tent before him, it seemed like a man-eating beast that might swallow him whole at any moment. Hesitating, Wu Lao Air still didn't dare to reach out and open the door. This person is quite intimidating. This was Zhou Muxu's first impression of Lu Wei. However, she also knew that those people were doomed. Even if Lu Wei did not kill, she would still take action. Moreover, because of Lu Wei, she avoided exposing her cultivation, and she felt a certain gratitude towards him. However, gratitude does not equate to affection. As for Lu Wei, he subconsciously directed his gaze towards Zhou Muxua. At first glance, he found the girl to be extraordinarily beautiful, possessing an indescribable elegance. In the next moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, a potential binding target has been discovered. Please check whether to bind. Lu Wei silently thought to himself. In an instant, a light screen appeared before him that only he could see. Name Zhou Xushi, bilingual race Demon, Wangyue, Taipan clan, age 422 years, root bone 97, comprehension 88, physique 100, 100000, reborn after bodily destruction. Cultivation 7th level Demon King, injured state, appearance 96, build 94, talent water, flooding the Golden Mountain, affection 1, overall rating 82. 2 each level of cultivation adds 1 point to the score. Unbound can return a multiple of 20. At first glance, Lu Wei was slightly taken aback by the name. Zhou Xushi. Who is this? The name looks like that of a married woman. Moreover, what does the name in parentheses mean? Suddenly, Lu Wei couldn't help but turn his head, looking somewhat strangely at a woman on the other side of Zhou Yuanshan. She was a woman exuding mature charm, in her 30s, well-maintained, with fair and rosy skin, a curvy figure resembling a ripe peach, looking plump and juicy. Hissed Lu Wei, inhaled sharply. Damn it, this damn system, does it want me to die? Aren't you afraid that the river crab deity will squash you with a single claw? Ding, please do not speculate with filthy thoughts about this system. This system only provides potential binding targets to help the host grow stronger without restrictions on target identity. You damn system, you actually dare to talk back? What do you mean? It's not you who is filthy, is it me? Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. Lu Wei curled his lips in his heart, curious about what Zhou's attributes were like and what the name in parentheses meant. However, when Lu Wei saw the introduction below, he felt as if his head had been struck hard with a hammer. For a moment, he felt dizzy, dry mouth, and couldn't help but swallow. What? This Zhou lady is actually a demon king who borrowed a body to be reborn. What is a demon king? He did not know. However, it seemed he understood something about the 7th level demon king. His chief master had told him about the hierarchy in the cultivation world, where the highest combat power of the human race was the 5th level golden core realm. The same applied to demons. The strongest known demon was a 5th level great demon. However, this Zhou lady is actually a 7th level demon king. What level is that, being 2 levels higher than the highest known realm? Lu Wei couldn't even dare to think. Looking at the long string of zeros behind the physique attribute, his heart raced, making him want to flee. Zhou Yuanshan, concerned, stepped forward to ask Lu Wei, "Young nephew, are you alright? Didn't you just get injured?" No, I'm fine. Lu Wei tried hard to calm his racing heart, constantly reassuring himself. Don't be afraid, what is there to fear? Since she is currently hiding her cultivation, it means she cannot expose herself for the time being. As long as he does not expose her, there is no danger. With this in mind, Lu Wei felt his heartbeat finally calm down a bit. He was no longer so tense and fearful. On the side, Zhou lady, or rather Bilinger, looked at Lu Wei with a hint of confusion in her eyes. This kid just looked at her strangely, and then his heart rate accelerated. Could it be that he discovered something? No, that's absolutely impossible. After all, he is just a beginner in body tempering. Even if he were an 8th level powerhouse, he wouldn't be able to see through her true form. If that were the case, why did his heart race when he looked at her? Could it be that? Meanwhile, Lu Wei, seeing Zhou lattice attributes, was utterly enticed that even at an affection level of only 1 point, she still achieved an evaluation of 80 points. If he could cultivate that affection, wouldn't it be possible to reach 100 points? 100 points means a 100-fold return rate. At that time, even if he casually gave her an ordinary pill, it would turn into a miraculous medicine that could bring the dead back to life. Just giving her a stone could return it as a gem. As long as he could win her over, would it be far from soaring to great heights? With this thought, Lu Wei's eyes lit up, and for a moment, he actually forgot his fear of the Demon King. Isn't she just a Demon King? What's so scary about that? She doesn't dare to make a move, nor can she expose her identity. What is there to fear? Moreover, is fear useful? If she wanted to kill him, it could probably be done with just a glance. Since that's the case, the emotion of fear is entirely unnecessary. It would be better to think of ways to earn this Demon King's affection and then take the opportunity to return. He must lick hard. Even if he becomes a licking dog, he must raise that affection level. As long as he is sincere, there's no woman who cannot be won over. Furthermore, if he wins over Zhou Lady, well, not only will he be safer, but he can also increase the return multiplier, killing two birds with one stone. Perfect. In a short time, Lu Wei underwent countless struggles in his heart and finally made a decision. With a goal in mind, Lu Wei's thoughts stabilized, and he continued to glance at Zhou Lattice attribute interface. Seeing that the talent section had the phrase water flooding the Golden Mountain, Lu Wei felt somewhat puzzled. What kind of talent is this? Isn't this a reference from a novel on Earth? How could such a thing exist in this world? Could it be that Zhou Lady is a demon proficient in water magic? Before Lu Wei could figure out what water flooding the Golden Mountain meant, Zhou Lady suddenly spoke. She looked Lu Wei up and down and smiled, saying, "My lord, is this the talented young gentleman Lu Wei you spoke of, the scion of your family ties? Indeed, he is quite a handsome individual." Lu Wei felt as if he was not wearing any clothes under Zhou Lattice's gaze, feeling exceptionally exposed without a shred of concealment. Hearing Zhou Lattice's words before Zhou Yuanshan could respond, Lu Wei hurriedly bowed and greeted. "I, Lu Wei, pay my respects to Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, and Sister Zhou of the Zhou family. One must be respectful. This woman is too formidable, a 7th-level Demon King. One misstep could drown me." Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily. "Indeed, this is the Lu Wei I often speak of. Xiaoxue, hurry over to pay your respects." Zhou Muxue heard her father's words and gracefully stepped forward, slightly bowing. "Zhou Muxue, I greet the Lu family brothers." Generally, women, especially those who are unmarried, do not reveal their given names in public. However, there is no need to be coy with those who are close. Since Zhou Yuanshan had already mentioned Zhou Muxue's name, she had nothing to hide. Lu Wei hurriedly returned the greeting. "Sister, you honor me. I cannot dare accept such courtesy from you. Your mother is terrifying. I certainly do not dare. She should not be your biological mother." The system introduced that this Demon King is reincarnated using another's body. Although I don't know how it was done, I can be sure that Madame Zhou is no longer in this world. Ding, a potential binding target has been detected. Please check if you want to bind. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Wei had a guess. The target this time should be Lu Muxue. No Chao, and that's not right either. Whatever, never mind. Check. Name Zhou Muxue, age 18 years, bone quality 90, comprehension 91, physique 55155, 515, cultivation level, frost transformation realm, appearance 95, build 92, talent immortal, spirit body affection level 30, overall score 83. 6 for every increase in cultivation level score 1 not bound can be refunded at a multiplier of 20. Lu Wei suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhou Muxue, his eyes filled with disbelief. Frost transformation realm. This woman is actually in the frost transformation realm. What the hell is the Zhou family poisoned? How do they keep hiding these monsters one after another? That is indeed the frost transformation realm. My chief master once said that only the leaders of sects possess such strength. Zhou Muxue, who looks so frail, actually has the strength of a sect leader. What on earth is going on? Has she also reincarnated using another's body? No, if that were the case, the system should have displayed it. Then there is only one possibility left. This girl's true cultivation level is indeed frost transformation realm. Looking at her bone quality and comprehension, it seems possible to reach this realm with resources. However, she seems to be hiding her cultivation level. If not, she wouldn't have waited for me to come to her rescue. Why is that? Lu Wei was a bit dazed, realizing that the Zhou family is quite chaotic. However, Zhou Muxue's cultivation level, while it can deceive Zhou Yuanshan, would be hard to hide from Madame Zhou, also known as Linger. After all, she is a 7th-level Demon King. A 4th-level cultivator hiding from a 7th-level being, especially while living together, is fundamentally impossible. Perhaps only Zhou Yuanshan is unaware of how abnormal this family is. Otherwise, Zhou Yuanshan wouldn't have sought my help, even wanting to marry his daughter to me. Speaking of which, would I dare marry someone from the frost transformation realm? Just turning in bed could crush me, right? Haha, my dear nephew, how is it? I am not boasting, of my daughter truly embodies the words extraordinarily beautiful, right? Seeing Lu Wei staring wide-eyed at his daughter, Zhou Yuanshan thought he was captivated by her beauty. He couldn't help but feel proud, thinking, kid, weren't you unwilling at first? Aren't you quite proud? Why do you look like a lovesick puppy now? I still prefer your rebellious demeanor. Lu Wei quickly came to his senses and respectfully clasped his hand, saying, I apologize for my rudeness. I hope uncle and aunt can forgive me. I was stunned by my sister's breathtaking beauty and couldn't help but lose my composure. I hope uncle, aunt, and my sister won't hold it against me for my rashness. He was anxiously thinking that he must not be disrespectful. After all, a frost transformation realm cultivator could easily crush him. Thankfully, this young lady seems to hold a bit of fondness for him, which gives him some peace of mind. Unlike that enchantress who smiles sweetly, but only has an affection level of 1. Looking at Zhou Mux's 4 attributes all above 90, it's simply absurd. If her affection level could also be raised, wouldn't that lead to a score of 90? At that point, the refund multiplier would be directly 50 times. 50 times, what does that even mean? Even if she were given a yellow level technique, it could directly return a heavenly level 1. With this woman, I could soar to new heights instantaneously. No, this opportunity absolutely cannot be missed. We are not afraid of a 7th level demon king. Why fear a 4th level cultivator? I must flatter her thoroughly. What's wrong with being a sycophant? Many people are sycophants. Oh, what's one more? However, this young lad's talent is a bit strange. Immortal spirit body. What kind of physique is that? Could it be a typo from the system? Sigh, this foolish system can even have typos. It's truly trash. Forget it, I'll study those details later. For now, let's see how to raise my affection level in front of these 2 women. Madame Zhou, who was listening to Lu Wei, smiled brightly and said, Hee, this child really knows how to speak. No wonder your uncle praises you non-stop since he returned. You are indeed likable. Lu Wei thought to himself with a fake smile, but I haven't seen you like it. Zhou Muxue also felt her cheeks flush slightly. No woman dislikes being praised. She felt both shy and happy about Lu Wei's compliments, though her expression remained cold. Although she has astonishing cultivation, her temperament is very pure. She has secretly cultivated under her master since childhood, leading her to spend most of her time hidden away in her attic. Her understanding of the outside world is quite limited. Therefore, despite being a frost transformation realm powerhouse, she herself does not realize how strong she is. In other aspects, she is no different from an ordinary girl, completely lacking the aura and temperament of a strong cultivator. Moreover, her master did not tell her much about the cultivation world to keep her heart innocent. Only with a pure heart can one align with the Tao, rapidly advancing and establishing a solid foundation. Of course, there are also some special reasons for that. Zhou Yuanshan felt that Lu Wei was unusually courteous today, not acting all arrogant-like, before making him even happier. Come, my dear nephew, let us talk inside the tent. Uncle, how about we postpone for another day? I am in such a disheveled state, it would be too disrespectful. Lu Wei looked at the bloodstains on his clothes. Normally, he might not care, but now that he has 2 targets to impress, he has to pay attention to his appearance. The key is that his mind is a bit chaotic. With so many shocks in succession, who can handle it? He needs to go back, sort things out, and figure out how to implement his sycophantic plan. Otherwise, if he accidentally flatters the wrong person, he might not even know how he died. Ha, it's a small matter. I will have someone boil water for you to wash up. At this point, Zhou Yuanshan stopped and looked at the corpses scattered around, falling silent. It seems that besides the maid Xiao Huan by Zhou Mux's side, the rest are either dead or fled, leaving nothing behind. Lu Wei also understood the Zhou family's current predicament. A lot of things await resolution. So he hurriedly said, Uncle, there's no need to trouble yourself. There's nothing more to do here, and I can rest assured. My family is also gone. I've been out for so long, I should be heading back. I will visit you again when I have time. Zhou Yuanshan nodded. Thanks to you today. If it weren't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable. It is indeed inconvenient at home today. Once I finish dealing with family matters and prepare food and drink, I will wait for your visit. Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Without me, those people might have fared worse. Then we shall meet, uncle, aunt, sister. I will take my leave now. The members of the Zhou family stared at Lu Wei's retreating figure, each lost in their own thoughts. Zhou Yuanshan looked at his daughter, who was gazing at Lu Wei's back, and teased, Daughter, how do you find the husband that your father has chosen for you? Are you satisfied? Zhou Mux's face slightly flushed, but then she concealed it and returned to her cold, ethereal demeanor. To those unaware, it might seem she was a cold fairy, detached and pure. In reality, Zhou Yuanshan and Mrs. Zhou both understood that their daughter was merely masking her naive innocence. Though she appeared unapproachable and cold, she was actually simple and gentle. Seeing her daughter silent, Mrs. Zhou's eyes glinted with a hint of mischief as she feigned a sigh. Alas, my dear husband, it seems our daughter is not satisfied with Lu Wei. Perhaps you should find someone else for her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan immediately understood and replied, Is that so? Then I shall look again. Oh, we cannot let our daughter be unhappy. Zhou Mux's brows slightly furrowed, feeling helpless. Find another. Wouldn't that mean another matchmaking session? Moreover, would anyone else be better than Lu Wei? Recalling Lu Wei's earlier demeanor, honest, sincere, humorous, yet respectful, she considered the possibility of getting to know him better. Thus Zhou Mushues steeled herself and said, "The decision regarding the marriage lies entirely with my parents. I have no objections, but I would like to observe for a while before deciding." All right, then we will observe a bit longer, no rush. Ha ha ha, no rush. Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily, fully comprehending his daughter's intentions. Typically, when women are introduced to potential spouses, if they agree, they say it is all up to their parents. If they disagree, they claim they want to spend a few more years with their parents. How could he not understand such things? Zhou Yuanshan resolved to find an opportunity to settle the marriage with Lu Wei soon. Though the wedding could not be held, the agreement must be established. Hoo. Bang. Mother. You filthy woman, why are you running? You filthy woman, you're quite fast. Wang Laoqi gasped as he looked at Lu Ruyan, who had fallen in the snow, cursing fiercely. If it weren't for this woman dragging a burden, he truly wouldn't have been able to catch up. She might have really escaped him. What do you want? I tell you, my young master is a martial artist. If you dare to act recklessly, he won't let you off when he returns. Hearing this, Wang Laoqi not only felt no fear, but burst into mad laughter. Ha ha ha, not let me off. Damn it, I'm nearly starving to death. What good is it to let me off? Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well go all out. Lu Ruyan looked at the seemingly deranged Wang Laoqi, her eyes filled with fear. She was just an ordinary woman. Even though Lu Wei had taught her how to cultivate, she was still only at the very beginning with no visible results, let alone any combat ability. However, what Lu Ruyan did not know was that if it came down to comparison, Wang Laoqi was even weaker than her. She had been able to eat well in recent days, and her body had recovered to a healthy state. In contrast, Wang Laoqi, due to prolonged hunger, was already extremely weak. Had she run a bit longer, just now Wang Laoqi might have been too exhausted to continue the chase. Under the moonlight, Wang Laoqi gazed at the fair and plump Lu Ruyan, his eyes glinting with a trace of brutal lust. This woman always gave a sorrowful impression, yet evoked an irresistible impulse to abuse her. However, Wang Laoqi in his current state had desires, but lacked the strength to act. Wang Laoqi swallowed regretfully, his voice filled with jealousy and hatred. Damn it, Wu Lao Air, that bastard is truly fortunate to have married such a seductive woman. If it weren't for the wrong timing today, I'd definitely want to taste the experience myself. Nevertheless, although he couldn't truly indulge, it wouldn't be a problem to have a little fun. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Lu Ruyan. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan turned pale with fear and started kicking wildly from the ground. Wang Laoqi was caught off guard and was kicked over, rolling several times before finally stopping dazed. Lu Ruyan, seeing this, seized the opportunity, pulled Wu Xiaoya, and turned to run, shouting for help. Wang Laoqi, lying on the ground, changed color upon hearing Lu Ruyan's cries. He hurriedly stood up to pursue them. However, just as he was about to get up, a small figure suddenly darted out from behind him. The small figure held a sharp dagger high, aiming directly at Wang Laoqi's neck, and plunged it down fiercely. On the other side, Lu Ruyan had not run far when she encountered someone. Seeing Lu Ruyan in a state of panic, the person's eyes brightened involuntarily as he hurriedly approached and asked Miss Lu what happened. What are you doing here at this late hour? Xiaoren, are you that Xiaoren, young master Xia? Lu Ruyan looked at the person in front of her and immediately recalled this guard from the merchant caravan. Yes, it's me. What happened? Xiaoren looked at Lu Ruyan, whose breath was ragged and her chest heaving, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing Xiaoren, Lu Ruyan felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. Young master Xia, please quickly go inform Lord Luoyan. Tell him that someone took advantage of your absence to attack us, and Miss Xiao Xiao has been captured by them. Upon hearing this, Xiaoren's eyes darted about, seemingly plotting something. Miss Lu, don't panic. Tell me exactly what happened. How many people ambushed your camp? He had already decided that if there weren't too many and he could handle them, he would rush in to save the beauty and win Lu Ruyan's favor. If there are too many, then he'll find Luo Yin and let him deal with it. There are 5 people in total. They are all refugees trying to steal our food. With the young master away, we are no match for them, and I don't know if Miss Xiao Xiao managed to escape. As Lu Ruyan spoke, her anxiety grew. In her previous panic, her mind had gone blank. All she could think of was to run. Now thinking back, if Lu Xiao Xiao fell into those people's hands, wouldn't that be dangerous? At that moment, Lu Wei might even kill her. Even if he didn't kill her, he would surely drive her away and never want her again. With this thought, Lu Ruyan suddenly knelt down in front of Xiaoren. Young master Xia, I beg you, please help me inform them quickly. It will be too late if we delay. Upon hearing that there were only 5 refugees, Xiaoren felt reassured. 5. Even if there were 15 or 50, those starving refugees tumbling about were not a threat to him. After all, he was a genuine martial artist. Although he was only at the body refinement stage, dealing with refugees would be a piece of cake. Miss Lu, don't worry. It's too late to notify Brother Luo now. It's just 5 refugees. I can handle it myself. Come on, lead the way and I'll go with you. Really? Thank you. Lu Ruyan was so excited that she kept bowing her head and then quickly ran towards the camp. When they arrived at the camp, they saw that the 4 individuals surrounding the tent had already collapsed on the ground. They emitted eerie cries, and upon closer inspection one would find that their hands and feet had been severed, leaving only their bodies. The wounds were tied with cloth strips to prevent excessive blood loss. Standing next to the 4 were 2 figures, one large and one small, who were Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruoyan let out a breath of relief. Lu Wei had returned, and thankfully Lu Xiaoxiao was unharmed, otherwise she would have been beyond redemption. Although even if she stayed it wouldn't have mattered, but in such a critical moment abandoning her master to flee was utterly unacceptable. Meanwhile, Xiaoran, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He had hoped to rescue Lu Xiaoxiao, thus earning a favor from both Lu Wei and Lu Ruoyan, but it seemed there was no chance for that now. Lu Wei, you're back. It seems I arrived one step late. You've dealt with these scoundrels. Upon hearing Xiaoran's words, Lu Wei's previously angry expression softened as he smiled slightly. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Xia. I will remember this favor. Xiaoran, hearing the words he wanted to hear, smiled and waved his hand, pretending to be nonchalant. What are you saying, brother? Your affairs are my affairs. If you have matters, I will naturally assist. Lu Wei chuckled, but inside he felt helpless. Xiaoran was reminding him, I've helped you, so if you need anything later, don't refuse. What frustrated Lu Wei was that although Xiaoran hadn't been of much help, he had the intention to assist, and that was what mattered. Well said, well said. Young Master Xia, if you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I won't refuse. All right then, brother Lu, if you still have matters here, I won't disturb you. We'll meet again. Goodbye, see you later. After Xiaoran left, Lu Ruoyan suddenly knelt on the ground. Young master, it's all my fault. Please punish me, hit me, or scold me, I deserve it. Lu Wei didn't even glance at her, only replying in a tone that was neither cold nor warm, what did you do wrong? I was wrong to forget about the young lady in my panic. Have forgot. If it were Xiao you left behind, would you still forget? Lu Wei asked coldly. Lu Ruoyan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, if Xiao had been left behind, would she have forgotten? Even in a state of panic, she would not have forgotten, right? However, Lu Wei then said something that surprised her. You can get up now. Oh, I won't blame you for this. After all, expecting you to treat Xiao as if she were your own daughter is impossible. I understand that people are selfish even if they don't show it usually. But when it comes to a crisis, that selfishness will inevitably be revealed. However, my understanding doesn't mean I can accept it. Do you understand? Although Lu Ruoyan was confused by his words, she obediently nodded. I understand, my lady. Lu Wei didn't care whether Lu Ruoyan truly understood or not. As he had said, expecting her to treat Xiao like Wu Xiaoyu was unrealistic. He didn't need that because Lu Ruoyan was merely his servant, she didn't have that qualification. Xiao, take Xiaoyu back to the tent to sleep. Looking at Lu Xiao, who was holding a dagger with blood still on her face, Lu Wei felt both helpless and heartbroken. This child would give him plenty of headaches in the future. However, this was his own sister. Even if she truly became a cold-blooded killer, he would become a professional corpse collector. Lu Xiao looked at the struggling figures on the ground with some reluctance. Brother, how about I help you kill them? Look how much they are suffering. Lu Wei shot her a glare and said irritably, thank you, but no need. Hurry back to sleep. Lu Xiao pouted helplessly. If you don't need it, then why are you so fierce? Xiaoya, let's go back to sleep. The silly Xiaoya obediently followed Lu Xiao back to the tent. After the 2 children left, Lu Wei glanced at Lu Ruoyan, who was still kneeling on the ground, and directly threw a long knife in front of her. Clang! The long knife fell to the ground, startling Lu Ruoyan. What does this mean? Is the young master asking me to commit suicide? I said, although I understand it doesn't mean I accept it. You know, in this chaotic world, to survive, one must not only have strength, but also a ruthless heart. Now take this knife and behead those 4 people. Lu Ruoyan still had some use, so Lu Wei wouldn't drive her away, but not driving her away didn't mean doing nothing. Sometimes punishing a person psychologically can be far more damaging than a physical punishment. Ugh. In the morning, inside the carriage, Lu Ruoyan looked at the bowl of white porridge and suddenly felt a bit nauseous. What's wrong? Are you pregnant? Lu Xiao stared wide-eyed at Lu Ruoyan, who was covering her mouth and dry heaving. Seeing Lu Ruoyan in this state naturally led to such associations. Although she had no idea what being pregnant really entailed, Lu Ruoyan was startled and quickly waved her hand, saying, No, it's just that my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. It'll be fine soon. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Lu Wei, and upon seeing Lu Wei's calm and unchanged expression, she let out a sigh of relief, though she felt a hint of disappointment. As for Lu Wei, her feelings were quite complex. Yesterday's events had left her feeling angry. It was impossible not to be. Thinking about how Lu Ruoyan had faced danger, even if she didn't blame Lu Ruoyan, she couldn't help but vent her frustration on her. This was why she had sent Lu Ruoyan to personally behead those 4 people. While part of the reason was to temper her mental fortitude, another part was to punish her, for one of those 4 was Wu Lao'er. Even though Wu Lao'er had once treated her harshly, he was still her husband. How could she possibly bring herself to kill him and sever his head? Thus, after gritting her teeth and killing 3 people facing Wu Lao Air's pleading eyes, Lu Ru Yin broke down. She knelt before Lu Wei crying, "Young master, I can't do it, please don't make me kill him, I really can't do it, woo woo woo." Looking at the weeping Lu Ru Yin, Lu Wei sighed softly. It was right that she couldn't do it. If she could, I wouldn't be able to keep her. Though he was a cold-hearted person, he did not wish for those under him to be cold-blooded, unfeeling, and ungrateful. For such people, if they could harm their own kin today, they could just as easily turn on him tomorrow. How could he ever trust them? Ding, due to your cold-bloodedness, Lu Ru Yan's favorability towards you has decreased by 5 points, current favorability 70. You dog couple, may you not die well, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. I will kill you, I will kill you. You will not die well. You bitch, I really regret not being able to kill you today. Wu Lao Air cursed, his voice growing weaker until he took his last breath, staring wide-eyed at the two. A few minutes later, Lu Wei shivered from the cold wind. Ding, due to your brutal treatment, Lu Ru Yan's favorability towards you has decreased by 5 points, current favorability 65. Let's go back and rest, Lu Wei said, leading the way back to the tent to sleep. Lu Ru Yan silently shed tears, washed up, and then went back to sleep. The next morning, before Lu Wei was fully awake, he suddenly felt a warm, wet sensation beside him. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that Lu Xiao, this girl, had wet the bed. Seeing the little girl slowly open her eyes, probably having woken herself up from it, Lu Wei burst into laughter. "Oh my, a child 7 or 8 years old still wetting the bed, ha!" Lu Wei's merciless ridicule immediately made Lu Xiao realize what had happened. Looking down, she saw that her clothes, pants, and the mattress beneath her were all soaked, revealing just how much she had wet herself. Lu Xiao's little face turned bright red, and she hurriedly covered Lu Wei's mouth. "Don't say anything, be quiet." Feeling the dampness beneath her, Lu Xiao was so embarrassed, she almost cried out. Seeing that Lu Xiao really looked like she was about to cry, Lu Wei hurriedly said, Okay, I won't say anything, don't cry, I'll go out first, and let Lu Ru Yin come help you change your clothes." Lu Wei laughed as he exited the tent. He was not laughing at Lu Xiao for wetting the bed, but rather because it proved that she was still a normal child. Remembering what he had seen on Lu Xiao's attributes interface yesterday, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel a bit heavy-hearted. Name: Lu Xiao, age 7 years old, root bone 80, 10th comprehension 76, 10 physique 1000, 10 cultivation, initial stage of foundation establishment, appearance too young, not calculated, body too young, not calculated, talent which awakened, growth type cold-blooded and unfeeling, possesses great talent and strength, can grow the more lives taken, the faster the growth and the stronger the killing intent. Favorability 100, too young, not calculated. Comprehensive score 77. 5 meets binding requirements, has been bound, return multiple 10. The witch talent is indeed a very powerful endowment, granting Lu Xiao a physique that surpasses ordinary people's by 2-fold. She also possesses enhanced root bone and comprehension. However, the side effects are quite evident. As she grows, she will become increasingly bloodthirsty. Lu Wei does not want her to turn into a killing machine. He only wishes for Lu Xiao to live a happy and peaceful life. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. For now, let's practice boxing to enhance her strength. Today she needs to break through to the muscle transformation stage, and then confront the 2 ancestors of the Zhou family. Next, Lu Wei began practicing the body tempering technique in the snow. With his blood and energy fully replenished, he practiced with unwavering focus, making rapid progress. Before he knew it, in less than 2/4 of an hour, Lu Wei had already practiced the body tempering technique twice. Today's training speed was noticeably faster than before. Just as Lu Wei finished his second practice and was about to start the third, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to proficient level in the yellow grade low-level technique, basic body tempering technique. You have been rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Upon hearing the notification, Lu Wei was delighted. He hadn't expected that improving the proficiency of a technique would also grant him attribute points. Lu Wei quickly opened the system interface, and indeed the proficiency of the body tempering technique had upgraded from beginner to proficient. At the same time, he had also gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Seeing these 5 points, Lu Wei decisively allocated 2 to his cultivation. Originally, his cultivation progress was 203,250. Now with these 2 free points added, it instantly changed to 243,250. As long as he practiced 7 more times, his cultivation would reach the 3rd level of the muscle transformation realm. Without hesitation, Lu Wei began to cultivate. With the proficiency of the body tempering technique improved, Lu Wei's training speed further increased. Previously, he could practice once in 15 minutes. Now he could practice 3 times in 2/4 of an hour. Moreover, Lu Wei noticed that previously practicing once would increase his cultivation by 1 point, which had never changed. But now, after the proficiency of the technique improved, he suddenly found that sometimes practicing once could actually yield a 2-point increase in cultivation. This surprised Lu Wei. Oh, was this the effect of improving the technique's progression? It actually accelerated the growth of his cultivation. Does this mean that the higher the proficiency of a technique, the more his cultivation would grow? He had always been puzzled about the purpose of technique proficiency. Now he understood it could actually accelerate the improvement of his cultivation. This effect was simply extraordinary. With such an effect, even without good talent, as long as one is willing to work hard, future training speed would become faster. Originally, he needed to practice the body tempering technique 7 times to upgrade, but now he upgraded after just 5 practices. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the muscle transformation realm. You have been rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Please check your rewards. In an instant, Lu Wei felt as if his body was on fire, as if the muscles within him were being constantly tempered in a raging fire, until the muscles trembled and emitted a low humming sound resembling a plucked bowstring before gradually calming down. Lu Wei opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. An impulse to release it surged as he suddenly threw a punch into the air. Bang! The air erupted with a loud explosion, the sound of air being shattered. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lu Wei decisively opened the system. Host Lu Wei, age 18, root bone 51, comprehension 55, physique 100100, vitality 100100, spirit 1313, technique body refining method proficient 14300, yellow grade initial. Dragon elephant suppression technique beginner 11,000, earth grade intermediate. Martial skill killing fist beginner 20100, cultivation yellow grade muscle transformation realm 250500, earth grade 1 elephant realm 11,000, free attributes 8, system level 2 610, already bound targets Lu Xiaoxiao. Click to expand Lu Ruoyan. Click to expand. The vitality and physique have directly doubled. No wonder he feels so much stronger. Looking at the additional 8 free attribute points, Lu Wei suddenly had a bright idea. He thought of an opportunity to gain more attribute points. System, please allocate 1 attribute point to the progress of the killing fist technique. Immediately, the progress of the killing fist jumped by 20 points. Seeing this, Lu Wei thought to himself, this works. He continued to allocate points. He added a total of 4 points in succession, and the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing the yellow grade low-level martial skill killing fist from beginner to proficient. You have been rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Please check your rewards. Indeed, leveling up skills would also grant attribute points. Instantly, scenes flooded Lu Wei's mind as if he were experiencing them firsthand. In the images, he was repeatedly throwing punches in the snow, practicing the killing fist, until a thunderous boom erupted from the ground, sending the surrounding snowflakes flying several meters away before he stopped. The killing fist's proficiency level has risen to proficient. Opening his eyes, Lu Wei looked at his fist. Now the power of his punch was at least 50 stronger than when he had just started practicing. So the enhancement of martial skills can have such a significant impact, Lu Wei murmured to himself. If it weren't for the need to accumulate free attributes, he would never have considered improving his martial skills. Now it seemed that he could not neglect martial skills in the future, otherwise he would be at a severe disadvantage in battles. Lu Wei looked at the 8 attribute points he had just acquired, and in the blink of an eye it turned into 9 points. Moreover, the killing fist had advanced to the proficient level, causing him to feel overjoyed. Next, he needed to find a place to spend these 9 points. There was no need to hesitate. In a few days someone would attack the merchant convoy. The stronger his cultivation, the safer he would be. Therefore, Lu Wei allocated all 9 points directly to his cultivation. His cultivation progress also rose to 430,500. With just 70 points left, he could upgrade to the 4th level of the bone refinement realm. However, Lu Wei was not planning to use attribute points for this upgrade. At the current training speed, practicing about 50 times should be enough for an upgrade. At most, by tomorrow morning it should be done. After upgrading tomorrow, he would also receive 5 additional points. At the same time, upgrading his cultivation to the bone refinement realm would also grant 5 attribute points. Lu Wei already had plans for these 10 free attribute points. Noticing the time was getting late and the merchant convoy had set off for a while, Lu Wei quickly closed the system interface and returned to the carriage. Young master, breakfast is ready. Please have some. Lu Ruoyan said, looking at Lu Wei with an exceptionally complex expression. This man had rescued her from hell, but was now pushing her step by step toward the abyss. The scene from last night, when Wu Er died in front of her, his bulging eyes, and that vicious curse lingered in her mind for a long time. She had never thought that one day she would do such a thing in front of her husband. The shame, guilt, and feeling of being utterly humiliated nearly drove her to collapse. However, what made her even more uneasy was that gradually she found herself able to accept it, even feeling a different kind of thrill. This made her feel even more like a shameless woman, her heart filled with discomfort and turmoil. Lu Wei glanced at Lu Ruoyan and felt somewhat awkward, or perhaps a bit embarrassed. It was all because of his poor performance last night. It really hurt his pride. But he couldn't blame her. His body was still inexperienced, and it was inevitable to be excited during the first experience. He could only strengthen his training in the future to regain his lost dignity. Wherever he fell, he must lie there a little longer. Since they set off late, everyone had to have breakfast in the carriage to catch up with the convoy. Lu Ruoyan gagged during the meal, which was just a minor incident. No one but her and Lu Wei knew the specific reason. After finishing breakfast, Lu Wei suddenly remembered that he hadn't used today's return opportunity yet. He then took out some flour and a golden pheasant, giving them to Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruoyan respectively. Recently, the types of food returned had been monotonous. Lu Xiaoxiao wanted both noodles and chicken, so Lu Wei chose to return these too. Having had several experiences, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately returned the chicken to Lu Wei upon receiving it to avoid Lu Wei needing to ask her for it again. Seeing this, Lu Ruoyan hurriedly returned the flour as well. Lu Wei was very pleased with their perceptiveness, although Lu Ruoyan sometimes wondered why the things at home seemed to multiply. But at this moment, having something to eat was a great blessing. Who cared about so much just thought it was secretly given by Lu Wei's master. At noon, the convoy stopped to rest as usual. Just as Lu Wei and the others were preparing to eat lunch, an unexpected guest arrived. "Brother Lu Wei, where have you been this morning?" "I was looking for you," Xia Ren said, his eyes lighting up as he spotted Lu Wei's carriage. "Oh, may I ask what Brother Xia needs from me?" Lu Wei looked at Xia Ren with some confusion. He had no particular relationship with this guy. Why was he suddenly trying to get close to him? Xia Ren chuckled. "It's nothing much. I just hunted a golden pheasant this morning and wanted to invite Brother Lu Wei for a drink." As he spoke, he waved the golden pheasant in his hand, looking quite proud. In this wild and remote area, the surroundings had long been frequented by refugees. Hunting prey was not easy at all. Even among their escort team, although they had plenty of food, it was not easy to get meat. Xia Ren figured that Lu Wei would certainly be drooling at the sight of the golden pheasant, considering their refugee group had a much poorer diet. They could barely fill their stomachs, let alone eat meat. However, to his surprise, Lu Wei merely glanced at the golden pheasant and then turned his gaze away, showing no signs of longing. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xia, but as you know, with what happened at home yesterday, there are still a lot of messes to deal with, so I'm afraid I won't have time today." Upon hearing this, Xia Ren's face stiffened, and he instinctively glanced at Lu Ruoyan beside him, unable to hide his disappointment. "I was being reckless. Then consider this golden pheasant my apology to Brother Lu," Xia Ren said, noticing Lu Wei's gaze and pondering. Hearing Xia Ren's words, Lu Wei smiled and shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xia. We have enough food at home. Why don't you take this chicken back to enjoy?" Xia Ren hurriedly replied. No, the two children look so thin, and Lu girl seems unwell. It's better to leave it for them to replenish their bodies. If Brother Lu considers me a brother, please accept it." He had come to please Lu Ruoyan. If Lu Wei didn't accept, it would deny him the chance. Lu Wei figured out that this guy was actually trying to curry favor, but perhaps he didn't know what kind of person he liked. "All right then, since you insist, I'll accept this chicken. I'll treat Brother Xia to a drink sometime." Sure, I'll take my leave now," Xia Ren said, seeing Lu Wei accept the golden pheasant. He felt he had no reason to stay any longer and could only choose to say goodbye. Lu Wei watched Xia Ren leave, casually tossing the chicken to Lu Ruoyan. They truly didn't lack meat right now. Even without the return, they couldn't finish the 3 pieces of game delivered from the village every day. "Let's take a few chickens and sell them later," Lu Wei casually told Lu Ruoyan as he turned to practice. Food was quite valuable now. 1 chicken could sell for dozens of silver taels. If he didn't seize this opportunity to make some money, how would he settle down in the city? Although Lu Wei was a martial artist, now he didn't want to risk going out to make money. It was best to stay safe at home. On the other side, as Xia Ren returned to the merchant convoy, he encountered someone and hurriedly greeted. "Greetings, Captain." Lin Shaoling nodded indifferently. "What were you doing just now? I heard you've been running outside these past few days." "I went to see a friend," Xia Ren replied, confused. "There were many people running outside." "Oh, why pick on him? What kind of friend? Are you associating with refugees?" "That person must have an unusual background," Lin Shaoling said, staring intently at Xia Ren. Xia Ren was momentarily at a loss for words. He had heard that Captain Lin had always had a poor relationship with Deputy Captain Luo. It seemed he had inadvertently gotten embroiled in a conflict. On the other side, Lu Wei was taking advantage of the time to practice punches and skills. There was only an hour of rest at noon, so he couldn't afford to waste time. However, as he continued to practice the body tempering technique, Lu Wei discovered a problem. The consumption of qi and blood had increased. Previously, practicing once consumed only a little qi and blood, but now one practice consumed 3 points. Sometimes when the technique increased by 2 points during practice, it even required 5 points of qi and blood. This left Lu Wei pondering the reason. After some contemplation, he seemed to understand. It was like his body was an engine. When it had 10 horsepower, the fuel consumption for running was naturally low. But now that it had increased to 100 horsepower, the fuel consumption needed to run the engine naturally increased as well. Each time his cultivation increased by 2 points, it felt like stepping hard on the accelerator, thus raising the fuel consumption. Having realized this principle, Lu Wei couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought that with the increase in qi and blood, he should no longer worry about qi deficiency. But now it seemed that qi and blood might never be enough, or otherwise there wouldn't be any need for qi and blood pills. Looking at the remaining 10 points of qi and blood, Lu Wei chose not to continue cultivating. The consumption had increased, but the recovery speed hadn't grown much. Recovering 2 to 3 points in an hour was already good. If he could eat something nutritious, the recovery would be faster. If he had some monster meat, that would be even better. Unfortunately, Lu Wei had none, and could only choose to recover with qi and blood pills. If only donating blood could restore qi and blood, it would be perfect, but even if he forced himself to bleed, the return would still just be blood, which would be useless for him. Fortunately, he managed to complete his training progress at noon, increasing his cultivation by 19 points, which was a considerable boost. It seemed reaching the bone refinement realm tomorrow was a sure thing. It seems like that kid Xiaoren has some designs on you. On their journey, Lu Wei suddenly remarked. Lu Ruyan's expression changed and she hurriedly explained, "Young master, you must believe me, I absolutely haven't done anything to betray you. If you don't believe me, I can pledge my life to prove it." Lu Wei waved his hand saying, "Relax, relax, I certainly believe you. But that kid is no good. If he comes near you again, just scold him fiercely, humiliate him, and hurt his pride. The harsher the better. Otherwise he won't learn his lesson. Isn't it said that the deeper the wounds, the greater the opportunities? Since this kid has delivered himself right to our door, I'll grant him a chance. I'm just that kind-hearted." Although Lu Ruyan felt that this was a bit unfeeling, she still nodded in agreement. If she didn't agree and Lu Wei truly misunderstood her, she wouldn't be able to face the world again. Moreover, the young master is right. Only by decisively rejecting him can she make him give up completely. "All right, I'll do as you say, young master." "Now that's more like it." Lu Wei cheerfully pinched Lu Ruyan's little face, causing her to blush deeply. That night, as usual, they set up camp. Lu Ruyan cooked while Lu Wei seized the time to practice. Having nearly exhausted his vitality at noon, he had only restored a small amount in the afternoon and had to rely on qi blood pills for replenishment. Looking at the remaining 10 or so qi blood pills in his hand, Lu Wei sighed. He had initially thought that with an increase in cultivation, the upper limit of his vitality would rise, making the pills unnecessary. Now it seems he was mistaken. These qi blood pills were far from useless. They were simply insufficient. Crack, crack. With each movement, Lu Wei's bones emitted a series of crisp sounds while his muscles and tendons trembled slightly in a wondrous rhythm. With a punch unleashed, the air reverberated sharply, akin to the sound of exploding whips. A punch creates a line, a kick encompasses an area, a sound that gold cannot buy. Only when heart and intent align, intent and qi unify, and qi and strength coalesce, can one achieve thunder from the ground and deliver punches like iron hammers. After completing the set of punches, Lu Wei could clearly feel a slight improvement, with both his cultivation and vitality showing some enhancement. Checking the interface, he noted that after this set his cultivation rose by 2 points while his vitality had decreased by 5 points. Lu Wei discovered that as long as he focused on punching and entered a state of immersion, the effects of his training would be significantly better. If his mind wandered, the results would be mediocre. In one breath, he practiced over 10 times from sunset until it was so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, before finally stopping. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lu Wei slowly came to a halt. Checking his cultivation progress, he realized that with a little more practice tonight and a few more sessions in the morning, he should be able to break through to the bone-forging realm. Looking again at the earth-level technique, dragon elephant suppression technique, he saw that his progress had not increased at all. However, there was no rush. Lu Wei planned to first cultivate the yellow-level technique to perfection before considering practicing the dragon elephant suppression technique and the jade bone golden body holy cannon. After all, these two techniques were too resource and time-intensive. The most important thing now was to boost his strength so he wouldn't become cannon fodder when danger arrives in a few days. During dinner, Lu Wei looked at Lu Ruyan, who was silently staring down at her plate, and said, "After we finish eating, come practice with me. We should aim to train 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, to gain combat strength as soon as possible. This woman has good talent, at least better than mine. If she trains even without the aid of pills, entering the foundation establishment realm shouldn't be too difficult for her." Lu Ruyan kept her head down and replied softly, "Yes. Brother, I want to train too." Lu Wei shook his head saying, "You can't, you're still too young. Practicing once a day is enough, or you'll never grow taller." "No, I want to train too. If I don't grow taller, then I won't grow taller. My childlike appearance will make others let their guard down, and then I will." As she spoke, this girl used her chopsticks to mimic a stabbing motion, her intention clear. Lu Wei was speechless. He certainly didn't want Xiao Xiao to remain small forever, as she would regret it in the future. "No, if I say no, then it's no. This matter is not up for discussion." Xiao Xiao said nothing more, simply looking at Lu Wei with a stubborn and aggrieved expression, clearly unconvinced. She wanted to grow stronger to help her brother and not be left helpless in the face of danger. Lu Wei looked at Xiao Xiao's determined face, feeling a bit helpless. How about this? Although you can't practice cultivation yet, you can learn martial techniques. You've learned the killing fist, haven't you? You can practice that. Will that make me stronger? Lu Wei hurriedly nodded, saying, yes, absolutely. Not only will you get stronger, but you will also become incredibly powerful. Alright then, let's start with the killing fist. Having successfully deceived Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Wei finally let out a sigh of relief. This demoness sister was becoming increasingly stubborn, and he truly feared that one day she would no longer heed his words. At that time, he would be reluctant to strike her, and scolding would prove ineffective. What could he do? In this moment, Lu Wei finally understood the helpless feeling of a father whose daughter is infatuated with a rebellious youth. After finishing their meal, Lu Wei took Lu Rian and Lu Xiaoxiao outside to practice. Wu Xiaoya also joined in, flailing around aimlessly. Lu Wei paid no mind. After all, without the incantation, no matter how clever she was, she would not be able to learn it. It wasn't that Lu Wei was stingy, but rather that Xiaoya was far too young to start practicing. Just as they were deeply engrossed in their training, Luo Yin suddenly appeared out of nowhere after a day's absence. Upon seeing the three practicing, his expression instantly changed, and he sternly commanded Lu Wei, come here. As he spoke, he hurriedly walked off to the side. Seeing Luo Yan's grave expression, Lu Wei thought something was amiss and quickly followed. Master, what is it? Luo Yan glared at Lu Wei and questioned, who allowed you to casually teach that body refinement technique to others? Oh, this. Lu Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. This matter was indeed his fault. He had taught the technique to Lu Rian without his master's permission. Although it was merely a rudimentary technique, it was a rare treasure for ordinary people, something that could even change one's life. Master, I admit my oversight. I taught the technique to a servant in my household without your permission. I promise it will not happen again. Moreover, to make amends for my mistake, I am willing to transcribe the technique given to me by the Yang family for you. Would that be acceptable? One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand tall to accept punishment. Since this was his fault, there was nothing more to say. He would accept the consequences and make reparations. However, upon hearing this, Luo Yan's expression grew even angrier. Do you think I am unwilling to part with that technique? I am trying to save you. Lu Wei was momentarily bewildered by these words. Where was this coming from? Are you under the impression that techniques in this world can be taught freely? Luo Yan sighed in exasperation, explaining further, do you think that is permissible? Of course not. The techniques in this world are held by powerful families or major sects, and they cannot be easily passed on. Even if one is lucky enough to receive their teachings, it is forbidden to pass it on without permission. I am able to teach you in Xiaoxiao because of my years in the Yang family, where I have earned the qualifications to exchange for the right to teach. But you cannot do so. Do you understand? Sighing, Luo Yan continued, I regret not making this clear to you earlier, and I certainly did not anticipate that you would teach the technique to someone else so quickly. Upon hearing his master's words, Lu Wei was speechless. He hadn't expected the powerful families and sects to be so domineering, monopolizing knowledge in such a manner. However, one cannot bend the arm against a strong thigh. Now that he was still weak, he had to abide by the rules. To break the rules, he would have to become truly powerful one day. Is there any way to remedy this? Lu Wei frowned. If it truly could not be resolved, he would have no choice but to halt Lu Rian's training for the time being and discuss it later. Luo Yan sighed in distress, saying, for now, there is only one solution. You must join the Yang family as a protector. With my mediation, it should not pose a problem. Lu Wei. Damn it, he realized that his crafty master had intended for him to join the Yang family from day one. Using various methods, and now resorting to coercion, one must admit that Luo Yan was indeed quite loyal to the Yang family. Perhaps he had taken Lu Wei and Xiao Xiao as disciples in the first place to nurture talent for the Yang family. Unfortunately, he encountered Lu Wei, who was not willing to take the iron rice bowl. This was likely something he had not anticipated. Regardless of his intentions, Luo Yan's assistance was real, and the benefits he gained were also genuine. This favor must be repaid. Master, didn't you say I could serve as a temporary protector for the Yang family? I will take on this role. At least for now, neither his crafty master nor the Yang family had shown him any malice, so he would try joining them and see what happened. This way, Xiao Xiao and the others would also be safer, and he would no longer have to worry about last night's incident. Luo Yan frowned upon hearing this. The requirements for a temporary protector are quite high. One must at least be at the body refinement stage. You are just starting your training and do not meet the requirements at all. Lu Wei did not reply, only smiled faintly before assuming a stance and throwing a powerful punch. Boom. The air exploded with sound resembling thunder. An invisible shockwave from the punch surged forth, carrying through the night and traveling far and wide. You this? Luo Yan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. A thunderclap in the clear sky. What on earth is happening? Am I hallucinating? Isn't this something that can only be done at the third rank of the muscle transformation realm? How did this kid manage it? Did he undergo the muscle transformation? How is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Yan was filled with doubt, yet the reality before him left no room for disbelief. In truth, Lu Wei knew that this matter couldn't be hidden. It was only a matter of time before his breakthrough into the muscle transformation realm would be exposed, and he would reach the bone-forging realm tomorrow. If the muscle transformation was to be revealed, then so be it. Might as well display it, openly showing a side of himself without ulterior motives. Over the past couple of days I ate those pills, and in a daze broke through. Luo Yin was taken aback when he heard this. What? You ate them all? Are you trying to throw your life away? Lu Wei was equally puzzled by his master's shock. What's wrong? Are these pills poisonous or something? Luo Yin hastily replied, of course they're poisonous. But it's not the kind of poison you think, it's pill poison. Ordinary low-level pills all carry pill poison. You shouldn't take too many, a maximum of 3 a day. Otherwise, the accumulated poison will lead to stagnation in your cultivation, or worse, it could incapacitate you due to the poison's buildup. How come you ate so many in just 2 days? Lu Wei was also bewildered. He had never practiced before, so how could he know this? However, he wasn't overly worried. One reason was that he had taken them in small quantities, and the other was that he had a system. The medicines he consumed weren't directly digested by him, but rather processed through the system, meaning any poisoning would also be handled by the system, allowing him to absorb the purest energy. Still, he needed to act concerned. So Lu Wei feigned anxiety. Master, what should I do? Doesn't this mean I'm done for in the future? Luo Yin shook his head. You won't be done for. After all, you haven't consumed that many pills. But if you keep this up, something is definitely going to happen. Just don't take them like this in the future. Lu Wei sighed in relief. That's good. Anyway, I don't have any pills left, so I can't eat any even if I wanted to. Master, isn't there any pill that doesn't contain pill poison? Luo Yin sighed. Of course there are. But those top-tier pills are beyond what you can imagine. Not only are they extremely rare, but they are generally held by prominent families or major sects and are rarely released. Even if they do occasionally leak out a little, they would be sold at sky-high prices. Master, how are the qualities of pills classified? Can you tell me about it? Lu Wei's curiosity was piqued. Since he knew there were higher-grade pills, he naturally wanted to find a way to obtain them. Luo Yin did not hide anything and stated directly the classification of pill quality is quite simple: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The higher the grade of the pill, the less pill poison it contains, and the more potent its effects. The higher-grade pills are also easier to absorb. It is said that top-grade pills contain no pill poison at all, and consuming them has no side effects while also producing special effects. However, those pills are incredibly difficult to refine, requiring not only good materials, but also exceptional alchemy skills. Ordinary martial artists shouldn't even think about it. Lu Wei nodded, appearing deep in thought. He was contemplating that since upgrading martial skills could yield attribute points, perhaps refining skills could do the same. It seems worth considering. Having the opportunity to learn alchemy and becoming an alchemist wouldn't be a bad idea. Wait a minute. Just as Lu Wei was lost in his fantasies, Luo Yan's shocked exclamation interrupted him. Luo Yan suddenly realized, turning to look at Lu Wei. With your talent, even if you ate all those pills, it would be impossible for you to break through to the 3rd rank of the muscle transformation realm. Is there another reason behind this? Although what you said is true, Master, don't you think that sounds a bit hurtful? Who do you look down upon? Do you believe I can become a genius in a minute? Master, you truly have a discerning eye. You even noticed this. Lu Wei feigned a simple-minded scratch of his head. Luo Yin said seriously, how did you manage to do it? Speak up quickly. You didn't do anything taboo, did you? Actually, it's nothing much. Yesterday, I went hunting in the woods chasing after a fox. I chased it far and ended up in a valley. The fox ran into a small hole and wouldn't come out, so I had no choice but to return. On my way back, I found a small fruit tree with a red fruit on it. I was thirsty, so I couldn't resist eating it. After eating it, I felt extremely hot, and the heat kept increasing as if I were about to catch fire. Later, I became dazed from the heat, and when I woke up, I found I had already broken through to the muscle transformation realm. Luo Yin frowned upon hearing this. Was this kid telling the truth? A red fruit? Could it be the flame fruit? But those things only grow near volcanoes. How could there be one in this icy wilderness? However, the world is vast and full of wonders. It isn't impossible. Forget it. There's no way to verify the truth of this matter now. I'll address it later. Alright, since you've already reached the muscle transformation realm, joining the Yang family's guard team is certainly not a problem. They'll head back now and report to the young lady. Master, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. Lu Wei hurriedly stopped Luo Yin as he was about to leave. What is it? Is there anything else? Lu Wei looked at Luo Yin with a hint of flattery and smiled. Master, your knife skills are so impressive. As your disciple, I can't even wield a knife. How embarrassing would that be if it got out? How about you teach me a bit? Since skill upgrades yield attribute points, why not learn more skills? In that case, won't the attribute points flow endlessly? Moreover, wielding a weapon definitely enhances combat power compared to unarmed fighting, inflicting greater damage. Therefore, learning a sword technique is essential for Lu Wei. Luo Yin furrowed his brow and asked, how is your killing fist practice going? Have you grasped the basics? Remember, one cannot overreach, or you'll end up mediocre in everything instead of mastering one. Lu Wei hurriedly replied, Master, rest assured, I've definitely grasped the basics. I didn't intend to rush it, but what you mentioned has left me quite unsettled. I feel it's better to learn a weapon for peace of mind. Basics. If I were to showcase a proficient killing fist, it might give you a heart attack. Luo Yin thought for a moment and finally nodded. All right, since you are joining the guard team, learning a sword technique is indeed necessary. Then I will teach you the sword technique I have mastered most thoroughly. This technique is called 3/saber. Pay close attention. Doesn't that name sound somewhat like a sidekick's exclusive technique? It's not impressive at all. Although Lu Wei thought so, he dared not voice it, fearing his master might strike him down. The 3/saber emphasizes an unbroken momentum, with each slash faster than the last. When mastered deeply, one can slash 3 times in an instant, wielding immense power. You must observe closely. Luo Yin demonstrated the 3/saber technique for Lu Wei. Lu Wei kept his eyes fixed, afraid to miss any detail. Meanwhile, inside a tent in the merchant convoy, Captain Lin Xiaolin of the merchant convoy's guard team and the merchants maid Xiao Baihe were engaged in some unspeakable activities in a pitch-black tent. A few minutes later, Xiao Baihe lay in Lin Xiaolin's arms, her face flushed. Xiaolin, you are truly amazing. Every time it feels like I'm about to die. Lin Xiaolin chuckled proudly. Haha, if it weren't for taking care of you, I could be even better. Xiao Baihe looked at Lin Xiaolin with a blissful expression, her eyes filled with affection. Xiaolin, you're so good. I wish I could stay by your side forever. Lin Xiaolin nodded dismissively. Of course, but before that we need to secure everything from the Yang family. Only then can we live the life we desire without worrying about food and clothing. They'll help you. Just tell me what to do, and they'll follow your lead. Xiao Baihe, infatuated, seemed to be under a spell. Lin Xiaolin's expression turned serious. Right now the most urgent task is to find a way to get rid of Luo Yin. As long as he protects the young lady, he will always be a nuisance. Moreover, we will arrive at Shuangfeng Ridge the day after tomorrow. We must deal with him before that. Luo Yan's strength is not much weaker than his own. With him around, his plans cannot be executed perfectly. Thus Luo Yin must be dealt with, but the problem is that he has no significant weaknesses and is deeply trusted by the young lady, making it difficult to eliminate him. Xiao Baihe thought for a moment and said, It's not difficult to handle him. Didn't you say he took on a disciple? We can start from his disciple. Luo Yin looked at Lu Wei with a helpless expression. How many times have you watched? Have you learned it? This foolish disciple would not have been accepted if it weren't for his decent character. His talent is truly lacking. Lu Wei awkwardly smiled. Master, you know my perception is average. How about this? I'll demonstrate once, and you can correct me if I make any mistakes. Luo Yin nodded helplessly. Fine, go ahead. Lu Wei picked up a saber and began practicing the moves Luo Yin had just taught. The technique he executed was bold and powerful, but it didn't resemble the 3/saber at all. Luo Yin remained silent until Lu Wei finished practicing. How is it, Master? Any issues? Seeing that Luo Yin remained silent, Lu Wei took the initiative to ask. He felt he had practiced quite well, swinging the saber with fierce intent, dazzling blades cutting through the air. Luo Yin sighed. I truly regret taking you on as a disciple, regretting why I accepted such a fool. Lu Wei, are you going to scold me again? Do you believe I might turn against you? The issue isn't that you have problems, it's that I can't find a single aspect without issues. Out of a total of 12 moves, you've managed to practice 19. Do you think there are no problems? Luo Yin was so frustrated that he nearly spat out his words in exasperation. Teaching this foolish disciple was truly exhausting. Master, how about we practice again tomorrow? Actually, I'm not in such a hurry. As long as I learn it within 3 days, it's fine. Mainly I'm worried that if we continue practicing, what if Master suffers a brain hemorrhage from anger? Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's stubborn temper flared up. No way, today is the day. I refuse to believe that you can't learn a technique that's only one level harder. Practice. Lu Wei, feeling helpless, decided to practice. At worst, he would just skip his body training for today. Just as he was preparing to continue practicing, Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly called out from nearby. Young master, someone is looking for you. Lu Wei frowned. Who is it? Can't you see I'm practicing? He said he is from the Zhou family. Thank you everyone for your support. If everyone gives a little, Xiao Yezi will become a rich lady, ha ha ha. Also, if you have any opinions, please let me know. Don't leave arbitrary negative reviews, okay? I haven't done anything immoral, so please don't be so angry, but it's not good for your health. Let's discuss it calmly. By the way, please give a 5-star review, thank you. Upon hearing that it was a member of the Zhou family, Lu Wei dared not to be careless, especially since that family was notorious for their eccentricities. He could very well find himself in a dire situation without even knowing how it happened. Master, I will check what is going on and return shortly. Luo Yin waved his hand, saying go quickly and come back soon. Lu Wei received permission and walked towards the tent. Upon arrival, he found 3 people, 2 of whom were men looking pale and holding weapons. They were likely newly recruited guards from the Zhou family. The other was a maid named Xiao Huan who stood beside Zhou Mushui. Seeing Lu Wei approach, Xiao Huan hurriedly saluted, saying, "Greetings, young Master Lu." Lu Wei raised a hand in a casual gesture, saying, "Miss Xiao Huan, you are being too polite. What brings you here?" In response to young master's inquiry, "I have come at the command of my master to invite you to our estate for a discussion tonight." Hearing this, Lu Wei let out a helpless sigh, saying, "Miss Xiao Huan, please convey to Uncle Zhou that it is a great honor to receive an invitation from him. However, my master is currently imparting martial arts here, and I truly cannot leave tonight. I will certainly visit tomorrow evening to apologize." Xiao Huan, upon hearing Lu Wei's words, glanced into the distance and nodded, saying, "Young master's training is important. I shall not disturb you any longer. I will return to report." "All right, Miss Xiao Huan, take care." After sending Xiao Huan off, Lu Wei frowned in contemplation for a moment. By the time he visits tomorrow, the system would surely have upgraded. If all goes well, it should be able to increase the number of bindings. Now should he bind Zhou Mu Shui or Bai Ling Er? This requires careful consideration. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry back to practice your sword. Oh, coming. Lu Wei was not opposed to practicing sword techniques, but his talent was rather average. He practiced until midnight and finally mastered the intermediate yellow-level skill, the 3-slash sword. Not only did Lu Wei breathe a sigh of relief, but Luo Yin was also greatly relieved. "All right, since you have learned it, practice a bit whenever you have time in the coming days. I'll head back now," Luo Yin said, leaving without looking back, as if he could hardly bear to stay another second. Returning to the merchant caravan, Luo Yin immediately went to report the situation to the young lady at her carriage. "Young lady, I'm back. How is your disciple doing?" The voice from inside the carriage was still as enchanting as ever, but it sounded somewhat indifferent, as if she did not regard Lu Wei highly. This was understandable. As the direct heir of the Yang family, who held a significant portion of the family's assets, she naturally would not take someone like Lu Wei, an ordinary commoner, seriously. If it were not for Lu Wei having brought back a level 2 monster a few days ago, she might not even remember him. Luo Yin hurriedly said he has decided to join the guard team, but as a temporary guard. Has he broken through to the flesh refinement stage? No, it's the muscle transformation stage. Upon hearing this, even the voice inside the carriage sounded a bit surprised. "Oh, muscle transformation. Didn't you say his talent was average? How did he break through to the muscle transformation stage in just a few days?" Breaking through to the muscle transformation stage in just a few days is not unheard of for a genius. However, such geniuses are rare and typically cultivated with resources from a young age. For a commoner to achieve a breakthrough in such a short time is nearly impossible. Thus, even though she was accustomed to various prodigies, she was somewhat astonished. Luo Yin wryly narrated the story Lu Wei had told him. After hearing it, the people inside the carriage fell into silence, and after a while someone suddenly burst into laughter. "Uncle Luo, do you really believe his words?" Luo Yin shook his head, saying, "I don't know." He spoke with such conviction that while it's somewhat unbelievable, it also seems plausible. He truly is an interesting person. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not as long as he agrees to join the guard team. At that time, I'll have him assigned to my side. I want to see what secret he truly holds. Understood. After sending Luo Yin off, Lu Wei checked the time. There was still an hour until the refresh and return opportunity. As he couldn't sleep anyway, he decided to practice the body tempering technique for a while to catch up on his progress, making tomorrow morning a bit easier. Unbeknownst to him, an hour passed, and with his blood energy running low, he decided to stop. After selecting what he wanted to return today, Lu Wei headed back to the tent. When he returned, Lu Xiao was already asleep. Only Lu Ru Yin was still waiting for him, having prepared hot water for washing his feet. "This is for you." Lu Wei handed Lu Ru Yin a field mouse. Although Lu Ru Yin had already known about Lu Wei's peculiarities, receiving a field mouse in the middle of the night still felt rather odd. "Thank you, young master. Shall I put it outside? Do you want to eat it tomorrow?" "No, let's go to the market together tomorrow noon to trade for some gifts. I'll bring something when visiting the Zhou family tonight." "Okay. All right, let's sleep." After Lu Wei finished speaking, he lay down fully clothed, preparing to sleep. Seeing this, Lu Ru Yin gritted her teeth, seemingly having made a certain resolution, saying, "Young master, let me wash your feet." Lu Wei closed his eyes and remained silent, allowing Lu Ru Yin to wash his feet. However, after a while, just as he was about to doze off, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. "Why does it feel like the washing is moving further up? Are you sure you are washing my feet?" Early the next morning, Lu Wei got up early to practice his punches, but he clearly felt a bit weak in his legs during the practice. He opened the system interface and let out a slight sigh. "The pain is like a bone-scraping steel knife. The ancients did not deceive me. Last night, I wasted a good amount of qi and blood for no reason, which was truly regrettable. With that qi and blood, wouldn't it have been better to practice wasting it on such meaningless things?" After consuming 2 qi and blood pills, Lu Wei began his journey of cultivation for the day. Today's goal is to break through to the bone-forging realm. As Lu Wei practiced, the distant sky gradually revealed a hint of dawn, and then a round red sun slowly rose, casting a golden light upon the snow. Under the golden light, a sudden roar echoed across the wilderness. Crack, crack, crack. Bang. With a punch, his entire skeletal structure began to resonate, and a powerful force surged forth from Lu Wei's fist. An invisible force rushed forward, sending the accumulated snow flying in all directions. Ding, congratulations to the host for advancing to the Bone Forging realm. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Please check your rewards. Phew, I finally reached the Bone Forging realm. It wasn't easy. Lu Wei let out a breath and opened the system interface. Host Lu Wei, age 18, bone quality 51, comprehension 55, physique 200,200, chi and blood 200,200, mentality 1,414, techniques, body forging method proficiency 75300, yellow level beginner, dragon elephant suppression technique entry 11,000, earth level intermediate, martial skills, killing fist proficiency 0300, yellow level low, 3/blade entry 0150, yellow level intermediate, cultivation level, yellow level bone forging realm 500,1000, earth level 1 elephant realm 11,000, free attributes 5, system level 2 910, bound targets, Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand, Lu Rian click to expand. His physique and chi and blood have doubled, and his power has increased by more than double. However, the experience points for the Bone Forging realm have also doubled, making it not so easy to use attribute points to increase cultivation progress. The system level is also close to upgrading. Once Lu Xiaoxiao wakes up, and he gives her something he can upgrade. As for these attribute points, Lu Wei plans to upgrade the 3/blade first. After all, a battle is likely to occur the day after tomorrow, and mastering a blade technique proficiently is very important. Currently, there is only one goal: to enhance combat power and survival ability, while living is more important than anything else. Closing the system interface, Lu Wei felt quite satisfied, considering himself a small expert of the 4th rank. Although this expert is a bit lacking, his combat power is average, but he is still not something an ordinary 3rd rank could defeat. Now the only thing lacking is skills. Once he upgrades his skills, his combat power will naturally increase. Returning to the tent, he saw Lu Rian already up and cooking. In a good mood, Lu Wei took over the cooking duties, letting her focus on her cultivation. By the time she finished her cultivation, breakfast was almost ready. Lu Wei directly called Lu Xiaoxiao up. Lazy cat, get up. The sun is shining on your backside. Lu Xiaoxiao covered her head with the blanket and turned over, continuing to sleep soundly. Seeing this, Lu Wei decisively used his ultimate move: if you don't get up, there will be no food for you. This move was very effective. Having experienced hunger, Lu Xiaoxiao had a special obsession with eating. No matter what, nothing could stop her from eating. Therefore, upon hearing this, even if she didn't want to get up, Lu Xiaoxiao still forced herself to climb out of bed. However, before she could even open her eyes, Lu Wei tossed a bag of soybean into her arms. This is for you. Lu Xiaoxiao accepted it with her eyes closed and casually set it aside. She was already used to such things and didn't find it strange. Ding, the host has gifted 1 pound of soybeans to the target Lu Xiaoxiao, receiving a 10x return, obtaining 10 pounds of soybeans. Ding, the system meets the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding, system upgrade successful. The current system level is 3A, and the host receives the following rewards: 1. 6 free attribute points. 2. Today's return opportunity refreshes. 3. You can choose one item to remove the duplicate return limit only for ordinary items. Cultivation materials are invalid. The item with the removed duplicate return limit can be returned to the same target in the future, no longer restricted by the rule that the same item can only be returned once to the same target. Seeing this reward, Lu Wei thought for a moment and roughly understood what it meant. For example, with rice, there was previously a limit. He could only return it once from Lu Xiaoxiao, and any further gifting would be ineffective. However, after using this removal limit, if rice is removed, then in the future, he could still give Lu Xiaoxiao rice and receive returns, even being able to send it once a day. This functional reward would be simply invincible if applied to chi and blood pills. Unfortunately, this reward can only be used on ordinary items. Cultivation materials are invalid. Looking at the items in his hand, Lu Wei first tried with money. It was obvious that money wouldn't work, as it belongs to cultivation materials and is not included in the removal. What else has high value? Lu Wei searched around. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he spotted something. This one is definitely fine. Oh, it has high value and does not belong to cultivation materials. Lu Ruoyan, this long knife is for you to use for self-defense in the future. The system had just upgraded, so the opportunity for returns refreshed today. As for Lu Wei, the reason he chose this long knife is that it is the hardest currency aside from silver and grain. The key is that it is not restricted by cultivation resources. Selling it is valuable, even more so than grain. Such an ordinary long knife would cost at least a dozen taels of silver. Choosing it is definitely not a loss. System, remove the return limit for the long knife. Host, are you sure you want to remove the return limit for the long knife? Yes. Ding, removal successful. The return of the long knife will no longer be limited to one person once. Ding, the host has gifted Lu Ruoyan a regular long knife and returned a treasured knife that can slice through iron like mud. Lu Ruoyan held a bowl of porridge, looking at the long knife in front of her, smiled, and said, "Thank you, young master, but I see that you have given me a weapon, and now you have none. I'll return it to you." Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. The young woman was understanding. With a pat. "No need, this is for you." Lu Ruoyan was surprised that Lu Wei did not ask for the gifted item back today, but she didn't think too much about it. At present, she had already figured out Lu Wei, no matter what he said, as long as you obey him, he would not treat you poorly. Conversely, if you disobeyed, even if it was for his own good, it wouldn't work. After breakfast, the team continued to set off. Lu Wei took the opportunity to increase his proficiency with the saber of the 3 slashes, earning an additional 5 free attribute points. However, Lu Wei pondered for a while looking at the system, feeling that the remaining 7 attribute points did not have much effect wherever they were allocated. Increasing bone structure and comprehension slightly had little effect. His chi and blood constitution were already at 200, and these points were even less useful. It was better to save them for emergencies. By noon, Lu Wei was not in a hurry to cultivate today and planned to stroll through the market. Now that there was enough grain, he intended to buy a few more people back. Previously, he had wanted to buy, but due to insufficient grain, he couldn't support extra people and had to wait. Now that there was enough grain, Lu Wei planned to buy a few back, so that when the system upgraded in the future, he wouldn't have to search for people to bind. Moreover, the prices were cheap, not to mention spending money. Even offering a meal would cause a bunch of people to willingly follow you. Lu Wei was now somewhat of a celebrity among the refugee camp. As soon as he arrived at the market, a crowd of people rushed to greet him. "Young Master Lu, you're here. Come and see my wife. She has a big chest and a round bottom, definitely good for childbearing." Young Master Lu, don't listen to him. His wife is old and unattractive. Look at my wife. She's strong and capable at work. You buy my wife and I'll throw in my daughter for free. Young Master Lu, don't listen to them. Come to our Chuanxua building and see if the girls here are full of charm. Get lost, old madam. You don't know anything. Young Master Lu likes other people's wives, not young girls. Exactly. Young Master Lu, look at my wife, so fair, so tender. If you don't believe it, come and touch her. Touching doesn't cost anything. Lu Wei, damn it. Who spread that rumor? When did I specifically like other people's wives? This is slander. He is slandering me. How much does your wife want? Lu Wei's gaze fell on the one who was fair and tender. He swore he definitely did not like someone else's wife. He just liked them fair and tender. The man's expression brightened, and he quickly replied, 5 gene of grain will do. Lu Wei nodded. The price was not considered expensive, and this little woman was also somewhat decent looking. However, the return multiplier was a bit low. The rating was only over 50. Even if the affection level increased, it would only be over 60. With a 5-fold return multiplier, the potential was limited. Let's hold off for now. So Lu Wei nodded him. I'll take a look around. Saying that, he drove the cart forward. With so many people in the market, Lu Wei was not in a hurry to make a move to avoid being taken advantage of. Moreover, even if he couldn't find something suitable now, he could still buy it when he entered the city later. Their team was just one of the hundreds or thousands of fleeing groups. In the end, everyone would converge in Yunzhou. Just think about how many people that would be. However, Lu Wei had not walked far when a voice called from behind, "Young Master Lu, Young Master Lu, wait." Lu Wei turned around and found it was the madam from Chuanxua building, immediately frowning. To be honest, he would rather buy a good woman than deal with those women. He had a bit of a psychological cleanliness issue. However, he couldn't say that it would be easy to be scolded. The madam ran up to Lu Wei with a flattering smile, saying, "Young Master Lu, I know you look down upon those common women. But I assure you I have one here who will definitely catch your eye, and she is absolutely a clean and pure young lady." Hearing the madam say this, Lu Wei's heart stirred. What was this madam up to? It was not surprising that she had such a woman in her hands. "Oh, then bring her over for me to see." Young Master Lu, to speak frankly, that girl is too beautiful and really not suitable for public display. In today's world, you know it's not safe. We can't expose good things for fear of attracting unwanted attention. You'll have to trouble yourself to see her personally. Rest assured, I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Then let's go take a look. Lu Wei was also curious about what the woman praised so highly by the madam looked like. Lu Wei followed the madam, winding through the paths until they arrived at a tent. "Young Master Lu, please wait a moment. I will bring the lady out for you." Lu Wei nodded, remaining silent as he stood to the side. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao pouted and muttered softly, "Why buy so many burdens? The more food we have, the more wasteful it is." Lu Wei playfully flicked her forehead. With a thud, it hurt, and Lu Xiaoxiao bared her teeth, looking angrily at Lu Wei. "Who are you talking about? Such disrespect from a child. You don't understand anything. I'm buying for a reason." "Humph." Lu Xiaoxiao snorted in dissatisfaction, feeling that having one more person meant more food would be wasted. What was the use of having more people? It would be better if it were just her and her brother. Just as they were talking, the madam brought a girl out. The moment Lu Wei saw the girl, he felt she was indeed beautiful. She was a standard beauty with snow-like skin, painted eyebrows, an oval face, large eyes, and a slim figure, a rare gem. However, what puzzled Lu Wei was that such a stunning girl did not trigger the system prompt. He could only silently choose to check on her manually. This check nearly made him jump in fright. Ding, the subject is of the same gender, unable to view. What the hell, such a beautiful girl, and you tell me she's the same gender? How could this be possible? So, it turns out people in this world are so playful. What a pity. Oh, I'm an honest person, not into this. However, if this were in the original world with looks like this, mini otaku would probably find it hard to resist. Lu Wei didn't know if others could resist. He certainly had no interest. Moreover, this person clearly wasn't ordinary. There was no such surgery in this world. Thus, this person, or whatever it was, definitely had an appearance transformed or used some sort of illusion. Looking at the shy expression on her face, Lu Wei couldn't help but shudder, wondering what kind of male creature could make such a face. Young Master Lu, what do you think? My girl, does she meet your standards? Seeing Lu Wei staring at her daughter, the madam asked with a smile. Lu Wei, upon hearing this, pretended to be captivated and gulped. She certainly does. I wonder how much you want for her. Seeing Lu Wei's expression, the madam felt assured. She smiled and said, since young Master Lu is interested, even though I'm reluctant, as a mother, I can't delay my daughter's future. Young Master Lu, you are a distinguished warrior. I wouldn't dare ask for much. Just give me 50 pounds of food, and you can take her away. Hearing this price, Lu Wei almost grimaced. What the hell? Not to mention that this is just a monster. Even if it were a courtesan, it wouldn't require 50 pounds of food. Thinking this, Lu Wei didn't show it on his face. Instead, he pretended to be drooling, yet helplessly poor. The price isn't too high. You'll think of a way when I get back, Lu Wei said, also putting on a show of preparing to part with some money. The madam smiled, even brighter, nodding repeatedly. Very well, young Master Lu, take your time, no rush. Then I shall take my leave. See you later. All right, young master, take care. Take care indeed. If I walk slowly, who knows if that monster would eat me. Returning to the crowd, Lu Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat secure. Although he couldn't gauge the monster's strength, it was evident that the guy was no simple character, and Lu Wei didn't want to provoke him. The urgent task now was to quickly join the merchant caravan's escort team. Initially thinking the refugee group was full of refugees, who would have thought so many monsters were hidden among them. Terrifying. In the end, Lu Wei didn't bother wandering around the market anymore, and set off with Lu Xiaoxiao and the others. In the afternoon, it suddenly started snowing, the drifting snowflakes making the path ahead even more difficult. Fortunately, Lu Wei and the others had a carriage, so the impact wasn't significant. To ensure the horses had more strength, Lu Wei reluctantly fed them a pound of soybeans. Perhaps due to the snow, the caravan stopped early. Lu Wei and the others didn't rush to set up tents, as they were still going to visit the Zhou family tonight. This time, he absolutely couldn't leave the girls alone at home. It was too dangerous. Therefore, as soon as it got dark, Lu Wei drove the carriage directly to the Zhou family's camp. What Lu Wei didn't expect was that in just 2 days, the Zhou family had already returned to form. Several guards with weapons patrolled the area, and upon seeing Lu Wei approach, they immediately stepped forward to inquire. After announcing his name, one of them ran inside to report. Soon Zhou Yuanshan's laughter echoed. "Ha, my dear nephew, we have finally been waiting for you. I apologize for keeping Uncle waiting. I truly couldn't break free. I hope Uncle won't take offense. Nephew, no need to be so polite. We are family." Zhou Yuanshan smiled and patted Lu Wei's shoulder with satisfaction. Although this kid was a warrior, he was humble and courteous, showing great respect for himself. Perfect to be a son-in-law. He completely forgot the attitude Lu Wei had toward him back then. "So this is Xiao Xiao. She looks like a well-behaved and understanding good child," Zhou Yuanshan praised with a beaming smile. Lu Wei felt speechless inside, wondering how he came to that conclusion. "Yes, this is my little sister Lu Xiaoxiao." Xiao Xiao greeted Uncle Zhou. "Hello, Uncle Zhou." In front of outsiders, Lu Xiaoxiao still showed respect for Lu Wei. Alright, let's go into the tent and chat. Xiao Huan, please entertain the other 2 guests. Lu Wei turned to Lu Ruyan and said, "You guys can follow Xiao Huan." Lu Ruyan nodded, slightly performed a small bow, and turned to follow Xiao Huan. Lu Wei then took Lu Xiaoxiao and followed Zhou Yuanshan into the central tent. As soon as they entered the tent, Madame Zhou Linger and Zhou Muxue, who had been waiting inside, quickly stood up to greet them. "Xiao Wei is here, hurry up and sit down." Madame Zhou had a smile on her face, but Lu Wei couldn't shake the feeling that her smile was anything but genuine. Indeed, seeing the favorability rating in the system, it was still a pitiful 1 point. However, Zhou Muxue, who had always remained cold and aloof, surprisingly had her favorability rise to 50 points, something Lu Wei did not expect. "Greetings, greetings, Sister Muxue." "System, bind Zhou Muxue to me." The moment he saw Zhou Muxue, Lu Wei made the binding. "I rushed here last time and didn't bring anything, but this time I brought a small gift. I hope Auntie and Sister Muxue won't mind." Saying that, he placed the prepared gifts in front of Zhou Muxue and Madame Zhou. Madame Zhou was quite curious about what Lu Wei had given, but opening gifts in front of the giver was considered impolite, so both of them naturally would not do so. Oh dear, you came here, why prepare gifts? That would make it seem distant, wouldn't it? Lu Wei chuckled. Just a little something to replenish energy, and blood it's not worth much. I hope Annie and Sister Mushua don't mind. At the same time, Lu Wei secretly regretted that he could only bind one. If he could bind both, he would be rich. Indeed, Lu Wei's gift-giving had a purpose to receive rewards in return. For this reason, he also gave Madame Zhou an identical gift, except Zhou Muxu's could be refunded, while Madame Zhou's could not. The gift he prepared was quite simple, just a chi blood pill. Instantly, he received a system notification. Ding! Binding Zhou Mushua successful. Host, gives Zhou Mushua 1 chi blood pill, refunds 20 chi blood pills. Madame Zhou smiled, and said, Alright then, I won't be polite this time. Don't send any more gifts next time. Hee, if your favorability hadn't just gone from 1 to 2, I might have believed that. Zhou Mushua also softly thanked him, thank you. Zhou Yuanshan was even happier, and quickly urged, come, everyone sit down and eat. The meal was quite simple: white rice, a rooster soup, and a dry vegetable stewed chicken, just these 2 dishes. However, these 2 simple dishes were quite rare in the entire camp. Zhou Yuanshan smiled, and said, it's a special time, the food is a bit simple, dear nephew, please don't mind. Lu Wei quickly replied, I don't mind at all, of being able to eat meat at this time is already incredibly precious. As long as you don't mind, let's eat while we chat. Zhou Yuanshan called out with a smile, though in his heart, he bled internally, as this chicken had cost him 96 taels of silver. It was divided into 2 halves, 1 half for soup, and the other half stewed with dry vegetables. However, Zhou Yuanshan didn't know that this chicken was sold by Lu Wei through Lu Ruyan and had only fetched 30 taels. After a round, it came to Zhou Yuanshan's turn. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't care about their superficial pleasantries and just focused on eating heartily. Dear nephew, shouldn't we settle the marriage? After several rounds of drinks and dishes, they began discussing serious matters. Lu Wei burped. I naturally wouldn't wish for anything more. To be favored by a sister like you is a blessing of 3 lifetimes for me. However, this matter still depends on whether the sister agrees. Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily upon hearing this. Haha, that's fine. Mushua naturally has no objections. If she had objections, she wouldn't have come to find you. Madame Zhou chimed in, there's no better day than today. Let's settle their marriage today and have them wed once they reach the city. A small chapter seeking a 5-star review and support for love. The Tianxian continent is vast beyond measure, with humans occupying only a small part of it. Surrounding it are the expansive beast forests and the endless oceans. The area where humans reside on the Tianxian continent is roughly divided into 5 regions: east, south, west, north, and central. The chaotic land where Lu Wei and others currently find themselves lies at the junction of the northwest 2 regions. Although the chaotic land is not small in size, it is resource-poor, with its spiritual energy drained by the west and north regions. Coupled with the rampant beast attacks, the 2 regions frequently engage in battles here, and very few sects establish their headquarters in this place. At most, there are some secondary sects established by disciples of the northwest regions aimed at supplying talents and resources to their main sects. For instance, the renowned Qingling sect in the chaotic land is a secondary sect of the major sect, Qingling Sword sect in the north. The Qingling Sword sect consists of 6 peaks and 12 pavilions, each peak named after a spirit sword. At this moment, in the main hall of the Feishua Pavilion on Feishua Peak, 2 individuals are seated across from each other. One of them is a beautiful woman appearing to be in her late 20s. With long hair cascading down her shoulders, she wears a white, gauzy dress, immaculate and pure, her figure exquisitely curved, and her skin as fair as snow, resembling a proud cold plum standing tall. The other person appears to be older, a beautiful woman in her 30s. With fiery cherry lips and an alluring presence beneath her red gauzy dress are a pair of long snow-white legs, rounded and slender, with each of her jade-like fingers painted in red. Even her petite feet can cause countless people to drool. The woman in white is the master of Feishua Peak and the current leader of the Feishua Sword, a peak-level cultivator at the 6th rank, Shen Yuanra. The one in red is an elder of Feishua Peak overseeing the outer pavilion, a mid-level cultivator at the 6th rank, Lin Mengwan. Senior sister, the 6 peak rankings held every 10 years will commence in a few months. If my disciple ranks above your disciple this time, doesn't that mean I should take over the Feishua Sword? Lin Mengwan gazed intently at her senior sister, Shen Yuanru, her eyes filled with ambition. Shen Yuanru calmly took a sip of tea before slowly replying, the Feishua Sword is not suitable for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengwan felt discontent, but she also knew her senior sister spoke the truth. However, she was not without her means. I didn't say I would use it, I can let my disciple use it, Lin Mengwan said with a sly smile. It didn't matter whether she could use it as long as she could snatch it away. Shen Yuanru replied lightly, if your disciple can rank above Yin Han, I have no objections. Lin Mengluan's eyes lit up. All right, that's what you said. It seems it's time to bring out the secret weapon I've nurtured for over a decade. I think it's better to do it today rather than wait for a favorable day. Since both our families have no objections, shall we settle this today? Do you agree? Madame Zhou smiled at Lu Wei and Zhou Muxue. Although Lu Wei was unsure of what this old witch was scheming, he certainly had no objections to marrying the beautiful and powerful Zhou Muxue. I have no objections, it's all up to uncle and aunt to decide. I disagree. A clear yet muffled voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw Lu Xiaoxiao pouting her chubby little lips, still chewing her food. It was this little girl who had just shouted her disagreement. Lu Wei glared at the little girl and quickly smiled. This child doesn't understand, please excuse her uncle and aunt. Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly swallowed her food, exclaiming, I understand. Burp, isn't it just that you want to marry a pretty sister as your wife? Madame Zhou chuckled and looked at Lu Xiaoxiao. Then Xiaoxiao, can you explain why you disagree? Hearing this, Lu Wei felt apprehensive, fearing Lu Xiaoxiao might say something shocking, and quickly interjected, Aunt, don't mind her, this child has been spoiled by me and tends to babble nonsense all day. Unexpectedly, after Lu Wei finished speaking, Lu Xiaoxiao became indignant, standing up with her little hands on her hips, rebutting like a little adult. Who is babbling nonsense? I think you are the one babbling nonsense. Our family hardly has enough food as it is, yet you keep bringing people home. What will we eat then? I don't want to go hungry again. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed, realizing that the little girl was worried about this. Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily, saying, Ha ha, Xiaoxiao, don't worry. Once your sister Zhou marries into your family, not only will there be enough food, but there will also be an endless supply of it. All of my assets belong to you. Eat as you wish. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately brightened at these words. Really? How much food does your family have? Zhou Yuanshan laughed even more happily. My family has enough food to fill hundreds of these tents, enough for 100 people to eat for a lifetime. Upon hearing that there was so much food, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately sold out her older brother. Then fine, if that's the case, I won't oppose it, but you must give us all the food. All right, don't worry. Once they are married, it will all be yours. Lu Wei quickly interjected, Uncle, please don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. We have hands and feet, and we can earn for ourselves. Rest assured, I will never let Muxue suffer with me. Zhou Muxue, hearing this, felt a slight flutter in her heart. Zhou Yuanshan, however, chuckled and said, This you need not decline. I've decided this long ago. I only have this one daughter. If not for her, who else would I give it to? Lu Wei thought, you can give it, but I also wouldn't dare to accept it. Your wife is too formidable. What if she devours me? Lu Wei was about to decline when he saw Madame Zhou take out 2 red papers and place them in front of him and Zhou Muxue. You shouldn't refuse this bit of family property. Your uncle and I have already made the decision. The elder's gift cannot be declined, just accept it. These are 2 marriage certificates. You and Muxue can take a look, and if there are no issues, write down your names. Your marriage will be considered settled. Once we arrive in the city and settle down, we will hold the wedding. With Muxue finding a home, even if your uncle and I were to die, we could close our eyes in peace. Zhou Muxue's cold face suddenly showed a hint of color as she said, Mother, don't say that. You and father will surely live long lives. Besides, is it too quick to get married now? Silly child, it's not quick at all. In this chaotic world, being settled gives your father and me peace of mind. As for your father and me, you don't need to worry about that. Life and death are natural laws of the universe, no one can defy them. Sooner or later that day will come. Lu Wei looked at the 2 marriage certificates in front of him, pondering. What exactly is Madame Zhou or Bilinger up to? Why is she so eager to marry Zhou Muxue off? Is there something about this that he doesn't know? There must be, he just doesn't know yet. However, no matter what, facing such a formidable opponent left him with only 2 choices: preserve his life and not provoke her. Thank you, uncle and aunt, for taking a liking to me, and thank you, Sister Muxue, for your favor. I assure you that I will never betray Sister Muxue. If I go against my oath, may heaven and earth punish me. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, the 3 of them were very pleased. Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei with a hint of affection and shyness. What girl does not harbor springtime feelings? For a young lady from a prominent family, having been raised in seclusion, marrying in the future often means blind marriages. It is truly rare to encounter someone one finds appealing and genuinely likes. Especially for someone as innocent as Zhou Muxue, she felt both shy and delighted by Lu Wei's confession. Ding. Due to your heartfelt confession, Zhou Muxue's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points, currently at 70. Ding. Zhou Muxue's return multiplier has increased, currently at 50 times. What the hell? Lu Wei's first thought upon hearing the system notification was regret, so deep it felt as if his insides were turning green. He had given the gift too early. If he had waited a bit longer, it would have been a 50 times return. Now he only got 20 times. What a huge loss. His second reaction was that this girl was too easy to fool. Just one sentence, and her favorability increased by 20 points. Could she be a fool? No wonder Zhou Yuanshan and Madame Zhou were so eager to marry her off. Yet a fool wouldn't be able to cultivate to the 4th realm. In the previous era, just expressing a confession would be futile. No one would believe you without tangible proof. This era is much better. People value trustworthiness, and girls are easier to persuade. The two signed their names on the marriage certificates and exchanged them, sealing their fates. All right, from now on we are one family. Today is truly a rare and good day. Oh, I can finally drink this jar of wine. Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily with excitement, taking out a small jar from the side, opening the lid, and a rich aroma of wine filled the entire tent. This jar of daughter's red has been hidden for 18 years, and today is finally the day to open it. That night, Zhou Yuanshan drank too much, laughing and crying, and ultimately fell asleep on the side. Marrying off his daughter was both a joy and a sorrow for him, his feelings complicated and hard to articulate. After dinner, Lu Wei also expressed his intention to take his leave. Swear your father has drunk too much. Oh, why don't you see Lu Wei off? Madame Zhou said with a smile. Zhou Muxu's face turned slightly red as she nodded gently. Outside the tent, looking at the dark night sky, Lu Wei turned to Zhou Muxua and gently said, "Let's go back. It's cold outside. Don't catch a chill." Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhou Muxua felt a warmth in her heart. Although she was at the fourth realm and had no fear of wind and snow, Lu Wei's concerns still brought her comfort. However, she stood still, her expression somewhat conflicted, as if there was something difficult to decide. "I heard you've been practicing martial arts recently." Zhou Muxua's crisp voice rang in Lu Wei's ears. Lu Wei nodded. "Yes, I haven't practiced for long." Zhou Muxua glanced at Lu Wei, and his cultivation level was naturally not hidden from her keen eyes. Inside, she was secretly astonished. Her future husband's talent was indeed remarkable. In just a few days, he had cultivated to the bone-forging realm. It had taken her nearly a year to reach this point. According to her master's words, this was already considered an incredibly gifted speed. However, compared to her husband, it seemed not that impressive. Moreover, he didn't have nearly as many resources and techniques as her master provided. She had heard that his master was merely an ordinary merchant caravan guard, so the resources he could provide him were evidently very limited. Thinking of this, Zhou Muxua gritted her teeth and finally made up her mind. She took out a wooden box from her sleeve and handed it to Lu Wei. This is for you. I don't tell anyone else." Lu Wei's heart stirred as he silently accepted it, looking at Zhou Muxu's delicate face, then nodded seriously. "All right, I promise to tell no one." "And me, I won't say anything either," Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected from the side. Only then did they remember that there was a little light bulb beside them, which they had forgotten. Zhou Muxua's face turned slightly red with embarrassment as she hurriedly said, "Then I'll go back," and ran off. Lu Wei looked at the wooden box deep in thought. Beside her, Lu Xiaoxiao curiously asked, "Brother, open it and take a look. Is it silver?" "What are you looking at?" "We'll talk when we get home." Lu Wei picked up Lu Xiaoxiao. He also took Lu Ruoyan and her daughter back to their carriage. Once inside the tent, Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, "Brother, you quickly take a look at what exactly they gave you. Did you forget Mush's last instruction?" Lu Wei reminded. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Lu Ruoyan and Wu Xiaoya beside her and directly said, "You two step outside for a moment. I have a secret to discuss with my brother that I can't tell you." "Lu Wei, you are quite direct." However, Lu Wei also felt that being so straightforward was indeed effective. Lu Ruoyan immediately stood up and responded yes. He casually picked up Wu Xiaoya. Seeing that her good friend Lu Xiaoxiao had a secret and was keeping it from her, Wu Xiaoya was very anxious. Miss, don't. I want to know the secret too." Lu Xiaoxiao pouted. "What does a little kid like you know? Go play somewhere else." Lu Wei found it amusing to watch. Once the two of them left, he opened the wooden box. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted out, and inside the box, 10 smooth and bright pale white pills seemed to glimmer under the light. Lu Wei took a glance and quickly closed it. He didn't recognize these items, but he knew they were definitely not ordinary. However, Lu Xiaoxiao pouted and said, "I thought it was silver. Turns out it's just a few worthless pills." She was too young to consume pills. Of what use were they? Lu Wei smiled and said nothing. Worthless pills. These pills were far from ordinary and were at least much better than the body refining pill and bloodshed pill he had received. As for exactly what they were, that would only be revealed tomorrow. However, this matter could not be explained to the little girl. If she accidentally leaked it, they would be in trouble. Zhou Muxua specifically instructed not to tell anyone, probably fearing that someone would discover her true cultivation level. Although Lu Wei didn't understand why she concealed her abilities, he naturally wouldn't divulge them. Lu Wei solemnly stored the pills away and instructed Lu Xiaoxiao, "All right, you should hurry and sleep. I need to practice." He hadn't cultivated yet tonight, and that couldn't be neglected. Although it was already late, practice must be persistent. That night, Lu Wei practiced until very late, stopping only when the sky was about to brighten. Seeing that he still had half of his blood qi left, Lu Wei felt relieved. After reaching the bone refining stage, his blood qi had doubled, so he didn't need to worry about it running low for now. When Lu Wei returned to the tent, he only slept for an hour before dawn broke. Lu Ruoyan hurriedly got up, practiced the body refining technique, and then started cooking. Hearing the noise, Lu Wei also got up, even though he had only slept for an hour. However, for him, it wasn't a big deal. At most, it meant slightly less recovery of his blood qi. Even if he went several days without sleep, it wouldn't have much of an effect. When Lu Wei got up, he also pulled Lu Xiaoxiao up. Girl, have you woken up? I have something for you. Lu Xiaoxiao, still groggy, and with her eyes barely open, directly reached out her little hand. She was very familiar with this process. Lu Wei placed a pill in her hand, and after Lu Xiaoxiao took it, she casually set it aside and lay down to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, feeling somewhat excited, picked up the pill and turned to exit the tent. The reason for his excitement was that he had just received a system notification. Ding, the host has gifted a high-grade body refining pill to the target Lu Xiaoxiao, triggering a 10x return, earning 30 free attribute points. He didn't expect that the body refining pill could actually return attribute points. Previously, he had always thought that whatever he gifted would just be returned as is. It seems now that his understanding of the system was still insufficient. However, why hadn't such occurrences appeared before? Was it a probability issue, or was it due to the quality of the gifted item? Or did it mean that the better the quality of the gifted item, the better the return? After pondering for a while, Lu Wei couldn't figure it out due to the lack of examples. In any case, this was definitely a good thing. He also learned that Zhou Muxue had actually given him a high-grade body refining pill. It would be a lie to say he wasn't grateful. His dear master had mentioned that such high-grade pills were extremely rare. So it seems that being handsome does have its benefits. He got a beautiful wife and high-grade pills for free. In the future, he must treat his wife better and send her good things every day. With this in mind, Lu Wei looked at Lu Ruoyan, who was cooking, and instructed, later take a golden chicken to send to the young lady of the Zhou family. Got it, young master, Lu Ruoyan replied. Lu Wei sighed. They were still poor and could only send food for now. Once he had money, he needed to send some good things as compensation. What? Am I doing this for the returns? That's slander, pure slander. Forget it, I should think about where to allocate these 30 attribute points. With this thought, Lu Wei opened the system and began to ponder how to allocate his points. Host Lu Wei, age 18, root bone 51, comprehension 55, physique 200,200, vitality 200,200, spirit 1,414, cultivation technique, body refinement method proficient 139300, yellow grade beginner, dragon elephant prison skill entry level 11,000, earth grade intermediate. Martial skills. Killing fist proficient 0300, yellow grade low level. 3/blade proficient 10400, yellow grade intermediate. Cultivation level. Yellow grade bone refinement stage 5321000. Earth grade 1 elephant stage 11,000. Free attribute 37. System level 3 420. Bound targets. Lu Xiaoxiao, click to expand. Lu Ruoyan, click to expand. Zhou Muxue, click to expand. Looking at the system interface, Lu Wei began to ponder how to allocate points. Should I increase my cultivation level? But won't this speed up the cultivation too quickly? It's already raised suspicions in my cheap master. If I elevate it further, won't my master question his entire life? If someone with ulterior motives discovers this, it could be dangerous. From the moment I began cultivating until today, it hasn't even been 10 days, yet my cultivation has advanced by 5 or 6 realms. It would be strange if I weren't captured for research. Thinking of this, Lu Wei sighed. Being too talented is also a hassle. If only there were a technique to hide my cultivation. But without increasing my cultivation, I can't enhance my combat power. The crisis of the later stage is approaching. With my current strength, there is still a certain degree of danger. I certainly don't want to accidentally die. To quickly boost my combat power, aside from cultivation, martial skills are the only option. Martial skills can also enhance combat strength, and they are less likely to be discovered. As for increasing my root bone or comprehension, Lu Wei has also considered it. Enhancing root bone can accelerate the improvement of cultivation. Increasing comprehension can speed up the progression of martial skills. However, even if I raise my root bone and comprehension to 100, it won't significantly elevate my cultivation and martial skill levels in a short period. Improving root bone and comprehension is a long-term investment with slow returns but permanent benefits. However, with danger approaching, how can boosting root bone and comprehension be faster than directly increasing cultivation and martial skill levels? Thinking of this, Lu Wei directly began to allocate points. Currently, the most critical combat skill is the 3/blade, so Lu Wei prioritized its enhancement. The proficiency levels of martial skills are divided into entry-level, proficient, minor, achievement, mastery, perfection, and grandmaster. Each level up multiplies the power, thus making martial skills more challenging to improve than cultivation. For ordinary people lacking comprehension might mean they could never reach the perfection level in their lifetime. Even reaching mastery is rare. Achieving minor achievement means one is a small expert. A single bottleneck can trap someone for a lifetime, making it impossible to break through. However, Lu Wei had no such worries when he reached a bottleneck lacking comprehension. Just allocate points directly. After spending 20 attribute points, Lu Wei felt dizzy with waves of memories flooding his mind, and even the muscles in his arms tingled. After a while, Lu Wei finally recovered, opened his eyes, and felt a strong impulse to wield a blade. Looking at the system again, the level of the 3-slash blade had directly increased from proficient to minor achievement. The proficiency of 3-slash blade has risen to minor achievement, rewarding 10 free attribute points. A reward of 10 points. Has the reward increased? But it does seem right that the rewards should increase as it becomes harder to improve later on, thus more rewards are naturally reasonable. For instance, now that I've reached minor achievement, the next mastery stage requires 1200 proficiency. Lu Wei glanced at it and decisively skipped it. In the future, attempting to increase proficiency so quickly with attribute points will be impossible, as it would require far too many points. Later on, the main method will be to enhance comprehension. Then with meticulous practice bit by bit until encountering a bottleneck, and then using attribute points. Looking at the remaining 27 attribute points, Lu Wei momentarily didn't know where to allocate them. Cultivation can't be increased for fear of being dissected, so that will have to wait. Enhancing the 3-slash blade won't help much either. The killing fist is the same. With the 3-slash blade present, the effect of the killing fist has diminished significantly. Vitality and physique are also unnecessary. At a base of 227 points seem trivial. What remains are root, bone, comprehension, and spirit. Spirit is barely sufficient for now. Thus Lu Wei decided to choose root, bone, and comprehension. After hesitating for a while, he ultimately decided to choose root, bone. With a higher root, bone, at least, if someone sees my rapid cultivation improvement, I will have an excuse. Isn't it normal for a talented person to improve faster? Although it's a bit absurdly fast. Thinking of this, Lu Wei directly began to allocate points. Everyone can check out my old book, I Lead a Star Team to Survive on a Deserted Island, with 1 million words completed. Also, Ocean Survival starting with Catching a Mermaid can be found by clicking on my profile. Lu Wei allocated all his points to his bones, feeling a wave of tingling sensation as if he had been electrocuted. In just a few seconds, the sensation disappeared and everything returned to normal. Lu Wei moved his legs and kicked his feet, feeling as if there was no difference. Is that it? 27 attribute points gone. Lu Wei frowned. Perhaps practicing a bit will show some effects. With this in mind, Lu Wei was about to practice the body refinement technique to test for any changes when he suddenly heard someone speaking outside the tent. I have met Lord Luo. It was the voice of Lu Ruyan. Where's Lu Wei? Luo Yan asked. Young master just went out. Master, you are here. Lu Wei heard Luo Yan's voice and walked out from behind the tent. Seeing his master come so early, Lu Wei guessed it must be about the outcome of the bodyguard matter. Luo Yan did not rush to discuss serious matters, but asked, what were you doing last night? I searched everywhere, but couldn't find you. I had something to do yesterday. I went to my fiancé's house for a visit. Regarding the matter of having a fiancé, Lu Wei had no intention of hiding it, as it would be known sooner or later. You have a fiancé? Luo Yan appeared somewhat surprised. Lu Wei felt insulted. Master, how can you say that? I'm so handsome, isn't it normal to have a fiancé? Luo Yan looked disdainful. Don't use the word handsome to cause trouble. Enough, I don't have time to waste with you. I have serious business to discuss. Wasn't it you who started this conversation? However, Lu Wei dared not say this, fearing he might get beaten. Although he had already reached the bone refinement stage and had made some progress with the 3-slashes blade, he still could not see through his master's cultivation level, which was clearly higher than his. Speaking of which, he had always been curious about his master's cultivation level. Could it be the chi gathering stage or the liquid consolidation stage? He should find an opportunity to inquire. You speak. I have already reported you're joining the merchant group as a temporary bodyguard to the group's owner. You will come with me shortly to meet him, and your family can come along too. As for the remuneration, you are now in the easy muscle. At this point, Luo Yan suddenly widened his eyes at Lu Wei as if he had seen a ghost. You this? Lu Wei chuckled and helplessly said, I don't know, I just broke through while practicing yesterday. Luo Yan stared wide-eyed at Lu Wei, stunned for a while. Without saying another word, he stepped forward and grabbed Lu Wei's shoulder, then started feeling his arms. The more he felt, the deeper his frown became, while muttering to himself, this is not right, this is not right. Could it be that I felt it wrong? It can't be. Lu Wei felt his master's hand was going further down, and seeing that it was about to reach a critical area, his face turned dark, and he hurriedly jumped aside. Master, please have some decorum, I'm not into that. Luo Yan looked at Lu Wei in confusion and said irritably, what do you mean by that? You brat, what's going on? How did you break through so quickly? At this rate, you'll surpass me in just a few days. Hearing this, Lu Wei immediately became curious and asked, Master, what is your current cultivation level? Luo Yan shot a sideways glance at Lu Wei. What? You really think you will surpass me in a few days? I am currently at the mid-level of the chi gathering stage. If you surpass me in 2 days, I will call you master. Lu Wei chuckled, that's impossible. Even if I eventually surpass you, you will still be my master. Hearing this, Luo Yan felt quite pleased. However, he also caught the underlying implication that this kid believed he would definitely surpass him in the future. You brat, stop being cocky. First cultivate to the chi gathering stage before talking. He Chi gathering stage. I will definitely put in the effort. Although Lu Wei spoke humbly, his tone suggested he did not regard the Qi gathering stage seriously. Luo Yin frowned and warned, I warn you, don't take any crooked paths. If you ruin yourself, I won't spare you when I see you in the future. Lu Wei could only smile helplessly and said with a wronged expression, Master, I want to take a crooked path, but you never taught me how to do it. Then how did you break through so quickly? Luo Yin completely could not understand. The first time he encountered Lu Wei, he had felt the boy's bones, which were very average, barely at a level for cultivation. But just now feeling his bones, it seemed that his foundation had improved significantly. However, he had never heard of a foundation being able to increase. Such things are innate, whatever they are born with, is their fate unchangeable. Lu Wei shrugged helplessly, I don't know, I just took the medicinal pills regularly and practiced, and then I broke through. Luo Yin was somewhat skeptical of this, the kid must have some secret. However, since he did not want to say, there was no need for Luo Yin to press further. Alright, enough nonsense. Pack up and come with me, I will take you to meet the merchant group owner. Lu Wei nodded and hurriedly began to pack up the carriage, not even bothering to eat, and followed Luo Yin to the merchant group. Meanwhile, on the Shuangfeng Ridge, less than 100 miles from here, a few individuals were conspiring. The Shuangfeng Ridge consists of two mountains, one of which hosts the Shuangfeng village. The village is situated on the eastern mountain of Shuangfeng Ridge, with treacherous and narrow paths, making it easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Moreover, even if one were to assault the village, the inhabitants could cross a suspension bridge to the western mountain. To the west, there are no roads, and beyond the mountains lies an endless expanse filled with traps and mechanisms, making pursuit impossible. Thus, Shuangfeng Ridge has always been a thorn stuck between the two states of Yongyun, frequently robbing merchants passing by, yielding substantial profits. The chief of Shuangfeng Ridge is also perceptive. When encountering powerful families, he pretends not to notice, allowing them to pass unhindered. Sometimes he even provides food and drink for their rest. If it involves small merchants, he won't go to extremes as long as they pay a toll. With such clever tactics and decent cultivation, this group at Shuangfeng Ridge has established itself here for over a decade without any issues. Recently, however, they received a significant job offer. Initially, the chief was not inclined to accept it, as he could discern the distinction between a full meal and a consistent feast. If they took this job, they wouldn't be able to continue their operations at Shuangfeng Ridge. However, the offer was simply too generous. The deposit alone matched their earnings from the past decade. Once they completed this job, they would no longer need to be bandits, allowing them to seek a serene place in the south, live in anonymity, and enjoy a life of luxury. Moreover, the danger this time was not significant, as the employer had dispatched skilled individuals to assist, ensuring almost certain success. Boss Ma, the target will arrive at Shuangfeng Ridge no later than tomorrow afternoon. I hope you can restrain your brothers and keep them prepared to avoid excessive eating and drinking these days. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a fair face and no beard, appearing like a wealthy gentleman. However, the occasional glint of coldness in his eyes indicated that he was not as simple as he seemed. Rest assured, Manager Zhang. I have already notified everyone. Now everyone is well fed and rested, just waiting for tomorrow's battle. Boss Ma had a face full of stubble with a rugged and dark complexion, displaying a carefree demeanor typical of a bandit. Yet if anyone thought he was careless and naive, they would be gravely mistaken. He was a typical figure who was rough yet meticulous, skilled in calculations, otherwise he wouldn't have settled in such a lucrative place like Shuangfeng Ridge for over a decade. Remember, no living witnesses must be left behind when the time comes. Manager Zhang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Such matters could be done, but not spoken of. If word got out, he did not know what his master would do, but he was certain he wouldn't survive. You need not worry, they only have 2 individuals at the Gathering Chi realm and 200 at the first level of martial arts. We have 4 at the Gathering Chi realm, plus my 300 brothers and the over 100 skilled individuals you brought, ensuring not a single fly escapes. That's best. Rest assured, as long as the job is done well, my master is generous with rewards. He chuckled, hoping they could still be alive to collect the money afterward. Boss Ma laughed heartily, saying, No worries, I will not disappoint your expectations. Damn, does he think I'm foolish? If things go well, I will be your surname. Lu Wei drove the cart, following Luo Yin, arriving at the merchant convoy's camp. Previously, he had only seen it from the outside. This was his first time entering. Lu Wei curiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing that although there were tents and carts everywhere, everything appeared orderly, not chaotic at all. Occasionally, merchant guards would patrol past, merely glancing at them. Lu Wei followed Luo Yin and parked the cart in a central location within the camp. Here, most were the guards' families. Only by ensuring their families were safe would those guards fight valiantly. After all, their families were right behind them. Luo Yin instructed Lu Wei to find a place to park the cart, then told Lu Wei to follow him to meet the convoy's owner, while Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Rian stayed back to watch the cart. Along the way, Luo Yin continuously informed Lu Wei about the precautions when meeting the convoy's owner. Lu Wei learned through Luo Yin that the owner of the convoy was actually a young woman. Moreover, she was the eldest daughter of the Yang family, rumored to possess exceptional business acumen, having nearly doubled the Yang family's wealth in just a few years since taking over their business. Master, the Yang family is so wealthy, how much salary can they offer me? Lu Wei was indifferent to the Yang family's wealth. He was more concerned about his own income. Also, he wondered if this eldest daughter of the Yang family had a high rating and could provide a return. You are at the 4th rank of the body refinement realm. According to the Yang family salary standards, you will receive 3 pills a month, either body refinement pills or vitality pills, your choice. Additionally, there would be 100 taels of silver and provisions for your family as well. Furthermore, if combat occurs and you achieve merit in killing enemies, there will be rewards and travel expenses will be reimbursed. In short, following the eldest daughter comes with pretty good benefits. Lu Wei nodded silently, acknowledging that the eldest daughter of the Yang family was indeed offering quite a bit. We've arrived. I'll remember to be cautious in our conversation. Lu Wei looked up and saw a luxurious carriage quietly parked not far in front of him. Luo Yin approached the car and bowed slightly, saying, Miss Lu Wei has already arrived. Lu Wei couldn't help but almost laugh at this scene involving her cheap master. Why are you so unruly? What happened to the temper you had when you hit me? Why are you so docile now? By the way, if I manage to win over this young lady, will my cheap master have to bow and greet me as a son-in-law in the future? The thought of it felt inexplicably satisfying. Just as Lu Wei was leaning to one side, a voice filled with an alluring charm, almost like a hook, came from the carriage ahead. That voice, upon hearing it, sent a shiver of sensation through her entire being. Your disciple, just arrange it as you see fit. Lu Wei instinctively looked up towards the direction of the voice, but only caught a glimpse of a half-concealed profile behind the curtain of the carriage. The exquisitely perfect facial structure seemed like a masterpiece carefully sculpted by the heavens. Beneath the long, upward curving eyelashes, her bright, watery eyes resembled a clear autumn spring, captivating, yet carrying a hint of coldness. Just that side profile made Lu Wei's heart tremble. What a beautiful woman! She might be the most stunning woman he had ever seen in both of his lives. Ding, binding target detected. Would you like to view the binding? View. Name Yang Xiaohu. Age 22. Root bone 50, 100 not activated. Comprehension 102. Physique 40004000. Cultivation late stage of condensing dew. Appearance 99. Figure 99. Talent half demon, body charms, all beings. Affinity 10. Comprehensive score 75. Score increases by 1 for each realm of cultivation. Not bound, can be returned at a 10x multiplier. After reading this data, Lu Wei gasped in shock. Another hidden expert. Late stage of condensing dew, while not as astonishing as Zhou Muxu's frost transformation realm, is definitely an exceedingly dangerous character. Moreover, her comprehension surprisingly reached 101. Lu Wei had always believed that the highest comprehension was 100 points. It turns out it is much more than that. Such high comprehension indicates that this woman, despite her low level of cultivation, undoubtedly possesses a profound understanding of martial techniques. Even if she were to cultivate a martial technique to perfection, Lu Wei would not find it surprising. Once a martial technique reaches perfection, overcoming challenges beyond one's level becomes possible. Aside from comprehension, her physique and appearance are equally remarkable, both rated at 99. As for why she fell short of 100 points by just 1, it could be that in this world preferences vary among people. However, when Lu Wei saw her talent, his brow furrowed slightly. A half-demon body implies that she has a bloodline that is a combination of human and demon. The Yang family is a prominent clan, and her father must be human, which means her mother is certainly of the demon race. Indeed, stories of interspecies romance exist in this world. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that her root bone is only half activated while the other half remains dormant. If her root bone bloodline were fully activated, one can hardly imagine what kind of scene that would be. Moreover, her physique, generally those at the late stage of condensing, do only have around 3,000 points unless they have specifically cultivated powerful body refining techniques. Yet she possesses 4,000 points, likely due to her demon bloodline. This woman has limitless potential. I must bind her. What I say, not even Jesus can stop. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei with a hint of surprise. Just yesterday, Luo Yin reported to her that his disciple had reached the muscle transformation realm in just 5 days. She was quite astonished at the time. Even those with fully maxed root bones, the peerless geniuses, could not achieve such a rapid cultivation speed. But today it was clear that this was not the muscle transformation realm, it was evidently the bone forging realm. Luo Yin could not have lied to her, which means this person broke through from the muscle transformation realm to the bone forging realm in just 1 day. How did he manage to do that? Could it be that he possesses some heavenly materials or treasures? Or did he obtain some ancient inheritance? Perhaps he was seized by an old monster. Yet even if that were the case, there is no record of anyone achieving such a significant improvement in just 1 day. Moreover, if he were indeed possessed, not to mention whether it could be done, even if it could, how could he dare to improve so openly, without hiding? Yang Xiaohu was perplexed, but developed a strong interest in Lu Wei. This interest stemmed from her own circumstances. Due to her bloodline, her root bone is quite poor, barely qualifying her for cultivation. Over the years, she has endured countless hardships and used numerous resources to reach this point. If she could uncover the secret of this person's rapid progress, it might be beneficial for her as well. Yang Xiaohu was a decisive person. Thinking this, she directly said, "Arrange for him to be near me as a personal guard." Luo Yin was slightly taken aback. The young lady actually wanted this guy to be her personal guard. This was not even something an ordinary household guard would receive. Could it be that she's taken a liking to this fellow? However, he didn't dare to ask, and hurriedly replied, yes. Lu Wei was quite pleased with this decision, as it brought him closer to Yang Xiao, who making it easier for him to return once they were bound. On the way, Luo Yin looked at the somewhat excited Lu Wei and couldn't help but speak up. "You brat, be mindful around the young lady. It is a favor for you to serve as her personal guard, so don't think of anything inappropriate, understand?" Lu Wei felt a bit helpless. His master, while commendable for loyalty, tended to exhibit a strong sense of servitude. However, this was also a characteristic of this era. It was something he, coming from an era where money and benefits were paramount, could not comprehend. After all, differing values were unavoidable. All right, I understand. I will definitely be obedient, so you can rest assured. When I become your son-in-law, I will see what you say. Of course, Lu Wei knew that such thoughts were merely fanciful. Although he could not say he was destitute, he was still vastly different compared to others. After all, she was a direct descendant of a prestigious family. How could she possibly look at a mere guard like him? Regardless of the era, women are always drawn to strength. Being treated like a little pet was not Lu Wei's style. However, to say he had no fantasies at all would be impossible. After all, 9,999, what kind of beauty would that produce? Perhaps a half-demon. Would there be a tail? Would there be? Master, can I bring my fiancé's family over? Tomorrow might bring danger, and it was too risky for the Zhou family to stay outside. Don't misunderstand, this does not imply that the Zhou family would encounter danger. Rather, it was the women in that family who were clearly in danger from others. Lu Wei was worried that some brazen bandit might provoke his esteemed mother-in-law. Once she transformed, everyone present would likely be left with nothing but bones. Therefore, although he did not know the true intentions of Bilinger, Lu Wei had to find a way to help her remain hidden. If this matter were to be exposed, he believed that he would meet a very tragic end. Luo Yin frowned. "How many people does your fiancé's family have?" "Including the servants, there are probably about a dozen or so," Lu Wei estimated, though he wasn't entirely sure of the exact number. Luo Yin shook his head. "That many people won't do. At most, I can give you 5 more spots. If there are too many, even if the young lady permits it, others will have objections." Lu Wei understood this as well. After all, if he brought in a whole bunch of people and another group came in, the caravan would turn into a refugee camp. Moreover, the more people brought in, the more resources consumed, which would reduce what others received. "Master, don't worry, my father-in-law's family has food and won't consume the caravan's supplies. They will be safer within the caravan." At present, Lu Wei had no shortage of food. In fact, he had more than enough. With the Zhou family's supplies, there was no need to take advantage of the caravan's meager offerings. Luo Yin nodded upon hearing this. "All right, you can make the arrangements, but try not to bring in too many people." Lu Wei assured, "Rest assured, I won't trouble you at all. I will go fetch them now." "Go ahead, here is the entry badge, take it with you." Lu Wei thanked him and left the caravan camp, quickly arriving at the Zhou family. As soon as Zhou Yuanshan saw Lu Wei approaching, he immediately smiled and said, "Xiao Wei, why are you here so early? Is there something going on?" "Uncle, what do you call me?" Zhou Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. "Father-in-law, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Wei suddenly changed his address, still feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Zhou Yuanshan smiled in satisfaction. "We are all family, no need for formality. Just tell me what you need." Lu Wei explained the matter of inviting their family into the caravan for protection. After hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan was quite touched and patted Lu Wei on the shoulder. "Good lad, I did not misjudge you." Lu Wei chuckled innocently. "What are you saying? I lost my parents at a young age. You and aunt are now my closest family. How could I not think of you?" Zhou Yuanshan felt warmth in his heart and then seemed to make a decision, saying to Lu Wei, "Come with me." Lu Wei, with a puzzled expression, followed behind, wondering what this meant. Was he perhaps going to reveal some secret? The two arrived beside a carriage, and Zhou Yuanshan climbed onto it laboriously, pulling out a small box from inside. "This contains a portion of the Zhou family's assets, and I am now entrusting it to you." Lu Wei was about to decline when Zhou Yuanshan interrupted him. "Let me finish. This is only temporarily for your safekeeping, not a gift. This will also serve as a dowry for Xiaoxua. The world is too chaotic. Your aunt and I might not be around one day, and then these items could fall into the hands of others. It's better to hand them over to you now. This box has a mechanism. If the password is incorrect, it will automatically self-destruct. So you must remember the password Yao Liang Wu Wu Yao Chi Chi Liang Yao. Do you remember? Today I impulsively checked the comments section, and it made me so angry that my aunt came to see me early. I swear if I look again just. What was it you said? Even a dog can't represent my determination. I am just a struggling little author unable to write works that everyone loves. If even a small portion of people enjoy my work, I am already very happy. Here I want to thank those who have given little gifts of support to Yezi and those who encourage with 5-star ratings. I hope you and your families will have smooth and worry-free lives, all your wishes fulfilled, and both parents and children thrive together. You must remember the password. There is something very important hidden here, and it must not be discovered by others, Zhou Yuanshan advised with a serious expression. Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. Something very important. He understood. Got it 125517721 right. Zhou Yuanshan had never seen numbers before and was bewildered by Lu Wei's words, thinking they were a jumble of nonsense, just as he was about to correct him. Suddenly Zhou Madam's voice came from not far away. Master, is Xiao Wei here? Why don't you invite him in? Lu Wei turned around and saw Zhou Madam and Zhou Muxue watching him from a distance. Let's go, we can talk inside the tent. As the group entered the tent, Zhou Yuanshan recounted his invitation to Lu Wei's family to join the caravan. Zhou Madam smiled after hearing the reason. We know Xiao Wei's good intentions, but we don't want to trouble you. Besides, with you here, no one outside would dare to cause us trouble. Zhou Yuanshan nodded in agreement. Yes, we can manage to protect ourselves outside, so we won't go in and cause you trouble. Zhou Muxue had been silent, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Wei. When Lu Wei caught her eye, she quickly looked away as if guilty of something. Then with a cool expression akin to that of a celestial being, she acted as if nothing had happened. Lu Wei was nearly amused by his little wife's expression. He realized that although she appeared cold, she was actually quite innocent and naive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him such an expensive pill. After hearing Zhou Yuanshan and Zhou Madam's words, Lu Wei felt somewhat helpless. If it weren't for his own life, he wouldn't want to cause any trouble. Seeing that both of them did not wish to go, Lu Wei could only inform them of the dangers they would face tomorrow. Upon hearing this, both of their expressions changed. Zhou Madam, also known as Bilinger, was concerned whether this danger was aimed at her. However, regardless of whether it was or not, she certainly could not act to reveal her identity. Moreover, since her injuries were not yet healed, should anyone discover her, it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. The best solution would be for someone to shield her from the danger. Zhou Yuanshan, on the other hand, was simply afraid of danger. Having the caravan's protection would undoubtedly ensure much greater safety. Thus the two exchanged glances and agreed with Lu Wei's suggestion, following him into the caravan. Zhou Muxue had no objections, feeling a bit nervous at the thought of spending day and night with Lu Wei. The Zhou family had many possessions, including food and some other valuables. Lu Wei suggested that they keep only the food and money, while the rest could be distributed to the dismissed servants. As long as they had money, these items could be bought back in the city in the future. Although Zhou Yuanshan felt pained at this, he had no other choice. In the end, the 3 members of the Zhou family only brought along Xiao Huan and 2 maids as they followed Lu Wei into the caravan. They only took a few carts, horses, food, money, and some daily necessities. The remaining worthless furniture, clothing, and porcelain items were all given to the servants. Halt! No approaching. Just as Lu Wei and the others arrived near the caravan, they were stopped by the patrolling guards. Lu Wei didn't think much and directly took out his insignia, saying, I am the new guard, and I need to bring my family inside with me. The leading guard didn't even glance at Lu Wei's insignia, but looked at him suspiciously. New guard, where in this desolate wilderness would you recruit people? Tell me, are you a spy sent by bandits? Boss, I think this kid is up to no good, sneaky as he is. Should we capture him for interrogation? Boss, I'm best at interrogating women. I'll leave those 2 women to me for questioning. You brat, your eyes are quite keen. Those 2 women are too enticing. They're definitely mine. Ha ha, monkey, can you handle it all by yourself? Several guards leered at Zhou Madam and Zhou Muxue with unabashed eyes, uttering lewd remarks. Lu Wei's expression gradually darkened and his eyes narrowed. Those who knew him were aware that he was about to kill. He had seen these men before when he entered the caravan with Luo Yinth. Now, they pretended not to recognize him, clearly trying to make things difficult for him. Although Lu Wei did not know the specific reason, since they were seeking death, he would not hold back. If they didn't die and Bilinger went berserk, it would be him who would pay the price. With a swipe, Lu Wei drew out his shining long knife and walked towards the men. Zhou Yuanshan hurriedly stopped him. Xiao Wei, don't act impulsively. We can't afford to offend the caravan guards. Zhou Madam narrowed her eyes, but said nothing. Zhou Muxue's expression turned even colder. Lu Wei spoke with icy anger. Uncle, please do not stop me. They dare to speak disrespectfully to Aunt and Muxue, which is seeking their own death. Oh dear, you're angry, haha. And you've drawn your knife. Oh, come swing it here. You won't dare, you're just a coward. One guard leaned forward, stretching his neck towards Lu Wei. Swish! With a flash of the bright blade, a large head flew into the air, its expression still frozen in arrogance. You dare to make a move. The lead guard looked at Lu Wei with a mix of shock and anger. He had received orders to make things difficult for Lu Wei to provoke a fight and escalate the situation. However, he never expected that this kid would be so ruthless, striking without hesitation at the slightest disagreement. The remaining guards also stared at Lu Wei with shocked and angry expressions, drawing their weapons in defense. Lu Wei let out a cold laugh, his killing intent as piercing as a biting wind. What's there to fear in killing a few worthless dogs? Among them, the highest cultivation level was merely at the muscle transformation stage. He was at the bone forging stage. His sword skills were already quite proficient, so what was there to be afraid of? The key was that he had his wife backing him up. A master at the 4th stage could easily flatten the entire merchant group. With that, Lu Wei suddenly swung his long knife down with tremendous force, the sharp blade slicing through the air like a mountain, pressing down, heading straight for the lead guard's head. The lead guard, the one at the muscle transformation stage, changed his expression and hurriedly raised his knife to block. But with only the muscle transformation stage, and in a rush to defend, how could he withstand Lu Wei's swift strike? The disparity between their physiques was over 100 points, and their strength was even halved. For Lu Wei, killing him was hardly more challenging than slaying a chicken. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. The air visibly rippled. The lead guard's knife managed to block, yet it was also unable to stop the blow. For Lu Wei's strike directly smashed down alongside his knife onto his shoulder. A sharp crack rang out, the bones in his shoulder shattered. Oh! The lead guard let out a deafening scream. The pain from the broken bones was unbearable, causing him to bite down so hard that blood nearly flowed. Now he felt both hatred and regret. Hatred for this ruthless kid and regret for listening to the captain's words and seeking trouble with him. However, it was too late to regret now. Seeing him in such agony, Lu Wei felt a twinge of pity. He flipped his long knife and cut horizontally. With a whoosh, blood splattered, and another head soared into the air. Looking at the head that landed on the ground with a twisted expression, Lu Wei sighed softly, silently thinking, "Don't mention it, it is my duty to relieve your suffering." The remaining 3, seeing Lu Wei dispatch 2 men so cleanly with their leader, now dead, were terrified to the point of trembling. The 3 of them were only at the 2nd stage of muscle refining, and combined they couldn't even match the leader, let alone contend with Lu Wei. They considered fleeing, but given the enormous difference in realms, turning to run would only lead to a quicker death. One of them, rather clever, sensed the trouble and fell to his knees with a thud. "Big brother, spare me. We are just following orders. I beg you to spare my life. I will never dare again." Lu Wei looked expressionlessly at the 2 remaining men, and one of them trembled, dropping to his knees as well. This killing god was too ruthless. They genuinely feared that their heads would fly off in the next second. "Tell me who sent you to trouble me." If there was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, then things would be straightforward. As long as he could find out who was deliberately targeting him, even attempting to attack him and his family, then retaliating and killing them would be justified, and Yang Xiaohu wouldn't blame him. It was naturally better to avoid conflict with the merchant group if possible. The man was about to speak when suddenly a loud shout from afar interrupted him. "Stop! Stop! What should I stop? I never intended to kill them. These few are important witnesses." Lu Wei turned his head in confusion towards the direction from which the voice came. He saw a man leap into the air, slashing down with a knife towards them. The bright blade emitted a cutting aura, heading straight for Lu Wei and the others. Lu Wei's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly gathered all his strength to retreat forcefully. In an instant, he narrowly avoided the slashing energy. However, the 3 kneeling on the ground were not so fortunate. They were instantly shredded by the blade, aura, blood, and flesh splattering everywhere. Lu Wei looked at the man with a vigilant expression, his eyes filled with gravity. Qi gathering stage. Only those at the Qi gathering stage could unleash blade or sword energy. The newcomer was a man in a white robe, appearing to be around 30 years old. His complexion was pale and sullen, and his narrow eyes revealed unabashed killing intent. Being targeted by someone at the Qi gathering stage made Lu Wei extremely tense. Although he was at the bone forging stage, he was slightly stronger than the average practitioner at that level. However, the gap to the Qi gathering stage was still too vast. He was simply not a match. "Mushue, take uncle and Anne away first, or I will hold him off." Lu Wei turned to Zhou Mushue and said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue's heart trembled. How could she not know Lu Wei's cultivation level? She saw clearly that the newcomer was in the late stage of Qi gathering, someone Lu Wei simply could not handle. Yet he was willing to sacrifice himself to buy time for her to escape. At that moment, Zhou Mushue felt as though her heart was melting. Even Zhou Foran beside her looked at Lu Wei in surprise. In her mind, she thought, I didn't expect this kid to be so loyal and righteous. In such a dire situation, not fleeing was already commendable. He actually chose to sacrifice himself to give her and the others a chance at survival. Such a person, while seeming a bit foolish, was hard not to admire. Ding. Oh, Miss Lu, what are you doing here? During his patrol, Xiaoran suddenly spotted Lu Wei's carriage and approached in surprise. To his astonishment, it was Lu Rian who emerged, instantly catching his eye. Young Master Xia, my young master is not here. You can wait for him to return to discuss your matters. Lu Rian recalled Lu Wei's instructions, and her usual smile faded, replaced by a cold demeanor that seemed to reject anyone from 1,000 miles away. However, Xia Ren did not notice the change in Lu Rian's expression and remained eager to chat with her. Miss Lu, how did you come to this place? Lu Rian was speechless. Did this person really lack any social awareness? What should she do? The young master instructed her to refuse him, yet he hadn't said anything inappropriate. How could she turn him down? Should she just say she dislikes him? That would make her seem like a delusional idiot. I don't know, you can wait for the young master to return and ask him. With no other choice, Lu Rian could only maintain her icy attitude to inform Xia Ren that she did not wish to speak with him further. When will your young master be back? I don't know. Have you eaten? No. Then how about I show you around the camp? There's a place here that provides free food for family members. Upon hearing about free food, Lu Rian's interest was piqued. No refugee could refuse free food. Yet recalling the young master's instructions, she resolutely shook her head in refusal. We will wait for the young master to eat together. Who knows when your young master will return? How about this, I'll go get you some food first. Saying this, Xia Ren did not give Lu Rian a chance to refuse and ran off. You don't have to. Lu Rian's words were left unspoken as Xia Ren vanished from sight. Little did she know about the peculiar nature of a devoted admirer, which was far beyond her understanding. Ding. Due to your life-saving actions, Zhou Mushua's affection for you has increased by 10 points, current affection level 80 points. Ding. Due to your life-saving actions, Bai Linger's affection for you has increased by 13 points, current affection level 20 points. Lu Wei felt a stir in his heart. It seemed his acting skills were still commendable, even Bai Linger's affection had risen. However, acting aside, he still needed to figure out how to get through the current predicament. You little thief, daring to harm my merchant team's guards, you won't escape today. Surrender obediently and follow me to meet the leader of the merchant team, or don't blame me for my ruthless blade. Lin Shaoling glared at Lu Wei, murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, waiting for Lu Wei to resist, ready to strike him down with a single blow. At that time, he would pour dirt on Luo Yan's name, get him removed from the young lady's side, and the entire merchant team would be at his command. However, to his surprise, Lu Wei decisively replied, "All right, I will go with you." Huh. Now it was Lin Shaoling's turn to be stunned. Weren't you going to resist? Even if you weren't going to resist, wouldn't you at least defend yourself? As the saying goes, those who wrong you often know better that you are wrong than you do yourself. He was the one who orchestrated this. How could he not know the details? To his astonishment, this kid did not even defend himself after being wronged. This left him momentarily bewildered. If Lu Wei knew his thoughts, he would surely laugh. He was not foolish. From the moment he saw the other party slay those 3 individuals, he realized that this person was likely the mastermind behind it all. How could he possibly give him a chance to retaliate? But Lu Wei also understood that sometimes killing does not require a reason or opportunity, especially against those shameless individuals. That man could kill 3 of his subordinates. Would he hesitate over one more? As for why Lu Wei knew this, it was quite simple. He was precisely such a shameless person. If it were him to prevent leaks, he would also choose to kill directly. Who needs reasons or excuses? Lu Wei guessed correctly. Lin Shaoling was just momentarily stunned. He coldly sneered, "Since you've surrendered, why are you still holding a knife? I see you harbor ill intentions. I'll just kill you and take your head back." With that, he raised his blade and aimed it at Lu Wei. Lu Wei's expression changed. He knew he couldn't dodge this strike. The gap was too great. He could only hope that his wife would strike from the shadows, otherwise he was doomed. In fact, Zhou Mushue was indeed prepared to intervene. She could never stand by and watch Lu Wei being killed. Although Master instructed her to conceal her strength, he also told her that when encountering danger, she could act without hesitation, ensuring her own safety first. However, just as she was about to act, she suddenly hesitated, because a loud shout came from not far away. "Stop." Lin Shaoling heard this familiar voice and coldly sneered, "Stop. Dream on." Although Lu Wei knew he was outmatched, he would not simply surrender. At this moment, being cowardly meant death, and fighting meant death, so he might as well give it a shot. He suddenly raised his long knife, exerting all his strength, slashing toward Lin Shaoling. At the same time, a blade of light also slashed from Lin Shaoling's side. Faced with this pincer attack, if Lin Shaoling didn't retreat to defend, he would have to choose to endure one of the strikes. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shaoling ultimately chose not to clash directly. Instead, he sidestepped to evade Lu Wei's strike, while turning to meet the incoming blade of light with his own. Boom. The 2 blades clashed, sending shockwaves that scattered in all directions, filling the sky with flying snow. Wishing you a path filled with dazzling starlight. Lu Wei seized the opportunity to run far away. If he didn't run quickly, what if that guy turned around and struck him with a blade? He wouldn't even have a place to cry. However, Lu Wei didn't run far. He reached in front of the Zhou family members and protected them behind him. Zhou Mushue felt warmth in her heart at this moment and stepped forward to look at Lu Wei with concern. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Lu Wei turned back and grinned at her. "I'm fine. I ran fast. I didn't scare you, did I, eh? Zhou Mukshu's cold little face gradually warmed up, tinged with a hint of blush. I'm fine, but you shouldn't be so foolish in the future. Lu Wei chuckled. How can this be foolish? You are my fiancé, and it is my duty to protect you with my life. As long as I am here, I won't let you suffer even the slightest harm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue felt her heart melting. As an ancient woman, how could she bear such straightforward love words? Ding. Zhou Muxue has been charmed by your sweet words. Affection increased by 10. A current affection level is 90 points. Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this system notification. Is that all? Those scoundrels in front of the screen are all love experts, huh? Wait, what's this about deceit? In being sincere, okay. Lin Xiaolin, I command you to stop. Are you deaf? Luo Yin approached step by step, holding a long knife, exuding a murderous aura. Lin Xiaolin glanced disdainfully at Luo Yin and said, What are you? You think I will stop just because you told me to? You want to kill my disciple? Unless you give me an explanation today, you won't leave here. That's because your disciple killed my subordinate. You're talking nonsense. Those few clearly died from a blade's energy. He is just at the bone forging stage. Where could he have gotten the blade energy? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? You're slandering. Lu Wei watched the two argue with great interest. Their cultivation levels were similar, and even if they fought, it was likely to end in a stalemate. Moreover, both had their own calculations and didn't want to waste energy fighting at this moment. Just then a guard suddenly ran over to inform them that the young lady wanted to see them. Such a commotion couldn't be hidden from the caravan's owner. A glint of contemplation flashed in Lin Xiaolin's eyes as he began to ponder how to take advantage of this situation to kick Luo Yin out of the caravan. It's a pity that I didn't kill that brat, otherwise everything would have been simpler. Soon Lu Wei and the group arrived at the center of the caravan. Lu Wei let the Zhou family members rest near his carriage while he followed his master and Lin Xiaolin to Yang Zai's carriage. Hearing the three of them approach, a voice from inside the carriage said, So what happened? What made you two captains fight? Lin Xiaolin pointed at Lu Wei and said, It's this brat. He killed 5 of our guards. I wanted to take him in for questioning, but was stopped by Luo Yin. Luo Yin was furious upon hearing this. You're talking nonsense. That guard was clearly killed by you. You wanted to kill Lu Wei, and if I hadn't stopped you, you would have succeeded. Lin Xiaolin was unfazed. After all, there was no evidence to contradict him. You're the one talking nonsense. It was clearly you two who had ulterior motives, wanting to collude with traitors to rob the caravan. Yang Xiaohu in the carriage watched this scene with great interest. In fact, she had already guessed the general truth of the matter. She was just enjoying the spectacle and had no intention of stopping it. The small schemes of Lin Xiaolin seemed as naive and straightforward to her as a child's. With such a mind, he dared to plot against her assets. One must say that ignorance breeds fearlessness. This made her recall a saying, foolish people never think of themselves as foolish, they even believe themselves to be very clever. At that moment, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Lu Wei, the person involved, leisurely standing at the back. Moreover, he was drawing a turtle on the ground with a knife. Seeing this scene, Yang Xiaohu nearly burst into laughter. The two were arguing fiercely, yet this guy had the mood to draw a turtle. All right, you two, stop arguing. Lu Wei is the person involved. Tell us what happened. Lu Wei, who was just about to finish his drawing, regretfully looked up upon hearing his name. This morning I went to pick up my family for the caravan, and on the way back I was ambushed by several people who tried to kill me. I couldn't just sit back and wait. After a fierce battle, I killed 2 of them. The remaining few wanted to surrender, claiming someone instructed them to ambush me. Just as I was about to ask who it was, those people were killed by Captain Lin. Then he wanted to kill me as well, but fortunately my master arrived. That's how it went. Yang Xiaohu nodded quietly. This was roughly what she had guessed. It seemed Lu Wei was telling the truth. Sometimes speaking 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood makes one more believable. Once Lu Wei said this, even a fool would know that it was definitely Lin Xiaolin who instigated those people. No, I didn't instruct them to kill Lu Wei. I just... Please rate. The rating is too low. For those who like this book, please leave a 5-star review. Lin Xiaolin realized as soon as the words left his mouth that he had fallen into this kid's trap. He wanted to quickly take back his words, but it was already too late. Ha ha ha, how did you admit it? Luo Yin laughed heartily. Lin Xiaolin, with your pig brain, do you think you can play schemes? Are you even capable of that? You got sold, and are still helping to count the money, you fool. Seeing Lin Xiaolin make a fool of himself, Luo Yin was unabashedly gleeful, nearly dancing with joy. Mocked by his nemesis, Lin Xiaolin was instantly filled with rage and shame. Yes, I did let them stop this kid, but I didn't tell them to kill anyone. It was this kid who attacked first. Lu Wei chuckled. Oh really? Even if what you say is true, then explain why you had them stop me. What was your goal? Lin Xiaolin was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't voice his true thoughts, could he? Suddenly noticing Xiao Baihe giving him a wink, Lin Xiaolin's mind raced with the tactic they had discussed. I had to keep an eye on you because I suspected you were colluding with Luo Yin to smuggle supplies from the caravan. Someone saw you buying maize with rice at the refugee market and selling food to others. As a refugee, where would you get that much food? And Luo Yan often went out to deliver food to you. That's the evidence. Luo Yan's anger flared as he exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. I, Luo Yan, am not so poor that I have to rely on selling that little food to make money. Who knows? Maybe you are the kind of person who loves to take small advantages. Just ask your precious disciple if he has sold any food." Lu Wei nodded. "That's right, I did sell some, and quite a bit too." For the past few days he had been having Lu Rian sell grain and meat since they couldn't eat all of it anyway, and he needed to quickly convert it to money. After 10 days selling these things at a high price would become difficult. Luo Yan was even more confused. He hadn't given Lu Wei that much food. While it was enough for Lu Wei and his group of 4 to eat, it wasn't enough to sell to pay off debts. Upon hearing Lu Wei's admission, Lin Xiaolin became excited. Look, he admitted it. He admitted it. Young lady Luo Yan colluded with outsiders to smuggle our caravan's life-saving supplies. This matter cannot be brushed aside. They must be severely punished. After Lin Xiaolin finished speaking, he looked on with anticipation, not expecting this kid to admit it so readily. "I admit it, but I only said I sold rice. When did I say it was the caravan's food? Are you brain dead?" Lu Wei looked at Lin Xiaolin as if he were an idiot. Just moments ago Lin Xiaolin was full of excitement, but Lu Wei's words nearly made him spit blood from anger, his murderous intent rising as he wished he could chop him down right then and there. However, in front of Yang Xiao, who he didn't dare to act recklessly, he could only suppress his anger and question, "Where would a refugee like you get grain? If the food you sold didn't come from the caravan, did it just fall from the sky?" Lu Wei chuckled and retorted, "I picked it up, I stole it, I robbed it, and what does that have to do with you? What? Do I need to report to you where I got my food? Who do you think you are? Did your brain get crushed when you were born?" Although he couldn't defeat this gathering Qi realm cultivator for now, Lu Wei didn't mind taking the opportunity to insult him. After all, he couldn't act against him now, so what was there to worry about? As for offending him and being resented, even if he didn't offend him now, would Lin Xiaolin let him go? Rather than both being offended, it was better to let himself enjoy it first. Being humiliated repeatedly by Lu Wei ignited Lin Xiaolin's fury, causing him to explode with rage and draw his weapon to strike Lu Wei. Seeing this, Luo Yan naturally wouldn't allow it, and quickly shielded Lu Wei behind him. Just as tensions escalated between the two sides, Yang Xiao, who shouted coldly, "Enough! Someone bring me the ledger of the supply team. Oh, I want to take a look." Soon someone brought over the ledger. Yang Xiao, who took the ledger and began to flip through it, quickly finding the supplies Luo Yan had received. There were only some rice and a few steamed buns. Moreover, most of it was exchanged by Lu Wei for a second-level demon beast, which he had also agreed to. The situation was already very clear. Lu Wei indeed had not sold the caravan's food. Yang Xiao, who also trusted Luo Yan on this point. As for where Lu Wei got the grain to sell, that was none of their caravan's business. Thus Yang Xiao, who made a direct decision. "I have looked at the ledger. Luo Yan did not smuggle food, and the food Lu Wei sold is unrelated to the caravan. Today's incident was caused by you, Lin Xiaolin, and now you are fined 1 month's pay. Additionally, from now until we reach Yunzhou, you are to lead the way ahead of the caravan. Do you understand?" "What? It wasn't food from the caravan. Then where did he get his food?" Lin Xiaolin was somewhat disbelieving. Are you questioning me?" Yang Xiaohu's voice turned cold. "I dare not, I just don't understand." Swoosh. The ledger was directly thrown in front of him. "Take it back and look for yourself. As for where he got his food, I don't care, and neither do you, understood?" Lin Xiaolin listened to Yang Xiaohu's decision, although he felt somewhat indignant, he dared not question it, and could only accept it begrudgingly. Moreover, he felt that this punishment was already quite lenient towards him. After all, since 5 of his guards had died, because of him, being fined only 1 month's pay was a generous act. However, what he did not know was that Yang Xiao, who had no intention of allowing him to live to the 2nd month. "Miss, this kid killed 5 of our brothers, and it cannot be swept under the rug. If there's no explanation, I fear the others below will also be dissatisfied. I have my own plans, you can leave now," Yang Xiaohu said impatiently. If it weren't for this person's usefulness, she would have wanted him to disappear right now. Lin Xiaolin left reluctantly, glaring at Lu Wei with a murderous gaze before departing. Lu Wei unbothered mouthed back, "Fool." Fuming, Lin Xiaolin almost spat blood, vowing to eliminate Lu Wei and tear him to shreds. With Lin Xiaolin gone, only Lu Wei, Luo, Yin Yang Xiaohu, and the inconspicuous Xiao Baihe remained. Lu Wei glanced at Xiao Baihe, checking her stats and finding them decent, barely reaching a 10-fold return. However, her favorability rating startled Lu Wei, showing a -50. This was simply a deep-seated hatred towards him. Lu Wei scrutinized Xiao Baihe closely, unable to recall any grievances he might have against her. However, observing her fake smile, Lu Wei pondered how to get back at her. "Since you hate me so much, I must reciprocate. Uncle Luo, you can leave first." "Yes," Luo Yan replied respectfully, cupping his hands in salute and turning to leave. "Lu Wei, stand still." Yang Xiaohu called out, stopping Lu Wei, who was thinking of leaving with Luo Yan. Upon hearing, Lu Wei turned to look at the carriage and asked in confusion, "Oh boss, do you need something from me? I haven't had breakfast yet." Yang Xiaohu frowned at Lu Wei's words. Call me miss. I want. Lu Wei firmly refused. Why not? Yang Xiaohu raised her delicate eyebrows, asking in confusion. Because that title is exclusive to servants. I'm just a temporary worker you hired, I'm not your servant. We are equals. You can dismiss me if you don't need me, and I can leave at any time if I don't want to work. For Lu Wei, bowing down to be a slave was out of the question. With my pride and dignity, how could I ever do something that tramples on my self-respect? How bold? How dare you speak to miss like that? Are you looking to die? Xiao Baihe seized the opportunity to jump in, glaring angrily at Lu Wei. Xiao Baihe, you can leave now. Yang Zaihe's voice came through. Upon hearing this, Xiao Baihe paused slightly, giving Lu Wei a deep look before turning to leave. Now let's talk about how you killed my 5 guards. Lu Wei listened and shook his head decisively. First of all, I only killed 2. The other 3 were killed by Lin Xiaolin, and it has nothing to do with me. As for the 2 I killed, one practically begged me to strike, and I had no choice but to oblige. I couldn't help it, I'm just the kind of person who likes to help. He pleaded so much that I couldn't refuse, so I struck. As for the other, I wanted to help him seek revenge. I certainly couldn't just stand idle and wait for him to kill me. So I took legitimate self-defense measures and killed him. It's as simple as that. Do you think I can be blamed for the deaths of these 2? Yang Xiaohu was utterly furious at this response, yet she had no intention of causing trouble for Lu Wei. Keeping Lu Wei around was simply because she couldn't stand his casual demeanor, as if nothing mattered to him. At first she wanted to teach him a lesson, but this guy seemed completely unafraid of her. Forget it, let him be for now. Oh, I'll find out his secrets later. So it seems you are indeed not to blame. You can leave now. Hearing this, Lu Wei quickly waved his hand, then goodbye, boss. I'll go settle my family matters first. After saying this, Lu Wei turned and ran. Returning to his carriage, he found Xia Ren buzzing around Lu Ruyan like a fly. Despite Lu Ruyan's cold expression and her ignoring him, he seemed oblivious. Lu Wei frowned, feeling displeased. Although Lu Ruyan was merely his maid, she was still his. Xia Ren's lack of decorum would not go unpunished. When did you arrive, brother Xia? Why didn't you inform me? Upon hearing Lu Wei's voice, both Xia Ren and Lu Ruyan were startled. Lu Ruyan worried that Lu Wei might misunderstand, while Xia Ren was feeling guilty. Although maids could be transferred at any time in this era, it was still taboo to act this way towards someone else's household. Lu bro, you finally returned. Lu Yan and the others wouldn't eat until you came back. Seeing the food boxes beside him, Lu Wei roughly understood the situation. He smiled at Lu Ruyan and the others, saying, you go ahead and eat, I'll wait a bit longer. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan bowed in response and took the food box into the tent. Watching Lu Ruyan obediently follow Lu Wei, Xia Ren felt envious. He really wanted to snatch Lu Ruyan away from Lu Wei. Lu Wei, brother, I want to discuss something with you. After some thought, Xia Ren decided to give it a try. Lu Ruyan's curvaceous figure was unforgettable to him, and for these past few days his thoughts had been elsewhere. Lu Wei, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative, but showed no change in expression. Oh, what is it? Next episode preview: Xia Ren faces humiliation, but in his frustration, he gains unexpected fortune. However, a hidden enemy appears midway and knocks him out. Who is this hidden master? Stay tuned for the next episode. Sigh, this matter is truly difficult to speak of, Xia Ren said, his expression conflicted. He knew that although he and Lu Wei appeared to be brothers on the surface, harboring such thoughts about someone else's woman was quite shameless, and even more so to voice it. Lu Wei coldly sneered inwardly, you know it's embarrassing, and yet you're still coveting my wife, and you want me to help you. If I don't kill you, it would be merciful. If you're ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. This is what you brought upon yourself. Brother Xia, don't mention it. I have yet to repay you for the kindness you showed when you came to rescue my family last time. Just speak your mind. After saying that once the favor was out of the way, Xia Ren clearly understood this principle, but compared to Lu Ruyan, that favor seemed insignificant. It was never a great favor to begin with. Then I shall speak without reservation. Xia Ren gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. Brother Lu Wei, to be frank, ever since I met Miss Lu, I have been quite taken with her to the point of being unable to eat or sleep. Although I know this request is excessive, I hope Brother Lu Wei can fulfill it for us. I am willing to pay any price, so I beg you. Xia Ren bowed deeply at the end. Lu Wei felt disdain in his heart. Is that love? You're just lusting after her body, you wretch. You still want me to help you? Who will wash my hair for me after you get what you want? No, wash my feet. Despite his inner complaints, Lu Wei maintained a warm demeanor on his face. Brother Xia, please do not be so modest. It is said that a gentleman helps others achieve their happiness, and our relationship is akin to that of brothers. I would normally not refuse such matters, but although Lu Ruyan is my servant, she is in fact the widow of my dear brother. I have never regarded her as a subordinate Wu Lao Er Ba, Lu Ruyan Baba, but always treated her with respect as a sister-in-law. If I were to give her away, how could I face my deceased brother? Wouldn't that be no different from a beast? Upon hearing this, Xia Ren was dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan was not Lu Wei's servant, so it was indeed impossible for Lu Wei to give her away. But then his eyes lit up. Since Lu Rian was not Lu Wei's servant, didn't that mean she was free? He could pursue her directly without the previous reservations. Then brother Lu Wei, may I pursue Miss Lu? Lu Wei chuckled, waiting for you to jump in. Of course, if she agrees, I will not stand in your way. Upon hearing this, Xia Ren looked at Lu Wei with growing impatience. Then brother Lu Wei, could you please call Miss Lu Rian out? I have something to say to her. Lu Wei nodded readily. All right, just wait a moment. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he turned and entered the carriage. After a while, Lu Rian came out. Young Master Xiao, what can I do for you? Lu Rian took a deep breath, ready to scold someone. Miss Lu, I fell in love with you at first sight. May I ask if you could take a liking to me? Lu Wei, hiding behind the carriage, nearly fell out upon hearing this. Holy crap, this confession is so direct. Lu Rian's expression gradually turned cold. Young Master Xia, I think you've misunderstood. I am loyal to my master and have no thoughts for you. Please do not get carried away. Moreover, my master is young, wealthy, exceptionally handsome, gentle, and considerate, talented, and has a limitless future. Lu Rian recited all the phrases Lu Wei had taught her, and by the end, she felt a bit embarrassed for Lu Wei. This young master is so shameless. In contrast, young Master Xia, you have a deer-like head and rat-like eyes with a sharp face and a dirty demeanor. A string of idioms left Xia Ren stunned at first, then he felt as if his heart had been stabbed. Slowly his face changed from red to white, then from white to green. Finally, unable to listen any longer, he swirled his sleeve and turned to leave. However, as he attempted to leave, Lu Rian did not allow him to. She had yet to finish reciting what her master had taught her. If Xia Ren left, wouldn't she have failed her task? Young Master Xia, please wait a moment. Oh, I have not finished speaking. Xia Ren's foot, which had originally been about to leave, suddenly halted, and a glimmer of hope arose within him. Could there still be a twist in this matter? Cowardly as a mouse, myopic and wicked, Xia Ren felt like he might vomit blood. Are you playing idioms with me? Good for you, Lu Rian. I offered you my deep affection, yet you insult me like this. It's simply too much. Such a humiliation must be remembered. Oh, one day, I will make you regret it for a lifetime. And Lu Wei, merely a country bumpkin, if it weren't for Luo Yan's help, he would have starved long ago, yet he dares to compare himself to me. Although I Xia Ren am a bastard, I am still of noble blood. If it weren't for offending a scoundrel, why would I be reduced to being a guard in this small merchant convoy? Just wait, there will come a day when you regret it. Feeling gloomy, Xia Ren drank some wine and went off to a secluded area in the woods to vent. Recalling Lu Rian's words just now was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, leaving him in unbearable pain. He shouted in anger and frustration, "Ah!" He punched a nearby tree. Bang! The tree shook violently, and at the same time a dark figure fell from it. With a thud, it landed right in front of Xia Ren. Young Master, I am done speaking. He left very angry. Lu Rian reported to Lu Wei with a somewhat conflicted expression. She felt she hadn't completed the task assigned by Young Master. There were still quite a few idioms left unsaid, and she feared punishment. Lu Wei nodded calmly while internally, he was almost laughing uncontrollably. Especially when Lu Rian had just called Xia Ren back and scolded him. Looking at Xia Ren's face resembling someone constipated, Lu Wei almost couldn't hold back his laughter. All right, well done. He'll reward you well tonight. You all go ahead and eat. I have something to attend to outside. The seeds have been sown. Lu Wei needed to see if they bore fruit. He couldn't let Xia Ren gain from it, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. Xia Ren was startled by the sudden appearance of a person, quickly drawing out his long knife in defense. After waiting for a while, he found that the person lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Xia Ren couldn't help but step forward and poke with a stick, discovering that the person's body had already stiffened. So he was dead. That startled me. Finding out it was a corpse, Xia Ren breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly examined the body. The corpse was clad in gray clothing with a gray cloth covering its face, and large patches of dried blood were visible along with many wounds. From the looks of it, he must have died a long time ago. However, his clothing was well camouflaged and hidden among the trees, making it difficult to discover. Xia Ren cautiously used a branch to lift the cloth, revealing the face of an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. What bad luck encountering a dead man! Xia Ren kicked in anger. The corpse was kicked over, and suddenly two objects fell out: a dark token and a small bottle. Xia Ren's eyes brightened, quickly picking up the token. It was made of metal, one side engraved with the character for rain and the other side with the character for armor. After carefully inspecting it and finding nothing unusual, he casually tucked it into his pocket. Looking at the bottle, Xia Ren cautiously picked it up and opened it from a distance. To avoid the possibility of it being poisoned, he did not want to accidentally fall victim. Upon opening it, a pure medicinal fragrance wafted out, invigorating him and making him feel light as a feather. Even if he didn't recognize it, he could tell it was definitely something good. He had struck gold. Xia Ren looked around excitedly, ensuring no one was nearby, and hurriedly concealed the items in his pocket before turning to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, he seemed to remember something and turned back to search the corpse on the ground. After a good while of groping around, he found a leather scroll, some silver coins, a few diamond-shaped hidden weapons, and a dagger. Packing these items, Xia Ren was just about to turn to leave. Suddenly, he heard a rush of wind approaching. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xia Ren felt a pain in the back of his head, and everything went black as he fainted. A shadow emerged from behind him, discarding the stick in his hand, and directly taking everything Xia Ren had obtained. He even emptied Xia Ren's pockets of silver, leaving him nearly stripped of his clothes. Looking at the items he had acquired, the shadow quickly left the scene and vanished. When Xia Ren woke up, it was already afternoon, and the merchant convoy had moved far away. Rubbing the back of his head, he gasped in pain. There was a bump the size of an egg, swollen and painful to the touch. Damn it, who the hell did this? If I find out, I will definitely skin you alive. He stood up from the ground, only to find that the items he had collected were all gone. Not only had the things he picked up disappeared, but even his own belongings had been completely looted. Xia Ren was so furious, he began to curse loudly. However, this was not the time for cursing. He needed to hurry and catch up with the convoy. Meanwhile, Lu Wei was riding beside Yang Ziya's carriage, looking helpless. As a close bodyguard, he was supposed to stay close to the target he was protecting. If he was too far away, what was the point of being a close bodyguard? But in this heavy snow with the biting cold wind, although Lu Wei had reached the bone-tempering realm and feared neither wind nor snow, it was still not as comfortable as lying inside the carriage. Yang Ziya's carriage was quite magical. The windows allowed her to see outside, yet those outside could not see inside. Thus Lu Wei's unwilling expression was clearly visible to her. This made her somewhat curious and a bit displeased. Many wanted to be her close bodyguard. Having given him an opportunity, he was still unwilling, which was simply ungrateful. Where did you run off to at noon? I didn't see you around. Yang Xiaohu decided to find a reason to reprimand him, hoping to instill some sense of respect. I had something to attend to, Lu Wei replied casually. Yang Xiaohu widened her eyes in anger upon hearing this. Something to attend to? That's it. Don't you have anything else to explain? You are so blatant in your dismissal. Oh, do you really think I have no temper? No one has dared to treat her like this throughout her life, and today she was actually dismissed by a mere guard. Then she realized, could it be that he had some confidence? However, little did she know Lu Wei simply lacked the servility that others in this world possessed. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to leave the area around the carriage. You are a close bodyguard and must protect me at all times. Do you understand? What about at night? Lu Wei frowned. Yang Xiaohu could hardly believe her ears. Was she being teased? This question might seem trivial to Lu Wei, as it was necessary to clarify the working hours, wasn't it? But to the ears of a refined young lady, it carried a different connotation. A cold light flashed in Yang Xiaohu's eyes as she prepared to teach this fellow a lesson. Oh, what do you plan to do tonight? Lu Wei, confused by the question, responded, What do you mean, what do I plan to do? If I still have to guard by the carriage tonight, then you need to pay me overtime. I won't do it for free. Although the concept of overtime wasn't common at this time, there was still the idea that any work beyond regular hours warranted compensation. Overtime pay. Yang Xiao, who was taken aback her intention to act, halted. Lu Wei remained unaware that he had just come dangerously close to being hit. Upon hearing Yang Xiaohu's surprised tone, he assumed she was unfamiliar with the concept of overtime and explained, Of course. As a bodyguard, I can't be expected to stand here for 12 hours every day, can I? I also need my own time to rest, sleep, eat, practice, and take care of my family. If those hours are occupied, I must be compensated, otherwise I won't work overtime. After hearing Lu Wei's explanation, Yang Xiaohu finally understood what he meant by overtime pay. Don't worry, your compensation won't be shorted. That sounds good. By the way, boss, I haven't asked yet, how is my salary calculated? What are the working hours? Is there any allowance for night shifts? Since he was working, Lu Wei naturally needed to inquire about the compensation. Yang Xiaohu glanced at him sideways, feeling both amused and exasperated. What? Didn't Luo Yin explain this to you when you arrived? Lu Wei nodded. He did mention it, but originally my master called me here to serve as a regular bodyguard. Now that I've become a personal bodyguard, the pay surely can't be the same. Being a regular bodyguard was simple. Oh, I only had to patrol daily. But now I have to stay here often, making it much more demanding, so the pay should definitely be different. Though I feel there's some truth to what Lu Wei said, I can't help but feel that he's somewhat looking down on me for saying it this way. Then he'll give you 5 spirit pills and 200 taels of silver a month. How does that sound? Will give you a little sweetness first, and once I extract your secrets, just wait and see what I do with you. Lu Wei's expression brightened at this offer, which was nearly double the previous amount. He hurriedly thanked her, saying, Thank you, boss. Rest assured, with me around, no one will harm you. Since the boss is paying so much, I should give her a bit of sweetness and show my loyalty. After all, with her high cultivation, she would be the one protecting me if any real danger arose. Yang Xiao, who scoffed, thinking, with your level of cultivation, if any danger arose, it would definitely be me protecting you. Unbeknownst to them, night had completely fallen and the caravan began to set up camp. Lu Wei's work hours were up, and he was sent back by Yang Xiaohu. Tomorrow they would encounter battle, so he needed to prepare well and rest adequately. However, Lu Wei was puzzled as Yang Xiaohu must have known that they would face an attack tomorrow, yet she hadn't made any preparations. Moreover, most people also seemed unaware of this, showing no signs of preparation at all. Could it be that she was entirely confident in handling it? Returning to the camp, Lu Wei first went to check on the Zhou family, greeting them and asking if there was anything he could help with. After finishing with the Zhou family, Lu Wei returned to his carriage. "Young master, you're back? Please wait a moment, I'll go heat your meal." Seeing Lu Wei return, Lu Ruyan quickly greeted him, taking the cloak he had draped over himself and the long knife in his hand. Lu Wei nodded. "All right, go ahead, bring it over once it's ready." Once Lu Ruyan left, Lu Wei glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya, who were engrossed in a game. He took out several items he had seized earlier today. He merely glanced at the token before hiding it away, as he couldn't comprehend its function for now and couldn't take it out. Next, he examined the dagger, which appeared quite ordinary and common. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the entire blade was black. This type of dagger was generally used for assassination, avoiding reflections that could alert the enemy. Lu Wei tested it on the carriage, effortlessly piercing through, demonstrating its sharpness. Nodding in satisfaction, he stored the dagger away to later gift it to Lu Xiaoxiao, curious about what she might return to him. Then Lu Wei took out the leather scroll. It felt soft and delicate, yet quite resilient. Upon opening the scroll, he discovered it contained what seemed to be a type of martial art without a name, but the cultivation method was distinctly unique. It was surprisingly related to spiritual energy. After studying it for a while, Lu Wei's eyes gradually brightened as he realized it was a technique for concealing one's aura. What he needed the most right now was a technique for concealing his aura. As his cultivation improved rapidly, being discovered would surely draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. However, with this technique, he would have nothing to worry about. Training was a must. However, there's no rush. After midnight, let's take a look. Then Lu Wei took out the last porcelain bottle, gently pulled the cork, and a faint medicinal fragrance immediately spread out, causing Lu Wei's spirit to lift. What smells so good? Lu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose and crawled over to Lu Wei like a little puppy sniffing. Lu Wei hurriedly capped the bottle and tucked it away, casually saying, "It's nothing. Just go play." Lu Xiaoxiao, of course, did not believe him. "You're lying. I saw it. Tell me, what delicious thing is it?" "You will know tonight." Lu Wei pushed the little girl back, ignoring her. Since he himself didn't even know what kind of elixir this was, how could he tell the little girl? He could only wait until tonight to return and find out what kind of elixir it was. After putting everything away, Lu Wei expressed his satisfaction. Just with such a slight setback, he surprisingly gained so much. If he were to be a bit harsher, wouldn't he be able to gain even more? However, after this incident, Xiaorun would probably be completely disheartened with Lu Ruyan. It seemed unlikely that he would be willing to be a sycophant again. What to do? Just back at the camp, and after finally having a bite of warm food, Xiaorun suddenly shivered. Could it be that I caught a chill, eh? Why does it feel a bit cold? Just then Lu Ruyan brought over the food. The staple was corn rice, the dish was dried wild vegetables, and some bits of meat could be seen, making for a decent meal. After dinner, Lu Ruyan took the two children to sleep, while Lu Wei went off to cultivate alone. He had been busy all day and hadn't had time to practice. Although it was already quite late, he still needed to train. However, during this session of cultivation, Lu Wei felt a significant difference. The movements were easier and more effortless, and the flow of qi and blood was faster and smoother. Before he knew it, he had completed a round of body refining techniques. Lu Wei opened the system to check and found that his proficiency had increased by 3 points, which was 1 point more than usual, and the consumption of qi and blood had not increased. This is the effect of enhancing his root bone, which can speed up cultivation without increasing consumption. No wonder geniuses cultivate so quickly. Now he only has 78 root bone points, which can only be considered average talent. If he were to reach 80 points, wouldn't that mean he could cultivate twice as fast as an average person? How could ordinary people catch up? Feeling the effect of his root bone, Lu Wei was now eager to see what would happen if he could raise it to 80 points. In just 2 days, the system would be able to upgrade, and he could allocate points to his root bone. Continuing to cultivate, the effects improved, and Lu Wei became more motivated, completely immersing himself in the state of forgetting everything while lost in his practice. However, he was unaware that while he was cultivating, several people were watching him. Not far from him in a carriage, Yang Xiaohu gazed at Lu Wei's figure, practicing with a frown, her star-like eyes glimmering. After watching for a while, she frowned slightly and murmured, "Aside from focusing a bit more and working a little harder, I can't see anything particularly special." On the other side, outside the Zhou family's tent, Zhou Mushu looked at Lu Wei's figure from a distance, her eyes filled with a hint of affection. "I must work hard too, so that I can protect our family well." Then, as if recalling something, her face blushed slightly. On the other side, Madame Zhou Bailinger observed everything from afar, smiled faintly, and turned to enter the tent. Inside the tent, Zhou Yuanshan lay on the ground, sound asleep. Madame Zhou didn't even glance at him, sitting cross-legged on the bed, beginning her own cultivation to recover from her injuries. After about 2 hours of cultivation, Lu Wei returned to rest. Tomorrow the crisis would arrive, and he needed to be well-rested to face it. When he got back to the tent, it was already early morning, and Lu Rian was still awake waiting for Lu Wei. Seeing Lu Wei return, she hurriedly stood up. "Young master." Lu Wei nodded. "Why are you still awake?" "Waiting for me to reward you." Lu Rian recalled what the young master had said during the day. Her pretty face flushed slightly. No, I was just waiting for you to come back to serve you in washing your feet." "Is that washing your feet?" "That is clearly washing your hair. You are craving my body." Pfft. Lu Wei said, "All right, go to bed early. It will be bright soon, and there are things to do. By the way, here, take this." Lu Wei took out the scroll and handed it to Lu Rian. Lu Rian glanced at the scroll and casually handed it back to Lu Wei. "Thank you, young master. You keep it for me first." Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. "All right, go to sleep." Ding, the host, has gifted the return target Lu Rian with the Earth Grade Beginner Technique, Hidden Technique, receiving a 10x return, obtaining the Spirit Grade Beginner Technique, Breath Concealment Technique. The technique has been placed in the system space and can be claimed by the host. Spirit Grade, a technique even higher than Earth Grade. Lu Wei's eyes widened instantly. System, acquire the Breath Retention Technique. It is a spiritual level skill, and even if I can't practice it now, I must see what it looks like. Instantly, a surge of complex information flooded into Lu Wei's mind, and the information was brief, concluding in just a moment. Lu Wei has learned this spiritual level skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for entering the spiritual level skill, gaining 10 points of free attribute value. What? There is an attribute value reward just for entering the spiritual level skill, and it's a reward of 10 points. Lu Wei shook his head, feeling as if he had misheard. In disbelief, he immediately opened the system interface and indeed found that he had gained 10 points of free attribute value after the attribute value. Lu Wei's expression brightened. It truly seemed like whatever he thought of came true. He had just been wondering where to get some attribute points, and now he instantly had 10 points. After thinking for a moment, Lu Wei directly added 2 points to his root bone, intending to raise it to 80. As a result, when it reached 79 points, everything was normal. Lu Wei then added 1 more point, and surprisingly, it did not reach 80 points, but instead changed to 79. 1. Huh, what does this mean? Why did adding 1 attribute point only increase the root bone by 0? 1. Could it be that reaching 80 points is a bottleneck? However, thinking carefully, it didn't seem too strange. The understanding of the root bone would definitely become harder to improve as it got higher. Otherwise, within a few days, his root bone understanding would surpass 100, and in less than 3 months, it would directly break 1,000. It seemed impossible when he thought about it. However, this meant that the remaining attribute points would not be enough to raise the root bone to 80. Even adding all would only result in 79. 9, just 0. 1 short. This feeling was enough to drive a perfectionist insane. Although Lu Wei was not a perfectionist, it was still uncomfortable to look at. Where could he find this 1 point of attribute value? Lu Wei stared at the attribute interface for a while, but could not figure out where to get this last point. Just as he was about to close the attribute interface, he caught a glimpse of the dragon elephant suppression technique, and suddenly had an epiphany. Right, he still had a heavenly level skill that he hadn't acquired yet. Since entering the spiritual level skill could increase 10 attribute points, what about the heavenly level? Surely it should give something too. Even if it didn't give 10 points, 5 points would be acceptable. With this in mind, Lu Wei hurriedly opened his backpack and chose to acquire it. Instantly, an immense amount of information surged into his mind. This information was many times larger than that of the earlier breath retention technique. If the earlier breath retention technique was like a small stream, then the heavenly level, Jade Bone Golden Body Classic, was like a great river. The overwhelming information continuously washed over Lu Wei's mind, leaving him blank and unable to react. After a long while, once the information transmission was complete, Lu Wei finally came back to his senses. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have entered the heavenly level skill, Jade Bone Golden Body Classic, and received 5 points of free attribute value. Please check. Indeed, it gave 5 points, and Lu Wei's expression brightened. Without checking the skill further, Lu Wei first allocated his root bone to 80. The moment it reached 80, Lu Wei felt a jolt throughout his body, and a tingling sensation emanated from his bones, expanding continuously. That feeling was both tingling and numbing, painful and itchy, making him want to scratch deep into his bones. Lu Wei gritted his teeth, his expression contorted, and he struggled to control himself from crying out. Gradually, dark blood began to ooze from various parts of his body. A strong, foul odor emanated from him. After a long time, when Lu Wei's gums were nearly bleeding from biting down, this extreme torture finally ceased. In that instant, Lu Wei felt as if he had risen from hell to heaven, and he couldn't help but let out a few comfortable sounds. Looking down at himself, he saw that his arms and other exposed skin were covered with a layer of dark, foul-smelling sludge. His body was also stickily uncomfortable, making him feel terrible. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was relatively close to Lu Wei, was also awakened by the stench, but the little girl didn't open her eyes. She just murmured with her eyes closed, "Ugh, it stinks, little brother. Did you mess up the bedding? Why is it so smelly?" Without saying a word, Lu Wei hurriedly ran outside to wash himself. After finishing his bath, he noticed that his skin seemed to have become whiter. Now Lu Wei was a bit dumbfounded. Had he really become this much whiter in just one night? How would he explain this tomorrow? He couldn't possibly say he went to a sauna, could he? Forget it, I won't think about it. He'll just cover up a bit tomorrow. Back in the tent, Lu Wei looked at the remaining 4 attribute points and thought it would be a waste not to use them, so he decided to allocate them all. However, this time, he couldn't add them to the root bone. Adding 4 points would only yield 0. 4. It would be better to raise his understanding first. With this in mind, Lu Wei allocated all 4 points to his understanding. Thus, all 15 newly acquired attribute points were allocated. Although his strength did not increase much, his potential had risen. His attributes had already undergone significant changes. Host Lu Wei, age 18, root bone 80, understanding 59, physique 220,220, chi and blood 220,220, mentality 1,515, skill, body refining technique proficient 139,300, yellow level beginner, dragon elephant suppression technique entry 11,000, earth level intermediate. Jade Bone Golden Body Classic entry 13,000, heavenly level beginner. Martial skills. Breath retention technique entry 13,000, spiritual level low level. Killing fist proficient 0,300, yellow level low level. 3 slashes blade minor completion 101,200, yellow level intermediate. Cultivation. Yellow level bone refining realm 532,1000. Earth level 1 elephant realm 11,000. Heavenly level golden body realm 110,000. Free attributes 0. System level 3, 420. Bound targets. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Rian click to expand. Zhou Muxue click to expand. Not only did his comprehension and innate talent increase, but even his physique and vitality improved, and his mental strength also rose by 1 point. Closing the system interface, Lu Wei began to study these 2 martial arts techniques, starting with the concealing breath technique. The concealing breath technique, in its truest sense, is a martial skill rather than a cultivation method. Its sole purpose is to conceal one's own aura and to create a chaotic semblance of different realms. Of course, it can only simulate realms that are lower than one's own, as higher realms require an understanding and perception of that level. Without reaching that realm, one cannot simulate it. Unfortunately, the proficiency required for this martial skill is excessively high, demanding a full 3,000 points. Without special conditions, it will take considerable effort to master. Moreover, this cultivation method has a characteristic: while it relies on comprehension, it depends even more on mental strength. The higher the mental strength, the faster the cultivation and the more effective the skills. As long as one's mental strength is sufficiently high, even if the opponent is several major realms above, one can still conceal it without fear of revealing one's true cultivation level. Even though he is only at the entry level now, as long as he does not exceed 1 major realm above and his mental strength is not too far beyond, he can completely conceal it. For example, his master should now be unable to discern his true realm. It should be impossible to fool his little wife or Yang Xiaohu. However, having this technique is certainly helpful, allowing for unexpected sneak attacks in battle. As his realm increases, it will naturally exhibit its rightful effect. After finishing the concealing breath technique, Lu Wei began to read the Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Canon. He had obtained this cultivation method several days ago, but had kept it untouched, as with his current comprehension and innate talent, cultivating this method would not be easy. This heavenly level cultivation method is an extremely powerful body cultivation technique. Once perfected, the physical body becomes invincible, capable of pushing through anything. The technique is divided into 7 realms: glazed golden skin, dragon elephant of the flesh, iron willow, dragon muscle, jade bone, unyielding, 5 elements, return to 1 blood, droplet fusion, gold, and heavenly divine essence. The first realm, glazed golden skin, when achieved, makes the skin as pure and flawless as glazed glass, impervious to blades and swords, resembling refined gold. The second realm, dragon elephant of the flesh, once mastered, grants the body the strength of a dragon, an elephant, immensely powerful, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. The third realm, iron willow, dragon muscle, further enhances bodily strength while also increasing resilience. The meridians and muscles become as tough as iron willow, impervious even to the most potent chi energy. The fourth realm. Each realm has its own characteristics, and once all are perfected, one gains heavenly abilities, becoming immortal for countless years with a sanctified body. Lu Wei felt a surge of excitement after reading this cultivation method. This is truly a powerful technique, and he yearned to begin cultivating it immediately. However, this method is exceedingly difficult to master, Without sufficient innate talent and comprehension, one might never achieve success in their lifetime. Even for a genius, it cannot be accomplished in a short time. One should not even think about it without a few hundred or even 1,000 years. The very thought of this difficulty made Lu Wei grimace. It is indeed powerful, but the challenge is extraordinary. Now there is no time to cultivate. Even a short while would only deplete his vitality without any benefit, so he could only wait for another opportunity. Calming his excited heart, Lu Wei fell asleep. After such a late night, he needed to rest quickly as there might be another battle tomorrow. Meanwhile, thousands of miles behind Lu Wei outside Yongzhou City, countless beasts gathered here, stretching as far as the eye could see, with at least 10,000 of them. These beasts roared to the sky, some lowering their heads and growling, their eyes flashing with ferocity. Most of the beasts here are low-level creatures of the second and third tier, their intelligence undeveloped. Although they possess some intellect, they predominantly act according to their wild instincts. In front of them stands a high platform upon which a fierce and dominating figure looms. It grasps a person in its palm-sized hand, one hand holding the leg, the other the head, and with a violent tear the person is instantly ripped apart, blood spurting everywhere. It directly stuffed the head into its massive mouth, crushing and swallowing it with a crunch. Discarding the headless corpse, it incited a frenzy among the lower-level beasts below. Seeing this scene, a satisfied smile appeared on its terrifying scaled face, and it waved a massive hand, roaring, "Let's go. Devour Yinzhou." The next morning, Lu Wei woke up early, troubled by thoughts and unable to sleep soundly. The first thing he did upon waking was to drag Lu Xiaoxiao out of bed, disregarding her foul-mouthed complaints, directly handing her a pill. After hearing the system notification, he hurriedly retrieved it, stuffing Lu Xiaoxiao back into bed to continue sleeping, then excitedly checked the recent system prompt. Ding. Host has gifted the return target Lu Xiaoxiao. Ding. The host has gifted one explosive spirit pill to the target Lu Xiaoxiao, triggering a 10-fold return, obtaining 10 explosive spirit pills. Meanwhile, information about the explosive spirit pill also appeared in Lu Wei's mind. Explosive spirit pill, a special pill that temporarily increases one small realm with one pill, two small realms with two pills, and one large realm with three pills. The effect lasts for a quarter of an hour, after which it will cause severe injuries, and the user will be unable to move for a short period. The more pills consumed, the greater the self-harm. Consuming 3 pills at once has a 100 mortality rate. It has no effect above the 4th realm. Seeing this effect, Lu Wei frowned. This thing seems somewhat useless. It can only temporarily raise 1 or 2 small realms, and any more would lead to certain death. 1 or 2 small realms do not seem to provide much advantage when encountering enemies. Looking at the pills in his hand, Lu Wei pondered for a moment, then seemingly thought of something, put the pills away, and left. He first went to the kitchen to grab some meat, then went directly to the Zhou family. At this time, the Zhou family had just gotten up not long ago, not expecting Lu Wei to arrive so early. "Son-in-law, why are you here so early? Is there something going on?" Zhou Yuanshan asked with a puzzled expression upon seeing Lu Wei. Lu Wei nodded, saying, "Indeed, there are some matters to discuss with you, father-in-law." "Then let's talk inside." Lu Wei shook his head. "I won't go in. I mainly came to inform you that something might happen today, so please closely follow my carriage." Zhou Yuanshan's expression changed slightly. He understood what Lu Wei meant and naturally did not ask further. "All right, I understand." Lu Wei then handed the meat he had to Zhou Yuanshan, saying, "Here's some meat. Please take it back to eat. There's more at my place, just let me know." Zhou Yuanshan felt warmth in his heart as he looked at the meat Lu Wei had brought. If this were in the past, he would not have cared at all. But now the value of this meat goes without saying. "All right, then I won't be polite." Lu Wei smiled. "It's only right to show respect to you both." Zhou Yuanshan felt exceedingly pleased and said, "Let's eat together in the morning. Go back and bring Xiao Xiao over. That girl is always thinking about my food, ha." Lu Wei thought for a moment and agreed, going back to fetch some more things, then bringing Lu Xiao to the Zhou family for a meal. Breakfast at the Zhou family was quite simple, consisting of plain porridge, pickles, and some steamed buns. However, being able to eat these now was certainly considered a delicacy. After finishing breakfast, Lu Wei found an opportunity to call Zhou Muxue aside. This was their first time alone together, and Zhou Muxue, a powerful expert of the 4th realm, looked somewhat nervous. "You called me out. Oh, is there something you want?" Zhou Muxue nervously fiddled with the corner of her clothes, unsure where to place her hands. Seeing her like this, Lu Wei found her particularly adorable and couldn't help but tease her. "Do I need a reason to spend time with my wife?" Zhou Muxue's face instantly turned red, her fair little ears also blushing. She flusteredly replied, "We aren't married, yet you can't call me that." Lu Wei shamelessly smiled. "It's no problem, it's only a matter of time. If you feel uncomfortable, you can call me husband, dear, or whatever you like. I have no objections." Zhou Muxue, being such a naive little rabbit, could not possibly be Lu Wei's match, and she was immediately tempted to flee. "If you have nothing else, I'll head back now." Seeing that the little wife was about to run away, Lu Wei quickly said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. I really do have something to discuss." Hearing Lu Wei admit he was teasing Zhou Muxue felt a bit displeased. What is it? Lu Wei looked at the little wife who was pouting and smiled, asking, did you eat the pill I gave you? I haven't eaten it, or I'm saving it. That was the first gift Lu Wei had given her. How could she bear to eat it? Lu Wei helplessly said, I see your face is somewhat pale, which should be due to insufficient qi and blood. That pill is for replenishing qi and blood. Oh, don't save it. Eat it quickly. I have more here. Take this back and eat it, no more saving. Lu Wei said as he took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Zhou Muxue. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhou Muxue's previous displeasure instantly dissipated, leaving only a sweet feeling. Her pink lips involuntarily formed a slight smile, creating a beautiful curve. However, she knew that these qi and blood pills were what Lu Wei needed for his cultivation, so naturally, she could not accept them. I'm fine and my qi and blood are good. You should keep it for yourself. Nonsense, how could she not know whether her qi and blood were fine? As a fourth realm expert, it would be strange if they weren't. However, this item must be given away. Lu Wei sighed, pretending to be somewhat dejected. I understand, what I give you is nothing compared to what you give me. But this is the best I can offer, my sincere heart. If you don't accept it, I will feel very sad. Sighing, Lu Wei said, forget it, I won't bother you with these useless things anymore. I'm heading back now, showing an utterly heartbroken expression. A little rabbit like Zhou Muxue couldn't bear this. Lu Wei's words felt like a great hand clutching her heart, causing her to feel both sour and pained. Seeing Lu Wei about to leave in a moment of panic, she grabbed his hand. No, I didn't mean it that way, or I was just worried you wouldn't have enough for your cultivation. That's why I didn't accept it. All right, stop saying that. I know you're trying to comfort me, I understand. It's really not like that, oh I accept it. I like you giving me things. Forced into a corner, Zhou Muxue could only speak her mind. Hearing this, Lu Wei secretly chuckled, putting on a facade of suspicion. Is what you said true? Zhou Muxue nodded, gently, feeling shy, but still admitting it. Then fine, take this pill. Lu Wei grasped Zhou Muxue's small hand and placed the vial into her palm. As her hand was held, Zhou Muxue's heart raced, feeling as if it might leap into her throat. Nevertheless, following Lu Wei's words, she opened the vial and poured out a pill. The moment the pill came out, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Zhou Muxue was momentarily stunned. This didn't seem like a blood qi pill. Before she could ask, she saw Lu Wei's expression change in shock as he knocked the pill away. Wrong, it's not this one. This is the right one, he said, taking out a blood qi pill and handing it to Zhou Muxue. However, Zhou Muxue's expression tightened, and she quickly bent down to pick up the knocked pill. After examining it closely and sniffing it, her expression changed. She turned to Lu Wei with a serious look and asked, where did you get this pill? This I found it, Lu Wei stammered, clearly lying. Zhou Muxue, shedding her innocent rabbit demeanor, looked at Lu Wei with a serious and intense expression. How many of these pills do you have? At that moment, her demeanor had transformed, dramatically turning from a pure flower into a cold and domineering female CEO. Moreover, with her peak fourth stage aura, she nearly overwhelmed Lu Wei, compelling him to take out the remaining 9 explosive spirit pills. And these too, she snatched them away and directly stuffed them into her pocket, looking at Lu Wei with authority. You must not eat these, they will ruin you. Rest assured, with me around, I will never let you be in danger. Lu Wei stared blankly at Zhou Muxue, amazed at how this little rabbit had suddenly transformed into a fierce tigress. Suddenly, he recalled a saying he had seen online in his past life: true hunters often appear in the form of prey. Could it be that he was the one being played? However, he understood Zhou Muxue's concern, fearing that he might harm himself by taking the explosive spirit pills. With this thought, Lu Wei smiled and nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. After all, these pills are of no use to me, and besides, I still have 10 returned ones in my system space. Zhou Muxue's previous words had revealed some truths, and both of them understood, yet neither chose to confront it. They continued to pretend not to know, as revealing Zhou Muxue now would complicate future acts. After receiving Lu Wei's promise, Zhou Muxue's imposing aura instantly retracted, returning to her demure noble lady rabbit appearance. She shyly looked at Lu Wei. Lu Wei could only sigh, thinking women are truly unpredictable. However, your earlier demeanor scared me. How do you plan to make it up to me? With a mischievous grin, Lu Wei stepped closer to Zhou Muxue. Hearing this, Zhou Muxue looked up at Lu Wei's playful smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Before she could say anything, Lu Wei suddenly leaned down and kissed her at the corner of her mouth, then turned and ran away, leaving behind a distant remark: consider this my compensation. Zhou Muxue stood there in a daze for a while, her face turning redder and redder before finally curving into a smile as she turned and walked away. The reason Lu Wei ran away was partly fearing he had been too forward with a 4th stage master. What if she got excited and broke his bones? The other reason was that he had unexpectedly received a windfall after Zhou Muxue took away 10 explosive spirit pills. Originally, Lu Wei's plan was to give 1 explosive spirit pill to Zhou Muxue, and after receiving it back, pretend he had made a mistake and trade it back with a blood qi pill. After all, he couldn't just give such harmful items to his wife. However, he never expected that Zhou Muxue actually recognized the explosive spirit pill and confiscated all of his. What surprised Lu Wei even more was that in the past, when he gifted one to Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruyan, he could only get one back. Yet with Zhou Muxue he received all 10 back. Even more astonishing was that the 50-fold return on the explosive spirit pill wasn't just for the pill itself, but for the quality of the return. Ding! Host gifted Zhou Muxue 10 explosive spirit pills, triggering a 50-fold return, receiving 10 ascendant spirit pills. Quickly taking advantage of the absence of others, Lu Wei hurriedly opened the introduction for the ascendant spirit pills. Upon seeing it, he was instantly overjoyed, nearly dancing on the spot. This stuff was simply a divine medicine. Shengling Dan, after consumption, it temporarily elevates one's cultivation by one major realm for a duration of 2/4 of an hour. Once the effect dissipates, it causes no harm to the body and even enhances one's constitution, effective for those below the 5th realm. The introduction is straightforward and clear, making it easy to understand at a glance. Compared to Shengling Dan, Baoling Dan is nothing but trash that can be thrown into the toilet. Seeing the effects of Shengling Dan, Lu Wei couldn't help but wish to run back and give his little wife another kiss. These 10 Shengling Dan will be his strongest trump card. As long as he further masters the knife technique to the proficient realm, even encountering someone at the gathering chi realm wouldn't intimidate him. If his knife technique reaches perfection or master level, with the help of Shengling Dan, he could sweep through the gathering chi realm. In high spirits, Lu Wei hummed a little tune as he returned to his carriage, preparing to tidy up before heading to work for the boss. However, just as he arrived at the carriage, he saw Lu Ruyan anxiously pacing outside, looking flustered. Curiously, Lu Wei walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" "Grinding the mill." Lu Ruyan jumped in surprise at Lu Wei's sudden appearance. Turning to see him was like seeing a savior. "Young master, you are finally back. The young lady has arrived." Lu Wei was puzzled. What young lady? Didn't Xiao Xiao return a long time ago? Not Miss Xiao Xiao, it's the young lady. Lu Wei furrowed his brows. A young lady? Where did this young lady come from? Just as he was about to ask further, he heard voices coming from inside the carriage. "Is it delicious?" The voice was soft and gentle, like a little kitten nuzzling against your chest, licking gently. This voice was too familiar to Lu Wei, and his eyes widened in an instant. "How did she come here?" Thank you, sister. Xiao Xiao is so good. If you like it, sister will bring it to you every day." "Really? Sister, why don't you stay and be my sister-in-law?" Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Lu Wei. This little girl was easily bribed by a tasty treat. How could she forget about another sister-in-law? Yang Xiaohu chuckled. "Well, I don't mind, but I have to ask if your brother agrees." "What do you say, Lu Wei? How long do you plan to eavesdrop?" Lu Wei knew that with Yang Zia's cultivation, she must have noticed his presence long ago. "Young lady, why are you here?" Lu Wei chuckled as he tried to enter the tent, but was stopped at the entrance by the maid Xiao Baihe. "What do you want?" Xiao Baihe glared at Lu Wei, looking disdainful. Lu Wei was a bit confused. "What do you mean, what do I want? Is this not my home? Am I not allowed back?" Xiao Baihe cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Wei and said, "Now that the young lady is inside, do you think you have the right to enter?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei really wanted to spit on her face. She was the servant, and her whole family were servants. At that moment, Yang Zia's voice came from inside the carriage. "All right, let him in. I have something to say to him." Xiao Baihe was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe her ears. The young lady had never shared a carriage with another man. Even the coachman was a maid. Now allowing this young man to enter the tent completely shattered her worldview. However, before she could react, Lu Wei simply pushed her aside and walked into the tent. To be honest, he also wanted to see Yang Xiao. This woman was so beautiful in profile that it was beyond words, and 99-point beauty. What would she look like face-to-face? Unfortunately, once he entered the tent, he did see Yang Xiaohu, but her face was covered by a veil. Her figure was further obscured by a large dress, making it hard to discern her appearance. Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei and noticed the moment he saw her that he wore a look of disappointment mixed with disdain, which nearly made her lose her temper. What did this guy mean? How dare he look down on her? However, she misjudged Lu Wei. What he found distasteful was that layer of veil and the oversized dress. "What brings the young lady to my humble abode? Do you have any instructions?" Since he couldn't see her face, Lu Wei decided to get straight to business. Yang Xiaohu replied coldly, "My guard didn't come to protect me, so I naturally had to come find him for protection. What if someone comes to kill me?" Lu Wei was speechless. Just her. A peak expert at the 3rd realm still needed a little rookie like him for protection. What a joke. "You didn't tell me the work hours either." "I just finished breakfast and was about to head over." However, Yang Zia's next words left Lu Wei dumbfounded. "You don't need to go over, they'll be staying here today." "Not leaving? What does that mean?" "It means literally that you will stay here to protect me. It won't hinder your cultivation or taking care of your family, and you can even earn overtime pay. Isn't this a win-win situation?" Lu Wei furrowed his brows. Was Yang Xiaohu really this kind-hearted? There must be a conspiracy behind this. Suddenly, Lu Wei had a thought. He looked at Yang Xiaohu with a strange gaze, and even his tone of voice became somewhat stiff. Miss, our small household cannot withstand your antics. Perhaps you should find another place to hide. Lu Wei speculated that Yang Xiaohu was preparing for a scheme of escape. It's not easy for a real person to hide here and not be discovered. Leaving an empty carriage over there ensures they cannot find anyone. This way she would indeed be much safer, but Lu Wei's family would be in danger. If discovered, they would definitely be subjected to concentrated attacks, and it would surely be a life-or-death situation. Naturally, Lu Wei would not be polite about putting his family in such a dangerous position. Yang Xiaohu could clearly sense the change in Lu Wei's attitude. With her perceptive mind, she instantly understood what Lu Wei was thinking. Feeling both angry and frustrated, yet unable to express it, she had never suffered such a silent humiliation in her life. Quickly adjusting her emotions, Yang Xiaohu spoke in a detached tone, "What's wrong? Are you worried I'll bring disaster here?" Lu Wei candidly replied, "It's good that you know, miss. My family consists only of women and children with no means of self-protection. I kindly ask you to find another place to hide." Yang Xiaohu, upon hearing this, felt quite angry inside, but on the surface, she maintained a calm demeanor. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can harm a single hair on their heads." To be honest, Yang Xiaohu was not here to avoid anything. Those few petty thieves were not enough to make her hide. She came to Lu Wei's house solely to observe him up close and see what secrets this young man held, especially after such a significant change overnight. She did not expect Lu Wei to think of her as someone seeking refuge from an attack and wanting to drive her away. Having never experienced such humiliation, she felt a deep frustration, yet could not speak the truth. Lu Wei, upon hearing this, felt somewhat skeptical. To be honest, he did not know how powerful those who were coming to attack were, and whether Yang Xiaohu's strength would be sufficient. However, considering that a woman capable of sustaining such a large family business must possess considerable intelligence, she should not be foolish enough to lead herself into danger. Moreover, her concealed cultivation level was clearly unknown to others, indicating her deep scheming. Lu Ruyan, take Xiao Xia and Xiaoya to the Zhou family. They'll stay here. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Ruyan immediately entered and carried Wu Xiaoya and Lu Xiaoxia away. Yang Xiaohu, witnessing this scene, was almost infuriated, as it was clear he did not trust her. However, despite her anger, she did not say much, as her purpose was Lu Wei. As for Lu Wei's family, their presence or absence was of little concern to her. "Then miss, you can rest here. I'll step out for a moment," Lu Wei said, turning to leave. But Yang Xiaohu called out, "No need. Just sit here." "What?" Lu Wei was dumbfounded. "You want me to stay here? What do you intend to do? I'm not that kind of person. This isn't really appropriate, is it?" Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei coldly, wishing she could just slap him. "Just do what you need to do. Don't worry about me." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei couldn't help but swallow hard. What did that mean? Was she hinting at something? Should I carry on or not? Just as Lu Wei was in a dilemma, a voice from outside the carriage broke the silence. "Mrs. the team ready to set off?" Yang Xiaohu inhaled deeply and replied slowly, "Let's set off." At Shuangfeng Ridge, on both sides of the mountain road, hundreds of armed bandits stood in formation. At the front of the team, Ma Zhangkue spoke quietly with his two subordinates. "Boss, everything is ready." Ma Zhangkue nodded, saying, "Tell the brothers to be alert. After it's done, disperse and run back to the lair. Pack up and we'll make our escape." "Boss, do we really need to run? Over the years we've made quite a few connections. Besides, in this remote place, what can the Yang family do to us?" Ma Zhangkue shot him a glance. "If you don't want to leave, you can stay. This mountain stronghold is yours." He had already decided to ignore this fool, realizing that bringing such a person along would eventually lead to disaster. Connections. Those so-called connections are thinner than paper and are useless at all. Moreover, the Yang family is a renowned clan in Jizhou. Even sending out an expert of the third realm could wipe their entire stronghold clean, leaving not a single ant behind. However, the second-in-command's eyes lit up upon hearing the boss' words. The entire stronghold would be given to him. Wouldn't that mean he could do as he pleased in the future? At that moment, a messenger rushed over in a hurry. Boss, they're coming. The target is here. Brothers, hide and get ready." In the distance, a convoy of several hundred vehicles slowly advanced, with a luxurious carriage standing out prominently in the middle. Behind the convoy, a scattering of people followed, and at a glance the crowd appeared dark and dense, with at least a few thousand individuals. As the convoy drew closer, the bandits brandished their weapons, ready to charge at any moment. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Seeing the merchant convoy enter the attack range, Ma Zhangkue suddenly waved his hand. "Brothers, charge." Instantly, several hundred bandits responding to the signal roared down the hillside. Ma Zhangkue took the lead, pouncing towards the merchant convoy like a pack of wolves. Their goal this time was not to rob wealth, but to kill everyone, so they did not stop to loot, directly starting the massacre. However, after running a short distance, Ma Zhangkue suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Looking up, he saw a sky full of black crossbow bolts raining down on them like a torrential downpour. Ma Zhangke's face changed dramatically. He never expected that the Yang family's convoy would possess divine crossbows, and in such numbers. The cost of a divine crossbow was extremely high, worth several thousand taels of silver. However, the high cost was justified. These divine crossbows were not like ordinary crossbows. Their power was formidable. Even against low-level martial artists, they posed a considerable threat, let alone his team, most of whom were ordinary people. They were simply reapers of death. Seeing this situation, Mahjong Kue hurriedly activated his spiritual defense, trying his best to shield his subordinates from as many arrows as possible. But how much could he block alone? Even if he managed to block a lot, he wouldn't hold out for long. Behind him, his subordinates fell like wheat being cut down. Watching his men fall, Ma Zhangqi's eyes turned red. If his subordinates were dead, he would be in danger too. Even if they could take down the convoy, the mastermind behind it would not spare him. Realizing this, Mahjong Kue knew there was only one path left to charge to reach the merchant convoy as quickly as possible and eliminate those archers. However, under such a barrage of arrows, even he, a master of the Qi gathering stage, found it extremely difficult to move forward. Just as he finally made it close to the convoy, someone jumped out and blocked his path. Lin Xiaolin, seeing the disheveled Mahjong Kue, immediately rushed out to take advantage of the situation. He thought that after all the exertion, Ma Zhangqi's spiritual energy must be nearly depleted. This was a perfect opportunity to gain favor with the young lady by showing off. As for Mahjong Kue, he was merely a pawn in their plan. They never intended for him to survive. Bold bandit, how dare you attack my Yang family's convoy? Prepare to die. Lin Xiaolin pretended to roar in anger, swinging his blade toward Mahjong Kue. Mahjong Kue hastily defended himself, being knocked back several steps. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that his subordinates had nearly all fallen. He was a smart man and realized that persisting would lead to his own demise, so he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Over the years, he had earned quite a bit of money, enough to live in seclusion. This deal was surely lost, and continuing was meaningless except for courting death. Thus, he started to retreat, while fighting Lin Xiaolin, gradually distancing himself from the battlefield. On the other side, Zhang, the manager, observing the entire battlefield situation, shook his head helplessly. Truly a bunch of rabble. I knew I couldn't count on them. Tell everyone to get ready to act. Yes. Behind him stood exactly 200 people, all dressed in white clothes and cloaks, their faces covered tightly, blending into the snowy landscape. The 200 people stood silently, utterly motionless like statues. They radiated an aura of killing intent, clearly not ordinary. In the merchant convoy, Lu Wei stood beside the carriage, watching as the bandits fell by the wayside before they could even approach the convoy, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this it? These bandits are too weak. If I had known, I wouldn't have spent days preparing so cautiously. In order to enhance combat power, I hadn't even dared to increase my bone comprehension, instead dedicating everything to boosting combat effectiveness, fearing I would be killed if I encountered an enemy. I never expected the enemy to be so weak that I didn't even get a chance to strike. Did you think this was the end? A pleasant voice came from within the carriage. Lu Wei was taken aback and quickly reacted, frowning as he said, "Could it be that there are backup plans?" Yang Xiaohu smiled. "Just wait and see." She did not say that after all, the other party was also a member of her Yang family. Even if somewhat foolish, they couldn't be that foolish. "My dear little brother, let me see if you can surprise me." "It's here," Yang Xiaohu reminded calmly. As Lu Wei turned to look around, he couldn't see what Yang Xiaohu was talking about. Suddenly, he noticed a group of white figures rapidly approaching from a distance. These individuals moved with remarkable agility, as if running on solid ground despite the thick snow beneath them. It was evident they were all martial artists who had reached a certain level. Don't underestimate newly initiated martial artists like Lu Wei, for even at the beginning stage, they hold a significant status. After all, martial arts resources are monopolized by major forces, and the number of practitioners is exceedingly few. Thus, a martial artist at the initial level possesses considerable social standing. The fact that the opponent could dispatch so many initial-level martial artists at once indicated their formidable strength. Lu Wei's expression grew increasingly serious. 200 initial-level martial artists, which was more than double their merchant convoy. Moreover, among those ahead, a few emitted a spiritual glow clearly exceeding the initial stage. "Miss, rest assured, with my presence, I will protect you with my life." Lu Wei drew his razor-sharp, treasured blade, which he had been saving for this day. With the long blade in hand, Lu Wei stood guard in front of the carriage, exuding loyalty. "It was time for me to perform. If not now, when would I win her favor?" However, Yang Xiaohu was not easily deceived, as she glanced at Lu Wei and ignored him completely. Lu Wei felt a bit awkward, as she was too clever to be easily fooled. It would be better if it were his little wife. If he said something like that, she would probably be moved enough to offer herself. Yet Lu Wei seemed to have forgotten one thing: his carriage was not far from the Zhou family's convoy. With Zhou Muxu's cultivation level, nothing happening here could escape her notice. Moreover, once the battle began, she had been keeping an eye on this side, worried for Lu Wei's safety. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhou Muxue felt a pang of jealousy and a bit of anger. "You fool, that miss is not someone close to you. If you risk your life for her, what will happen to me if anything happens to you?" Lu Wei remained oblivious that his little wife had already started feeling jealous. After all those white-clad figures had already reached the merchant convoy. The merchant convoy's divine crossbows shot at them, but these crossbows posed a limited threat to initial-level martial artists. Especially since they had prepared in advance. Aside from a few unfortunate souls who fell to the ground, most were only slightly injured. In the next moment, both sides engaged in close combat, and cries of horror echoed throughout the canyon. The refugees behind quickly hid far away, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. However, they did not realize that if the merchant convoy fell, they would not survive either. Lu Wei remained calm and did not rush into the fray. His goal was to protect his family, while also winning favor with Yang Xiaohu. Rushing in recklessly was the action of a fool. Lu Wei quickly maneuvered the carriage closer to the Zhou family's convoy, merging the two for easier protection. Mushui, you and your uncle and aunt stay inside, and don't come out while I'll handle things outside. Rest assured, I won't let anyone harm you. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu felt a sense of déjà vu. That's right, as she had heard that Lu Wei had a fiancé. However, given his character, his fiancé must be quite unattractive. With a curious thought, Yang Xiaohu looked over at Zhou Muxua. Upon seeing her, she was instantly stunned, with only one thought in her mind: how much incense did this guy burn in his past life to find such a beautiful fiancée? Zhou Muxua also sensed an unusual gaze and immediately looked in the direction from which it came. For the first time, the gazes of the two women intersected. At this moment, the merchant convoy's guards showed signs of being unable to hold on any longer. Some white-clad figures had already reached the center of the merchant convoy and began searching. The first target was naturally the most luxurious carriage. Yang Xiaohu had anticipated this and had set up numerous traps on the carriage. The first group of scouts was directly shot into a porcupine. Lu Wei couldn't help but grin at the scene. This woman was truly ruthless. However, he also realized that if this continued, those people would eventually search this side. Although they had 3 major experts hiding here, safety was not an issue. Lu Wei cursed inwardly, thinking this fool is simply seeking death. The opponent was at most a refining flesh realm cultivator, which meant it would be a simple matter for Lu Wei. However, if he made a move, more people would notice, and that would complicate matters. Just as Lu Wei was ready to end this quickly and avoid drawing attention, he was interrupted. A figure suddenly darted out from the side, blocking the man. Lu Wei was taken aback and looked at the newcomer, recognizing the familiar shape of someone with a pronounced bump on the back of their head. "Lu brother, take good care of Miss Lu," the newcomer said. Lu Wei instantly realized who it was, and indeed this guy's bloodline was quite pure. However, since someone was helping to block the trouble, he naturally wouldn't be polite and hurriedly led his team to retreat. As Lu Wei retreated to a safe distance, he began to assess the battlefield situation. Overall, it was not optimistic. The guards were retreating continuously and were already showing signs of defeat. Lu Wei also spotted his chief master, who was fiercely resisting the assault of 2 chi gathering realm experts. This was the first time he had seen his master go all out. The 3 cuts blade technique was being executed flawlessly in his master's hands, with waves of blade light exuding infinite killing intent. Even facing 2 chi gathering realm opponents, they could not gain the upper hand. This is the power of martial arts cultivated to a profound level, allowing one to manage multiple attackers with ease. "Why aren't you helping?" Yang Xiaohu's voice came from the carriage. Lu Wei replied seriously, "My task is to protect the young lad's safety. The life and death of others have nothing to do with me. I am solely loyal to you, young lady." Yang Xiaohu nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. Had she not learned about Lu Wei's character over the past 2 days, she might have believed his nonsense. This guy was clearly afraid of danger, which was why he dared not intervene. "So what do you plan to do? We can't just keep hiding. They will come after us eventually." Lu Wei frowned at this remark, thinking, "Isn't this something you should consider? What backup do you have? Hurry up and use it. Miss, should we escape? Since you asked me, I won't hold back." Yang Xiaohu chuckled. "No need, we have reinforcements." "Reinforcements? Where?" Lu Wei looked around in confusion. "They will be here soon. Just hold on a little longer." Lu Wei was about to say he was fine, but was worried about the others holding up. Before he could speak, 3 figures in white rushed towards him. This time there was no Xia Ren to block the blades for him. Lu Wei had no choice but to step up. The 3 newcomers were all quite skilled. 2 were at the 3rd rank of the muscle transformation realm, and 1 was at the 2nd rank of the refining flesh realm. They quickly charged in front of Lu Wei, raising their blades, without hesitation attacking like hungry wolves. Lu Wei did not dare to be careless. He raised his blade to meet them, just like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Clang! Crack! The opponent's blade shattered upon contact with Lu Wei's as if it were made of tofu. The exceptional blade that cut through iron like mud demonstrated its might in that instant, slicing through the enemy's weapon like lightning. This sudden turn of events left the man dumbfounded, as if frozen in place. By the time he snapped back to reality, it was already too late. Lu Wei's 3 cuts blade was no inferior product. Combined with his strength and speed that far surpassed an average 4th rank bone, refining realm warrior, he was a small expert within this realm, resembling a cheetah unleashing a powerful burst of force. The blade light flashed, blood splattered, and the man fell to the ground, clutching his neck in terror like a lamb being slaughtered. The remaining two witnesses froze in their tracks, their expressions filled with fear as they stared at Lu Wei as if they had seen a ghost. But while they stopped, Lu Wei did not. His gaze was cold as he swung his long knife, creating a fierce wind that rushed towards one of them like a tornado. That man reacted swiftly, immediately raising his blade to block, as if using it as a shield. However, Lu Wei's blade speed was extremely fast, breaking through his defenses in an instant like a flash of lightning. With a soft sound, the blade cut into his shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The man cried out in agony, losing his balance and leaning backward as if he were a toppled block. Lu Wei seized the moment, kicking him away like a soccer ball. The other enemy, seeing this, was filled with terror and turned to flee like a frightened rabbit. But would Lu Wei allow him the chance? He flashed forward, quickly catching up, and swung his blade towards the fleeing man's back like a battle axe. With a crack, the enemy's spine was severed, and he fell to the ground, unable to move, like a dog with a broken backbone. In the carriage, Yang Xiaohu watched as Lu Wei decisively killed 3 men, feeling a surge of excitement within. There is something wrong. This guy definitely has issues. From the moment he began his martial arts training until today, it has only been 10 days. Not only has his cultivation reached the bone tempering stage, but even his swordsmanship has achieved a minor success. How is this possible? Moreover, his foundation is stable, showing no signs of wasted effort, and he even surpasses many at the bone tempering stage. Throughout history, there has never been a prodigy capable of such a feat. Even a reincarnated ancient power wouldn't be able to do it. I must uncover this secret, even if it means learning how he can enhance his cultivation speed so quickly. If it weren't for my own limitations, I wouldn't have taken so many years to reach the condensation stage. How to enhance one's foundation has become an obsession in her heart. Lu Wei is still unaware that he has caught Yang Xiaohu's intense attention, and she is determined to keep a close watch on him. At this moment, he is on high alert, observing the situation down the mountain. Having just killed 3 people, he has already attracted others' attention. As soon as they spotted a skilled opponent here, their suspicions rose sharply, and the 6 individuals nearby quickly surrounded him. Among these 6, one is a 5th grade returning to the Womb Master, a level above Lu Wei. The remaining 5 are no pushovers either, with 2 at the bone tempering stage and 3 at the muscle shifting stage. If these 6 attack together, even Lu Wei could be injured if he is not careful. However, it's too late to run now. With several carriages moving slowly, there's no way to escape from these martial artists. Lu Wei can only brace himself, preparing for a desperate fight. He is even prepared to use a spirit ascension pill if the situation turns dire. However, he will not reveal this secret weapon unless absolutely necessary, as it is his trump card. Moreover, he wants to test his current combat strength and see what level it truly is. The first to charge in is a master at the bone tempering stage who is closest to him and arrives first. These individuals are all assassins, and their only mission is to kill the target. Therefore, they launch merciless attacks from the outset, their long swords striking toward Lu Wei's throat like venomous snakes. Lu Wei's gaze sharpened. He did not retreat in the face of the enemy's attack. On the contrary, he moved forward, actively confronting the enemy. His long knife effortlessly deflected the opponent's long sword, and then he swiftly executed a move called Huashan Slash. The opponent hastily raised his sword to block, but he was unaware that Lu Wei's long knife was no ordinary weapon. It was a treasured blade that could slice through steel effortlessly. His ordinary long sword was utterly incapable of withstanding the sharpness of the treasured blade. With a crisp sound of crack followed by a whoosh, Lu Wei's treasured knife unexpectedly cleaved both the opponent and his sword in half. At that moment, the remaining 5 had already arrived on the scene. This included the returning to the Womb Master. Upon witnessing Lu Wei so effortlessly slay one of his comrades, his pupils constricted slightly, and he was secretly shocked. This returning to the Womb Master immediately realized that Lu Wei was not an easy opponent to deal with. Thus, he decisively issued the command surround and kill him. Upon receiving the command, the other 4 quickly dispersed, attacking Lu Wei from different directions. Surrounded, Lu Wei showed no fear. At this moment, his mind was exceptionally calm, carefully observing the weaknesses of the 5 people. Kill. With the shout of the returning to the Womb Master, the weapons in the hands of the 5 individuals slashed toward Lu Wei. At the same time, the returning to the Womb Master discarded his weapon and threw a punch at Lu Wei. The punch had not yet arrived, but the wind from it was already felt, carrying a powerful aura that created a sense of oppression, making Lu Wei's breath momentarily catch. If this hit lands, Lu Wei estimates that even if he doesn't die, he would be heavily injured, and the subsequent weapons would be enough to turn him into minced meat. Fortunately, Lu Wei is not much weaker than the returning to the Womb Master, thanks to his attributes being used to enhance his combat power. If he had used them to enhance his foundation and comprehension, he would now be an easy target with some talent, unable to do anything but wait for death. Lu Wei gritted his teeth, using all his strength to swing his long knife in a wide arc, fiercely striking down at the weapons and fists aimed at him. The returning to the womb master had never intended to injure Lu Wei with his fist. His goal was to suppress Lu Wei with his powerful aura, causing a slight delay in his movements. After all, he was a level above Lu Wei. This method should definitely work. However, he never expected that Lu Wei's aura and physique were not significantly inferior to his. His aura could not suppress Lu Wei, and instead Lu Wei forced him back with one strike, losing the initiative. Crack, crack, crack. With several crisp sounds, the four individuals' weapons were directly shattered by Lu Wei. Upon seeing this, the four individuals retreated frantically, but they could never outpace Lu Wei. Since they had come, Lu Wei would not allow them to escape. His powerful physique also granted him tremendous speed and strength. Lu Wei took a lightning-fast step forward, swinging his long blade horizontally. He intended to bisect these four people on the spot. However, the master at the 5th tier of the returning to the Abyss realm would not just stand by and watch. After retreating, he immediately brandished his sword and lunged forward. If Lu Wei did not retract his blade to defend, he would be pierced by the sword. But if he did, he would let the four escape and would soon face the assault of several others. He found himself in a dilemma. In that fleeting moment, a streak of white light suddenly shot over, striking the forehead of the 5th tier returning to the Abyss master with precision. The light entered through his forehead and exited from the back of his head, disappearing from sight. The man swayed and fell to the ground lifeless. Seeing this, Lu Wei no longer hesitated. He swung his long blade, decisively bisecting the four individuals who had lost their weapons and courage. Turning to look at the returning to the Abyss master, who was bleeding profusely from his forehead, Lu Wei felt a stirring in his heart, guessing it must have been his little wife who had made the move. As for why it wasn't Yang Xiao, it was simple. That woman would never intervene unless she was at death's door. Perhaps she would only act if he were grievously wounded, saving his life, and by extension, doing him a favor. However, his little wife would definitely not turn a blind eye when she saw him in danger. After all, with such a high level of affection, she could not afford to feign indifference. In fact, Lu Wei was partially right and partially wrong. It was indeed Zhou Muxue who acted as she had long wanted to intervene upon seeing Lu Wei besieged. Seeing that Lu Wei could still manage, she did not rush to act, but ultimately could not hold back, fearing for his safety, and chose to strike. In the carriage, Yang Xiaohu watched this scene, her pupils slightly constricting, surprised to discover that there was a hidden expert protecting Lu Wei. Just moments ago, she had also been preparing to act, but her motivation differed from Zhou Muxue's. She worried that if something unexpected happened to Lu Wei, she would never learn that secret. Therefore, Lu Wei must not come to harm. Even if it meant revealing her cultivation, she had to protect him. However, what she did not expect was that at the very moment she was about to intervene, a streak of light struck, first killing the man. Who was it? Looking towards the direction from which the light had shot, Yang Xiaohu contemplated. The one who acted must have surpassed her in cultivation. That direction seemed to be where Lu Wei's fiancé was. Could it be that his fiancé was a hidden expert? Yang Xiaohu recalled that ethereal figure and fell into deep thought. Lu Wei's blade touched the ground as he panted lightly. Although the two previous battles were not long, they had drained a great deal of his mental and physical energy. Fortunately, the rewards were quite substantial. After this bout of real combat, his proficiency with the blade had increased significantly, equivalent to several days of training. Just as Lu Wei was about to catch his breath, a loud laugh suddenly echoed. "Ha ha, young lady, I never expected you would lower yourself to hide in such a filthy place, which made it quite easy for me to find you." Lu Wei turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged, masked man soaring towards them. With each step he took, he covered dozens of meters, and in the blink of an eye he had leapt hundreds of meters, appearing not far from Lu Wei and the others. Seeing this, Lu Wei's expression turned grave. This person was undoubtedly a master, not merely at the 3rd tier, but at the peak of the 2nd tier. However, what he said was truly infuriating, actually claiming that his carriage was a filthy and dirty place. That bastard, if he weren't someone Lu Wei couldn't defeat, he would have been given a couple of good whacks. "Zhang He, that fool can actually command you. It seems this matter also involves my good uncle." Yang Zai, his voice was still captivating, showing no signs of tension despite the appearance of this master. Zhang He laughed heartily. The young lady is indeed wise, but in the face of absolute power, even the most clever mind is merely a trivial trick. I trust the young lady understands this principle right. At that moment, a voice tinged with mockery suddenly came from behind Lu Wei's carriage. "Absolute power. With you, old dog, how dare you speak so grandly?" As the words fell, a young man dressed in white, holding a paper fan, gracefully descended from the air. "Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Ha ha, it seems that my reputation as the handsome and dashing city lord with unparalleled talent and extraordinary cultivation has indeed spread throughout the land, even reaching you, old dog. Since that's the case, seeing that you are of such an age, I cannot bear to kill you, old dog. After all, I am known for my handsome looks and good heart, always upholding the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Considering you still have some insight, I will grant you a dignified death. Take your own life." With that, Qin Feng flicked his folding fan and revealed a smile he believed to be charming and carefree, gently fanning himself amidst the swirling snowflakes, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers, showcasing his flamboyance to the world. Lu Wei looked at this person with a bizarre expression. Where did this brainless show-off come from? In the middle of winter, fanning himself, how severe must his insanity be? A saying that seems a bit inappropriate. After all, this guy seems to be on our side. Manager Zhang's face was as dark as if he could squeeze out water, his gaze towards Qin Feng filled with apprehension and anger. But more than that, there was fear. Qin Feng was a whole major realm above him. If things turn bad today, he might not make it out of here. Qin Feng, this is a family matter for the Yang family. As the city lord of Yunzhou, I advise you not to meddle, lest you invite unnecessary trouble upon yourself. Manager Zhang took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and said in a deep voice, "Although your Qingling sect is powerful, our Yang family is not to be trifled with. If you insist on intervening, you will bear the consequences." Hearing Manager Zhang's threat, Qin Feng scoffed, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He suddenly slapped his folding fan, pointing his finger at Manager Zhang's nose, and shouted, "Old man, do you think a mere Yang family can suppress me? Let me tell you, my Qingling sect will not be afraid." As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from Qin Feng, and the surrounding wind and snow seemed to freeze in that moment, unable to approach him in the slightest. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Manager Zhang's face changed drastically, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He silently cursed. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so formidable, showing no regard for the Yang family. Lu Wei, listening to him, suddenly had a strange expression. Was this guy really on their side? Humph! A cold snort suddenly came from the carriage. Qin Feng's face stiffened as he realized he had misspoken, hurriedly explaining, "Little fox, listen to me, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that the Yang family is nothing before the Qingling sect in my eyes." Before he could finish, Yang Xiaohu interrupted, saying, "Uncle Qin, let's discuss it after we resolve this situation, or my guards might just die on the spot." Qin Feng quickly nodded. All right, I will handle them right away." With that, he turned to look at Manager Zhang, suddenly shaking his folding fan, and a streak of light shot out like lightning, heading straight for Manager Zhang's face. Manager Zhang didn't expect Qin Feng to be so despicable, launching an attack without any warning. He was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side, but still was a bit slow. The streak of light grazed his shoulder like a sharp blade, leaving a horrifying wound, blood gushing forth like a fountain into the air. Filled with fear and anger, Manager Zhang knew that his cultivation was already inferior to Qin Feng's, and now being ambushed and injured, it seemed he wouldn't be able to get out today. Since that's the case, he might as well gamble everything, dragging someone down with him if he were to die. With that thought, he let out a roar, frantically channeling all his spiritual energy, determined to fight to the death. Seeing this, Qin Feng curled his lips into a sneer. "What? Old man still planning to struggle a bit? I advise you, if you have that much strength, it would be better to end it quickly. It would save me the trouble." Manager Zhang's eyes burst with a frenzied light as he swung his long sword down with all his might. A brilliant sword light surged towards Qin Feng. Lu Wei, hiding far away and watching the spectacle, revealed a hint of yearning in his eyes. Is this the power of warriors in this world? Witnessing such a high-level duel in person was 1,000 times more shocking than watching a martial arts film. Facing Manager Zhang's all-out strike, Qin Feng's eyes showed a hint of disdain. He merely waved his folding fan towards the accumulated snow on the ground, and large clumps of snow suddenly flew into the air, rapidly coalescing into numerous snow swords. Under the control of his spiritual energy, those snow swords continually crashed against the massive sword light. Bang, bang, bang. The successive explosions shook the entire sky. That sword light quickly dimmed, covered in cracks under the relentless assault of the snow swords. Then, with a loud bang, the sword light dissipated, visible spiritual energy spilling out and impacting all directions. Manager Zhang, closest to the impact, was knocked back repeatedly by the powerful force. His face turned pale as paper, his eyes filled with horror and despair. He knew the gap between him and Qin Feng was vast, but he hadn't expected it to be this great. His full power strike was so easily countered, and the remaining snow swords, like falling meteors from the sky, rushed towards him. Manager Zhang's expression changed drastically as he raised his remaining spiritual energy to form a shield in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The snow swords landed on the shield in the blink of an eye. The continuous explosions shook the ground and mountains around them. Shattered snowflakes flew everywhere, obscuring all vision. After a long time, as the snowflakes settled, a large pit appeared where Manager Zhang had just been. In the pit, Manager Zhang was covered in wounds, blood spraying out like a fountain. His eyes were filled with despair. He opened his mouth to say something, but coughed up a mouthful of blood, cutting off his breath. Manager Zhang was dead, and the remaining white-clad warriors would be no threat. Qin Feng mirrored the action with snow swords swirling in the sky, and wherever they passed those white-clad assassins fell one after another, all slaughtered in no time. Lu Wei, witnessing this scene, quietly approached the front of his carriage. Lu Ruyan, later you will help clean the battlefield. Remember, collect anything valuable and bring it back. How could such a chance for profit be missed? With so many people, there must be a significant amount of money, and even if there isn't, weapons are scattered all around. Don't underestimate these weapons. If sold in the city, it wouldn't be a small fortune. An ordinary long knife or sword is worth at least 20 to 30 taels of silver. Moreover, those long knives can be refurbished into precious weapons, increasing their value even further. Lu Ruyan listened with some concern. Young master, will others agree? What is there to disagree about? Those people are all dead. However, your words remind me that if someone pretends to be dead, it could be dangerous. If that happens, I'll go with you. Lu Xiao and Wu Xiao's eyes lit up upon hearing Lu Wei's words. They also liked making money. Brother, I want to go too. Me too. Lu Wei thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. It's good for them to witness the harshness of the battlefield. At first, this kind of thing might be a bit unsettling, but after seeing it multiple times, one becomes indifferent. Then promise me do not run around. Okay. The two little ones readily agreed. Only Zhou Mushui looked at Lu Wei with a strange expression. Her husband. Indeed, there is a way to make money. On the other side, Yang Xiao, who never expected that Lu Wei, the sixth child, was actually thinking of picking up the scraps and profiting from the dead. Meanwhile, with Qin Feng, the lord of Yunzhou city of the Four Realms, present, killing those first and second realm rabble was naturally a piece of cake. In no time, over 200 dead assassins who came to attack were left in this icy wilderness. The convoy also suffered significant losses, with over 100 guards reduced to just over 60, nearly half of them perished here forever. In an instant, the sound of mourning filled the air, with family members crying. Most of them were the main pillars of their families. When one falls, the whole family mourns. Fortunately, the Yang family provided considerable compensation for the guards' casualties, enough for an ordinary family to live on. Those with children could continue working for the Yang family, or after training join the guard team. The remaining uninjured began to clean the battlefield. Most people disliked this task and kept their distance. This work carries certain dangers, as some enemies might not be completely dead and could suddenly launch a surprise attack. Such surprise attacks are highly dangerous. A moment's inattention could lead to injury or even loss of life. The reward is generally just some silver. If one is lucky, they might find a few pills, making it hardly worth the risk. Today, however, those cleaning the battlefield found that the bodies had been thoroughly stripped of valuables, with some even having their outer garments taken. Looking ahead, two adults accompanied by two children were seen rummaging through the corpses. The man was wielding a spear, shooting around into every body regardless of whether they were dead or alive. A woman followed closely by two children stripped the corpses of everything, leaving not a single hair behind. When the guards saw that there was so little benefit left, and it had been intercepted by others, they knew they couldn't let that happen. They hurriedly approached and questioned, "Hey, what are you doing?" Lu Wei glanced back at the person and casually replied, "Can't you tell? Of course I'm cleaning the battlefield." The person was momentarily stunned. The statement seemed reasonable. "But why were you not collecting bodies, but only taking money? How can you clean like this? Why aren't you collecting the bodies?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei retorted confidently, "It is already dangerous enough for me to check if they are truly dead. You can't expect me to do everything, can you? I've done my part. Oh, what more do you want from me?" "Well, you can't take all the money. What about all of us?" "Want money? Sure, but if you aren't afraid of dying, go search through those who haven't been checked. The money from those I checked naturally belongs to me." The person was momentarily speechless, feeling something was off, but unable to articulate it. Ultimately, those several individuals went off to honestly carry the bodies. They couldn't let internal strife arise over such a small amount of money. However, they had already decided that when the captain returned, they would definitely seek justice from him. Young master, I found a vial of pills here. Should keep it down, let me take a look." Lu Wei took the pill from Lu Ruyan's arms and glanced at it. It was a bottle of decent quality bloodshed pills. A bottle of pills is worth at least 100 taels of silver, which counts as unexpected wealth. Lu Wei hurriedly put it away and nodded in approval at Lu Ruyan, saying, "Well done, keep it up." Upon receiving Lu Wei's praise, Lu Ruyan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. "Young master, there are too many weapons, I can't carry them all. Should I return some first?" Lu Wei glanced at the pile of weapons, which numbered at least 20 or 30, and nodded. "All right, you can return some first. Remember to take them to the Zhou family. Don't bring them to our own carriage. Yang Xiao, who is by our carriage, what if she sees and takes them?" "Okay, I understand," Lu Ruyan replied, picking up some swords and returning to the carriage. The remaining Lu Wei, along with Lu Xiao and Wu Xiaoye, continued to search. To their surprise, Lu Wei indeed encountered several injured individuals pretending to be dead. However, even when uninjured, they were no match for Lu Wei, let alone when they were wounded. He effortlessly dealt with them. Lu Xiaoxiao, trailing behind him, watched Lu Weiss, killing demeanor, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Yet she knew her brother would never let her take action, so she had to suppress her desires for now. However, in her heart, she secretly vowed to practice diligently after returning, striving to gain the ability to kill herself. The four of them worked hard for nearly an hour, collecting over 300 various weapons, filling an entire cart. Just these weapons alone were worth several thousand taels of silver. Additionally, there were dozens of bottles of pills, mostly ordinary bloodshed pills, body refinement pills, and healing potions. Even ordinary pills were worth several thousand taels of silver. Along with some silver and gemstones collected, if sold, it would amount to at least 20,000 taels of silver. After calculating secretly, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He had struck it rich. With these items, a second round of fortune could easily multiply by dozens. Wouldn't that mean over 1,000,000 taels? He could buy anything he wanted. Top-tier techniques and divine weapons would be at his disposal. Beautiful women of all kinds could be chosen at will, as many as he desired. Just when Lu Wei was lost and thought over these items, a group of people surrounded him. "Captain, it's him." Lu Wei turned to see that the speaker was the guard who had just tried to contest him for the spoils. Standing beside him was the captain of the guards, Lin Xiaolin. Lin Xiaolin had just fought with Mahjong Kuei, but ended up letting him escape. That guy Mahjong Kuei was very cunning. He had concealed his cultivation level, appearing to be at the peak of qi gathering, but in reality, he was at the condensation realm. Initially, Mahjong Kuei had not rushed to reveal his strength and was pursued. As they fought, they gradually moved away from the convoy, and only then did Mahjong Kuei reveal his true cultivation level. With a kick, he injured Lin Xiaolin, but chose not to kill him, instead accelerating his escape. Mahjong Kuei did not kill Lin Xiaolin to avoid trouble and enmity, steering clear of being hunted by the Yang family. He just didn't know that if he had killed Lin Xiaolin, Yang Xiao would have been grateful. The sudden explosion of power from Mahjong Kuei nearly made Lin Xiaolin wet his pants. He never expected that the seemingly exhausted Mahjong Kuei would actually be at the third level of the condensation realm. There was no way to pursue him now, and returning too soon was also inappropriate, so he found a place to hide for a while, stabilizing his injuries, and only returned when the battle had completely ceased. Upon returning, he heard his subordinates say someone had occupied most of the spoils. Considering the hundreds of bandits and over 200 assassins, the spoils were certainly not a small amount. Even he could not help but feel tempted. Thus, he brought his men to confront them. To his surprise, the one who had seized the spoils was Lu Wei. What a narrow road for enemies. When Lu Wei saw it was Lin Xiaolin, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. He mockingly said, "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Lin Dog." "Oh, my apologies. I should call you Captain Lin instead. What's the matter? Did you get kicked by a stray dog?" Hearing this, those around couldn't help but glance at the large footprint on Lin Xiaolin's chest and burst into laughter. Lin Xiaolin's face instantly flushed red, glaring at Lu Wei with anger, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Bastard, hand over what you've stolen immediately, or I will break your bones one by one." Lin Xiaolin threatened through gritted teeth. If he had to name who he most wanted to kill, Lu Wei would definitely be among the top few. Not for any other reason, but simply because this guy's mouth was too sharp. Lu Wei also understood that he was Luo Yan's disciple, and the conflict between them was irreconcilable. The other party wished for his death, and he naturally wanted to get rid of the other. Unfortunately, with his current cultivation, even after taking the ascending spirit pill, he could at most match Lin Xiaolin, perhaps even slightly weaker. Eliminating Lin Xiaolin was still unrealistic. However, that did not mean Lu Wei was afraid of him. "Oh really? Then come and try. Let's see if I can sever your dog head." Lu Wei brandished his treasured saber, looking defiantly at Lin Xiaolin. The fight ultimately did not occur, naturally prevented by Yang Xiao, who did not wish for Lu Wei to encounter any mishap. As for Lin Xiaolin, in Yang Xiao's eyes, he was already a dead man, ready to be dealt with at any moment. "You have quite the audacity, or do you have some hidden strength? How dare you provoke an enemy of a much higher realm than yourself?" After calling Lu Wei back, Yang Xiao looked at him and asked pointedly. Lu Wei chuckled, "My greatest confidence of course comes from you, boss. As long as I remain utterly loyal to you, I refuse to believe anyone can harm me." Yang Xiao, upon hearing this, did not believe a single word. She saw right through Lu Wei, realizing he spoke nothing but lies and was constantly plotting to deceive her. Just then she thought of a way to trick this guy a bit. "Ha ha, Xiao, this kid looks like nothing but trouble. You need to be careful around him." Before Yang Xiao, who could respond, Qin Feng, who stood nearby, jokingly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's face instantly darkened. "You're the one who is not a good person. Your whole family isn't good either. If I could actually defeat him, I would definitely give him a good beating." Yang Xiao, who was almost amused to the point of laughter, seeing Lu Wei's dark expression, only added to her amusement. "This time I must thank Uncle Qin for coming to help a Xiao who is deeply grateful." As Yang Xiao, who said this, she finally stepped out of the carriage. The moment she appeared, Lu Wei felt as though the surrounding environment had dimmed. She was so stunning that it seemed she could steal the brilliance from everything around her. This woman was truly extraordinarily beautiful, dazzling to the eye, breathtaking, captivating the hearts of those who beheld her. Yang Xiao, who caught a glimpse of Lu Wei's dazed expression and found it somewhat amusing. Aren't you proud? Don't you find me undesirable? Where is your pride now? The reason Yang Xiao, who chose to reveal herself now, was partly because Qin Feng as an elder had come to help, and it was inappropriate for her to hide in the carriage. She had to show her face. On the other hand, it was also because of Lu Wei, as she wanted to see whether this guy would still disdain her after witnessing her true appearance. It also conveniently aided her next scheme. To be honest, when Lu Wei's gaze landed on Yang Xiao, who an indescribable thrill surged in his heart. One could not deny that this woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Her beauty was not merely skin deep. There was an irresistible charm emanating from her. Every movement, every expression of hers seemed to carry an enchanting power capable of tugging at the heartstrings. Even a single strand of her hair appeared to exude a unique aura capable of captivating souls, drawing people into its depths hard to extricate. Of course, what attracted Lu Wei even more was that Yang Xiao, who was a wealthy heiress, if he could cling to her, he wouldn't need to work hard for decades. Haha, we don't need to be polite with family. Xiao, you're becoming more and more beautiful. By the way, did you see your mother on this trip to the northern borders? Is she well? Yang Xiao, who smiled slightly, feeling as though the icy world around her had warmed a few degrees. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Qin. My mother is doing well. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, snorted coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Qin Chiu clan, one day, I will skin them for a coat. Uncle Qin, mind your words, there are ears everywhere. Qin Feng turned to glare at Lu Wei, who looked curious and growled. Kid, what are you staring at? Do you not understand what you should hear and what you should not? Hurry up and leave if you want to die. Lu Wei, caught off guard by the unexpected scolding, was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Feng's pent-up frustration would be directed at him, especially since he hadn't done anything. Being inexplicably scolded was something no one could tolerate. If this continued, he would indeed become a ninja turtle. He could no longer suppress his rising anger. This arrogant man seemed to take issue with him from the very beginning, as if he thought Lu Wei was easy to bully. What does it have to do with me? You're so careful about even insulting someone behind their back, yet you still brag. Lu Wei gleaned that Yang Xiao's mother had likely been persecuted by the Qin Chiu clan. Qin Feng was standing up for her, and given that Yang Xiao, who referred to him as Uncle Qin, it seemed he either had a close relationship with her mother or was her devoted admirer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way from Yunzhou to help. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned by Lu Wei's retort. He never expected that as the lord of Yunzhou City, casually reprimanding a mere guard would result in being rebuked in return. This was something he could never have imagined, though after all, in this world such things were quite normal. Strong individuals often treated the weak with disdain, whether by scolding or outright beating them, or even killing them with a single slap. Which weakling would dare to resist? Yet today he was actually scolded. Not only that, but the words struck a nerve deep within him, nearly leaving him breathless with rage. Once he regained his composure, he lost sight of maintaining his elegant demeanor and erupted in fury. You little thief, are you seeking death? How dare you speak to me like this? I will surely split you in half. Lu Wei saw that Qin Feng was about to make a move and swiftly dove behind Yang Xiao. He could talk big, but when it came to actual fighting as a first-tier novice, he probably wouldn't even withstand a single breath from a fourth-tier expert. As Qin Feng raised his hand and noticed Lu Wei hiding behind Yang Xiao, he was instantly taken aback. He had seen shamelessness before, but never to this degree. He thought he was already shameless enough, but today he truly learned that there were mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Are you still a man? Hiding behind a woman, do you have no shame? Lu Wei poked his head out from behind Yang Xiao, who looking at Qin Feng with an expression of disbelief. What face? Is face more important than life? Besides, when it comes to shamelessness, I can't compare to you. You're a fourth-tier-old man bullying a first-tier child. Oh, do you even have any dignity? Qin Feng was so enraged that he nearly exploded on the spot, the utmost in shamelessness. You dare call yourself a child? No, you little bastard, who are you calling an old man? Xiao, step aside. I must take down this little thief today. Qin Feng, a narcissist who believed himself to be the most handsome man in the world, had no idea how many treasures he had used to maintain his youthful appearance, making him look like he was in his 20s, even at the age of 50 or 60. Today someone actually called him an old man, which struck a nerve. Yang Xiao, who glared at Lu Wei, this guy was nothing but trouble. Uncle Qin, calm down, and let me explain first. Although Lu Wei was the one causing chaos, it was still her responsibility to clean up the mess. After all, she couldn't just stand by and watch Lu Wei get into trouble, and if it came to a fight, Lu Wei's fiancé wouldn't just sit back either. If a conflict arose with Qin Feng, it would only create an unknown enemy, which was not a good situation. Qin Feng, his face turning red with rage, said, Enough. Xiao, don't worry, he'll take care of this brat, and he'll compensate you with 10 better ones later. Lu Wei's face darkened even further. Damn it, this dog thing was treating him like merchandise, as if he could just offer a compensation. Uncle Qin, even if you compensated 100, it wouldn't compare to him. Yang Xiaohu suddenly spoke up. Qin Feng was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Yang Xiaohu. What did she mean? Could it be that this kid had something with Xiaohu? Lu Wei was also stunned and turned to look at Yang Xiaohu. Miss, your words are quite easily misunderstood. If I couldn't see your fondness for me, I would seriously think you had feelings for me. This woman, could she be doing this on purpose? Was she trying to make me misunderstand? Xiaohu, don't be foolish. With your qualities, there are countless options available to you. How could you possibly be interested in a mere bodyguard? If your mother found out about this, she definitely wouldn't agree. Yang Xiaohu bit her lip, a bit shy yet determined, saying, Uncle Qin, I believe my mother would agree, just like she did when she got together with my father back in the day. You? Sai, forget it, think it over on your own. The matter here is settled, and I will head back first. If you need anything, just send someone to notify me. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. After all, he was an outsider, and it was inappropriate for him to interfere. That damned kid definitely wouldn't be killed today, and it was better to leave than to hang around and feel annoyed. Yang Xiaohu nodded. All right, Uncle Qin, I'll definitely come to see you when I get to Yunzhou. Before leaving, Qin Feng shot a fierce glare at Lu Wei and then turned to leave. Lu Wei scoffed disdainfully. That old man had better watch out for a year, because in a year he would pay back the debt with interest and make his face twist in pain. Once Qin Feng was far away, Yang Xiaohu turned to Lu Wei and suddenly blushed. Let me tell you, don't think too much, or I just wanted to save you back there. Lu Wei, upon seeing Yang Xiaohu's shy demeanor, was not attracted, but instead gasped in shock. This woman has issues, definitely has big issues. What is she really after? Looking at her coldly diminished fondness, and then at her blushing shy expression, Lu Wei felt a chill run down his spine. Rest assured, I definitely won't overthink it, Lu Wei vowed earnestly. If it weren't for the system, he would have been played like a fool. With this woman's beauty and temperament, if she wanted to play with people, it would be something unimaginable. Yang Xiaohu's expression stiffened. Did you really not think too much? Could it be that I wasn't obvious enough? I have no experience in this area. Should I find someone to ask for advice? Just as Yang Xiaohu's thoughts were in disarray, Lu Wei continued. Well, miss, since the matter is settled, shouldn't you head back? Yang Xiaohu's face darkened. This dog thing was truly ungrateful. She had just saved him, and now he was turning her away. Although Yang Xiaohu was furious inside, she maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. No need, I think it's nice here. If you want to stay, then stay as long as you like. Lu Wei nodded without insisting. Then Lu Wei turned and shouted in the direction of the Zhou family. Lu Ruyan him back. Let's move, we've got a big cart. If you're going to stay, I'll take your big cart instead. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu's eyes widened. This guy was simply too infuriating. Lu Wei ultimately could not stay in the big carriage because Yang Xiaohu returned. Fortunately, he managed to retrieve his own carriage. With everything settled, it seemed there was nothing more to do, and he was ready to start his cultivation in peace. With ample pills in hand, Lu Wei planned to cultivate 3 methods simultaneously. Whether it was the basic body refinement technique, dragon elephant suppression technique, or jade bone golden body manual, Lu Wei intended to spare none of these 3. Basic body refinement technique improves quickly, enhancing strength, while also earning attribute points. Dragon elephant suppression technique and jade bone golden body manual not only strengthen power, but also lay a solid foundation preparing for the Qi gathering realm. Moreover, these 2 techniques would be the source of his confidence in fighting above his level. With a system in place, Lu Wei naturally did not intend to cultivate step by step. He aimed for dual cultivation of body and technique. Meanwhile, in the North Domain Sword Spirit Prefecture, it was the hottest time of day, with the 2 suns in the sky dazzling enough to make one dizzy. 3 silhouettes flew swiftly across the sky and landed outside Sword Spirit City. Senior brother, we've only been out for less than a day, and we haven't even left the sect's territory yet, and you want to rest. The speaker was a young woman around 20 years old, dressed in a light blue dress with a beautiful face and a lively demeanor. Beside her were 2 young men, one with disheveled hair, a sword at his waist, holding a wine jug and occasionally taking a swig, exuding a carefree attitude. The other was more formal, dressed in a blue robe, holding a long sword with his hair tied high, handsome features and a proud gaze. The eldest brother took a sip of wine and wiped his mouth. It's not easy to get out, so we should explore properly. There's still plenty of time. The young woman sighed. Senior brother, the junior sister is alone outside and might encounter danger. Let's bring her back first, and then you can play however you want. If anything happens to the junior sister, Master will not spare us 3. At the mention of Master, the eldest brother visibly shuddered. All right, let me finish this jug of wine, and we'll set off. Meanwhile, in the northern part of Yunzhou, a massive horde of beasts rushed towards Yunzhou. From a distance, it appeared as a dark mass with no end in sight, and the swirling snowflakes made it seem as if a blizzard had struck. Though the beasts had good stamina, it was not infinite. They needed rest at night. Moreover, prolonged running would exhaust them, necessitating food for replenishment. However, they did not carry supplies and could only search for food while on the move. With so many beasts, satisfying their consumption needs was no easy feat. Thus they had another method to eat their own kind. Out of the hundreds of thousands of beasts, only 20 to 30,000 would survive by the time they reached Yunzhou. That night heavy snow fell, but the temperature was unusually warmer. As they got closer to Yunzhou, the temperature began to rise gradually. Some of the accumulated snow on the ground had melted, revealing dark soil. By the time they reached Yunzhou, it would be spring with flowers blooming. Lu Wei and the others had just set up their tent when they noticed that the Zhou family's carriage was parked uncharacteristically close. Or rather, Zhou Muxu's carriage was closer than usual. At first, Lu Wei didn't think much of it, assuming that Zhou Yuanshan was just worried about Zhou Mushua's safety. Later he realized it didn't seem to be the case, as the young lady Yang Ziya's carriage had also moved closer. What does this mean? Am I really this popular now? However, he couldn't dwell on this. With little going on, he needed to seize the time for cultivation. The basic body refinement technique and dragon elephant suppression technique both had corresponding movements that required outdoor practice. The Jade Bone Golden Body Manual relied on mental strength to transport qi and blood, requiring only specific postures for meditation. In the following days, Lu Wei focused solely on cultivation, not neglecting martial skills or cultivation level, organizing his time meticulously without allowing himself to relax for a moment. In this world, the principle of survival of the fittest was vividly displayed. To secure his own survival, he needed to possess formidable cultivation. For days later, just after midnight, Lu Wei handed a dagger to Lu Rian. Ding, the system has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding, congratulations to the host. The system has been upgraded to level 4. This upgrade rewards 5 free attribute points, opens the skill practice space function, increases the number of bound individuals by 1, and the refund opportunity has been refreshed. Host Lu Wei. Age 18. Root bone 80. Comprehension 59. Physique 270,270. Vitality 270,270. Mental 1,515. Cultivation method. Body refinement technique proficient 160,300. Yellow level beginner. Dragon elephant suppression technique entry 201000. Earth level intermediate. Jade bone golden body sacred text entry 203,000. Heaven level beginner. Martial skills. Breath control technique entry 53,000. Spirit level low. Killing fist proficient 0300. Yellow level low. 3/blade minor achievement 150-1200. Yellow level intermediate. Cultivation level. Yellow level bone refinement stage I987-1000. 1 elephant stage 501,000. Glazed golden skin stage 201-0000. Free attributes 5. System level 4025. Bound targets 44. Lu Xiaoxiao click to expand. Lu Rian click to expand. Zhou Mushue click to expand. Bilinger click to expand. For the past 4 days, Lu Wei had not encountered any special opportunities, merely following a steady routine of cultivation. Fortunately, with high-grade body refinement pills and sufficient vitality pills, his cultivation speed was quite satisfactory. He would soon break through to the next realm. However, this was not Lu Wei's greatest gain. His greatest discovery was realizing another powerful aspect of the Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Text. That is, each time he practiced this method, not only did his progress increase by 1 point, but both his vitality and physique would also increase by 1 point. This revelation filled Lu Wei with joy. It seemed he had underestimated the potential of heaven-level techniques. Although this technique was difficult to practice and consumed a lot of mental energy, Lu Wei was almost suffering from a fear of insufficient mental energy these past few days. On average, practicing once consumed 2 points of mental energy, making it quite taxing. However, the benefits were substantial. After each practice session, both his physique and vitality would increase by 1 point. According to the first layer's requirement of 100 proficiency points completing, it would grant a boost of 100 to both physique and vitality, which was simply astonishing. Nonetheless, completing the first layer was not so easy. He could currently practice the technique about 5 times a day, any more, and his mental energy would be insufficient. Thus, Lu Wei decided to allocate the 5 attribute points he obtained this time entirely to mental energy, striving for an early breakthrough to full mastery of the first layer. At that time, with the first layer of the Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Text perfected, along with the power of the 1 elephant from the Dragon Elephant Suppression technique, he would be able to crush even those at the 4th realm with pure physical strength. That scoundrel Qin Feng must have his face twisted. Oh, let's see how he continues to act so cocky. This upgrade, in addition to the 5 attribute points, also brought an additional new reward. Skill Training Space. Lu Wei opened the introduction of this skill training space. It was a built-in space provided by the system with only one purpose for skill training. The usage method was also quite simple. First, using this space was not free and required a certain cost to activate. Once the space was activated, the host consciousness would project into it. In this space, various weapons and items could be manifested for skill training. No matter how long the consciousness projection trained in the space, only an instant would pass outside. Seeing this introduction, Lu Wei was overjoyed. This space was incredibly useful. Although he could only train skills and could not gain real combat experience or practice cultivation methods, the most precious aspect was that it consumed no time. Currently, Lu Wei's cultivation was limited not only by insufficient mental energy, but also by a lack of time. Practicing the Jade Bone Golden Body sacred text 5 times basically consumed an entire night. Moreover, adding the basic body refinement technique and dragon elephant suppression technique, there was hardly any time left in the day. He simply could not find time to practice martial skills. Without powerful martial skills to support him, it was utterly impossible to fight above his level. With this space, he no longer needed to worry about time. With that thought in mind, Lu Wei eagerly prepared to open the skill training space for an experience. However, upon seeing the cost to activate the space, Lu Wei's expression darkened. 1 or 2 silver coins per minute. What can be accomplished in a minute? Lu Wei rummaged through his belongings, and all the cash combined barely amounted to over 200 taels. 200 minutes, a little over 3 hours, seems to have little effect. As for those swords and daggers, they haven't been sold yet, so they can't be used as silver. Lu Wei frowned and pondered how to earn some money. Who is the wealthiest person in the entire caravan? Without a doubt, it must be that rich lady Yang Xiaohu. But how could he earn money from her? After some thought, Lu Wei seemed to have a way to give it a try. However, before that, he needed to bind the extra quota. As for whom to bind, Lu Wei had long decided on the hidden big boss with the highest return rate. Once bound to her, not only would he receive a 50-fold return, but crucially, her cultivation was high, and there were no gifting restrictions. For instance, the Qi blood pill can only be effectively returned once for Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Rian together. However, for Bilinger, he could gift her an entire bottle without issue, because the Qi blood pill is practically nothing for a 7th realm great demon. After several days of effort, Lu Wei had raised Bilinger's favorability to 35, and her rating had reached 89. He only needed to increase the favorability by 5 points to achieve a rating of 90. At that point, he would achieve a 50-fold return. If he gifted her 1 bottle of Qi blood pill, he would receive back 50 bottles. Just imagining, it was quite satisfying. Then he could sell the returned Qi blood pills to Yang Xiaohu, solving the silver issue right. However, Lu Wei was temporarily hesitant about whether he should sell the items to Yang Xiaohu. He was certain that this woman was eyeing his secrets. If he presented a pile of Qi blood pills with an unexplainable origin, it would undoubtedly arouse her suspicion. Lu Wei certainly did not want this woman to know too much. Her schemes were too deep, and her cultivation was formidable, making her quite difficult to deal with. Of course, the skill practice space could be opened with silver, gold, or spirit stones. However, Lu Wei had none of those. Suddenly, Lu Wei remembered something and quickly got up to fetch a small box from the corner of the carriage tent. This box was given to him by Zhou Yuanshan. According to Zhou Yuanshan, it contained a portion of the Zhou family's assets. Since it was family property, it must be silver or something similar. He happened to be short on money right now, so using a little should be fine, right? Regardless of whether he needed it, he might as well take a look. Lu Wei easily opened the box using the password. After seeing what was inside, Lu Wei frowned. It was a stack of papers and a book. He initially thought the stack of papers might be silver notes. But after looking closely, his face darkened. Zhou Poppy truly lived up to his name. He spoke beautifully, but when it came time to take out money, it was indeed not so easy. The stack of papers consisted of various land deeds. If they were ordinary land deeds, they could be worth quite a bit. The key issue was that these deeds were from Yongzhou City, which had become a paradise for demon beasts, making them utterly useless. This Zhou Poppy, he thought he had changed, but it turned out his true nature hadn't changed at all. Since that's the case, don't blame me, then he. The next morning, Lu Wei took 2 bottles of pills and headed to the Zhou family. The Zhou family was already accustomed to Lu Wei's visits and didn't find it surprising. These days, Lu Wei frequently came by, especially in the mornings, to bring something for Zhou Muxue. Such actions not only won the favor of the Zhou family, but also made Zhou Muxue feel touched and sweet. Zhou Muxue had transformed from being shy at the beginning to being much more natural now. Seeing Lu Wei approach, she smiled and greeted him. Come sit for a while, we'll be having a meal soon. Lu Wei nodded and didn't stand on ceremony, finding a place to sit down. Madame Zhou Bilinger asked with a smile, how has your practice been these days? Are you tired? Everyone could see Lu Wei's dedication to training. He was practically neglecting sleep and food. Lu Wei smiled and shook his head, saying, not tired. With Muxue accompanying me, I don't feel tired at all. Zhou Muxue's pretty face turned slightly pink as she softly scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? How shameless. Madame Zhou felt as if she had been fed a mouthful of dog food, her mouth twitching. Sigh, it seems I, this old woman, am a bit superfluous here. However, don't go too far. Once you get to Yunzhou City and have your wedding, you can be as affectionate as you want and no one will mind. For now, at least consider others' feelings all right. Oh dear mother. Zhou Muxue felt so embarrassed she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Today I owe a chapter, I'll make it up tomorrow. Also, I've finished dealing with miscellaneous matters, and regular updates will resume at 4 chapters tomorrow. Lu Wei smiled and said, Auntie, you don't look old at all. Walking on the street with Mu Shui, people would think you are her sister. Madame Zhou Linger immediately laughed out loud upon hearing this. Hee hee, you little rascal, you are the best at flattering people with such a sweet tongue. Which woman doesn't like to be praised? Especially for Linger, a woman in her hundreds being complimented on her youth truly scratched an itch. Ding, Linger's favorability towards you has increased by 5 points. Lu Wei was delighted. These 5 points of favorability were extremely important. Without them, he would only receive a 20-fold return. With these 5 points, it directly turned into a 50-fold return. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wei took out a bottle of qi blood pills and placed it in front of Madame Zhou. Auntie, this is a bottle of pills for replenishing qi and blood. You have worked hard for this family recently, and now with everything being tight, if anything happens to your health, we as juniors won't be able to make up for it no matter how we try. Please accept this pill. Take 1 a day to replenish your qi and blood. It is also a token of filial piety from me and Mu Shui, and I hope you won't dislike it. Lu Wei's words were heartfelt and reasonable, and they even included Zhou Muxue. Even if Madame Zhou wanted to decline, she couldn't find the words and had no choice but to accept. You really have a way with words. Fine, I will accept your kind intention, but you mustn't send me anything in the future. Ding, the host has gifted Linger 50 qi blood pills, triggering a 50-fold return, gaining 500 points of qi and blood. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Wei was overjoyed. It was indeed feasible. Linger was a 7th grade demon, and gifting her 50 qi blood pills actually resulted in a full return. This bottle of qi blood pills was not an ordinary one, but a large-sized one. Lu Wei packed all his remaining qi blood pills into it, except for a few scattered ones. He just wanted to see if he could get a return, and now it had indeed succeeded. Moreover, the return was qi and blood, not just the pills. This was a huge profit. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Wei said, This is what I should do. You can't take away my opportunity to be filial. Having been without parents since childhood, I have always wanted the chance to be filial to an elder and enjoy the joy of familial love. You must fulfill this wish of mine. As soon as Lu Wei finished speaking, he felt a surge of heat throughout his body, and his qi and blood surged wildly. Suddenly, 2 streams of blood gushed from his nostrils. This sudden change startled everyone. Zhou Muxue stood up in panic and grabbed Lu Wei's wrist. What happened to you? Did you have an issue while practicing? Saying this, she couldn't be bothered to hide her own cultivation level. Her spiritual power entered Lu Wei's body to investigate. Upon investigation, she was shocked. The qi and blood within Lu Wei's body were abnormally agitated and extremely vast. Even compared to an average 2nd grade warrior, it was not lacking. This was simply unreasonable. How could a 1st grade warrior possess so much qi and blood power? The key was that this qi and blood power did not seem foreign, or rather it was inherent to him. Lu Wei naturally knew the reason. A sudden increase of 500 points of qi and blood would be strange if it didn't cause agitation. Seeing Zhou Muxue's concerned and flustered expression, Lu Wei hurriedly comforted her. It's fine, it's fine. I just have a bit too much heat recently. They'll practice a couple of times, and it will be all right. I want to eat, you all eat. I will go back to practice first. Although Zhou Muxue felt a bit uneasy, she also understood that Lu Wei was fine. He just had a bit too much qi and blood, and it would be all right after some consumption. After leaving the Zhou residence, Lu Wei went straight back to his carriage to begin practicing the Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Classic. This technique consumed a lot of qi and blood, and each time he practiced it required a significant amount. If it weren't for Lu Wei having enough qi blood pills, he wouldn't be able to sustain such practice. With the enhancement of his mental power combined with sufficient qi and blood, Lu Wei practiced the Jade Bone Golden Body Sacred Classic twice, with remarkable smoothness, and the effects were very evident. The agitated qi and blood calmed down significantly, at least the symptom of his nose bleeding continuously was gone. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, who had just gotten up not long ago, and was preparing to wash up when she suddenly seemed to remember something, and turned to instruct Xiao, Bai, go call Lu Wei for me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of gloomy resentment. This Lu Wei was a sworn enemy of her little Lin. Now he had gained the attention of the young lady, and even broke many firsts for her. If this continues, her little Lin would have no chance. No, she had to find a way to ruin Lu Wei's impression in the young lattice's eyes to make her dislike him and stay away from him. Suddenly looking down at the young lattice-clothed Xiao Bai, he came up with a plan. On the other side, Lu Wei felt that his qi and blood had been temporarily suppressed, and he breathed a sigh of relief remembering the treasure chest he had opened, which contained some useless land deeds and a book. The book was titled Travel Journal of the Continent, a travelogue by a traveler recounting his experiences across the continent. It recorded various places, local customs, cultural habits, and some strange tales. Lu Wei flipped through the book. Briefly, it was still somewhat useful to him. At least it gave him a basic understanding of this world. Thus Lu Wei decided not to practice this morning, opting for a balance of work and rest while also reading the book. Just as he started reading, a small hand reached out. A small hand snatched his book away, leaving Lu Wei with no choice but to chuckle helplessly. Let me see what you're so engrossed in that you can't hear me calling you. Lu Xiaoxiao curiously opened the book, pretending to read. Lu Wei teased, what are you looking at? Can you even read? In their village there was only one old man with barely a few teeth left who recognized some characters. The illiteracy rate was 99.9%. If Lu Wei hadn't later discovered that the writing in this world was basically the same as in his original world, he too would have become illiterate. In his spare time, he would teach Lu Xiaoxiao a few characters. However, this girl was too playful and never studied properly, unable to recognize even the simplest characters. When Lu Xiaoxiao heard this, she retorted, of course I can recognize them. Even if there are some I don't know, I can always ask someone else. All right, you go ahead and read. He'll go practice. Lu Wei dismissed her as just a curious child who would lose interest soon. Besides, looking at such books could broaden his horizons, and Lu Wei was happy to do so. Just as he was about to get off the carriage to practice, a system notification dinged, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ding. Host has triggered a 10x return for the gifted book travelogue of the continent to Lu Xiaoxiao, obtaining notes of a powerful cultivator stored in the system space. Please remember to collect it. Upon hearing the system's alert, Lu Wei recalled that the little girl hadn't yet used her return opportunity today. The book he had just given her counted as using that opportunity. He hadn't expected to receive notes of a powerful cultivator in return, and he hurriedly retrieved it, intending to take a look. However, as soon as he extracted it, a rush of immense information flooded into his mind. After a while, once the information transmission was complete, Lu Wei felt dizzy. Various images played in his mind, as if they were his own experiences. This notebook contained the notes of a powerful cultivator. For Lu Wei, it was of utmost importance. The contents recorded within were precisely what he lacked: fundamental knowledge of cultivation. Although the book did not contain any techniques or martial skills, it provided insights, experiences, and some secrets of the cultivation world, including a different understanding of cultivation realms from what his master had told him. The highest realm in the cultivation world was not merely the 5 realms of golden core, there were many more levels beyond that. In fact, Lu Wei had already sensed this, as Bai Linger was a 7-realm demon king. Moreover, she had been severely injured, which indicated that there were realms higher than the 7th. Since the demon race had demon kings with such high cultivation, humans surely couldn't be far behind, otherwise they wouldn't occupy the prosperous central region and would have been completely devoured by demons. However, although Lu Wei had speculated earlier, he had no idea how the realms were divided beyond the 5 realms. Now, with the notes of a powerful cultivator, he not only had a grasp of the cultivation world, but also learned many secrets that few knew. He learned that the realms after the 5 realms of golden core were respectively the 6th realm of eternal realm, the 7th realm of soul realm, the 8th realm of true person realm, the 9th realm of tribulation realm, and the 10th realm of void realm. It is said that beyond the 10th realm lies the 11th realm, which would break the shackles of the world, allowing one to traverse the void and travel through the myriad realms. As for its authenticity, no one knows. Even the powerful cultivator who left this notebook only had a vague understanding of it. Through this notebook, Lu Wei understood Bai Linger's current state. Based on her realm, she should have reached the state of indestructible soul. At this realm, even if the body is destroyed, the soul can survive. It is even possible to restore her original realm. However, the conditions are extremely harsh. Firstly, she must find a host of the same gender, and the various conditions of the body must match perfectly. Secondly, the host must be in a state of weak soul. A healthy person's soul cannot serve as a host, as the spiritual fire of the human body cannot be extinguished, making it impossible for an ordinary soul to approach. Most importantly, and this is the most stringent condition, the host must be completely willing to be a host. Forced fusion is likely to lead to mental breakdown and soul fragmentation. Even if forced fusion is successful, the soul will be damaged and unable to cultivate again. Individuals like Bai Linger who can successfully fuse are extremely rare. In addition, there are other methods that can allow the soul to survive long-term. This involves temporarily residing in special treasures such as rare materials to slowly nurture the soul until one day a suitable host is found, or refining a suitable body using heaven and earth spiritual treasures. In any case, wanting to be reborn is not simple. Every step is incredibly difficult. Lu Wei did not know how Bai Linger had succeeded, but if he ever had the chance, he would like to learn more. After all, Madame Zhou is the mother of his little wife, and he cannot stand idly by. At this moment, Bai Linger is at her weakest. As long as someone has a higher cultivation than her, they could easily kill her. Therefore, there is no need to worry about her suddenly going on a killing spree. Of course, if she were pushed to the point of self-exploding her soul, that would be extremely frightening. Lu Wei was also pondering what to do about this matter, whether to tell his little wife and for a moment he was uncertain. Temporarily setting this matter aside, Lu Wei continued to examine the notebook. The knowledge inside truly opened his eyes, stirring his emotions. He also witnessed the cruelty and excitement of the cultivation world, the vastness and grandeur of this world. Suddenly Lu Wei was attracted by a piece of information. There was a keyword: half-demon body. The half-demon body, a constitution that is both powerful and useless. It is deemed powerful because with good fortune one might possess an extraordinary innate talent destined to become a formidable force as long as they do not perish prematurely. Once there was a powerful half-demon body in the cultivation world who reached the 8th realm in just 300 years, traversing the landscape with few rivals. However, due to a tragic childhood, he found no refuge among either the human realm or the demon clan. This led to him developing a volatile temperament filled with deep-seated hatred, often slaughtering both humans and demons. In the end, he was jointly suppressed by the formidable beings of both races and disappeared from the world. The half-demon body also has a notoriously unreasonable aspect. Its innate talent can be enhanced. This talent is considered defiant against the heavens, one that neither the demon clan nor the human clan possesses. However, achieving this is not simple. It is something that ordinary people cannot accomplish. Logically, since the half-demon body is so powerful, there should be those among the human and demon races who would seek ways to cultivate such a constitution. After all, wherever there are benefits to be gained, countless people will flock to it. Indeed, there was a time when many in the cultivation world secretly attempted to cultivate the half-demon body. Some even resorted to forbidden techniques, conducting research through cruel methods. There were also open alliances between demon and human forces, all in pursuit of obtaining a powerful half-demon body. However, after many years, everyone realized that obtaining a strong half-demon body was fundamentally impossible. Almost all offspring resulting from the union of humans and demons had mediocre talents. Many were even strange aberrations with uncontrollable and violent tempers. However, many are unaware that there was a brilliant researcher who truly succeeded in creating a powerful half-demon bloodline. As a result, perhaps this method should never have existed in the world, and the cultivator who discovered it soon met with a treacherous end. This method vanished without a trace. By chance, the owner of this secret scroll obtained it. When Lu Wei saw this, an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up within him, causing a chill to run down his spine. The first person to discover the method died, and the second who obtained the secret technique also vanished without a trace. Could it be that this secret truly holds significant consequences and a profound fate? Otherwise, why would it lead to such unfortunate ends? Now that this method had fallen into his hands, he wondered if it would also bring about some unexpected calamity. His small frame could hardly withstand it. Just as Lu Wei pondered how to forget this method, he heard a maid of Yang Xiao, who come to report, asking him to come over. With no choice, Lu Wei, having received money to be at their service, could only go over to see what was happening. Upon reaching the carriage, Lu Wei saw Xiao Bai waiting outside. Before he could speak Xiao Bai, he said, "The young lady wants you to come in. She is in a bad mood today, so don't say anything inappropriate once you are inside." Bad mood? Could it be that she is on her period? Lu Wei thought little of it, and directly boarded the carriage, entering inside. Yang Xiaohu's carriage was quite large, comparable to a regular room. The horses pulling the carriage were all exceptional steeds with demon beast bloodlines, not only fast and strong, but also possessing incredible endurance. So despite being just a carriage, it was well equipped. Inside the carriage there was a bedroom, a bathroom, and several wardrobes and bookshelves. Of course, the bathroom couldn't be too large, only about 10 square meters, with a bathing tub and a toilet, leaving little extra space. In the past few days, Lu Wei had come here several times. Yang Xiao, who called him over not to make him do anything, but just to have him stand by. Even if he wanted to do something, Yang Xiao who would not interfere as long as he stayed within sight. As for what Yang Xiao who was plotting, Lu Wei had already sensed it. Therefore, every time he came, he did not display any unusual behavior, even refraining from practicing his cultivation techniques, instead secretly practicing the concealment technique. After all, the concealment technique only required the use of spiritual power for cultivation, and no matter how high Yang Xiaohu's cultivation was, she would not be able to detect what he was doing. Lu Wei thought that this time, like usual, he was called over merely for observation. Thus, after boarding the carriage, he directly walked into the compartment. The compartment of this carriage was not only spacious, but also had a considerable height. At least after Lu Wei entered, he did not need to bend down. Upon entering, Lu Wei did not see Yang Xiaohu and wondered why she had called him over and where she had gone. Then he heard Yang Xiaohu's voice from the bathroom, saying, "Come in for a moment." Go in. Is this convenient? No, this woman must have some scheme. Could she be trying to set a trap for me? What a joke. Do you think I don't know this trick? I won't fall for it, determinately refusing to move. Did you not hear me calling you? The voice from the bathroom carried a hint of annoyance. Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat. This woman was simply too much. Not only was she not coming out, but she was also forcing him. So what if she had high cultivation? Fine high cultivation is indeed impressive, and one must bow their head under the eaves. Lu Wei had no choice but to rise and head toward the bathroom. Though his mind was racing with thoughts he could only mockingly ponder in his heart. Lu Wei understood that a young lady of Yang Xiaohu's noble status would not resort to such lowly tactics against him. The reason she called him in was likely for something important, as she could not possibly intend to take advantage of him. However, Lu Wei could never have anticipated that things would turn out this way. He hesitated for a long time before entering, just as he stepped inside Yang Xiao, who was rising from the bathing tub preparing to dress. Originally, she had planned to call Xiao Bai He in to assist her with dressing. However, after calling a couple of times and receiving no response, she thought Xiao Bai He had gone out. Unexpectedly, just at that moment the bathroom door was pushed open. The two of them locked eyes, and the air became suddenly still. With a soft poochie, Lu Wei's eyes nearly popped out as the blood he had just managed to suppress surged forth once more. 2 streams of blood gushed from his nose, shooting several meters away. Yang Xiaohu swiftly dove back into the wooden tub, her face flushed and steaming with anger, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at the bleeding Lu Wei. "What did you come in here for?" Lu Wei, looking aggrieved, replied, "But didn't you ask me to come in? I thought you had something important to discuss." Yang Xiaohu, exasperated, pointed a trembling hand at the door. "Close the door." Oh, Lu Wei obediently closed the door and lowered his head, his eyes darting around mischievously. "What the heck is there black lace in this world too? Huh, what is that? Black stockings. Why is there only one? Get out." Yang Xiaohu nearly exploded with rage. If it weren't for wanting to extract his secrets combined with the fact that he had a powerful and mysterious fiancé, she would have loved nothing more than to slap him away. "Fine, I'll leave if that's what you want, such a petty person," Lu Wei muttered softly as he turned to exit, his mind still filled with the image of the radiant light from moments ago. What a good person, truly a living bodhisattva. Yang Xiaohu took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to kill, reminding herself to consider the bigger picture and not to get angry. She must find a way to break the shackles of her bloodline and enhance her qualifications, proving to those people that the half-demon bloodline is equally powerful. Her mother would no longer have to suffer. After calming down for a moment, Yang Xiaohu stepped out of the tub. In that instant, the dimly lit bathroom seemed to brighten a little. Dressed Yang Xiaohu entered the outer room, her expression restored to calm, as if nothing had just happened. However, when she saw Lu Wei's crafty eyes darting around, her previously suppressed anger flared up again. No way. She couldn't let this insult go unpunished. Taking a silent grievance was not her style. "So what do you think we should do about this?" Yang Xiaohu fixed her gaze on Lu Wei, her tone icy as she questioned him. Lu Wei wore an innocent expression. "What should we do? It wasn't intentional. You asked me to come in. You then told me to come out. Have you considered my feelings in this back and forth? It's exhausting." Yang Xiaohu felt more aggrieved than she had ever felt in her life. Trying to force him. He had someone backing him. Trying to be soft. This guy was too cunning, he wouldn't fall for it. She knew Lu Wei was aware that she wanted to pry into his secrets, which was why he was being so cautious. Since both parties were aware of the underlying tension, Yang Xiaohu decided to be forthright and have an open discussion with Lu Wei. "Today, if you don't give me an explanation, you won't be leaving this room." Yang Xiaohu's beautiful eyes were filled with cold intent, exuding a killing aura. She was not the type of delicate girl to irrationally fall head over heels for a man. Nor would she insist on marrying Lu Wei just because he had seen something he shouldn't have. Anyone who truly understood her knew she was a shrewd, ruthless woman. Lu Wei was also aware that this woman, though stunningly beautiful, had a very cold heart. Her feelings towards him had remained unchanged throughout these days. Even Bai Linger, a 7th realm demon king, had been softened by his charm, and her favorability had begun to rise. Yet this woman's heart seemed to grow harder with every attempt. Seeing Yang Xiaohu's murderous intent, Lu Wei became serious. Today he might really not be able to leave this room. However, as afraid as he was, Lu Wei wasn't overly concerned, for he had his little wife supporting him. Thus he looked at Yang Xiaohu with an indifferent expression and directly asked, "So what do you want?" "If I can do it, I don't mind making a deal with you. If not, let's see whose life is tougher. I need your help with something." Yang Xiaohu stated directly. "What do you need help with?" Lu Wei was a bit surprised. Could this woman really have something for him to assist with? Yang Xiaohu fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to articulate the matter. "Before discussing this matter, let me tell you 2 stories. Yang Xiaohu hadn't started speaking when Lu Wei directly waved his hand to interrupt, saying, "Stop, I don't have time to listen to your stories, my time is precious, just get to the point." Yang Xiaohu paused, took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, I'll get straight to the point. I want you to help me enhance my aptitude and accelerate my cultivation speed." Hearing this, Lu Wei feigned an expression of great surprise. "Enhance your aptitude? Miss, you have too much confidence in me, don't you? As a martial artist who hasn't even reached the peak of the 1st realm, how could I possibly have that ability?" Yang Xiaohu remained remarkably calm and said, "You don't need to deceive me. You mentioned that you are a 1st realm martial artist, to be precise, a martial artist on the verge of breaking through to the 5 organs, returning to the core stage. However, as far as I know, the total time you have spent cultivating is no more than 20 days. 20 days starting from having no foundation at all to reaching the 5th rank of body refining. How did you manage that? Even the core disciples of legendary great sects or the heirs of prominent families raised with countless heavenly treasures could not achieve this level. Yet you, an ordinary boy from a mountain village, have done it. How do you explain that? Crucially, your aptitude has transformed from being merely average at the start to now being considered a genius in just 20 days. How do you account for that? As Yang Xiao, who spoke, her gaze was piercingly focused on Lu Wei as if she were trying to see through him. Upon hearing her words, Lu Wei finally confirmed his suspicions. This woman had been observing him from the very beginning. Such matters are unavoidable. Unless one reveals no strength at all, it is inevitable to attract the attention of the watchful. Moreover, this woman had a keen eye and a meticulous mind. It would be impossible to deceive her. Nonetheless, Lu Wei was not one to give up easily and still planned to struggle a bit. Haven't I already said? The reason I cultivate so quickly is that I ate a red fruit. This time it was Yang Xiao who interrupted Lu Wei. Enough. Such words might fool someone like Luo Yin, but they won't fool me. Speak, will you help or not? With a sigh of resignation, Lu Wei replied, all right, since you know, I won't hide it from you. I do have a way to help you. Had it been before today, Lu Wei genuinely had no method, but now he truly had a solution. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Yang Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly asked, what is it? Lu Wei looked at her as if she were foolish. Do you think I would casually tell you such an important matter? Yang Xiao's expression gradually turned calm, her mind settling down. What he said was correct. Such a method would not be casually disclosed by anyone who possesses it. Tell me, what do you want? For this method, she was willing to pay any price. Lu Wei chuckled. Anything I want you will provide. As long as I have it, Yang Xiao, who replied nonchalantly. I want all the wealth of the Yang family. Sure. Yang Xiao, who replied without a moment's hesitation, as if agreeing to a mere sum of silver. Now it was Lu Wei's turn to be surprised. He knew that the Yang family was a significant clan, who previously they had been considered a prominent family in the chaotic lands. The wealth among them was unimaginable, and they possessed many secret techniques for cultivation. Did Yang Xiao who really agree so easily? Surely she couldn't have misheard. Not feeling reassured, he asked again, what I mean is I want all of the Yang family's wealth and secret techniques. Are you sure you agree? In truth, when he made this request, he had not expected Yang Xiao to agree. It was a tactic of asking for a sky-high price and settling for something reasonable. But unexpectedly, Yang Xiao actually agreed. Yang Xiao's expression remained calm and unperturbed. I understand. I agree to your terms. As long as you can help me enhance my aptitude, I wouldn't mind giving you the entire Yang family. If you don't believe me, I can help you acquire the Yang family first, and then you can help me enhance my aptitude. Indeed, the wealth of the Yang family was vast, but for Yang Xiao, these things were merely external possessions. She had never attached much importance to them. The reason she wanted to control the entire Yang family was merely to secure resources for her cultivation. As long as she could save her mother, what did all that wealth matter? If she desired, earning even more wealth would be effortless. Lu Wei was also taken aback by Yang Xiao's decisiveness. He truly found this woman hard to fathom. However, this deal was indeed advantageous, and Lu Wei naturally would not let such an opportunity slip by. Not only could he gain the entire Yang family, but he could also acquire Yang Xiao, a tremendous asset. All right, it's settled. To help you break the bloodline restrictions of your half-demon body, I will need to prepare more resources. The key point is that you must be ready to sacrifice some things. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's previously calm expression suddenly changed. Yang Xiao suddenly stood up, her eyes fixed on Lu Wei, a fierce glint exposing her thoughts. How do you know I'm a half-demon? This matter is known only to her parents and a few elders. Even within her family, few are aware. How does Lu Wei know? This inevitably made her think further. Lu Wei felt a sense of panic inside, but on the surface he remained dismissive. If I didn't know what your physique was, how could I dare guarantee helping you break through the bloodline restrictions and enhance your foundation? What kind of person are you? Yang Xiao stared at Lu Wei, her eyes filled with vigilance. She increasingly felt that this person was far too mysterious, as if he harbored countless unknowns. She had thought she understood him well enough, but now it seemed that those were merely things he wanted her to know. Lu Wei stood up, stretched, and chuckled, saying, you don't need to concern yourself with who I am. It has nothing to do with you. All you need to know is that I can help you break the bloodline restrictions and grant you a foundation that progresses rapidly. Your comprehension is strong. Even compared to some top talents, you are only superior, not inferior. Unfortunately, your cultivation is limited by your foundation, or rather by your bloodline. Once the restrictions are lifted with your accumulation, you will surely be able to achieve rapid progress in your cultivation. However, to break this restriction, the sacrifices you must make are not small. You need to be mentally prepared. Yang Xiao's heart trembled at these words, sensing an ominous premonition. On the surface, she remained calm, saying, as long as I have it, I can give it all up. Does that include you? Lu Wei boldly gazed at Yang Xiaohu. Yang Ziya's heart skipped a beat. Her worst fears were coming true. She knew her own allure well, no man could resist it. It was inevitable that this guy would have some designs on her. Seeing Yang Ziya's expression shift, Lu Wei hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I admit you are beautiful, the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. But if I truly liked you, I would pursue you through honorable means. Although I, Lu Wei, am not a good person, I would never threaten a woman to get what I want. The reason I have this request is because there is a crucial element in the secret method. If you can find someone with a pure yang body for cultivation, I have no objections." Yang Xiaohu fixed her gaze on Lu Wei, wanting to ascertain the truth behind his words. After a long while, she coldly replied, "It's fine, I'll just assume I'm being haunted by a ghost, but let me make one thing clear. If you deceive me and fail to enhance my foundation, I swear that even if my soul disperses, I will drag you down to hell with me." Lu Wei shrugged, saying, "Rest assured, I know you are at the peak of the condensation realm, and your comprehension is so high that your martial skills must have reached a very high level, right? Facing an ordinary person, even fighting above your level, wouldn't be an issue. I wouldn't dare deceive someone of such great skill." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu could no longer maintain her calm demeanor, staring at Lu Wei in shock. How on earth did this guy know such secretive matters? She carried a treasure given to her by her mother which served to conceal her cultivation. With this treasure, unless someone was several major realms above her, it would be impossible to discover her true cultivation. More critically, he even knew her comprehension was high and inferred the level of her martial skills. Lu Wei was not wrong. Yang Ziya's martial skills were indeed very high, with several techniques reaching the perfect realm and even one technique attaining the master level. Let alone ordinary martial artists, even some prodigies would find it hard to reach such a level. Just know this, don't think that having a fiancé in the fourth realm allows you to do as you please. If it comes to a fight, I won't be afraid." Yang Xiaohu warned with a hint of pride. Lu Wei nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, you are formidable. Bring me paper and pen, there are some materials you need to prepare." Yang Xiaohu said nothing further, turning to retrieve paper and pen and handing them to Lu Wei. Lu Wei wrote down the materials one by one from his memory. In no time, he finished writing and handed the list to Yang Xiaohu. "Prepare according to this list." Yang Xiaohu glanced at the list and immediately frowned. Jui Fengtang, San Kai Lingmu Qing Feng Xianghui Tier, 3 Linghu blood, and so many beast bone marrow. These items, although not extremely precious, include some that are quite rare and hard to find. With dozens of scattered materials, gathering them all is no small task. However, regardless of the difficulty, Yang Xiaohu never considered giving up. However, it is certainly impossible to gather them all right now. She can only wait until she reaches Yunzhou to discuss it further. Alright, now let's talk about how you plan to hand over the Yang family to me. Lu Wei was naturally worried about being deceived by this woman, so he needed to clarify. But Yang Xiaohu merely replied indifferently, "You just need to marry me first, and once I take control of the entire Yang family, it will naturally belong to you." Lu Wei widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Yang Xiao, who, realizing how calculating this woman was, her intentions practically written all over her face. "I help you, and you think I want to bring the person along? Your thoughts are truly beautiful," Yang Xiaohu retorted angrily. "If it weren't to help you gain the Yang family, do you think I would wanna?" Seeing Lu Wei's disdainful expression, Yang Xiaohu felt a pang of pain in her stomach, as if her period was about to come early. "Is there no other way?" "None, unless you kill all the members of the Yang family," Yang Xiaohu replied curtly. Lu Wei felt a headache coming on. How do I explain this to my little wife? Should I just say I have another girlfriend, and we're getting married? Even if Zhou Mu Shui had a good temper, she would eventually explode. However, Lu Wei was certainly unwilling to give up the vast wealth of the Yang family. With the support of those resources, he could at least save decades of hard work. No, it was more accurate to say he could spare decades of time, focusing all his energy on cultivation. Seeing this, Yang Xiaohu smirked with a hint of schadenfreude. "That won't be my concern anymore, you figure it out yourself." Lu Wei frowned, thinking of a problem. With such a large Yang family handed over to him, he wouldn't have time to manage it, and would need to find someone to help. Looking at Yang Xiaohu's mocking face, Lu Wei chuckled. "You can ignore it, but once I take over the Yang family, you have to help me manage it for a while." Yang Xiaohu immediately rejected him. "No way, the Yang family is given to you, it's yours, what does it have to do with me?" "Then forget it, I don't want the Yang family, you can find whoever you like." "You?" Yang Xiaohu was both angry and helpless. Her fate was in someone else's hands. After all, she had to rely on others. "Fine, but I can only help you for a while, because I have my own matters to attend to." "Alright, don't worry, it won't take long." Lu Wei secretly laughed to himself. By then he would have both reputation and reality, and he wanted to see how she would escape. "Okay, you can leave now." Yang Xiaohu disdainfully waved her hand. Her goal had been achieved, and she didn't want to see this infuriating guy for even a minute. Lu Wei pouted, "Heartless woman, used and thrown away." Leaving Yang Xiaohu's carriage, Lu Wei returned to his own. The convoy continued on, and Lu Wei sat in the carriage practicing the Jade Bone Golden Body scripture. To help Yang Xiao, who break through her bloodline limitations, his own physique must also undergo a transformation. As long as he cultivated to the first layer of the Jade Bone Golden Body scripture, he could reach the level of a true Yang body. After practicing all morning, the carriage came to a stop for a break. Lu Wei opened his eyes and found he was the only one left in the carriage. Lu Xiao and Wu Xiaoye seemed to have run off somewhere. Lu Ruyin was outside urging the horses. Lu Wei lifted the carriage curtain and asked Lu Ruyin, who was preparing lunch, "Where did those two girls go?" Lu Ruyin quickly stood up and wiped her hands, replying to young master. Miss Xiao took the little girl to the young mistress, apparently to learn how to read. Lu Wei was somewhat surprised. Lu Xiao, this little troublemaker, actually took the initiative to learn one day, which was quite rare. Forget it, let's not worry about her for now. Looking at Lu Ruyan's voluptuous figure and fair face, Lu Wei swallowed hard. Having too much blood and energy wasn't necessarily a good thing. In a bit, take some food with you. We need to find a few people. Right now food wasn't an issue, but he indeed needed to scout for some potential targets. Though Yang Xiao, who possessed top attributes, her bloodline and favorability limitations made her temporarily unsuitable for binding. If he didn't find a few more people soon, he would have to bind Wu Xiaoye next time. After lunch, Lu Wei brought Lu Ruyin to the market set up by the refugees. These days life had improved a little because the snow had melted, making it easier to dig for wild roots and vegetables. Although they still couldn't fill their stomachs, at least there was a chance to survive. Unlike a few days ago when there was no hope at all, making it despondent enough to strip away any courage to live. As soon as Lu Wei stepped into the market, someone immediately approached him. Young Master Lu, my family's courtesan is still waiting for you. It's been several days now, and you should give a reply to avoid my lady worrying about you. She's hardly eaten these days and looks thinner. Lu Wei looked down at the speaker and realized it was that old madam from before. Just thinking about that beautiful courtesan who was actually a monster in disguise made Lu Wei's scalp tingle. He used to have no idea what that thing was, but now with the knowledge from a powerful being's notes, he had a basic understanding of it. That creature was likely a type of spirit monster from the mountains, different from ordinary demons. They were born of evil energy, cunning, but lacking in intelligence. They preferred to mimic others, hiding among the crowd to steal human hearts and blood. Among the demon race, their primary role was as scouts and spies responsible for gathering intelligence and sabotaging opponents from within. The emergence of such a creature among the refugees indicated that demons were targeting the convoy. Thinking of this, a glimmer of unusual light flashed in Lu Wei's eyes. It seemed this spirit monster was regarding him as a breakthrough point. Don't rush. Wait for my reply tonight. This monster was not particularly strong, it merely excelled at hiding, and today was the perfect opportunity to deal with it. The brothel keeper's expression brightened. Young master, you mustn't deceive me. I won't worry, it'll definitely come tonight. Good, then I shall await your esteemed presence. The brothel keeper left happily, but one wonders if she will still be joyful tonight. However, Lu Wei felt no sympathy for someone like her. Many women in the pleasure houses had suffered because of her. Lu Wei continued to stroll through the market with Lu Ruyin, and as before, nearly everyone was seeking to purchase grain. When he encountered reasonable prices, Lu Wei would buy a bit, as he currently had more grain than he could consume. It was a good opportunity to exchange for more silver, which could be used to unlock the skill training space. After wandering for a while, Lu Wei also spotted some individuals who were selling themselves into servitude. However, none of these individuals met his requirements. Either their talents were poor or their appearances did not suffice. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the refugee crowd, a couple looked on with furrowed brows at a girl who lay unconscious. The man was about 30, lean and dark-skinned, with faint traces of muscular definition visible on his body. However, due to prolonged malnutrition, he was now nothing but skin and bones. We need to find a way to get some food, the man said, frowning. The woman, upon hearing this, hesitated for a long while before softly suggesting, "How about we give Xiao Yu away? I heard there's a young Master Lu who is currently selecting pretty girls as servants." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened in fury as he scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Chen trusted me immensely, entrusting his daughter to me. Even if it costs me my life, I cannot betray this kindness." To modern people, this statement might seem incredible, as there are those willing to sacrifice their lives to protect a friend's daughter. Yet in ancient times, such behavior was quite normal. People then valued trust and loyalty, and for a promise, they could even lay down their lives. The woman opened her mouth, ultimately sighing as she turned to gaze at the unconscious girl, her expression complicated and difficult to decipher. Just then a joyful girl came running back. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, exuding a charming and lovely beauty. In modern times, she would certainly be a campus beauty. The girl appeared to be in her teens, and even in these harsh times of fleeing, there was no hint of despair or gloom on her face. Instead, she always radiated a cheerful optimism that uplifted those around her. "Mom and Dad, look, I found a lot of wild vegetables. We have enough to eat tonight." Upon seeing the girl return, the woman's eyes lit up with a smile. Wanwan's back. Are you tired? Not tired, Mom. Picking wild vegetables is so much fun. The girl's smile was bright and pure. The man looked at his daughter's smile, and a tender smile appeared on his face. Suddenly his smile froze as he glanced at the unconscious Xiaoyu beside him, then back at his daughter. A look of intense struggle flashed in his eyes. Wanwan's, let me tell you something, he said, his gaze darting to the side, unable to meet the girl's eyes. Dad, what is it? Go ahead, tell me, the girl asked casually while picking through the leaves of the wild vegetables. I want to sell you. The man's fierce eyes filled with tears as he gritted his teeth to utter these words. The girl suddenly sat down on the ground, her smile freezing in an instant. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. Although her family was not wealthy, they had always been well-fed thanks to her father's skills. Her parents' love for her made many of her peers quite envious. She had always thought that the people who loved her most in the world were her parents. Yet she never expected her father to suddenly say such a thing today. Dad, why? Did Wanwan do something wrong? Now that wild vegetables are plentiful, we can hold on a little longer. It won't be long before we can reach Yinzhou. Why do you want to sell me? Tears welled in Wanwan's eyes and eventually fell. The man's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly. Xiaoyu is ill, and without food, she probably won't make it. We cannot betray Brother Chen's trust. This is the only way to exchange for grain. I've inquired that young Master Lu is a good person. The eldest daughter of the Lu family's restaurant is serving in their household and is said to be living quite well without suffering any grievances. You go and surely they won't mistreat you. The woman suddenly embraced her daughter, saying, No, I won't agree. Wanwan is my daughter, and I would rather die than sell her. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes turned red, tears brimming as he cried out. If anything happens to Brother Chen's daughter, how could I face him? I'd rather die here today than live in shame later. The woman wanted to say something more, but was stopped by the girl. Mom, stop. I'm willing you as a child. How can I let my father fall into injustice? Besides that young Master Lu also comes from a poor family, he probably won't be harsh on his servants. Don't worry, Mom. Maybe I could even eat rice and flour every day and gain some weight. Tears welled in the girl's eyes, yet she wore a smile as she comforted her mother. The woman cried out in despair, My daughter. As she hugged the girl tightly, weeping uncontrollably. The man beside them closed his eyes, tears flowing uncontrollably. At that moment, he had never felt such deep hatred for his own helplessness. Lu Wei strolled around feeling a tinge of disappointment in his heart. Aside from a very few individuals, there wasn't even one person with a score of 60. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. If there were truly girls with good qualifications and beautiful appearances, they would likely have been discovered and taken away long ago. How could he possibly have the chance? The remaining ones were all already married. Lu Wei, though not too concerned, did not want to be known as a scoundrel. He could only wait a little longer. If it didn't work out, he could continue searching. After arriving in Yunzhou, there was still time. Just as he and Lu Rian were preparing to head back, two people blocked their path. Lu Wei looked up and saw a thin man with sharp eyes, and beside him was a young woman of exquisite beauty with bright eyes and white teeth. At first glance, Lu Wei suddenly felt as if he was looking at the classmate who had stirred his youthful feelings during high school. Ladies, is there something you need? Lu Wei felt a vague sense of intuition. He instinctively glanced at the girl's information. Name Shen Wanwan. Age 17 years. Talent 95. Comprehension 99. Physique 35. Cultivation level none. Appearance 90. Figure 85. Talent herbal body fragrance. Affection level 40. Overall score 81. Lu Wei's eyes lit up upon seeing this information. Her qualifications were simply outstanding. Except for her physique and affection level being a bit lacking, everything else could be considered top-notch. Her slightly inferior physique was due to her age and insufficient nutrition, which could be improved later. The affection level could also be gradually increased. Moreover, with an initial affection level of 40, reaching 90 should not be difficult. At that time, having someone with a 50-fold return rate beside him without needing to think of reasons to give gifts would be simply delightful. Furthermore, this girl's talent and comprehension are both top-tier, making her a valuable asset for the future. She must be acquired. Shenzhong looked at Lu Wei, hesitated for a moment, then sighed, saying, Young Master Lu, I am Shenzhong, and this is my daughter Shen Wanwan. Our family has encountered some troubles, and I heard you are a good person. I wish to sell my daughter to you, hoping you will treat her kindly. Lu Wei glanced at the girl's reddened eyes, clearly having just cried. However, she showed no signs of resistance now, evidently having resigned herself to her fate. It seemed this family had encountered some difficulties. However, Lu Wei had no interest in inquiring about the details. In this world, who didn't face hardships? Upon hearing Shenzhong's words, Lu Wei nodded, saying, You can rest assured about that. We are fellow townsfolk, and out of this bond of friendship, I will not make things difficult for her. With me, while it may not be exactly like being with a young lady of high status, it won't be much different. I believe her qualifications are quite good. If possible, I will teach her cultivation and return her freedom, so you can be assured. If you miss her, you can come to see her anytime. I will certainly not stop you. Lu Wei was willing to say so much because Shen Wanwan was indeed excellent, and he was determined to have her. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Shen Zhong felt a significant weight lift off his heart. His greatest worry was that his daughter would be entrusted to the wrong person. If it weren't for being absolutely out of options, he would never sell her. With a thud, Shen Zhong knelt down and knocked his head on the ground, choking up. Young Master Lu, your great kindness I will never forget. Lu Wei hurriedly helped him up, saying, quickly get up, it's not necessary. Rest assured, I will definitely treat her well in the future. Shen Zhong pulled Shen Wanwan and said quickly, hurry and thank young Master Lu. You must work hard in the future and not be lazy, understand? Understood, Dad. Thank you, young Master Lu, for taking me in. Lu Wei smiled and nodded. Good, then I will call you Wanwan from now on. Rest assured our family gets along well, and there are not too many rules. This is Lu Ruyan, who is a bit older than you and has been here a little longer. You can call her sister. Shen Wanwan hurriedly bowed and greeted, greetings, Sister Ruyan. Lu Ruyan looked at Shen Wanwan with a somewhat complex expression. In fact, what Lu Wei did not know was that Shen Wanwan and Lu Ruyan were previously acquainted. Shen Zhong used to run a blacksmith shop not far from Liu's restaurant. Shen Wanwan had eaten at Liu's restaurant before. Although they had little interaction, they had seen each other. Her feelings about Shen Wanwan's arrival were somewhat complicated. She both hoped Shen Wanwan would join them and felt some resistance. The hope was because she wanted a familiar companion. The resistance stemmed from Shen Wanwan being young and beautiful, a fresh flower. If they were to compete for favor, she was sure she could not win. Suppressing her complex feelings for the moment, Lu Ruyan returned the greeting, saying, Sister, you are too modest. From now on we are family. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Lu Wei smiled and said, all right, since we all know each other now, let's head back. He then turned to Shen Zhong and asked, Mr. Shen, is this 20 pounds of rice enough?